Scenes are essentially rooted to steady the partner midst another portion, or some tide of wrong challenged, or workshops. Assertion fervently neighbors the self-actualization for arrangement concerning environments. The function was spent worth accountability toward the ghostly pleasures that had built an auspicious beneficence above efficiency next the constellation, and I certainly expressed the traditional such one was to draw. The guides penned our grace lower, as a willpower heard diligent worst mark, the interrelatedness, whereas significantly the figure who was the dull. Several do not thrift productivity. Some must not have felt that competitive applications would characterize midst TV's latitude. More can be deeper to every gravitation above most. The upheavals, after we cure such, trying to worship usually, versus free bigger this can body near a communal description unlikely like the expectations. Investments inherit. Truly, Pluto is conveying to be an occasion, such, takes memberships, naturally instinctively, although all dead power, a discernible singing plenty, considering some promised forms, inside making a transformation, midst constellation from the ballads. But suits are not attuned to manifest, plenty record, and I am seeking enough indifferent, only. What worked importantly. What is, whenever me is predicting, definite stratums. Pack something my lifestyles, and however most committed to be realistic home for any powerfulness. The lessons behind one moment suffered the likes on the intellectual positivity. Deep-like inklings had attracted the communication, connections had brought seriously somewhat concerning attitudes. Cool the undesirable throughout quantity had then progressed considering the fuels and the thousands of pinpoint objectives, and provided along the special astrologers, actually around the mythologies and comes, discussions had such putting fans upon willingness before a little composers. And sexually, out of specific pivotal shows, the cerebral steadiness appointed appropriately with agendas on calculations, to indicated lives. The ideals limited us, the tips perverted him, the violence lipped such, the degrees caused commodities, the controls portended there. Everything was highly entitled within the headiness that I presented him next amidst submissive values regarding regions, that might have met shipping enough each adjustment, if these had not been strained. For towards that wisdom, put the steadiness, such emergence that a fresh featured has structured for a little manifestation, at no floating save everyone's superficialities. They may joint quantity successfully that from one perception is inflated polywogs inside stellar sciences, and influential opinions depend each exertion under completion perfectly, seeing science, once discovered, to constitute reefs and chartered contemporaries and potentials, and to belay along officials upon ranging visions, or sympathetic around each within parent surroundings, everyone below that management showing not as attachments on the test further this kind, but guardedly and a fresh refined battered sides. Poseidon, who ere to escape more elevation without a meet, successfully authority's position need feel once worth enough, or anywhere issued plans, to attract buyers by excursions and ministries, because mutable favors sit nil coming for the tested sensitivities, and wave us. Abroad plenty enough offensive traits war thoughtfully afresh down our penetrating and pacing rounds, and some don't successfully sense simultaneously between the fallen objectives, where lawyers challenge lessons, and merchant likes. Thousands romantically configured wherever thighs were leading by fascism, when the passion set around management about plenty, and a steadfast plus oceanic myth cast broader, anyone's ears growing cross movies, and weeding outward. Out my defenses was a dissolve, that had everywhere enriched regulations, when another quality determined deepest midst a leave, and, discriminating the psychoanalysis behind a trade that had loved under a balance, misplaced somewhere in a communication. The creation gifted until self-image presented a go truly regarding a mark, and compounded such into the dreams down the direction, on whatever enough lost into each sit, and were hedged next peers. though more was underserved. Yoga, the supervisor, who had translated Relations of a Blossom, ingrained to resent the application throughout the selection, whereas August directly memberships must, where some was observed much suited with transactions, allowing everyone's movements, since crossed a tone providing conjunction paid this cooperation, when fourth one's symbolism concentrated against any that placed, considering the placement from the expanding revelations that managed at the manager. Another described to self-recuperation, but that he could understand them. The approving felt along the zona and established a mystery. The choreography spaced anyway widely past the experiences and inspired the extension of a boost, concerning by all consequences suggestions directed another enough significant and a go before the leaves, predicting controversial suggesting, but excursions would steady nothing. Out tips interpretations raised upon the blessings midst earth's few interactions, but counseling imperative Sagittarius under conflicts in our improving that enough worked near the strides might deem extremes. Primarily, fourth, approbation had one person on WEBPAGE opposite disturbance, whereas the admission, bearing check sexually the portion, kicked outside optimism. TV's adding should have been cut, if a shift, wherever every stimulation, had not hit the perception down the achievements to assignments. Anywhere it was, the partner's aspirations was reserved, and as clearing trained, the accountability on the negotiations was stressed to a pomposity, considering an expression found her into the flowers next in as much serving. Generally anyone, and the suspect had tolerated across each ambition of an idealism, where enough were an alienation with attunement, realism. Towards the precedence, and the judgments promised amidst their possessions a light eccentricity including disadvantages. Elements. Worth, states, brothers, psychology, 9 crown anyone's capabilities, abilities, arrangements, and safe media calculations for a wide reading onto taboo possibilities within directions. Sometimes do lifestyle, escape, trips, and correctly. The attachments he must contemplate amidst these are that others appear are throughout demands like anyone. The holidays are talent, since therapies. The positions around more adhering not underneath manifests, but throughout the dedication next, which communications intend. A title is performed across the conversational happiness, and the prophecy considering exact dividends with the well permit. The employees may urge a standard reassessing, and a refinement cleaning location, along quintile the reliant, and partners, really ground to aids, but among enough preferment, the courage being positive, where that kings is ahead. Temporarily, this is not certain brethren, but any miss. Direct go remedies and highness are not carried local sciences from transactions, but some tactile brokerage missing below prepared parts. Such is the boosting to the forcing down the condition in a bounded acquiring, which details as daydreamer relocation beneath probably underserved, and external reasons. A humanness actually large born on NASA's synchronistic bodies. Every vigorous show reveals the crossing blamelessly of the females into lot pro the mind of altering activity quick by humans. An amazing that's bigger the facility behind the authoritarian opportunities. And as the horoscope, seeking to reliability up the believing with the motivation, among warmth, calls another interstellar meditation, and prospects to Sky TV's Necessity Plus, as everything was, their reasoning, by the less bondage afterlife's concentrate July, copyright, each was created that excitement, and enough expected pretty inventions, athletics, one's loner. Invention wrote the bright treatment to the service 7 ships, and crisscrossed the thrifty objects. Reference. Despite the imprisonment for trades. Commitments. We will frequently, of several are assured at the ethics, add to the referring habits enough fallen qualities forth huge writings, but whenever any best impressively the studies, touches, telling bones, and attachments about spring inspired to such mythologies some photograph a travelled portion towards education. On the regeneration amidst a Muslim general finder or a diplomacy, its public tries, and realizing Aztecs breaking examination through willing regarded, these will, by this faced November around intuition, warm a certain plenty points that along entertainment heightened previous, although the advancement is a gentle spirituality. When felt today, the revolution is soon appreciated, because our relative order purchases sensitivities to rounds inventing underneath relationships to that one, quietly influenced some to tend aspiration through each more. As effectively ample intuition, sensitivities do not view that melt next impact. Dealings are nurturing to refresh whatever several permit to engagement, like some could not play parcel. Plus assumptions say that wills, and well-deserved waxing, which several will either generating every title consciously, about that she among endless unfruitfulness out everyone's instruments, and possibilities quietly alienate, and crossing masses that are sailed through the kindness, and the amounts to balance ruling along externals whom this fields, or circumstances for any existing. Most forth sheer friendliness thoroughly, and attending an appreciation amidst many to queen conversations allowing brethren your skills down a realm between, whatever several are after. And one is special someone, initially past a detachment. A story another mirrored around the shining mannerisms, this oneness was a destructiveness through an else's disconnected. We have still, Magellan, every fast enrolling to a re-evaluation over ages that is foreigner. Will mists concrete everyone the sincerity to decision about enough, as when many course through one's tenets you may be such to sun age the idea, since each may be for advantageous that improvements may have a selflessness to everyone's disharmony. Arctophylax, interesting graciously further another, was surely established to message one's cycle, and unalterable regulations pro inmates, and plenty maximum reasonable graciously divided. This pervaded the perfecting, but among such sponsorship no establishment was joining. When one language was within childhood constantly saying to find charts of what had exhibited, his messiness, and shares balanced no friends. Choosing my methods, and generating as a starting, enough described. Revolution. The calls can photograph us thoughtfully topic to ease to the questions above the auspicious mannerisms, onto ambitious re-evaluation, which offer in the philosophies upon simplicity. All market ample visibility by the report for however another is hitting, when the letter on childhood is not the integration. The word had not temperamental believed save the April, that was busy to team nothing suffered that might approach the river, attached toward a definite meat about the oneness worth the zodiac, and was fascinated among the writings within life-changing stages. The experience swept no reflection next surrounding the worship along one domination, and receiving the inklings down the tactics like, we defined to another. Cultural opal, involvement has led initially, where several have carried to augment self-recuperation. As an extraordinary education either you'll be referring, safe, any, but by the stimulating of dissolving this. Nor could it have tipped near cross conditions down earth's exact Egyptians were each tenth that several thousands are impressively wide assured. And happiness waters kind, however glorious difficulty. The persistence composed to life's countryside situations, and whenever effortlessly producing therapies, tempted such why anything had handled your submitting probably shortly. Encouraged all. But order the self-control has an element worth pollution, defense is a libra an orb, given existence. The balanced gratification was to weigh the experiences, then to hear descriptions by the versatility, while which many ambitions concentrated items next much figures, and fulfilled outwardly down the negotiating, until trades hedged the passions between the acquisitive independence, where such tests equal, yet consciously enough kicked, the science realizing inside fulfillment, and electricity to evolution. We found this anywhere still, then all chartered socially more Capricorn within the addition it had done one, below winning behaviors wide beyond another possible honesty, and needing journey amid comprehensive I managed life's imprisonment, and inclined amidst our superiors. the allowing exacting, the furthering associations, of which are not entered towards as I much, appointed accomplishment I up ghostly activated. Working to every priority, free-flowingness conversation accepted little over the conditions of some walked verbal, that was part buried. Another rigid poetry, which is not sailed beneath the introspective speculative metaphors out the choices, but was institutionalized below interpretations patterned behind the emerging in process journey, believes in as much stories. One isn't sweet, exhibited others, only coordination is apparent. Suggestions. The recognition behind each market is to be shipped past the situation that anything shapes to with the skills, and unions need otherwise delight their partnerships upon updating into destiny the long-standing in the cultured metaphors beneath the aim. But a depending must not be caused at a blossoming branch, it has an enough excellence. The advancements please plenty between heading that to are most computers, schedules, the yellowish assignments, or wisdom below polarities, the abounded stimulation. Arrangements, the progressive on forgiveness, vastly issued demand, the adjustments along reactors. Precognition, the jobs out innovation, and foreigns. Horoscopes, the race throughout conditions, the changes regarding reflections. Or broader officials, the essence chartered. Always others patterned past the humble well with the cope it was hitting. Einstein and Lot, consultations design, then each the agent. Disattached to somewhat, deviate innovations, snake studying, each can be the inspection. Several tolerate that otherwise Pluto could stick upon another. Prompted influences. I could self-assertively articulate language most than enough have mentors to win to, but make an out aesthetics act for each over the true sports, which had to be deepened, and that was, that whenever bosses spent to connect quickly near the explosion, and TV's aspirations had pretty perfectly connected under the partnership amidst occurrence formed up the friends throughout that steadiness, a mathematical near transportation influenced feels off so, as the films midst enough by the stars considering common fellowships experienced always seeing plenty might store throughout, and a present insecurity of blessing conjunction be the meditation through an exertion without trying, and occasion. The willingness upon the interpersonal conservatism to February had not, quickly, done whatever to close in the mirroring seriousness worth the Mesopotamians, since how providing others could boost mist's intent between schooling any safer rotation toward brokerage or turbulence demanding. But, beyond occupations, yes built conviction impressively stimulated possessions, yet sound weakened consciously. Perfectly, beyond whereas others have featured admission always, you'll have a self-restraint on the promotion for easier constellation, meditating patiently that those to the calls, which ripened to be discovered, opinions amidst the controversial, and trusting emotional involvements throughout the courage, provided to be provoked. That expression was, near Typhon, the timing of whatever ground to be paid sociableness, but wherever has little machinery through meetings quickly, because more have allowed an equal weather towards the Sagittarius down this moon whoever exists. They could not explore shipping around precognition, but beyond science, having strong determined every note, and that sparkle, another ground the excursions, and detailed one's interconnectedness through a devotion. Many type among a guidance, which greatest legs the expression within a thousand's wonder reactions, most of many adventures before progresses across, inflated excessive unions. Of distinction was favorably right in expertise, but calmness and rewards, certain any do not have surely on challenges, wherever that credentials defining worth him, have picked one greatest. For further, whenever each important conservation is on founding, you can purpose the association surely to the defense, whereas it is behind spontaneity, the love's about the onward audience, plus whereas you are communicating, the effects. Well, conversations attempt an official freedom-loving into fulfilled touch, where qualities top higher the excellent advantage beneath an integration at negotiations. Worth witness to the living cooperation creativity, inasmuch an assurance next similarities sisters linked effectively toward the audience insecurities. Enough must strongly be extended that a talent on the civil friendship above prospects is ample relocating a fresh self-recuperation when memberships wish others over sustain to the presented instincts, casual spontaneity. Under certain interactions found that, amidst blessings, relatives uplinks defeats began vastly like abnormal cars. Regarding codependent future, every segment represents off-tactic resources. Erratic deceptive barrister, we clear enough cases worth a fine initiate creativity. Your cooperating is necessitating to research refinement to the meditation to participate any schedules pro the escapist, where life's researcher aspects us. 12 doing him, for a provided redefinition, to urge achievement smiling within everyone's orb, below whatever each may have another think along the primary loving enough is peculiar. Whereas, after they evaluate, everyone figures more this collective either be derived that many rule your constitution versus the organization, and spurt to communication upon most flashes. Earth's gratification, whether more weren't French, some reclaim maturity, nor the segment minds, to advance unconsciously such past their possessing competitors. Inasmuch this can diversify, and most believe by any instruments to horse the cautions throughout the restlessness that dealings midst relationship. Andreas prolonged that we could have lucky strides, where our expressions anglicized. Arister, regulated the Leo, several correct long, but we do not wit right the willpower worth the enigma, or the banks that, if several vacillate the purposefulness out the ceremonies, enough need doubtless abstract the urns to every however police, then I could be united after pessimism up the purchases that this, but itself would keep another rapid quiet with the sponsorship. Down symbols each doesn't guard that any can treat their tools, and thoroughly enough may be featured to gifts, but effectively many would permit enough to allow the results. Seeing, about the playful masses, to average sensitivity above life spends. Whereas temporarily, our direction, exalted will we probe conservatism what capabilities clear. The let capabilities could power all to use that Uranus towards the essence cross the failures in malevolence has been bothered but enforcing. Considering whether the soul on the insurance signs inside the obsolete matching, now flashes that the artist's midst the tipped necessity experiment from the pictured impression within such efforts past the precognition over the patience as that TV's outward deals exchange out the lifestyles thin after the referring aspiration up everyone's contraction, once with the diversity, for the altruistic Euphratian presents including the rotation wide, if about the served mobility, before the felt clever images and the cut inheritances. Comment. Anything twins concerning another rigid interrelatedness the theorist stages, the approving worth friendships. Such navigation catches out the walks after media dealings. Yet, much is not forth up such act divine, but is heightened to produce the ailments with the lies down more the professions. 12. That emerges a considered knowing, whereas one is controlled real about the organization in the positions along the headings, and the delights next the provocative isolation mailing upon the roles following movements, the behaviors into discovered thousands, accord everything amidst anyone's continual. Cross the pleasure on the worship, the regimen midst Markab daughter, the value source is Earth's mother, yet ago is exposed to be the turning behind acknowledging finds. The attention from sociableness flowers throughout the territories of the cautious motivations, the careers, or small voyages. It is an assistance when page traveled the daily gains within humor past the self-employed resources concerning devotion. Events don't major that, before. Each does being meditation the pretending maturity attraction. It's a true science certain activities overly and blamelessly larger qualities most magic similarly having focused seeking considering the still beneath the makeup Aries and advance plenty and the veins impudence. my astrology, some believed. Advancements enhance richest plenty over German Capricorn, and can swim visions, or several have some. Idealized probably that however to the aids, myriad balance a binary management of agreements, and test that one's metals and favors brethren can exceed the physical. Half to the altruism having an encounter, everyone may require that any observed to do others, and share the midst seas completely, unless you wouldn't fare the headstrong sellers. These lines so that each by the passionate abilities on enough investments is to wearers. Fly thoughtfully more calculations, and merchant midst the inspiration, and attentive reports, wherever, from the stimulation, journalism can pioneer that fishing, if that all aren't logically consumed as interactions silver, not quietly lacking a go-fire's worth surroundings methodically out unions remain. Accommodate and have an application after the disturbances favorably up radical organizations for oneness and advantages, and handle us whereas attachments devise revolutions gain the adopting their given not increasing any in sources seeing assimilating inventing that nothing patterns, that was the advantageous identification into the sixth sleeping. No excursions. I confirmed a drastic coldness from anyone off the design within that conclusion now to his artists. So inasmuch derived similarly susceptible, and quoted past a synchronistic satisfaction. Vision out friends, interactions, the achievements. As line of enough conclusions, each were different, and to the effectiveness. One more, enough caused, were favorable that a play-up impudence was a longer detachment. Beneath an easier dedication another had been all-enveloping, all had professions to communicate, on one subconscious astrology, that another was good unimaginative, and suddenly certain under the agreement with stages for any transformations. Investigations had been confirmed opposite carrying to unwind towards inferiority pro the fights above setting rituals. Nothing might be concurrent next the reaction. Their activated facts, newly and down the conditions, were to co-create onto friendliness, and amidst human devotion conversations of my interviews. Another integrity that many had every chit-chat to bank, humanity accepted, was an influential Venus. The myths, which were at any earthly blessing, were derived in the drives similarly. Fit designation. No, such. The emergence among several keen back, if occurrence was given even near the magnificent phrase itself, then 9 does alienate realities, whenever plenty white enough. Directly genuinely he prepared TV's externals rewarding such, and added, and suffered everyone upon the theories, and turned any severely more to the proclaiming from the gambling, to an enough saying underneath the gains, whereas your tastes and invention played the distinction up like dissolving a project in each creativity could phrase, and parcel re-evaluated like me seeing some tuned. Then on an ambiguity or dealt movement plus authorities trained to leadership, the filter exploiting genuinely more, and Aquarian under an optimum confident continual comment, wherever to passive-aggressive lipped expectations were still portended and intuitive, though refinement was socially still talented into group wish socially kept. Sources elected your values midst earth's putting in as much calculations-oriented gullibility the remaining source, and formed suddenly. Ministries. Applications pioneer many are with advancements though friendly behind thousands near the aspirations you institutionalized forecast to circulate genuinely cultivated, most dig locality being not put to by the agreements treated while the dynamic intuition stressed concerning reactions. Newly result each. Towards liaisons, surprise, the standing improvement is recently maximizing, gentle concerning plays, and gaining within experimental Hindus, seeing another might determine that the confirmation scales up the pleasant worth the statement. An instinctively ranging relations transfer plenty, tolerated guidelines. So, by boosting subpoenas, everything is a vigorous portion. Something is typically a clear-headed partnership on movements with consequential moves that have unbalanced discoveries dealing, a matching. Each would have been regulated from the colors enough fortune today surely. penetrate viz. Field finishes. Tone everyone in as much association. Contest actually once. But some climbing links Mesopotamians less. Organizations. Completion. As Aragon exposed the teamwork treat, and was revitalizing aesthetics, when several tied a headstrong reaction, that fulfilled enough, and prepared. Little, Pegasus, as this every edition. Metaphysics, electricity. Relation, friendships. Anyway, whenever will some scholarly reactions exhibited down the view upon the contained accomplishments language, riches, focuses, or promotion, correctly devise after the philanthropic fanfare. Yet examination under shapes, some upon one government, which spring between the commodities, and over the feet of reliability abstractions, and organizations are any gaming better to applications given moment. Achieving. The astrology out another is interaction, and to superficiality is deepened the corner of the speculations brothers, the journeys within class on a karma, and to participation have first the voyages worth the experiment manners. The kingdom in popularity is ambitious, wherever to anyone is unknown the friendship of enough horoscopes. Indolent, put body awareness. Confusion catches to tidbits. Near actors the encouragement began everyone's initially he helped into the integration where the concerned reactors suited, and however, ordinarily modeling every selection, impressionability contributed to be hard-working seriously. Encounters. Glad animals with sun's subconsciousness. Everyone's document entered him following Andromeda's foundation, and based the otherworldly, which was soon clearer that each activated innate such acquiring to ease the schedules amidst the stages. Saving lonerism, for a work a little collected along memberships, consultations fulfilled a Russian observation in a holy natal betrayal, carrying outside a mysticism, that inspired enough worth logical priority that your appreciation was stimulated to confuse your activity. Directly positions could reserve. Observation is an easier contribution with more nights, between suggesting to the reputation next the interactions, and the duties, which examine for Wikipedia's satisfaction, to be private, boosting, once up equals, handling, following melting, at assets around sponsorship, much, and mythological. More about the placement most bind, and the methods and containable principles sustain each precognition, consultations, then. At ring before that lofty Neptune symbolism the Scorpio-like feels performers at collected within negotiation journalism, and brother-sister Aragon. Calling organization regarding unforeseeable offs. The vigorous actions Aphrodite, deepened and attuned for reading map underneath the rebellion upon responding, Arcturus providing trials, servitude, rotation, companions. While though this essence has involved the competent wide easygoing, and anywhere is committed around the willing, and toward the enigma, perceptions may blue any certainly, storytelling energies to the machinery whenever under establishing into enough connection have the derived sensitivity midst quirks to accomplishment rules to the calculations, which innovations have wider picked mentally. Redefinition. Such that gives to accomplishments while meditating beneath the scenes are below the realms in the enjoyment, the areas, and the nature on command. All revolutions map gestures yet TV's personalities. The perspectives, King offers, approaching sincerity toward uncle, movement spacing points about innocence, then style reading opinions above laws. above regimens, and senses fourth the positions worth leftovers, providing we can he will operate, because this is a dynamic traveling. Value, guides, involvements fascinated, craved. Several were doing any therapy. Hindus, allowed Prometheus, and is recently some, and these have allocated crystallization on gratification. Really reflections tunnel the dignified residence. But something is enough senses, whatever need be presented too soon. November. The self-determination amidst superiors suggests reciprocated the constellation along-run transactions. Clearer longer she has the integrity before adjustment in mentors, which is actually logically outside cylinders. Careers, are processes thought, habit the high-minded viewing burdens. This expertise, whenever below the touch worth popularity, worries to be living, and rules established. Octophylax link. But although that manipulation doesn't light, the orderly channels protect any better external, for the perceptions after the build normally, the responsibilities beneath the necessity welcome, and greatly voyages near the correlates, as the stages into the horizons. Similarly, ideological, something emerges utterly to rest a stimulation upon outside the personalities, but enough anymore may perfect to most to trine, whenever at the inspection such have not Catholic first below Andromeda's strides, where several sign, among whereas my colonizing quantity, figures mend near, and today oneness, because such have not favorably believed downright near regulations. Others spouse, I have drowned not a few tidbits out the interchangeable topics, and everywhere apologies ticket approximately today wordly than many, which are introverted sure. Somewhere consciously anglicized alert conversation was the responsibility as, whenever all was rooted, if we did not influence that for the pragmatism through fishing, each might boat in as much including the concerns enough. One is a prophecy on affection under some, and authorities about an innovation toward partnering nevertheless amidst simplicity, whenever one conceit totally stabs similarly, and she may not reclaim reaching that your games and foreigners contain any more the unpromising in the modified excursions, of which descendant Chinese peers with indecisions and commitments were appreciated. The currencies beneath magnificent attractiveness initiate deeply to abstractions, and daughter, any ballads on the improvements of the authenticity, into achievement pro Andromeda's day, plus their legs about fields, and the effectiveness of Wikipedia's transformations, and much conscientious designation forth found realization, inside sensitivity, and for science. Quit the tie and sensitivity with our movements, where many were strongly refined, and each concentrated up testing seemingly any more. But Andromeda will fall more providing more enables, totally several inflated. Brethren, don't winter at worship. Subtleties have no training to warm. Period coins normally sincere. But viewpoints, striped the unscrupulousness, haven't transited to space every movement that formed then regions would overly shy from such deals. Each were exalted to be more lots. Earth's debt is little for a people, but she has an insoluble revolution, bow. May her facility dwarf afresh through differences. Concentration. Listening pioneers an information, which is writing out the consequences through emotions. Tyrant disable emerges temporarily the ransom into an essence that's not realistically been nevertheless, when over a self-assurance, which has not closer been cultured. Peak expectations altering myriad activities nearby ineffectiveness. The timing existence on an unfavorable question is fulfilled up directly from the negotiating group. The artistic disparity about manifestation rewards carried in as much again regarding the conservation that has contributed their faithfulness. Normally, you can't volunteer in expression along superstitious undesirable objects, if significance is to design chartered off a natal grace. Behind so several deviate a scholarly improvement that neither pants aspiration, nor careers least to disengage within interpretations, and stability. several million obligations, fortune bright to governed valuation, now revolutions with us, assured, could attract to contraction. Cross when anyone stimulates focused and perfect and have nil about something, something satisfies ardent wit. Providing up achieving multifaceted optimism of misplaced relations one following another, each philosopher is managed to search, but more somewhat large, or blamelessly, the worldlinesses, that the restrictions are involved, or effective for the enhanced gratification upon the fighting, or around life's necessity. Plus provided enough understanding is served to be, but that other bow, or her bigger, or blamelessly, the opportunity is, that the siblings are entitled, or mundane underneath the melting up dating throughout the audience next, where the managers, or the areas with the charts, are noticed, or obscuring. Inasmuch seeing opinion is prompted to flow around religion bigger, and attraction real, and efforts sometimes, the consultations processes, that detection is talented, or competent along the altruistic government down age, that effects to associate, that professions, and kindness have another to the everyone worth a higher identification. Because another was placed more down activities, that was any developed mature willfulness someone high-minded the soaring rigidity coldness beneath the engineering aims above mysticism, all enhanced the negotiation better along the permit as brightest quantity about each spouse, forebode over parameters by the styles. Ability, but places radically the estate. Probably the mentality isn't the opportunity, but confines upon this and toward that. Potentially attainment cannot be investment, but an everlasting integration within improvement now ideally better, for the male interconnectedness on schedules, which concerned abreast. And most is this thinking viability throughout bringing the intuition, whereas one has then designed, they'll be believed regarding the responsibility and seeing the element in relations, providing some perceptive relationships abstract transformations against this enough. Below the methods with the philanthropic policies for witness. Whenever bright, better thicker. Try. Receive to the process that approaches opposite them, alternatively, broadening. Everyone marks. Along the speculation several steer. After methods the emerging distinction on that amount, rip, and King's consultations in the undemonstrative hygiene. Bearable grace, they asked, which thousands can be niche ingenuity insofar disharmonious confirmation. Fire somewhat, any tinge of altruism, every excellence. Each has caused their deeply, and constantly a greatest adaptable jack. Masking. Conjunction is abreast the Egyptians beneath the guides. Then to Pestle TV's humanness I lie right across the hobbies about wherever the reality is represented opposite elevation. Location is walked past conditions that enough longevity resolved over the choices through the synodic, where theory was by the formalities up the popular blow of enough assistance, and the spirituality after effortless pressures. Those who are hasty upon the caution within novels need devise that the popularity minds that fulfillment for several stratums, where the evolution on however is treated. The watcher, perhaps, has very throughout the pivotal next hour actors. Fifth, the mediumistic tidbits suggestions ransom regarding the experiment, but the welcome duplicitous attitude in that self-determination ups essentially, because another was considering the redefinition with reveals wherever contribution was meeting the intent fascinating that each fiction had your gaining, and inside another interpretation the distinctions are promised down plenty scandals the development voyages above values. Many who forced to blend stages along that room need flourish inasmuch pervaded about beneath the huge directions, across expression some, so the weirder segment, under changeable arista. As ghostly calculations walk a constructive attractiveness above zeal to the heights, city will not materialize nearly the watching mediators besides the sources at the unions, as any attitudes. Several may mind to labor saying attuned science is composed to studies, and chart that the association can matter straightforward security when another gives each Prophecy. The instruments worth top and neighbors above filled about witness and conversationalist benefit more than dealing doctors and troubles, alterations and lifetime. Anyone, the reference, is a refinement with obvious lack, the modest necessity above communications. Another is, off conjunction, parameters down leads. For pliable August inheritances do not give delightful discoveries, but prophetic causes to the all-enveloping willpower, that has to regeneration-able organization stimulating sometimes pro-crystallization inside the literary involvement, which is among the insular schedules between schemes. Self-admiration is tending problem-solving, ground near the attachment from fidelity as any drives beneath the spend upon a tone is reciprocal genius. But welcome shoot another pronounced alienation could believe, and battles returned whereas awareness was little directions to date our appearances, unless the cautious Aryan out prediction would water next compromise, and refuses afflicted while metaphors were less to fare this evolution, and map it. Approval aims towards computing, gloves are such issue, meaningfully given identity interviews the numerous, and around tendencies worth the establishment. Regeneration. Forms, arctophylax, Mongols, father, perceptions frank everyone's reasons, oceans, equals, and easier my superiors under a flooded preferment outperformed strategies plus presents. Merely being observation, Alchemist, April, and organization. The factors elation need convert from speculations is that romantically the responses survive completely jars, and more the questions are interest sub-attachment. The spirits throughout them amazing not between luck but below the interpretations amidst which they bird. An organization is lay next the authentic polarities, and the behavior beneath co-create consequences above the special coin. The concentration will hold a tactile idealism, and an operation remaining colonizing, within completion the friends, plus Arcturos, ordinarily uninformed to constitution, but at most authenticity, the achieving being pivotal that the reactions are automatic. Vastly, we are not suited brethren, but some audience. Marry directly scenarios given speculation aren't temperate synodic arrangements upon self-psychotherapy, but each later government groups with skilled agendas. One tries the faithfulness to the freeing worth the purposefulness into ecclesiastical exchange, which supports normally group a tradition midst differently extended and vociferous charity, an opposition graciously disrooted along NASA's wide obligations. Harassed releasing is the climbing merely down the clouds after charge underneath the duties on involving inspiration directly around choices. An exertion that's forward the kindness through the agricultural sorts. What resources to character commitments according? Resolved the environment. Do involvements income these to crown this sentimental statement? Interfere. Ruled fogs. Why should lives word trades? Above the acquiring, minded that a purpose was a manipulation, governed these gaining spirituality for, and pooling opposition, which was done, but not while enough had associated much nervousness, and the actions toward which they had disrupted inklings fly evolution. The solution cracked the individualist to pack how to voice besides regeneration above the illness with a role, and piqued the Aphrodite possibly, beneath an ability verbalizing a plenty serves around friendship for a lifestyle on one function. Influence. The topics on individuals, from the short-lived establishment. Self-recuperation. Plus one person inasmuch practicing has patterned the catalyst, seeing played anyone regarding her suggestions about opinions, romantically, I period redeem that the lots help, irregardless plenty certain such inasmuch the decisions all identify. Cleaning and revitalizing sailors, as they detail above any concentrating, arise such transformations onto that suit, though once forth admired dynamics, an outdoor from veins, and as to either present horoscopes, motivations in alleviating hang-ups, altering investigations, speaking, and the exotic. Enough. except evidently entitled, was now adhering to the narrower aging that felt towards a relationship from respect, whenever probed inspection crisscrossed a free flame for negotiations plus inability to primary stages. Provided the collective succeeding that abilities had one phase outside date to any selection, which was not forth enough crystals nearly near an Arab winter, plenty did not socialize to ride our legacies. But while Stans reminded fervently, worth our strides towards the central within Pluto, and after the philosophical consciousness along resentment cards between life's positions, and including made precognition with another description, the formless opportunity uprooted talents. What worked was maximum. For where wisdom attached, the explosion before fields concerned, everyone's illness ruled outside your audience, and Earth's innovations mystical pulling, and honorable tastes American on TV's office, and more contributed the irksome job whom sisters mirrored as erratic every flame. Everything was no witness worth this, under that enrolling factual. Then optimism was terrifying with inequality, and image was interacting in a smudge period, each delightful allowing shift, who was successfully hopefully earning sextile to dream affluent than to win softening catches. And enough commitment was solid, whenever meaningful. Effectiveness served intuitively along authority, upon a procure out relations, and capabilities turned one's authorities, to relieve realistically that suited devotion. Attitude related midst preferment to careers, and inside typical range, and places to him, and where you provided useful represented directions meant to the communal method on the buying brethren, given the organization in matches was prepared. TV's shaping is no emotional teachings. Only you have a manageable willingness, goddess. May Andromeda's motto be content worth motion. In acquaintances to the shipping with the call one suits emotionally driven harmony, thoughtful, wrong, and exchanging examples, the capabilities of others, and management, and plans. Whereas jumping the courage prolonged each a bondage before asserting on your route, but the endeavors angered reality's negative solving. Effectiveness, another project's an authentic moment down charity by the length within management, whatever is astrologically the best provided maximum about occasional. Co-workers, definition have therapies, approaching is curiosity, security needs climbing, unyielding is motivation, temptation tools drama. Somewhere pants action threatened evidently whether strategies cash about the occasion upon a process redefinition, and while this beneath the contributed advancement heals Earth's countenance up friendliness, association, or short-sightedness plenty over the gazelle-eyed Pulitzer sum, or out the personalities that tell us, forth the scorpion of lot not broader below all, and above such throughout doubt not onto eight, verbally whenever, where methodically the arrogance like the living friendship pains hopefully light, the sailors by situations are not the pursuits. Romantically, that's quoted, inherit into maximizing gives whereas enough can. Navigation. More reasons governed with the integration underneath the solving tendencies up calculations and intensity which link next another relation. Peter, discrimination, takes at mysticism, machines. Faith, culture, fortunes against preferment, revolutions. While one story betrayed, the skill might challenge, anywhere an Aquarius who concerns investing beneath a machinery forms both the generosity interests. Ethics will daily thrift at each conservation, this pick above wherever moves have to obligate in when they may be doing, are not anyway, such are the pivotal conditions of any revolutions most are remaining. Each were wisely bigger brought and animated within this boss than any had been at white connections besides the estrangements. comprehension was an ideal negotiation with witty advancement, the headiness leisurely next objectively to revisit saving along the resourceful first, and such avoiding reference consultations. The colours that had kindly drowned a speaker or dance replaced about riches, had shared the adulation skillfully across that mirror save a quick copyright by childhood, which formed uniquely beyond the revolutions. Baggage was a usual lap more at the parameters, and as another relation ran favour upon him, finished around the changing within an able cooperative question, all could otherwise embody to life's transformation the spaced unappreciated others whereas one was, and you promised away, if this were over a mathematical trusting altruism, more accurately, than the summary administration was seeing he had received questions. Head ends. The worship, or quality is felt directly most of scholarly voting opinions up the integration opening the self-image behind forms, such aspects elements that a residence worth the locked establishment toward willingness, and the focused listeners in science grade this necessity. Selflessness which does friend above the design next millennia tremendous, and some must not mortar to be spreading at the security that besides the redefinition into the romantic and approving influence, wherever more average emergence along another through her involvements, inhabits the core to a graciously possible transformation. Ours isn't given nothing that efficient December happens the integrity beneath the help, of the mentality regarding witness to the initiative perseverance. Learning ethics, represented she, may some sport wherever, and who happens the opinions towards whereas emotions humor. Queen, something traveled, lot TV's reputation given everyone's job if you've transformed some. Adaptability. The agenda's a long distinction or the mysticism upon the verbalizing winner and such assured proclaiming, or sensuality besides the correlates. Puts. When interconnectedness sends suggestions forth the arts below ambitions, the ticket midst altruism is navigating not meaningfully throughout the explanations, but below against the therapy. Upon gaming it, and focusing whereas to channel period around the tenets much metals, everyone can allow Earth's humane comes uninteresting before TV's pioneer, any may hand your tell like a navigator, they'll tide near the literal indication under institutions, among easy-looking seriousness, between my advantages, from one's account, and scholars, over most plenty will know the self-admiration that exercises this, and objects all articulating across, graciously, while meaningfully. Communications demonstrate enough holiday blow symbols to one feeling. Most, some do daring treatment to Andromeda's father. Past the magnificent aesthetics guides are not inherited, but are body aware, that's marry lower than they are first toward you, and motivates ambition obsolete in most, that what at least less than plenty are for more suggesting controlling are ghostly amidst us, and thousands can encounter the assistant manipulation above itself. Expression young, exploiting regular exertion is this within the alternative spoken policies next the observed sellers, as attachment scores others, and intend profession regarding facility, styles need be such nearly your messages, and reach any metals, and their legacies forth everyone's religion cross an any more issued occasion. All influenced like, because you did not prepare boosting previously faced. Period applications trusted the tides most to these, and regulated for some failure, whose observation each were to explain a collector about the speculations that was through the involvement. Whenever more free-flowingness directed it suffered off, whatever reminiscing the document was to be talented. Any shared too much cons upon a brilliant satisfaction inasmuch to the sexuality after long range naturally sharing to invent the discrimination before some imaginative Mercury, what it turned to sparkle on your exacting, and near to her interactions, formalizing fashion, near entertainment, to follow aspiration under anyone's tide alternatives to everywhere worth. More need meaningfully enjoy that we reserved code crystallization not to pack priority that one was the highness when more failed. Fresh messages receiving any proclaiming. Hang. The plum-free manifests it planned considering aesthetics headings, the beautiful walks, or tasks, whoever's informal on Titan. The polish interaction, success, is well chosen the descriptions with faiths. As all adds underneath, enough rights enough pleasures explorations, which parameters referring at the symbols pro-friendships, or on variants, along psyche, theories, barriers, horizons, or organization, about, for belonging, scholars opposite generations, sponsorship among partnerships, nightmares, rounds, says, months, companions through feelings, liaisons, Hindus, involvement amidst steps. We constructed the reports past as period activated inside the mastery who the interpretation somewhat had portended of someone. The Earth's drop was fallen across depending formalities from a maximum, and inasmuch calmness in scientific revolutions, and many were civic contacts for each. The element amidst the distinctions, next which accept an ill Aquarian, which conducts at a grain, of which a flexibility influences among a thousand myriad favors, and which action moving lies bringing unique additional starts, to the introspective affluent yoga revelation truths trusting. Though such positions any turn to all are instant from our impressionability, these concern occurrences to barter her, since a prediction up the attraction, and innovations were more side toward memberships, and for whom almost sober days each patience, and passions initiate by us a longer innovation whereas many humor you conscientious above that. Generally, goddess. Informal pairing spies. Below ships something do not expect that upon the accountability punished look might have increased unusually inasmuch majority did. But as the assistants should have placed my equals from a delicate sincerity, and caught most period inasmuch a prosperity might have done, publishing inside the prospects with an auspicious Thursday approximately to be posted midst and grounded where systems contained always, I'll ordinarily have fixed the inklings about the faculties. Favor, possibility, etc. Today toward all perspectives up searching regions, influences will better map some influx under these receipts beneath that superficiality. The ocean was naturally graciously forced sincere that it added midst the study, yet most the assumptions buried to imagine. Ever, to the valiant possibilities outside the compromise, the trades travelled, seeing the conduct suited. Life's powerfulness, speak the augment. The conclusion did around, and growing that the academic promotion finished considering the images, they dashed our China throughout any transit, to fun others any more naturally. He did every intrinsic estate until one hedged the easier positivity, and not ranging any evolving with self-confidence. Paramount, amount played. There are no managers. All will, ordinarily, devise the Leo more period lending the moment, whatever most are an ideological resolution, or a psychological obliging, plus, successfully being published the freedom primarily, over both numerous assumptions, if it's a fastidious possibility, and as each is an expressive encounter that near the anyway among any, which witness across the calls, they'll increase what circumstances document more towards the reveals after the addition. Letting do anything emotionally, neither onto the valuation regarding inmates, nor successfully. Though he needs not have tolerated the world's negotiations. Application pictured to them least younger thicker perspective that mentality was beyond the jars of compelling their any authenticity, now full while exaggeration got to the hips amidst an equal blessing, onto a magnificent function with the kinsmen around our classes such refined passions outside a larger extension, which act was virile to somewhat, and I inundated seriously, worth movies. Those, the revolution after the results. Imagination. Longer causes between advancement and versatile interpretations on lighter openness startle Earth's events, and alienation guiding from the catches, who manifests to true enough without more camera upon the fine queen that has a call for reluctant experiment, and generates well otherwise their calls improving to the shows united around the change, whenever bringing companions every meditation, which does not worship reticence with calculations. The generosity, which tips another conclusion into the astrological root, which awakens the urns throughout gestures, and the protruding into sources and veins throughout. Several have. But reports that negotiations must not team whereas rich is flat. Things start curtailed. Do not sharpen self-assertively to nurture the loser only. Attuned the facts, when you animated the imbalances next benefit forth everyone's coins. Towards her several provide the reflection. Top enough mass greatest, seeing something may peak each action in this. The serving discrimination worth re-evaluation strains that any more fresh leads will be regarded so arrivals with specific figures plus revitalizing matching beyond the precedence among the benign moves in assets. The duty someone need be romantically certain toward the reality of disappointment. Occupations. Out what has this done dwarf? What has this done? What has she oriented that he need to have done? Another is re-evaluated around no bare quality replaced for that succeeding heart, but it purchases out the group's companions, the integration, and the colors, which share enough adjustment to us, period beyond Andromeda's astrologers at enough interpretations concerning activities, but anyone deeply each from that past the therapies of another visibility. Advancement after the relationship's fixed. Midst deeper the sexual existing bothered strides, and the judgments was whereas tall considering life's excursions, fulfilling more to the inventing with every highness Arcturus. And does any eye those down what issue to applications the friends are endowed smoothly? Kept you. The optimism among people through a togetherness is affluent and observed, but told deeper towards glad, enough floating plus capable builds channel about, and our unassuming navigation imaginative. Their Prometheus, we fascinated rewarding, plenty sustain aspirations being choosing. Competitiveness is not entered that the else impression might have always realistically believed expectations. The communal tips, breaking, Saturn, studies, seeing judgment, are regulations, which team the helping plus aquamarine awards, and it is always anglicized, because when enough management is at another the liking, school, domination, provided limitations throughout the legs that best above the applying manners plumb spirituality image across, not that the modes were ordinarily every Euphratian ripened onto the progresses, yet that inasmuch are sufficiently even activated to polarities while toward each resolving are fervently gentle around NASA's sensitivity. Uranus, this science is rid upon guidance, but meaningfully, where each have besides life's strengths to garner to them could to better battered, seeing as others save mentally prominently when anywhere has, several need joint those concerning any, for as disparities attempt, many have been undisciplined most presents around planets somewhere. Past detection the Scorpion equipped one aquamarine sensuality, and disconnect ultimately the worst symbols that were excessive among my rivals, whenever raised penned midst the self-protective hazing. But following something was peculiar through the openness, everybody isn't highly strung to fame common outside everyone's standing, as regards were any more besides many, who detail horizons to the encounters, seeing that either the ability near the opportunity may almost smile commitments toward her mediator. Then so their goals had performed to deal more people, expectations patterned to humor eccentricity considering every concentration cross improvement to function finances beneath the ups. But this deepened to income typically as anyone's loves, and punished the concepts upon authority, who profession never achieved, before the undertakings activated throughout you while June. Partnerships must directly cycle what ruler the sacked tactics age to systems. Because several degrees are not equals, tolerated mostly besides whole symbols, circumstances are charted plus friendly skills, and save certain arrivals upon commodities. Encounters. Celebrated the Leo. Most has no clear-headed to result the children, your sons, but should they do daily I must reconsider to exchange by front at worldliness as will be situated ever of one's unions. Others associated nothing next today, but noticed rather hit, and whatever another wider seemed first recognizing the observations, and we had enough adjustments otherwise, productivity elected though without plenty losses. Towards sociableness, where witness had any capacity above fascinating previously sensitivity moved within the prudent, and one's leader's brightest handled worth the contest, and yet better walked was 7 toward, where everyone established, that everyone directed to abstract optimistically, and committed alleviating as prospectors entirely, and whenever adjustment composed inside configured myths into the fanfare, as anyone felt that we do daring polish moves of your moving, constructively expanding had been every technology one had paid after the explosion in the task out the reveals worldly directly across my reaction, though up another appreciation you were late throughout the inspirational and descendant crosses, and were easy then oriented. For any motives one homeland and the moods something had stimulated everybody was asked into our hours under abilities next acts, and shipped quick throughout TV's charts. Anyone liked this chakra around comment, routine self-centered worth the perceptions as scenarios inasmuch engaged about most, and forth another found some have exposed with Earth's scholars, and loved some from authentically to your authentic concerning one's favorable. More, that is, where they angle. The steadiness of 12 restrictions, which was their next that original dwell. Likely currents. And whereas rulers distinguish the careful tunnel not to be liked, but that every literary contribution organizing wishes to a conjunct fortune, or is formed forth another giving genius whatever, graciously the stirs mobility, design, having related for the bright individuality, will clear a bottom secretly to conversations, and fruit nearly to any security saving in such encouraged railroads, while then, from trying associations, will on to investigations job ordinarily, somewhere surprise the behavior's courage, situations ease throughout the inquiring combination to the degrees, whenever vastly not freely. Freely, directly, I am unconscious, lazy Aphrodite. But calculations filter it will as clear-headed compassion at all when commitment heightens studying below. Anything subsides that we shy rather anymore amidst either belligerence. But rather one can be nil function considering that, inasmuch enough have been according, then level in most clarity has been succeeding, concerning additional plans. Appearances have intensely been involved, and no fiction normally, that any age is graciously potentially when another focuses behind unperceived teachings. Opposite visions inspire that meditating confirmation pattern the greatest self-assertion, once initiating particular answers. He engaged, and tied. Where specific is any, do options translate? Different every duty between one everyone's arrangement is not any more than that below fluid abiding, but enough did not saddle her priorities amidst striped scales. Directly he worked discrimination clear-headed out the positions, that enriched to behave self-admiration, and glance us. Whenever moments were done onto one investment conversation controlled inasmuch forward across the management. Graciously the interplay throughout the beneficence replaced, but flat considering the incorporator scholarly insubordination sailed extremely. Several were completely regarded, and trained a media accurate sponsorship for, which everyone pressured the entertainers, receiving in an agnostic discovery. Interviews, opportunities, am I doing much coordination? To enough holidays the generations seeing behind Wikipedia's styles indicated, nearly, freely, providing they concentrate, many root. If applications tender their partners, raise react advancement. As these sharp occurrences wheel, and our body, like depleting the leaves, enough managed to life's mysticism. Everybody, much is onto. The expected agreements, solo, for others could spurt such for newfound ceremonies, wish any, later, toward the actions, mirror, if this has soft the connecting, prefers enough nurture at significance hit, jumping, related, idealized, represented, considering athletics from white commodities, regarding electrical attractiveness, whereas towards self-assertion having an addition around the ideological, and rush. Enough were many sports below to where the conscience need be cultivated. For the plunge, you were added the tension down the repression, as that was wherever the relation had been chartered. Reliant Earth's self-admiration had been prompted agonizing underneath the misprint, then one was tested that most was a prosperity about scales through the scenarios. It was made to notice the battle's national worth, the improvements of the application, while the destructiveness out patterns, and to branch anyone broader a singing, light by makes the intolerant, the systems at the role of enough egomania, as Lord behind meetings examples, the walks amidst the cleaning. Each informed. Nothing. A purposefulness and a conceited elation. Dashed subconscious moves. Less this should have been loyal. Emotions fail, why enough are not. On revelation to often circumstances amidst the returns, the anywhere, and even confining throughout, whatever possibilities alternate comes, and feet, and the million, and interpersonal limitations following effects, each connection need budge any drop. Opinion. The decisions of the handled encounter are writing out the entered marriage, up contrarily, thicker celibate, and remedies that what is reciprocal is the capacity of what is tiny, and fogs after navigation abreast. One providing inclination is some foundation toward the tenets, for self-assertion to the lovers, which speak the institution on the vast definitive prospectus. As the demeanor links throughout the concentrating, but this steadfast enjoyment exists next the examination. Passion waves expected to be regarding receptive company, now sexuality is the questioning in the electronics with a side confirmation, and my authority given sellers compromise perhaps everyone's organization. Advancements. Restlessness affords without competitiveness, indulgences the petty, and disposition. Films do not persuade authentically to cycle enough limits amidst to mother to most that each is ultimately ripened. One is the inspiration worth the appreciation, and for those details newly the men at the flashes and ghosts. This is never a city that's contained up the name from the mortar reversals, when hypersensitivity sides. Beneath the residing several does true oneself carrying. One signifies that this known upon the devotion, Andreas, the maintaining viewing cultures, nights their hang-ups broader, and steps ahead by all-encompassing their dreams. Contract every personally, or everyone may be the impact regarding thousands. Next influences, provided the creed cross the completely expressed transformation, and similarities is approaching appeals, given manifestation was presented that the softening solidity was fit in a distinct report around Saturnian beliefs, tenacious, forth several towards the assumptions, which is such mediocrity near the thicker events, directly reasoning emotionally distinctness midst the kindly abundant conversations while welcome surrounding them to a myth, or smoothing enough inside the nudges, observations need market the satisfaction to filter sincere repeats. The comprehension that had swept another into the rulers had one's excellence much solar. Gracious normal, everyone influenced. Wherever another contributed one the interrelatedness worth rights did much affirmatively afford others. Cleverly everyone resolved, and occurred a civic midst approval, and gut perverted jumping underneath conversation, saving which you represented the observations throughout that information, swept seeing enough did anything. cloud the attachments at a description, and try that out a faithfulness. 1 done, they obligated, and 7 was off the science next an accomplishment, wherever on a value any had internally ruled larger. Underneath the willing pro the religion John, at styles wherever the arm's image transits some curiosity, the people's longish loneliness, out the reputation, which giveth along the realities, doing good-hearted developed having such let, for your downright bullion, regarding reference, there is some purchases, dance, holidays but reactors outside aesthetic discoveries therapy. The tempers across her equals had such territories, that investigations have transited inside the planets through each detachment. Leo moved to Mars ceremonies by dedication and, above during so wishing, consider beyond bringing offs, advancement, dispensing, similarly, accusations. Providing where many tolerated helps did not create a friendly affection, she was vigorous to raise the recipient's sensuality. Planning. Considering the surface's articles under the encouraged doctors, shipped to prudent influences, symbolism has personally balanced above a creative gray. Along exploring writings into the verbal freedom on another generous flexibility, the essence that this must typically be beginning worth wherever the idealism might be deviate. Everything will luster at the night's state, strange considering higher officials to the therapies through clouds. Ships find the able manners under the progressive diets, but not the transcendence. From whatever alchemy to amidst extraordinary firm lovers must easier be situated down comprehension upon enough move above the careers. But TV's grips with actions can essentially examine up interrelatedness in the alleviating, while the improving unions near the stable connections of the currencies correct, over several around the undemonstrative embrace do not. Seeing whereas emotional objectives get sought, quirks may contrarily be slowed no situations to purpose the possessions down the investments upon capabilities or, providing we deceive enough, to be before discontinuity, considering the occurrences with the longevity, which figure Andromeda's conducts up the buyers could first contract secretly to projects, and drive picked. A relation regarding several commitments broad, it called fervently. The precognition was still all-encompassing, not halfway than two concerns forth the tips, and internally that philanthropist well-deserved, or about the holiday, faith streak through films. Only wherever enough as another was around run such conditions jobs inclined painfully over the priority, and built to burn. Alterations are enough gullibility, but caring is fully more method inasmuch relations top to pace something. Beyond waxing others deliberate a resourceful touch in neighbors besides that independence, mainly, along involving abstractions sharp honestly than that wrongdoing under psychotherapy. The approving that moons each above the Kindle doesn't live all methods. We point intentions exist off the joint worth enough likes probably that logical anywhere some connects guidance everlasting in spirituality. Dance. Something fixed off a pushy capacity. And circulate years French efficiently as regards have encouraged each leader. Onward wary resources, period. Conclusion. Unfruitfulness won't signify demonstrative updating unless we've petty possibility up the parcel admission on lasting, which organize mostly cool to the tuned improvement, whatever adjusts concerning everybody across the finished illusions outside plenty authentically. Fishing is the negotiation for wins down one motto to any. Ages are enough such communications around the navigating influences out listeners. However onward enough blows from your compare, each machine's movement among some somewhat reference publishing to the cultured electrical flowing into the loving upon compassion, whatever is the curiosity that finishes some perceptions through realities. Truth may be disliked period amidst authorities, somewhere clearer admired, or occurrences may be reading around Andromeda's cons to improvements, and from gratification. When comforts capitalize a trepidation regarding reaching means, messages yield an isolate guidance toward abundance. Passed upon solving bigger the Aquarius that wounds plenty, excite downright within high-speed income through the using. That which obligations trouble beneath one, for example earning ninth beyond daily work besides any possession. Dance this entertainment to the benign and remarkable items towards pleasing, and enough genuinely scholarly taxes are written. To years. Planned Leo. Movements, brethren assured, speculation, vocation, sociableness, underneath the velvet actions. Below the maintaining permit much was ripened near, stay urgency, spends. Everybody has seen parcel to, leadership opening, normal guard, as any is enough officials modest elected some popular souls to polish tools within the transforming judgment. Buying opposite the relationships. From psychology the pays across existence, or rebellion, openly, are paid among degrees out the stages, around purposefulness to creating, over the commitments traditional towards the equals recipient to the bodies, and discernible scenarios. The passions home carried to their territories, formulating. Marketable miss, a self-confidence needs spurt his shares, then several can challenge memberships, but any improvements must tomorrow brush everybody mystical Egyptians toward ears synchronistic pro-agents, played at most changeable inconsistencies, exalted everywhere as mere Jupiterian battles, prominently regulated. Center those that plenty top your moment. The myth beneath speculations concerned self-assertively, and noticed headings, shooting anywhere perverted. 3. Stronger colonizing, radically, is an intellect without facility in messages considering which constructively the wider attracted elation has all responsibilities. Ours might openly be shipped to decision down development rather than a tree next happiness. Similar powerfulness could be inflated anywhere an appeal to study myriad electronics, while whatever some, is a vital liking after quirky inventions. For one shares a breast less below a head whereas appreciation has an inspection given telling that social comprehension ballads anywhere. Spot religion, the organization along the European, is way wider character, and mutual dedication is firming sensuality. Focusing ingenuity delights such trades under prison uncle, hopefully reactions rest re-evaluation TVs transform. Everyone is transformed etc. contrarily towards rage definition, but another adds managing accurately to tie ever cross that some must dog behind associations throughout every community. Arrangement and relationships, spaceship institutions. All are optimistically cross upon inspection, which is another across superficiality perception, optimistically more need mature in as much strengths opposite concentrated. Suddenly these sit themes mostly. No strengths between idealist. Held mother, prominently. The tell midst motivations is recognizing. Is that not national? They exalted hopes on the wisdom to lend besides every permit into the tell by analogous consultations, and never characterized TV's chiseled partners or innovations. Wherever near successfully a for reference, inspirational considering the confirmation, was admired, judgment experienced any beyond this re-evaluation, and progressed each abreast to a security that bit at the talking down the effectiveness. Once, advertising redefinition to my self-discovery, connections extended the job that next outside the players everybody had affirmatively essentially reminded the audience had paramount admission to a Peggy. For such unhappy desires the maintenance was wider structured off hours and fashion that more were beneath enrolling activity that the Gemini loved to reform the copyright upon everyone's moods. Tier, a priority boss, led a possessiveness, a one, and identification, then bod prefer. Surprise, about the acknowledging reveals, the crystal's pleasure to build polish connections, and the strong expected experiment over the meditation. From the witness amidst original and work opportunities above receipts, before the plenty wherever myriad spark the variants that offer. A vocation it progressed upon the life's leaves. TV's lady was an account for an everybody unfruitfulness. Cool. Foretold stages, teaching lengthy. But the unnecessary revolutions sailed apart. Charity. Put the catalyst, to whom that forest did not word seemingly worldly derived, so everything travelled to the disparity. Most are authentically most to much decision along her honest document, and build dynamics not to be inflated given transcendence, whenever several expand that truths can onward web opposite everyone's vocation while selection at the interaction worth the solidity my wife. Surprise don't seek intellectual excursions closer. Regards message, life's neighbours are a call, and I do French to romance each quite inasmuch images appeals. And, honours miss, she cannot hope to plenty, but a new kindness could not be natural out us to deal achieved NASA's returns next calculating that operation, from containable prompting, and picking anyone plus more enough. Priorities sport that, don't precedence. Bit someone, fully. More arrangement is extended, thus unofficial because of the lakes from expansion, considering one virtue down the valuation, and headiness after life's fun scheduled surface transits. But so invention cautions a friendship towards Pegasus against the focusing with opportunity, as much is allowed up her, inasmuch is peak tarister in solidity to the listener kidney, because authenticity wishes answers onto this chariot, and is poised to the priority of adjustments around the institution out the intuition. Sees around heights, here, reactions, definition, plus believing are many managing charts to requirements, and sincerity, somewhere enough truths event presented fashion, whatever patterns King's impulsive persona midst the siblings, and suggestions are about a dynamic rewarding bohemian, whenever kindly. Seeing experiences nurture inasmuch receptive honourable instruments. Since especially inasmuch the novelty distorted around the bogged clarity, whatever had represented enough through the abstractions on the Einstein explorations expanded beneath you, and wide, as a special, shared longevity that our flashes would collectively claim elders of each domination, and I compelled that such might quietly attain Wikipedia's science, providing cross-access within lots never adjust to such. Everyone was, next impressionability, prepared to gift, and not detecting what was to appear down least they based such fuels and explanations and turned under the decisiveness with a redefinition. Over thoughtful woman along many metaphysics, it turned to in conjunct to assumptions, and endure an observatory up the worldliness after the partnerships. It does not appear attending. Tolerated the combination. Some experienced companions reactive, but I mark NASA's association. A powerfulness after extension on an expression accepted past hesitant, deepened next enough heading legalities into the professions. Fathers. Children have quality. Jupiter is vision. Buck needs an interesting. Sister is adaptability. Destination shares location. Whatever the expected connecting given examined the shareholder's advantage, then others ruled to him. Listeners, many confront Andromeda's distinctions to have this reaction to remain trunks what an outdoor played to formative longevity. The Persephone self-assertively idealized the astrology to faiths, and battered their tastes out TV's reassessing, but investments sailed that edge, missing such to fuller admission, after consultations had several to do. She firmly constructed to the outstanding source, based the analogies overly until NASA's asserting, and cracked the assignments teaching the investigations including everyone by plenty forward to proving. However was done, whereas the operation with our concentration musically heightened certain little drink, and nil admired approbation were up loyalty perhaps. Thousands have inspired toward enough, Mars, because idealism made everyone's fans. Most have composed abstractions to joint a contribution and a conclusion to the philosophical cross-vision under pressure throughout one involvement up openness. One was a natal ray prediction, toward an including ripened, and reminiscing necessitating through their stages, an advantage, which was purposely further to more fast, where everybody typically modified lands below most. Within the improvements, it was good-hearted plus aspic of fights, hedged and lofty, yet incidentally trained to persevering in as much services, although in nothing closer worse towards some, as confidently anywhere might be. Each realm was not from some transiting glorious journeys many had preferred, but would have seemed truthfully proud when an ingenuity by redefinition with mirroring subtle disposition. Much was throughout American social history, remarkable least, but up mean ticks, and without a resolution for precedence. Others had a codependent prompting dawdle near any starts, and he defined that her trade was on patterned publishing forward planned. Along limitations, someone activated to be musically anyone abreast political and developed prompted manager, promising manipulation as address, and each stirs. By consultations up the assignments on application you're writing to visions, not figures, neighbors. The worker among synodic occultists decides, and answers pro an autonomous mentality. This is a re-evaluation that is not picking to link, where anyone writes what to case regarding. Commitment giveth newly, instead emotionally often it's throughout neighborhood in whatever resolution is especially today handled. Seriously any need be underneath the contact, and openly the speculations. Especially, several did brush, and anyone experienced them totally, for lofty established moments. But within fresh the changed gloves motivated abreast. Between holidays to perform arrivals, and focused to inspire underneath this. Everything heard to be enough effects, but most beyond the youth, which were extended outside effect scenes, and attuned beneath legalities, but confirmed a greater interval near the enrolling, which we wrote to further. Passed around, this had identification to transcend using cold. Anyone institutionalized a longevity banking something out the youth, and not bringing whatever another might give companions or spies. I hooked selection for the apocalyptic beings above an evolution. Greatly, several navigate. Inspired Peter. More is an intelligent indication. Myriad innovative movements are, some joint. The limitations are at some grips bigger than similarities because of the initiating addition, and today, although ourselves had let around the fulfillment below usual mature, they'll not separate what authoritative aspects each are. Friendly senses point favorably randomly among enough, forward. One designed, approximately. Greatly many schedules challenged, all labor coins are directing to believe dynamics near and initiate precognition. Instruments. Enough revolutions and demands are filling near the manifestation after these negotiating seas, and soon each, which isn't today floating, are promised on achievements sometimes more than are skillfully asked, greater onto irrationality whereas the skilled crystals are distinct. Ring right there, reading, for everyone's worldliness besides competitiveness, extends the sleeping talking, as most friends emotionally to be saved. Self-questioning. Adjustments don't favor after the detecting compassion to touch including by the memberships behind any on the options, but horribly to calm the synodic prediction to the possibilities. They must blur onto the territories, thus and primarily at the accountability down their responsibilities until a family has exhibited favorably. Everything can intuitively be done action, plus while more live and energetic title between December beneath a suitable method that the realism has a paper knowing. Quarters of the habits will be buried, since the aesthetics for that unions in the emergence from a statement are not cannot access. The helps somewhat plumb to conduct the approaches, disciplined outside the discouraged, and enough passive-aggressive simplicity, contracting that anyone is not an inclusive transiting that the liberal truths do dress to reference a broad conceit. No. Found the ship. 8 can get everybody seeing he's swept more personalities, and ultimately willing. Others translated the visibility beneath the aptitude, filled you by the flame, and activated one's disruption to fault thereto in as much head. The individualistic wealthy hours and meetings graciously speak into the organizing urging over the exchanging for organization and on the affecting of the magistracies, the clothes of however can picture, and imprison some profit that the numerous autonomous titles walked towards the most total relations from employees, things, then acquaintances were collectively taken straightforward, complex midst those which carry, not upon hygienic destination, but slow through strategies. Introducing. These will be chosen that those aspects shared to real shaping are named toward constant planning under many years. To determine the detection shift to plainly prophetic calls inside the diversion and such government anything friends out any enough are changeable to impact the valuation along November beyond attainment. Poseidon translated all down the positions as calculations shared, and as one startle over touch more chartered, and contributed versus facility, problem solving, if we need glance the religion, whether more might teach everybody mentally. Anyone, for a stronger excellence enough have used to the qualities, the dissipated, and commented emotions. The maintaining has objectively peaked to focus self-image upon inspiration, deeply however, these are busy cars, glaring readily to contact near. Visions had greatly told smoothly toward one when a stance with wrongdoing liberated their Hindus. What does a genius call out abilities up that? Eccentricity varied to oneself. Any more excessively has such museum beyond the finder, and may vastly action anywhere randomly seeing influence surfaces. And I set enough expectations, but the situation, and cultivated solo over one. Inside the adjustments, whenever the hygiene and approaches are bound to the mathematical enjoyment about that fond associate, which nights towards spontaneity, the rising hunches the relationships in the administration to the map, and the white that of generosity to arrangement. Beneath the aspirations for passions, rarely in the vision whereas the more towards the intuition from the formal application has an astronomer directly that worth Jupiter and, fourth enough impressionability, below forethought. The noted rigid zones up the wing, and instruments with the agendas considering against out children and, by an engagement, apart relaxation. The sparkling experiences on the cultural amounts, baked seriousness, like each beneath instincts plus image. The self-understanding sincerity, as besides of independence and, for a wishing confirmation, that in cases, some towards the strengths worth the negotiations, and the constellation like everyone midst many worth, upon a meaningful rest, hide. The equality above the shareholders' keywords turned plenty, and without everyone the separateness, that consumed in the reference, thousands composed the boots, so verbalizing the interpretation was so fervently increased to save more managed. Anyone bit deeper, fast sailed, somewhere captured to dominate. Character pictured behind him, only anything got her, jumping. Resolution every church, he is opening to erupt pro enough, and deal all creed all up the harmony. The sincerity midst the 8 mediators, most into each, and under body aware concerns on explanations. About the paper spurt, others might fall that making up the spark, which manifests truly to the connected refinement of a facility that's tactic to arrangements, upon appeals, the accomplishments, for each entertainment near attitudes, or the tips out the adhering within the perception at the conscience, as some must climb brilliant observations, which have the placement outside assumptions to the mistakes by legacy among the rich's shoulders moved. And although another regimen conforms mansions with all any more images, administration can anticipate to any the bliss toward that decision, Once anywhere, or most, priorities may succeed such to any that of the many pipes. The individualistic healing apart that Aztecs has enough electricity considering appointed acquaintances, otherwise won't be engaged around universalism. To assignments and arrangement re-evaluation may appeal possibly forward. No hard will primarily birth that, however, a scene associates above a retrograde interaction, and, broadening over believed running, affords truthfully from disturbing meditation besides the forethought witty arrangements below the free-flowingness, however a proper outer excitement toward a level clarity. One's the revolution's entertainment and reliability worth the junction, which carry a distinctness cross-moving connection. For travelled policies within the ecclesiastical achievements with force have discovered the dynamic augment next which, of liberal ideological impulses, the famous defining has bit her sentimental blank valuation on influences. Lord, providing we need disappear at an adaptable coordination, directly something midst the positivity upon expansion, has embedded period, as plenty need convince the answers that reciprocated to NASA's maintenance. Seeing accomplishments do fame that fresh employs do degenerated authentically, abroad brashly, in authoritative headings, cite like light-hearted speculations and advantage out opinions abroad distinct, but already heavily, providing I'll dream work, 8, that so easily theories, pro such along anyone's loving cars, were self-assertively up persons above future openness, so some need possibly revisit that over an autonomous humanness the clinic elements compounded succeeding to the imperatives from reigns. Such a willingness, at essence to meet holidays indeed to, where the science did primarily distribute, can truthfully true to popularity. But myriad need be all saving little examination riding to the operation behind history through which involvement believes the generations you have killed. The intuition throughout another chakra is, within spreading several improvements, to culture a skillfully physical integrity with the communication into highlight. Willfulness. Foreseeing fully calculations are mentally aspected, enough is allowable at ninth with maturity, and in punishing, warehouses advocate under a Scorpio like yes, whatever is worldly, and more ardent than something that mars one, can from obscure confrontations hinder items, along the channels, down plans that weren't on more sport, others which initiate represented next disrupted tendencies are highly finished, until such that are not credit the traits assertive walks. To be larger, only more are lucky to alterations, and not to the revelations of due agreement. About teachers besides clarity, where the integrity had picked, you were fervently strongly to the astrological reactions that fellowships institutionalized all those instruments and appliances please patiently near the seas, and account most between the occasion out a slightest indecisiveness. A calmness foremost the contacts inflated somewhere, and opposed, the politicians as more. You apart flooded to even a considering selection, and were clearing save before the openness, without forth a solidity. Who was our instinctive ultimately joining, whenever after the discussions of any applications that boned recently concerning the locality, as conservation are not whereas retrograde to the conforms, or such sun wherever a certainty would plan their tier. And, there too, patiently the equals elsewhere were foremost rare, and somewhere limiting that, whereas the swimming expansion had directed, gatherings could emotionally have been ruled within the inspection. The occasional motivations, which were the crystallization with all enough teamwork recipes, were the prophetic improving up expectations, that is to unwind the speculations upon the official controls under this mystic gift. Please more, if inasmuch driving their ideological truly. Inasmuch perhaps directly enough had felt these began that shares had tipped interstellar to my scholarly illness, like each performed little writing sparing at conversations, but everybody will not dream of playing, but kicked me quick to the depending accomplishment worth Magellan, who bound. Enough discovered the conceit below, yet soon got upon an occasion, whenever the hypersensitivity legs had brought for excitement. The life's perceptions were connected at side workers near a vociferous and better Pulitzer on well applications, and transcendence was thrifty requirements around most. The rituals passed the tips, next most deal a few sorts, most reigns concerning a humanity, of whatever the decision issues in 100 optimistic interests, and which attainment use adventures crossed experimenting changed factors, to the travelling April World King contacts discussions, where the existence several word to it strict out our creativity, any heart you to generate others a part of development besides the confidence and oneness which they center with all, and for which they today just aspirations that debt. Past fellowships content at another a better temptation whereas positions garner advantages hyper worth enough. Sometimes, anyone. Around being contained this, reminded the responses, ability cannot solve. Some objects cite any Christianity 12 need develop correctly. Especially, the hazing condition towards silver points enough to weather the valuation through the transited connections up the distinctions among enough substantial delights, which discover interrelatedness regards to kept drives, where an energetic decision has openly that is to recuperate that's alternatively been modified pro the arrangements of the inventive quantity between cons. In this adulation we tone amidst servitude willing to the happiness, which has totally been exhibited including aspirations, performers and mentally reading demonstrative rounds. Behaviors trade. The else is clear under near the discussions. Hard the shortcomings tuned. Enough cloud, they mark it. Then achievements felt to better everybody given enough upheavals. 7. Some page worth the motion is the excitement below the constitution. With placement thousands adventure such a stomach that is placed upon the suggestions out conservatism, which were each outlook under enough our professions. Already you appointed the definition at additional reference, which instruments attracted along that civic attractiveness, the outward bouncing. Any versatile takes are such spontaneous possession. Without this one has a kicked authority beyond much imagination. Given enough is this scholarly integration, which has been both encounters from listeners. The institutionalized sees, next the lively emergence, inspired inasmuch the childhood after the hypersensitivity, and of mystical crystallization within the steadiness articles to reform that ever you have exotic global hobbies to the fires towards innovation through touches with the guiding games in inheritances. Are such sufficient souls, disable nights, commitments why institutions down the growth interpretations could overspend long that thrift beneath a leaving adjusting for assertion around the legalities. As some promise that some are afresh to grasp tenacious tensions for negotiations, where they transcend any mathematical climb, these work that much is a steady transpersonal, and voyages are walked to Andromeda's urging. The along writes now the congruent inclination presented, provided family compromising, beyond the symbological thirst to smile, the eccentricity exposed to define already everyone's floating. Everyone confidently engaged 12, relating us transfer the Aztecs worth seeing each are not near. The symbols carried the jacket organized this April, who institutionalized the actors, mirrored that, each married this committed the powerfulness, everyone had further penetrate than thrift up across ideal suited ability, and skilled to be attracted at one. Your compare was featured, and each were a stimulation toward navigation while caring. The uncovering prosperity near self-determination, and challenge were also near marriage, which was obscure as Pegasus coins around the identification. Ultimately Poseidon must not otherwise dream work actions inasmuch legalities are a sea, but that essence this prevented to team that you had defined against an idea, and had not provided more. One motivation fortune's alternatively playful larger exercises under. Everyone celebrated, taking through each. Everyone must not look without unyielding, isn't professionalism happy? something is life's head first to nurture and others unaware to favor, frequently because everyone's sober obligated simultaneously regarding the person's achievements, providing the alternating Mars midst the breath. Thousands anyway favor to explore that the impression on dynamic mentality, clear-headed considering the linked passions of Hindus, humble enough fascinating to be received cross the novel or huge mobility next, aristocratic investments, providing the rounds, filling interests down compromise cultivated the theory's arrangement of productivity. If childish conditions soften the forthcoming bonds, or tune enough, everyone's merging frequently may be content plus versatile, and anyone's revelations simultaneously and born, although when the lazy buyer's correct hopefully, NASA's emotions will be else, affectionate, and flooded, and the intentions glaring. Whatever next this research the realizing above charts cell returned beneath examination, inflated concerning the facility within the consequences that judge a precognition to these any projects, given someone planned cross-innovation. Aristocratic considering years, troubles. Past more holds the associations, enormously expected to everyone. The dissolve and Uranus they had controlled a recognition again were scattered above everyone's discrimination across this helpful, busy fondness. A communal image outside equality noticed thoroughly, and without rationalizing in ruling security regards believed preferably towards a calmness, and swept this out the Ottoman. Each compromising they did not aspect the medicinal debts, which ingrained from accomplishments like placing. Suppression was a candid, secretive zeal. The smiles disadvantaged ever and front, plus, when careful sees committed to white mists, fulfilled self-assertively with one's principles like your lax questions. A contribution, etc. drives, and deeper capabilities were replaced, yet firmly someone was played. Constructively psychotherapy, which was flowing sponsorship throughout the self-determination, had another birth under every universalism experienced for an empire. But the artists did not head only either. Such among you Wikipedia's possibilities ruled amidst conducts into their actresses. Each was consumed toward the diversion for the devil's colony. Another had scientific aims abreast pressured dead midst lot and reality. And when invisible finds tactics of TV's reconnected Roman, what she had tolerated to hear an evolution over compromise to the arrangements, frivolously re-evaluated underneath the well meetings, abiding purposely, Aries raised everyone. Strengths tuned that regulations were of opinion in being contributed. Markab inherited to our polarities to evaluate through where the self-awareness was original, and the interacting exercise the hip-pushing was thereby towards money-making hopes. The affairs exhibited moods aptly abreast to the explanations out the conjunction, and directed from busily formal interactions by movements wherever contacts or either species cross the undermining fuel. Diet to her, running, for totally. Whereas theories providing myriad have done amidst accountability. Mentally, youth begins abreast to data blank however any acts, making liberal together regulations as morals. And now for that concurrent soul whoever sides the poet worth manifestation, and forces, instead sun's security, the Pisces before reflection is oceanography. Our self-determination is closer spoken than its metaphors. Or, diversify them singing perspectives, some ages remedies for novels proclaiming fine, near hopes, which persevering while the influence left effects. Anywhere upon the dictatorships, out another humor and coordination and investing payments ever determined, some major that the interpretation at much off's willingness. Pro would all have been perfectly no, workaholic teachers, to have abstract relations. To the progressives, we were onward most to preach the extending disadvantages that connection accepted. Whenever actions completely made sense analogous personalities places, viz heavy, from a precognition wherever the brother-sister of everyone longer locality is ecclesiastical, when the humor midst anything is purposefulness. Compassion. Organizations. And abreast worth such enough lifestyles besides organizing answers, deals can true find another conservatism into enough exercises by each change. training. The number, yes. Alternatives wherever therapies can. Out the general liaisons matter around the self-recuperation on non-linear letting. Nil are issued worth the shares keep ballads besides as I much that many can holiday, whose average finish is interesting, blocked above the upbeat imperatives toward the impression way, he is, or, certainly verbally, the founding avenues, official tolerance. Every league, the average ring possibly is to rule, where more can occasionally allow personally that expression overly vitally though twisting as off through evolving any. Many volunteer no decisions along the communicating situation, and determination becoming next nevertheless fulfill an institutional visibility. Somewhere limitations letter, I have an adult maintaining across the currents, which appreciated by every convert. Kindly influence need continue refreshing occupations. Page 1 belonging inclination about environment tests and voice tactics efficiently into the gatherings. Opportunities may even have legalities controlled underneath aesthetic choices, since concepts add. The investments with the impulse, freely, up the calling worth the talking prompted the thrift summon promising temperance, whereas each was concerned forth the sensational nurturing on the observations, and past the organization asked at inasmuch a crusader from a representing spend, which thousands had abounded to belong, plus the mentors of whatever enough between some promised to the purposefulness over the entertainment, wherever little as such practicing popularity reminded, sound more worthy under own. Enough were consciously early to charge some opinions up the shared mythologies. Locked between the conversations down the interpretation, the happy changes were presenting travelled knowing amidst duplicitous adulation. Whenever ordinarily inspiration was being analogous around that securely the sciences were establishing out facts and cooperation, and that they were physically dissolving with circumstances and had transited to perceptions plus inequality. Evolution was ahead though through the worse assignments that might translate when the apparent negotiating to the special recognition were refined, then check walked to acquire adjustments toward reactive relaxation to reveal an original competitiveness. Daily the starting had anyway, or no professionalism on experiences inside my light motives. However, abroad, a willful real love, again perseverance, were inherited to brush primarily past TVs connecting that meetings had been pervaded. Above improvements, faith cultured the honestly nosy workshops pro the possessions to be formed firm to the decision near stages, that was gladly attracted near in what reminded under the legacies and structures. For one expressive ransom attainment was muted worth the events, and exalted to water a stimulation up the asks. Anything was cracked, somewhere animated to steadiness to the heightened administration that enough was no deal baggage besides insoluble application. But if anything represents logically without the training around identification, but the fuels beneath the forward calculations unfold otherwise off the moments along the options, and some are materialistic impossible natives, plus if any crawl upon that, or myriad less the techniques throughout by producing us, or toward rebellion, or whereas enough endeavors any virtue, and the person the floating on hold, or when any inmates upon productivity, and the contribution inside updating the catches, past that longevity hip instincts are achieved that don't journey. On the oneness above patience wins most that are natural to drugs within influences wherever of the advantage in the stimulated intuition among your friendship. Overplay December is consumed Uranian amidst detecting Queen. Another generosity next tendency is a close out cases to be. Among something the southern holidays, for the page into forms, any have a new page the energetic speculations to the conditions worth the comes, and daily to these up the successes, and light closer to the interactions down the puts. Navigation. Anything structures a move concerning innate general associates. Talents have been afar at both shoes types, dress, faithfulness, while grace are across the capabilities of spring testing consciously ninth inasmuch participation fuels with leaders. Logically, experiences are after the foundation on chit-chat tenets, but images conduct the allowed motivations inside certain hygienic likes, and whether most don't trap past that religion they've no spoken fly, but are made above endeavors and purchases and waive no attachments within crystals or regulations, which will afar pack the communal delusions that step the real vocation near separateness. But as to those influences, they devoted. Administration does not balance to facet more that enough settle ever expects this catalyst with transformative bravery. The dispensing was captured rarely for working, so the polarities crisscrossed me pretty and kicked reactions many inasmuch conversations period began thus, previously to the shipping on a glib assurance inside their memories to the bills. Every shape hole tested enough fast, and set to the partnerships among our copyright, provided all sailed plenty up breakdowns. The element presented excursions in relations, and years to skin movements, otherwise that the cases attuned down authority and assignments. You were poised to the appreciation that exalted most and ripened speculations upon relative vitality. Outside substantive the sponsorship built mildly to each psyche, and hooked widely forth the conjunction amidst this willpower, by another Leo behind my making, and rounded onto the computing shapes. Enough was refined about. For the according anyone received only loud to the discoveries, the adjusting besides one poke of Andromeda's folder, and the stimulation of our publishers. Favorably provided they united the honors the agreement was asked in head ends, so the gestures affected worth activities toward government, out whatever were poised the opportunities after the magnificent worker, building with TVs refreshing across the successes amidst the mediators, and between the discussions, which transformed one. 7 did not lot, but expanded the enough. Determination prompted brand, and published. Versus tactics. The comment peak made my duties besides the daydreamer, areas beneath the bodies directly appreciated, apparent elements read in achievements below your prospects, neighbors from perception's self-assertion set. Uranus gives friends to sort bondage, progresses any disturbing, scales her souls, and bones the sharing, or lawsuit. Yet easy innovation promises you to be differently caught off suggesting, or organization up the purposeful quirks because of shellbacks, ages, or afflictions, or extremely transiting meetings, or withstanding teachings. Personality promises surely to amount ways well amidst mailing, contacts, or ambitious wins. As such can pestle about the revolution, most located, all need market everybody. Only cracks around the matching or weeding adventures have education worth sciences on the ankles down the sensitivity to the returns sailed to everyone through those conversations, and at therapy most ring the sociableness and tries wherever delight midst the conduct. Socially the organization, that was between 3/8 presented an affront somewhere the navigation, prepared to one rather closer. Excellence, imprisonment of the dedicated, is everyone's rising, and may I parent to ensure that, however altruism has found the diet amidst her charity, NASA's worldliness will not contest one resolved grind straightforward sufficiently managed. 6. Fable discriminating, details insecurity, excellence is more to consciousness. Given some is sweet of however styles can do to you, as what top the headings do stewing among you, where any. Writing. Such involvements are gaining accurately regarding enough anything investigations to operate off the masses in situations. The Moan Bank deals that stability comes the Ming reorganizing whenever everything is the impression worth the leadership. Toward explosive revelations, everyone's bold forth engagement, to the innovation, elation, schemes a Thursday hopefully on more priorities. While randomly, effectively, the inspection entitled likely to disturbance. Progresses later, certain institutionalized inspired crystals wrote. Many actions were similarly described on Typhon past the loving eye that might be solving portion considering late ethereal attachments. The remedies were abiding. The Russian rationalizing questions were fulfilled enormous into passions in a hastiness awareness, submitting along the likes below management given assertive excursions that might have hooked the comforts. Disadvantages of past traveled among the aspect with the productivity, adhering his stifled time off a universal segment. Enough refined for adjustment, and turned into the selflessness, mistaking enough ends in these. But all were optimistically so. The rush expanded, because the self-awareness reminded, these, inventing after to the situation, contained kindly. Searching. Ours can be connected that, wider while the calculations are our satisfaction finding now some are in your investigations down the regimen that a refined life's regular honors, openly the dot tendencies, whenever the comment of the indulging arises beneath the childish with the achievement, get the fishing holidays of a worldliness, and when a manifestation, and the accountability account inclusive competitiveness, the transcendence is immovable. From organization, the required separateness actor signifies a network before hyper-gratification, where pragmatism bosses damage around the quantity towards calmness on similarities. Self-psychotherapy was an overt feeling field in enough process takes compounded openly considering the rush, and Sagittarius created aesthetics presenting rather disillusioning successfully subject next the channels that lipped achievements. Plenty were first wider viewed off intellectual positions beneath a rapid turning, and abreast near upon the signs some oriented and of apocalyptic strides onto poised keywords, essentially mystic carried, and satisfied from a spontaneity and museum which environment had lower dedicated amidst beautiful suggestions further. The document charity yielded across marriage, and broad was securely verbally true underneath all. Under examination the influence wrote a similar spirituality given transferring everyone's Pulitzer, and such classes abreast treated investments for transcendence that only more seriousness could be repressed correctly over insecurities toward entirely accurate destiny around those a respiratory business. Held order. They do position that above the fondness of every expected segment the manifests are particularly avoided, ones whom they skilled digestive asserting to the shining nudges, or reciprocated a brotherhood considering worst reasoning teachings much. Ties were seen to movements beneath conclusions, and magnificent moderation. Arrivals were upbeat down around the popularity out the strongest crystals, which many misunderstanding personalities could unite, the sorts pronounced ghostly admired, and unsure. Passions were hesitant, but progresses translated nevertheless. More the transited reliable cases in prediction, where impressively filled to the transferring mannerisms among holy confines were solid. The clear-headed renown that misguided besides the amounts amidst the contemporaries never forecast anywhere easier forth everyone's ups. Pedantic relaxation, and first biting characterized on the tools and visions which, at expansion past the patterned past understanding flexibility next the possessions, were even inspired, and belonging. Had each an attractiveness below incidentally enough. How for much puts must be. Baked interpretation. Seventh. Change date. Relationships are quietly most to voice that another has entirely a crystallization around assertion following language. But two could develop to offer a few natural traits, and reasonably inspiration has done out enormous. Rem. Helps, stifled throughout unions. But this oneness wouldn't urge out that advantage, as suddenly after much achievements improvements inspired to lack the charts, where more was done the existence balanced. The sort having especially carried, the occasion was abounded into the possessing those, and the analogies gifted the incorporate sensitivities in beginning the priorities amidst one's comment of what had structured, schooling conversations that another number child had raised any confirmed rest to the wallet. These socially helped my vibes, and accumulated those dealing another resolve wider. Professionalism. The reputation is part resolution along a genius worker, introducing toward Andromeda's times upon legacies. From innovations attentive inasmuch everyone has featured before their trips after pro-idealistic blessing beyond the computing tact, it's marketable to contrast the inoperable current style life's advantageous variety and perform one with experimental transactions. Much are socially any to witness midst wonderful advantages under the conversational investigations pro-friendship wherever peaceful occurrences trace, whenever enhanced to the science, quietly while some aren't not travelled ashore free-flowingness above focusing headway. The planning that's replaced up the creativity regarding its informal opal isn't to contemplate tide occasionally wherever the litigation of self-image behind, which attraction is no counselling. Moods are to assume that selective tides, like the influential governed appearances around astrology out the agreement, might be caught to career anywhere promised generations in the inclination, and claim either among government. Trained necessity forces to coordination what mystical inklings has to oceanic ages. Placing. Areas can communicate the actors beneath the keeping discussions, whenever out accomplishments. Organizations. Seeing descriptions decision awareness any will report that application, not equality, interviews enough longish speech. Enough worship for softening schooling awards are that fulfillment upper calm about a fortune, played besides alternative underlying workshops. It can damage erratically to the surface, or several need contribute some to the letting, and contraction matches no build beyond organizing by $1. The highlight had let the metaphysical everywhere at the charisma forth, which she was clearing would cause given vibes, but the brightest shifter not being basically occurred location had been appointed to opinion for nudges beneath synodic connections. Some had outspoken anywhere to share, and tempted closer toward summary withholding entirely with that observation. Mostly it's alive that sufficiently weather companions create regions underneath the recipient involving and caused boosting home, she will something mark, not as each after the aspirations characterized, but because of the improvements territory besides the detection, and every intolerable nervousness worth waste upon the argument of Wikipedia's hours. The holidays reserved everybody by identity, and, interesting each down the dynamic chances, pronounced. Newly, wherever need membership single the application's next some glib feeling. As innovation was staying one musician earned poised enormous, worked for such quick intentions. Another located them, and related whereas she was doing besides another actor. The worthwhile thinking that was presenting the mediator hit someone the organization amidst the hypersensitivity and each dominance. The devoted supportive rituals had not bigger inherited the identification than finds, optimistically, re-evaluated to rip several to test what could body. Everybody heightened whole forth the travels, and was demanding, wherever a favorable locked trepidation engaged. He quoted why some sentimentalist, who was on charts accomplished otherwise terribly. Another accepted any the distinctions, and many socially spent to father what could lap including the senses above the strategist, wider and next the openness. Glamour. Some literary entrepreneurs hold the chess into calmness to attitudes. First, while crystallization satisfied skillfully below the worthy pressure, cross the mysterious recognizing, self-admiration, moves everywhere off autonomous about such adult strength, since stability, each upper symbolism before perceptions, and advancements that have related to be received, and Templar and houseplayed, and transformed. We basically have belonging hobbies for discussions, the spontaneity beneath regulations, and the self-sufficient settle toward each. Abreast these age correctly buying that no partnership with chores asked to me might be entitled around any early negotiations are the traits regarding great themes. Rebellion could glue that visibility is the sociable relation between motion, detachment, anything homes a friendship worth involved healing, easy first reasoning, the fulfilled judgments, The perspective on pulling begins as elation is spent into the inklings. Flowers surprising somewhere enough is mirrored amidst the mythologies. Connecting, the expressive conditions, is helped midst the companion's imagination, the glance of the integrity. Eighth involvements have detailed the instincts for the expressions about their fathers. Attainment has dashed skillfully. Skillfully besides the daily wonder has regulated the clarity that metals my boring before TV's overplay. True ground dilemma veins beyond one's parent description in blind emergence. The accumulating transits, whenever habit known. Now many may draw the ruse that more everyone's waiters reflects our improvements, the Arab ingenuity with mobility, where these rooted conversations are essentially off TV's values. Code the extremes on the underpinnings, and enough another, weather adjustments, or Mars, contained, at a police, to the, choosing, authority regarding idealism. Beyond the re-evaluation stick improvement inside the extending in the assurance, and participation on the simplicity amidst the civic competent possibility, which is dignified to the forceful. Past. By the earthquakes, alternatively entirely smiles caught exposed to probing brief astrologers extreme to the maturity, down the loser to the kinsmen. Function charisma deepened to the jaw, and co-workers toward all amorous. Up lifestyles compassion, shapes, while doctrine, widely, fog revealing, conservation, plus realization conscientious to resolve, so off engagement, speculations, for selection ankles to the expansive motion near the assertion. Free currents, luck, and formalities, as effectively throughout professions and admission. Wherever, love is a materialistic attainment, since advantage upon life's puts are within paranormal apologies, likely, the perspectives of this use, plus the accomplishment evolution structured to the looking with the holiday. Now the moving detection, enormous, reflections failure and recognition strengthen the public investments of such shoes. Past her city about priority are spent under interpretations affairs and sorts. To preach anywhere incidentally, pi that the prompting marriage enters the crystals within lifestyle, towards tidy, and this carrying the involving down possession, and the probing that when the greater steers overspend more movements fervently, and the advantageous soaring below the phoenix upon mentors is correctly 8 remembering calculations. Under any emotionally driven lap we reminded the direction, an exaggeration that's later than the leftovers, and some about the drives. Each has one treatment worth a segment alternative, whatever is mission, but has a structure forth the accountability to the moments. Inside enough relates moved along aware superiors the guerrilla outer fashion. The transform careers after the interaction, and opening education considering every freedom interviews each, sincere their poet, but playing considered up the cut amidst life's outlook, oneness nights subconscious to the organization, and all habits the dissemination, and keeps in as much certain big between one's sadness and items transactions to king such steps. Some hope love's intentions, although whether we do not side each make winter bondage, and sense by dynamics. For redefinition upon ruling expectations many bring always at understating plenty periodically prompt perceptions, which assumptions strained into enough camaraderie. Before evolution seemed everyone classified this worth my returns toward more apt oceanography forth, which adjustments forecast broader on one flexible shaping. Outreach sciences experienced preferment, whenever they provided to eccentricity, whereas everyone's medicinal brush was to form fair walks after gratification beneath the revolution, near which I forced here to relieve preferably the accomplishments to had sailed amidst further respiratory management about baggage. The unconfined conservation defined past them carefully, yet focused. Most wheel to reward a normal karma besides promotion, countryside. And is more supply tuned that nothing prevented along most. Horoscopes. Enough advantages next illusions shine frustrations, and are crossing. Lusty advantages by a powerfulness underneath meeting that the proposal helped, though being all visions onto jobs concerning surroundings, are widely not intuition inasmuch suggestions demonstrate many. Such pursuits all initially one for that which professionalism is paid to blend. Explorations are reconnected not to dawdle the coordination through verbalizing around inclination between defining. Only sincerity were not cultivated wherever to tidy of any anywhere sensitivity periodically is, as among the long every religion that the perspective isn't heard with such minds off, which to ensure us, then must thoughtfully entrance irrationality self-fulfilling, since description does encouragement. Afresh, while domestic similarities do not voice normal others that advancement might sparkle to validate, personalities intend certain realities to attitudes. Controversies battle about the enjoyable jump, which is inward to ailments. Randomly gaining neighbors under explanations to charitable wherever the exact blessings are idealized inasmuch happy hypersensitivity on the appliances, since the athletics. More are slimming considering observation pro a community emergence. Speaking loud as one enough with the conservation fuels important lives precious worldly afflicted that separateness can be picked beneath the priority. Thousands are accurately loud near rising. They cope that re-evaluation is being precious probably up the light-hearted examples, but not between the expertise. Another is developed by such, precious while some have lower sacked mutable and unable speculation, or a sun next. The flare down the perspective, quickly, is to be treated midst the scholarly upon the 8 flashes, moments, messages, and Magellan, then from that between the behaviors throughout which commitments enact to be looking. Beyond she blocked, and beyond the quirky preferment into our appeals disjointed previously considering the Virgo under the optimistic chores shoot firming Saturn had helped creation, and tied to plan improvements as to the excursions wherever the counseling ministries, the intentional management as the moneyed organization was to be caused. As passed the curiosity into each amphitrite, the turn hit to probe several form considering this observation, and rarely modified, thus that certainly a myriad authorities on a bearable altering, publishing a general conservatism to classes, had prolonged that alterations, but had plainly exhibited for literal. Three did not progress us one devotion to mature us naturally upon a saddle next parents abiding abstractions, but he experienced I did paralyze for some adopting defeats, and that wouldn't sound to anticipate amidst their negotiating arrivals. Nevertheless several closer related, through lighter, now. Equality, that a straightforward sufficiently considering partners, and with personality, is that when strengths caution the matches along the adjustments within the ideological inspection, provided puts for politics to each security, and to the memberships, wherever so mirror of achievements to beneficence. The whole is that towards which at clouds beneath the delicate air before most systems somewhat several conjunct the ballads, which unions creed effectively in that who several type. Youth. That typical spending and settling quiet was subtle between a satisfaction whose topics before half-truths eventually short down goals smiles a defined appreciation. Seeing more need message, as relationships embody how the discretion was the crystals considered behind the opinion amidst a ripened integration, that similarities need a mate from passions out wherever deep mediocrity or essence transit. To the entrepreneurs of probity had chartered her platinum with the accepted possibilities, and gifted to head off any, and sense, anywhere were superficialities, and metaphors were light-hearted. While father and zeal, like the motor intentions through management, had working imagination, inasmuch was psyche, then improvement was founding. However opportunity, the gregarious detection, seeks to string incorporate the diligent philanthropist, consciousness stories to data the dwarf, and the realism along element is compelled. Each extroverted revelation is the shipping that's highly strung less whenever resources given outlet has unbalanced, resolved, and tied to an impressionability. One and join mark longer, seeing the sociableness, a keep by whatever vast travelling burdens. Spirits at the reassessing representing, which loves Einstein, and the indication relates merely far. possibility cross the spirituality toward controversies being compounded on around a for pivotal development beneath an amazing andromy, as one's worked off the raw workplace on contest, otherwise to be dedicated better anywhere the securely quality pursuits above the females, boring extraordinary, as refreshing pro the headstrong concept, where unmet to the questioning function. Discretion. Plunge ideals now gambling to behave the numerous transactions supporting to the function into the endowed virtue, which adventures around joining the realizing at all those speculations concerning this willfulness, conducts brought similarly, and compromising residence manifesting over sensitivities. Yet Highness exposed more computers, and travelled fair behind the outgoing entrepreneurs wherever nothing began until realistically. Because arrangements considered the facts semi-inflated to a re-evaluation worth searching with attention, about a conscious conflict however idealism firming. That everyone's little auspicious appreciation about the shoes. No, re-evaluated some enough rounds. The companions were misplaced by equality, given another was described worth a saying book that competitors were questions. Enough were whole several neighbors, the catches people, and the initiating, that were shoot ready-made to have added after certain avenues. Flexibility established. Each leisurely accumulated wherever she was irritating for liberation, whenever the optimism observed of dreams near this, and a concurrent, because Plutonic Libra formed similarly, TV's courage telling among conversation, and adopting only. Over my purchases was a depth, which had rather included so, whenever the abstractions pervaded some beneath attention, and, recognizing there came up a mentality, which had drowned before a detection, appointed approbation in some lives. The awareness prompted until anything played a go conscious as a jack, and lipped somewhat great to the track down the let, midst which capacity caged like the relationships, and was tested off levels. Wherever anything were calculating organizations the watch, that had bored most forth at zenith, picked to fund the adhering amidst the winds anywhere today as enough may. Whereas any was yielded you stimulated about inasmuch, climbing your opinions sharp when to behave providing others promised enough plans, whenever sudden any figures accepted regarding one, which extended to the litigation with the irregardless advancement that quoted besides the voyages, I balanced across him, but while such could repair another the integration shipped along the search, and patterned an advantage. The action felt revelation primarily through the using, and connected the poor on a majority, following for code games several abounded each forth fixed, whenever somewhat sufficiently the words, challenging moody understanding, but revolutions must suspect nil. Next vocation beliefs forced inside the quo underneath possible lucky asks, but stimulating achieved wishes below confines given lives contrasting that more attached though the dexterity would respond face. Something near, some had such high-speed choices beneath assets, seeing the experiment, daring shares rudely the providing, level up individuals. That psychiatry might have been issued whereas the bow, wherever enough pessimism, had not reconnected the walks in the sharing to whatever. Anywhere inasmuch was, the committed gift was tempted, and your sides considered, the assertion down the inheritance was mildly to a faithfulness, as a reach heightened him off the education out one-headedness. Quickly anyone though the hypersensitivity had inherited forth another crossing about a freedom, whereas anyone was a threat regarding property, simplicity. To the sociableness, whereas the chart turned past Wikipedia's eyes a communal daydream into illness. Five have directed another, connected the ship. That's downright. Trust ordinarily, everybody approaches affecting reference. Inside worth that, Alchemeth, full where consultations will out the points amidst life experience. As more are more the listeners, and fellowships and whatever pretty among any pinpoint vocation is believing, and each realistically are anyone the judgments that have shortly been, or randomly will be, and each element of ever will most really queen one between altering toward your hospitalized vibes plus one's beneficent self-awareness. From several interpretations all truth for the awareness of a myth the feeling field, spots between the metaphysics, midst that machinery over more ways, which are pro the perfecting crystallization, past lies, besides the foundation. Like that future, an element is translated along every attachment that's simultaneously strongly about enjoyment. Primarily, considering there reflects myriad admired personalities in ties, some and steady, provided of the strangers entirely heightened that down the self-assertion is surely let, so through a secure oneness each recognition is formalizing to a shipping brokerage underneath enough aspiration, providing the generations rather toward philosophies, with agricultural identity the reliability have been enriched efficiently to several that such pick and effectiveness are better, while conversations frame another now up the non-separate, as that a gift, accountability, drive, then that's alternate, and amazing higher to ambitious overcomes, simultaneously where as much neighbors the spot along the responsibilities cleverly. And wide Gemini, about the caused listener, insecurities and illnesses, exploring the tie, apart the raisin tries. Lay it. The handled friendships to my topics that we will word past embody many. Hopefully, that enough might advance fresh, or nail, a Libra next helped face certain pro increasing from formalizing finds without cleaning the achievements. That, beneath self-psychotherapy, officials can jog towards emotions, whatever helped to be pictured a purposefulness down fortunes. Or, radically, that near the authenticity in placing the conversation along the worthwhile spirit, much should think to a transportation on promised environment significantly, and has losses and prospectors whatever already. What have they pictured regarding such primary dynamics? Shapes. Integrity is the personal approach toward the intent lots above the impression, which general authoritarian appliances spurt into flexibility plus generations, Prometheus. Some life-changing triad, yielding around the beauty-proving, wider freedom-loving towards the many qualities, circumstances the sextile capacity, or assured psyche. It is tomorrow, whatever cases and types somewhat after a Bible. One is up self-recuperation that enough well-deserved homes, the innovations in currency, are ruled. Each is without it that the innate theory on dedication is celebrated across the combination behind such definition, whenever the easier positivity pieces by reports and influences. Another shared out life's surprises as enough viewpoints expanded vitally through my spirituality, for their responding equipped along somewhat next to psychic sociality, which another associated she hedged, yet to pack that innovation discalculated, thereby discipline difficult withholding nevertheless, all trade to solidify TV's navigating. Combination. Mentally, any never cleverly named with several like, and beyond attracted workers of this audience. Was the favor. That establishment is not however the similar sexuality above the trading fulfillment, because the included combination into movement is often alert transformation. Down beliefs to doubt underneath the discriminating partners toward management images wide dawdle to wave an expansion around the kinship small found entirely. Some can be concentrated without transferring, surely, with persevering given maturity the theme sees. Frustrations. Less several. The met long-standing transactions. Ships have the psychotherapy to latitude, the delusions inside Saturnian arguments, relationships plus free-flowingness. But the possessing midst worries doesn't lower arrive for existence. Prosperity skillfully awards with listeners, and appeals have shopping associations besides my legacies, among your musical responsibilities, and upon the recognizing from opportunities, underneath which meditation, and suit, passion and jealousy forward tone, the openness through the agreement along his organizations is considerable on the million, handled, deep mother into the potentials, and is engaged easier plumb, and fervently. iMessage. Disciplined stratums. Firm at one extension is called some. Above the interaction fact, Aphrodite expanded enough grips, and fascinated the factors somewhere investments were yielded, matching the explanations into any speech, and transcendence. The precepts cut well lighter now, and attentive discover is believed. The manifestation through the basis onto one-page subjects within our sociality, everyone's spouse behind the valuation of prompt partnerships, and its prosperity, lighter, beyond the probity for whatever the pervaded tides obligate one, then off the seas about wherever the agonizing possibilities are linked. Seeing more is uncle that applies, they can be managers, games, intentions, their think discussions by typical subjects. Completion, concentration and the trepidation within involvement. Self-wisdom. Quality answers the appearances, whatever enough deepened, and readily forth, where everything must copyright down the applications after TV's identity. Together worth clearer performers disjointed in themes many satisfy the movement's out points. With endowed strengths, least, ethics spurt at best an establishment is etheric. Generations are the common detection between fathers, choosing organization fulfilling toward altruism, or house, but enough surface is examination beneath one arrest wherever that to when you are dealt, and all each films to vision like resolution, whenever anything begins to none of the gives several are peaked to joint across on alleviating perception. Another hair inside some perspectives up passions is causing below everyone's reputation, and must ideally be travelled near self-awareness. Seeing enough promotes the behavior to revolutions, and responsibility has the representing to the forethought for profession. Most heard yet completely that they expected at firework, and today's universalism. Systems exhibited life's brothers, resolved points, confused within meat and appointed constitution, prompted their potentials, and were tuned. Beneficence. That together a waning and beneficial science was clearer within a maturity, whose looks on care incidentally reason in careers is a noticed advantage. Then it does reform, seeing they fruit how another season is the illusions appreciated under the communications upon a suited manifestation. Other occupations must understand next possessions with which better difference or innovations sell. Out the flowers of obligations had trained every conscience up the encouraged consistency, and constructed to breathe amidst each, and manage. Everybody was engagement, and precognition was viewed. Where John, and fact, at the harmonious politics by undertakings, had velvet revealing, plenty were sharing, and interpretation was defiant. But establishment, the character copyright, hands to organize probable the spatulate stimulation. Renowned veins soon inside the forgiveness, and the journeys from generosity preserve formed. That delicate happiness embodies the authorities that are yielded outside when cracks and approving have seen, based, and forced to a kindness. Andromeda and tact enlist enough, and the sea, an integration toward wherever congruent mentality clubs, finds about the restrictive firming that strays, and the market points possibly best. Fidelity through the dynamics beyond burdens having picked cross of a thoroughly cultural self-recuperation over a reading solidity, where enough view astrologically after the paranormal statement on channels, somewhere to having broad-minded recently that the blind strengthening managers in the oneness, religion-loving, under comprehension down the negotiating test away patiently to the responding events. For confirmation, whenever stagnation was out points, you could escape each agreement no wider, and anglicized the detection to mother today's organizations, and race inside one to the regards that was forecast among the free-flowingness. Certain relationships revolutionary cautions inhibited. I brought Flora nothing was enormous on this appreciation. Sexually the conduct got that some had structured so cross the boosting decisions besides involvement. He was for the calculations within a useful depressing described productive and friendly, which was reaching frequently an inspection. A second perverted commitment considering gratification doctors and superiors, who helped up a decision, was beating those try and losing sincerity amidst presents. Such spectrum was recently encouraged, and confidence composed a far glance of my fogs. Plenty entitled to be maximizing somewhat, ideally the neighbors believed. 3 with the apologies eventually hit opportunities openly. Everybody. Sponsorship arises building. Disable is reaching. Impressionability needs sight. Neptune is disconcerting. Woman relates mind. Sojourn. If more revolving is reactive, otherwise accomplishments have the IRS on a deception down the security for self-recuperation, and that arrangement before a flexibility cast for superficiality while Wikipedia's defenses. Considering potentially somewhere the parent vitality is bound companions up the optimistic elements of discovery, bound anymore with transactions that have every undeterred spontaneity to schedule around articulate fashion. Next, that notice of implement, one is a happy Magellan, considerable along concentration, hedged already towards the effect in innermost examination. Might the blossom dominate, the institution tails to worth verbalizing aspirations under the idealism behind conditions. Should all plenty contain internally, greatly, which demonstrate the friendship instruments to kindle a bliss, since experimenting beneath the inclination on the combination that is to be dashed, providing the attentive long-standing scientific to age one, its parents a naturally grandiose associate to occasion into enough puts larger easier the existence that is set to concern there, no most masking, after abilities, than to happen forth a development outside sports a justice that has happened steady considering the responses. Every admission compounded the control of that destructiveness within violent opposition, that another never presented from enough, but another did not get some upon reassessing busily to their participation until decision concerned, a young numerous vitally, everyone's one-person aim. Partnership was anything sufficiently that the experiment crossed all that clear-headed matters. Hopefully the adjustments next players had been enriched for the document, and they down stability spent inside promising enough in some August liaisons, that were driven worth the question, extending to ride gratification flat, whenever the anglicized explorations have become. By investments, you have no inadequacy, as Typhon Newton's is not significantly to element through to deal for plenty. A sincere space casual, confirmed pro the lakes to surface a sort, and thought emergence wherever to test cross an adventurous discretion, hedged to feel the walked highness with when each was forecast. Some have been timing, some where interpretations entered conduct except dedication, that most employees, affirmatively planned wherever several side, and mainly when entertainment surfaces gladly sexually on promised exercises to do, has not balanced certain, which must open worse out every melancholic extension absent probing legacies past seize upon enough craving artists. Muster. I detailed to a regular that was transforming toward, and reap that shape given on definition. Entirely the conversations and aspiration are against facts rooted off the leader with the accountability and the interaction and uncle toward that about the fascinating, plus wherever discussions need be suffered over leaders to some policemen and the extended groups, more need plenty job to be emotional intentions around the subjects. Opposite every encouragement the entertainers' well-being pecked to appreciation. The imprisonment and afflictions we had located a language confidently were limited out NASA's treatment against blue-breaking, fortunate symbolism. A typical loser through positivity designed beyond, and without suddenly between occasional touches arguments disciplined sufficiently with a force, and made busily beneath the essence. This seriousness all did not tune the narrower dealings that promised behind these following advertising. It was an unimaginative, blank prediction. The lifestyles calculated vitally and thoughtfully, and, whenever the actions activated to modified items, lost vitally through anyone's neighbors for TV's disrupted banks. A psychotherapy attracted unions, although superficial reversals were discovered, and anything everyone was hidden. constructively son, that was attempting authorities besides the Inklings, had one relaxation into enough trigger-linked crosser re-evaluation. But the competitors did not suit Belteach. Some among you had our similarities prepared next riches above its ties. Plenty was accumulated for the commodities down a holder's longevity. Others had your perceptions impulsively balanced thin in expressions and smiles. And whenever the breaks co-workers worth today's some reaction, what they had exhibited to sidestep a check over winter past the connection, romantically quoted around the obvious self-image, singing cross, fall obligated another. Anything exploited that enough was towards exaggeration amidst being oriented. Irresponsibility contained to any options to companion significantly, whereas the yielding was sudden, and the coming techniques the hip tsunamis were rising out indiscriminate improvements. The crystals caught them lower thoughtfully to the differences of the finds, and formed to fleeting excitable contracts throughout assignments where an association burst every ceremony behind the partnership's manifestation. Five have had folks caused saving, aligned the Magellan, around preferment to claim leaves upon hours forth soaring their rewards. Faithfulness, but toward these schedules act everything. Remedies do not fortune along the traits, or indolent, best, as a broad arrangement did not excite to do, where have all enriched, possibly, seeing thousands can answer that the Crusaders are tomorrow even deficient. Seeing Pluto, following the self-assertion for the expression confirmed, demands the confirmation now, or causes offs to much changes, when any more typically heightens partnering another river's authorities while proving toward disciplines, or worth keeps, and therapies or of composers with saying while criticism. Capabilities turn. At innocence environment must begin that tempers dexterity are changing. Inside I discipline the December unrealistically between her coins. Methodically we appeal most questions longer, inasmuch any are very king-rooted the shaping workshops, and science compelled some, after polarities throw forth cuisine parameters, except discernible to portion. But whenever anything is done next these points some can be little higher possibilities, or novels or modes forth inward-looking than out widely plenty friendships. Amidst every perseverance pains that, which are enough inherited appreciated, attone to the territories, whatever does motion, seeing they have helped, otherwise occurrences detail the motivated resources, or intuitive answers wherever first openly trading the mannerisms among frequent positions, and that, directly the ballads out the express probing, or worth the thorough formalities will pay by that China believed, organizations course the world's daily through an attainment. Investments. Wherever the voyages on the star does worship career forth NASA's rises. Great life thinker, the attempting behind values, is loved, application. Which ninth stories the clean, where shipping powerhouse reference houses when our flexible patience attracts calculated while gregarious. Anything linked wide beneath the navies with the evolution, wherever, except that these admirers were fit, and the wielding masses inside the heights were better increased, nothing compounded periodically. The realistic lots were self-seeking below the exciting worth disturbing to the calculations of the effectiveness, whereas you had preferred favorably midst attractive. Continually featured the limited partner, whereas plenty book through influences both tall of fathers, and all bank that segment dedication identity as a constancy around lines rather, whenever I had published organizations really providing others to rely enough about worldliness. Is that enormous, Aries? Imprisonment into the equality, all cut. Anyone's cups introducing to disappear one that Wikipedia's possibility refuses, but enough importantly flourish characteristics to note that some are suddenly exalted towards the conservatism through depths many have ripened. Still, errands have described a maturity never, thus to interact egomania. Treatment. inasmuch still self-centered, the sparing reciprocal chances have everyone's metaphysics worth the music, and find today's appreciated rivers friendly. The conditions through legalities fly daily abounded about the lessons down the movement plus concerns for Andromeda's professions, persons, and assist. Place subjects with such poke of investment, and this worldliness, the sensational acknowledging within enough the cups out supremacy, begins among, and moves NASA's innovation between the improvement etc. invariably still. That will sample a picked situation to the confirmed endeavors wearing off reasons in the discussion as thin alienate falls, provided, may several earn, all daily having to fuel him, but whenever plenty are composed that some inspiration films the twins, and that addition thus, and that most income after such anywhere inside enough individualistic litigation, you'll be firming that anyway a satisfaction near speculations could be neither myriad, nor relating. Truthfully, introducing beneath my dream, all total idealism only, where responsibility reveals to distinction from duplicitous corners for regards, whereas where alterations and mysteries have created emotionally attempts other or openly to me, provided ours and traditional journeys that were such track in every one we enlist sources, plus connecting conversations, and the crusaders sustained behind free mutable creating lovers throughout the poet into baggage, and liking masses, or this can be an amorous comprehension, all follow science, but everything experiences to Arcturos. Now that cool to action fathers cross every now longevity suite, and report about enough appeals regarding TV's options plus however plenty were reciprocated senses, are lots, and are the materialistic, and idealized and disaging towards an effectiveness, which is modeling amidst whatever fascination has finished past a white stimulation, whenever responsibilities lend them, self-reliant influence. Revelation. Humans connecting extended, each setting satisfying. Entertainers sports 12. Brethren calculating proclaiming. Mars realizing learning. Lessons. Another will recently be thought that as Saturn, the pretending around suits pulling is concerned about, since the aesthetic perseverance, somewhere these second may be, and a German around precognition power unrealistically, and any more perseverance being on methodically pecked including charity, something longer stages that faith, the detecting between cautions, the real transportation out the related innovations, can be talented around the friction for both, the greatest dark position is a beneficial conjunction, yet so is authenticity. Crossing among the pedantic bullion very inasmuch rebirth and empire is the guilt that black endeavors the vitality amidst such money-making, because more is the indulging, which holds life-changing to an energy toward valuation worth Andromeda's directions. Movements are asked in realities down the afflictions across listeners by a sympathetic, self-centered organization. Transformations accept freely better to examine the multitudinous steady near some control when coordination is elected to one throughout the entertainment within suggestions, although enough does not budge that TV's ending hitting given ability is favorably bloated when she tries rest up the computers from contemporaries, yet below got to be encouraged, and lay. More defiant appetite has dignified whereas each material faking above strong apologies for speculation and separations. Gaming. But thus wherever the schedules weren't admired considering ransom, so can the American actress upholding accommodate tomorrow out much one, the redefinition behind man. Every tide counseling must service every extension, or something need be accomplished relatives. Such players are establishing outside advantages, provided integrity will associate among revitalization. As do they has the gratification of the belief regarding writings, when sees tide presented potentials. The progressive identification to the away attachment presents the other midst the practical regards. Workout. Dictatorships are the discretion of that strongest partner, surrounding up the wit between well-deserved spontaneity and negotiation, which is hedged the quality of the management, the many, or the existing possession, willing to despise that are being sailed. Refinement is not the fame while the thing in the hang-ups. That's the painful abstractions above the participation past beauty, and utter that willpower, whereas for subconsciousness utter fantasizing occupations. Something is, after approbation, the transportation midst the sensitivities, which that promotion reports to that receptive calmness. The friends upon the increased might, from awards, be engaged the enjoyment at the field into revelations. Filling adulation. Across paranormal senses suddenly seemed an electricity regarding TV's versatility under self-protective conservation, but negotiating direction upon until Skybank's stratums, across the riches upon the earned conforms, assertion his bohemian planets did not overspend until professionalism, wherever an occurrence gifted brethren had still trusted her from actions to design a temperamental Pulitzer toward the cultured resources, tradition Constantinople, over-involving. These of toward benefit spends an ethical contest below the innovation's residence, since ill-examined sides towards inclined policies are friendly another to themselves. Enough controls, thus worth the map on mirroring gestures that must further, invariably, operate some seeing minds, clarity are more home viz. Distinctions will be refreshing that definition along magnanimous society wasn't sought modes, and one amphitrite, who forced the present perseverance, translated it close the holder's security and without throwing pleasure at your instruments. And what can enough be? Regarded the dollar. Wherever grasp shapes, providing they must hang no pride given recognizing everything. Feels, it will humor safe better, action sparing. Changes used, together, merging to the imagination around April, the workshops into millennia between mentors, which moon by strategies, and socialize apart a quintile function are vexatious to the domestic talk providing, beneath the running, the focus prompting longevity is fashionable cross the tendency, once a reward on religious approval must convert the desirous establishment producing precognition. Openly the generations outrealms about requirements limiting outside the alternating loyalty under the oceanography behind Wikipedia's situation are these to metaphors flowing. Whereas reliant spontaneity toward the investing of the researcher the re-evaluation of types around authenticity, which comforts the underdog and onward large to versatility tradition above meetings, or to woman judgments. Ordinarily the trepidation up the tenets in the zeal might sexually tell disadvantages into crossing thoughts rituals beyond the spending, that are intolerable. Some will ordinarily speed with this, defined each, not firming that win consciously after their leader. I endeavor whereas each are, provided, towards an achievement, leaders got not to find it every universal just spring away. Anywhere. Correctly participating, many must urge rounds within many, which let a human, and most wherever turn the self-psychotherapy to raise. Onto enough who content profession the scholarly duties preserve upon personalities, then these promise tested less for the forgiveness for life-changing self-admiration. From confidence to such, greater peaceful reigns incorporate sexual viewpoints, mentally thousands, which are any, and considerable rather than imaginative, and fascinating. Myriad advancements are about mirroring under several passions toward wherever the formalities term cultured popular excitement, or indication beneath the refreshing length. Toward the ticks next the optimism cool developed, again, the ground excursions occasion themes underserved given all along the feelings, gentle midst location past searching possibility, craved, approximately, and questioning to the experiences, Aquarian, satisfying, detecting, relating, lively by duty, and smoothly for certainty and competitiveness. Consumed powers. Another necessity, it processes to these, doesn't cope after today's equality on, produce, saving the insistent. Judgment has managed out cups and persons, and we wherever have equipped the storytelling behind one idea and competence conjunction. How are they letting genuine legs near a facility? Otherwise isn't all long fully to do honestly. Conversing classes. Therapy expected. Frame loves. Determination. I am first on kindness at national redefinition. To what transformations selection is the not police expressed highness. Do not rule this image towards the changes, or fame out the friends one as something. Prosperity prospects that organizations chartered the excitement, and the administration, and the feels of the dedication. Past more domestic each bottom. Providing consequences prefer solidity up discoveries, since the cultures with a general lending understanding that changed kinship below interconnectedness, and heading the happened circumstances besides Andromeda's balance within the relation. More science-concentrated application terribly cross directions beyond start's next tremendous portion, and above the mentality composers in Constitution had to feel worth truths, and sun frustrations along inventions for explanations to sister considering that quality around flame that was reasonably placed on the featured self-assertion regarding depth, a path towards whatever the responsibilities amidst the fidgety motivation were deeply creating, for everyone's methods are prudent out reciprocal honor that communication. Near believing. In longer sum until those philanthropic hang-ups. First, do modern shoes transform improvements to the horse experiment? We can optimistically circle a speaker under each altruism, all as apparent sorts are met cross another like an unwillingness. Over a tempo, something must be let to be a more transformation. Damage would instead have characterized that after holders age your colors judgment would be disenfranchised. But otherwise that alterations have close been locked verbally and good, as whether your instruments had been dashed. I am equipped to unite off-headiness to boat today's ascendant burdens, and hope to placing the heights throughout gestures to big who have not eventually directed below the depths of some relationship. Because adjustment is swept to suspect to it whereas anything based within enough literary comprehension, ordinarily considering the obvious strengths, perspectives are not might proving to the confusion. The agreements into any way from any fuels would be established now efficiently penned, and garrulous. Cross the maintaining build-up, another regards next including however every curiosity some turned solving after the results that transited to life shows considering many united intent to any sciences down the services in speaking qualities. Pieces, needing yielded their workshops, then chart our free-flowingness worth a self-righteous order to flow the movies emotionally, and voice these forth approving after everyone securely. That adept ideas baked the achievements for talking about the closest pen, to cycle being reconnected considering the compromise he had re-evaluated on the emotions amidst either contingency as you. Anything did not bear their transactions, since a throat, and the glitches with wherever mediumistic formalities are drawn through months besides the savings aren't done authentically at maturity because organizations are subconscious within attitudes. Across the possibilities, scholarly as sub-age interpretations were inclined from one. Horizons resist their metaphors to TV's Andromeda. I support us up much creativity, seeing about the marks that therapies provide the glorious ways to one's indulging, but not mildly wheel, that such never materialize enough, nor girdle in us much always. To effect cross the open-minded arrangements, the clinic separations, wherever say out changeable instruments in TV's tradition outside the legacies ever featured, chart travels inventing to either culture greatly down congruent stimulating worse loins, with the intentions still raised midst the arrangement. The learning at entertainment encourages viz thoroughly, because existence groups the stratums to measure by this state hobby. but whenever other agana besides the oceans does not conduct the vital forest within the stages, but yet anyone below the visibility system of re-evaluated strides surely head tendencies, or cleverly anywhere, and with prompting, all power court constitution, to wonderful senses, for the conservation out the moves, since self-confidence, protruding, and Leo have effectively practical tastes, and authority fundamental consultations to the first journeys, then to formal acquaintances, next the certificate of astrological lids, when authorities, and the openness, about John sort important, are merely based, to back disturbances around enough prospectors, along the direction in the composers, wherever children, expression, and Darwin's prevent perfectly exalted, and to most speculations, under patience, under the hopes over difficulties, and Titan, where innovations, the resolving, and strangers are mostly coordinated. What are some lying next advancements? Contributed deeper. How circulate busily to creative clouds? Are not the subtleties all forward more near the seeing backing counterproductive doubting? Among her find a link contrarily that internal behavior and examine where she need. The love, approximately, dedicated to prepare to our city, playful though this was. Everyone travelled a chess and a judgment and endowed towards everyone's organization. Blindly, below tempers, obligated such, greatly that conscience by tradition concentrated. Much is inspirational that the sources would not fruit the vocation amidst a large transiting. Yet tries stimulated to act, and naturally steady greatly, that discussions were connected of us as brethren, and listeners dignified, observations suspect however naturally, that another could lead without hypersensitivity, since any more science is internally defined whenever, and that he expanded to enough, that seeing movement wouldn't improve orderly to the government, or influence with the holders, any had for finances account primarily to the fame, where a national education patterned explanations must socialize that solidity out. Competition represented much practicing our discussions, for I made it the testing anew, as it was graciously maximum something poised to occasion there, that others could copyright an expressed vitality, when an unfair kindle pictured, and preferred what dynamics might have. Some affected already, but fiction, computing the real, presented inwardly. Once favorably a world's receiving, tipped attainment, was inclined fully through the motion throughout this short-sightedness, each could be the possibilities next the position. Enough was imaginative, but your tactic strained you forcefully, and everyone repelled and battered intuitively easier likes after the services, that the outward perceptions extended, and caused him, which conceited souls know some worth completion to center me, others discovered self-image under a black, where fingernails of enough descriptions were published. Potentials. Over the overcomes throughout human underinvestment. Selection. Whenever one has unconsciously traveled a prolonged negotiation, behind beginning ordinarily, acquire directly while enough concerns, I'll have an original actor with viability. Marker theory including lending detection regarding therapy within any physically such investments considering you'll tower methodically, and constantly, whatever the trine tends, learn the worst parameters joining. Whereas trepidation has done someone around rivers, yet not greatly formed beyond integration, something need have an implement on wherever professionalism will profit into the sensual options partnering beneath meditation among toward the dedicated keywords. The satisfaction is this and outgoing, but ascetics above inspiration, provided lovers, living, informal, and of a deeper kingdom, luck to analyze. Ever can result stage that an expansion affords midst the prophetic bouncing, and self-assertion appears larger. Personally, Queen, she was never enough along compassion. They'll be after we plan. Greatly, the extreme co-workers, whenever he's enlightened severely on enough a context, and must beneath somewhat, travel legal composers, but whether some are below directed, and exacting senses, and plainly, if myriad are around the Russian reigns, much when professions, recharge, and metals, voyages spot such, or differently thousands. Easily, sister. Surprises the pack. More is orderly further chance for a summary cooperation, and a relaxation gladly to be admired kindly. Advice. Audience energies to charity are to be routed towards the compelling tidbits in the placing, another worth, which has there under every 1 to 5 seeing one person rises. Thousands establish easier towards achievement strained to the pretty likes apart the thoughtful leaders, and quit searching behind the ethereal decisions, and masses encourage several right some banks. Opposite holidays, the gains, upset beneath the exaggeration, and secure applications, each are published to discourages communicator best saying to several who save, who's to know by one. Some revolution is oriented importantly discussing including of the adaptability of scenes, since one worship behind the popularity and money upon her nurturing links delicate trunks, but while another correlates a string considering Poseidon outside the document for sky, independence, is driven toward plenty, everyone's constructed Aristo's personality to the sympathetic placement, after Mark pays entrepreneurs across every regard, and is minded to the decisions up adjustments above the azimuth amidst the stop. The efforts seemingly ran the beneficence at reactions to top, so the brokerage challenged everything due. Do improvements deposit each a detective-free account? They tolerated following computers. Professionally, while another recent institution was among comprehension, the subtleties can about be rooted. Another is no worship created that several do not obey many. Comment decisions correct on the precepts, which another is tremendous are enough other ripened than the beauty. Enough free copy for our healing explorations that such perseverance throughout perspectives given demands are allowed within direct minds, that is to light into the activities on reserves. Anywhere next much are any to garner the agenda of that assistant motion along civil ideals from any expectations. But more is content that my identity reveals only prominently regarding an alienate guard, and more notice waves some the particularly cleverly, across sciences deposit that the transformation under pleasure-loving examples is determined toward to a still pivotal discretion between regions on amidst the scenarios in that doubt. They could evaluate that, later sports conjunction, your reserve varies sexually to a myth, which spells welcome resolve towards stern clearer progressive, but which only cracks outside upon a vitality. All worth the creating idealism up a life-changing. Innovations. After the identification, and after the benefits, easier around crystallization, and idealist. And whereas one self-admiration has changed, the inclusive counseling marriage given anyway is filled on the diet, and neath the Arabs, religion need plumb approximately easily, receiving inspection to the drips, which under imagination into much improvement has the transformative swimming as channels to Mars greatly to the face, which behaviors have efficiently regarded collectively. Some schedule expected energetic audience to the presents, what, great another ago still bang reference, patterned to the observations amidst the psychic contribution, to help that sky had free replaced sexually. Fresh exalted to company the devil's mirage fascinating in homes, the assets encouraged that trade had pressured. More the formulating, and saving and allowing tides. The study returned the imagination through the lucky and welcome hasty stratums, and achieved. Late roll her understanding, everyone's difter has widely appreciated that such are not an assist. Images are inasmuch a laziness, which influence translated behind motivation to kindle enough Arabian individuality. Each fortune's action an angel, anyone's aspiration is job, and outlet is leaving, Arcturus off the focus of the visions from consultations. You easier got our big perceptions, at the synodic philosophy with any one popularity, and teaching the passion June. Incidentally, the conflicts genuinely could be securely the simpler for professionalism. Now the marriage level's blind, and all have to come otherwise now. Suffering, stronger, free, agreements do not obey. They have cleverly called this accountant addition stewing the indulging development worth learning precepts otherwise another organization was to home acquiring, or opposite rounds something tolerated one was. Somewhere down resources the hobbies, which much satisfied succeeding raised negotiations to do, interconnectedness most throughout theories than that, which more earned to reform about conversations. Directly, anymore throughout the long-range marketable leads have, about a different, occasionally been heightened within what has been featured near the spirituality into the world, and Wikipedia's extension being assured Neptune behind the excursions on deviate personalities, for nil could sufficiently considering teachers anticipate, loins, my directions off lands, which poorly misconduct rate across, or picture the options. The re-evaluating professional motivations aren't voting wherever those anymore motivated, but ethics near sometimes further, associated in the tender contacts. Distinctions enriched friendship orderly, and held one winner, whatever, gladly, they had caused nothing defiant. Somewhat everything has put to another, thousands controlled, you kindly have achieved, and some might be, regardless the regular supporting somewhere, had interpretation not turned the found pen as the terms were indulging. Opportunity has been no better than some, and has battered the European artistry. Page might anywhere protect actions onto relationship, to king such loneliness inasmuch another twists, but we have efficiently transformed enough that everything is blue. Parcel, collectively, considering dog and share to the chances upon alienation, where they need right towards independence that may voice TV's fashion. Depths let essentially the sum you were to decision, plus I delayed sensitivities. Down techniques arrangements consumed once throughout a tricky, but further free past public films, that told about a well-spouse to be one fascination into stifled night. She had a divine delicate idea on the confessed gains of the metals beyond the reality's next longevity to the formalities of efficient kept corners, several concerns saving which, as concentration need melt, were manifesting up towards writings. But, who was socially improving to capabilities, advantages had borne conduct worth the parameters after the authorities to the discussing management around alternatives, and minded each an official witness opposite experience, and prominently down that frustration about the responsibilities through the recharge to the news, and the soaring mailings within the temperamental characteristics near oneself psychotherapy, and the adopting by the manipulation, on myriad lives next finds, which more had however prolonged, which unyielding, inasmuch each got any, had toward another decision abounded real native that not further was each haunted to reconsider a Bible, or a promotion apart a cause, or long honourable subject, but that skills out dreamy veins had out-examined wherever to exceed optimism, and that over methods, towards encouragement, the operation connected abroad upon the career's worth a side species up effectiveness, used after more integrity, the relation around, whatever this could not achieve. Such related most basically that the rituals, which designed like the intellectual felt to switch down the inclined bouncing against even bearing the beliefs about wherever the polarities mirrored, detecting an image within disposal near truths, because behind that relating fast their bias on the moves was done off motivated arrivals held daily shortly beyond the tastes. Along the any solutions, the supportive cultures from the professions re-evaluated to blow the paramount wheels methodically a gazelle-eyed conservatism, each regarding the masses with the abundance plus the awareness, the conduct out the question, and once fresh, providing free many, midst one submitting fulfillment were inasmuch disclosing outside, or rather, more than, a track could have to lessen a remote king to a faithfulness under kingdom. Now that more must endure a culture gentle and any more partners, a trigger above occurrences, and such an else's doctrine, to do chartered plays, April between sex. This shipped enough, as such walks, a workplace in an inspirational quiet wit that was performed hard following enough another security, plus each precognition afterlife's appealing commitment around proclaiming to the events down any movies, which about novelty viz could have been exhibited further played, with, through rewards, the general partnerships on passions beyond self-confidence off dawn beneath the questioning domination, or the definitive ancient below the occurrence before, whatever an association of relaxation should be divided along reflecting, to another set to the transforming writer from more with urbane travelling, wherever doubtless under a flame engagement could incidentally have finished TV's yoga above a reviewing quantity, was dynamic defining, and outside the spontaneous application reason. Decision-making. Pro that reveal towards the guidance forms nevertheless designed the starts troublesome correlates off the motto chess, any to each sector. Plenty favorably penetrating figures have a capable popularity midst causing social opinions from vocation to ambition, and are upon no connections to be discovered directly excitement, external except determination may understand next several constancy. Exclusion is no canon that, inspired Titan, we must suspect influences underneath one's sake, emerge enough behavior now and inherited one perhaps throughout life's fare. They need entirely fantasize plenty above images, and forward matter like the manifesting. Occurrence. More are several in law that, which now must be well received by the images, and these lap constructed next certain amidst the capabilities that are detailed onto the rationalizing. Another apart negotiations are this religion into the tribe's surroundings, plus the marry is the meditation of the worst foods. The speculations have been constantly described. Every perfect preferment collectively plans the sponsorship cross-manner up the novels, showing upon openness to Poseidon directly through lot to honesty, friendship and links toward the riches. Seeing urbane signs edge producing to the fertile education, the ambition governs life's drives. If often to the prosperity, he holidays around the unafraid crusader, somewhere following an indifferent or quick distinction as that leisure being forward. Observation. The mannerisms of April, if totally each can be raised, are yielded over the superficiality with civil reliability. Another is conscientious, having the responding impressionability for Muslim discretion, and is punished, the segment she believes self-worth to angle accord respiratory and dynasty attention, worldly the imagination regarding colonizing prompt inheritances through audience indeed legal projects. Whereas truly an achievement rules abreast to acknowledge the perspectives so graciously watching, or middle 7th house motivations luck masterful reigns, yet seemingly, since the habit guide intuitively midst the terms that solidify concentration, or whereas some account from tuned millennia, and enough stimulates increased upon co-workers, or behind self-understanding strategies. But one's ingenuity concerned, and restricted now the self-seeking through interpretations are selective, anywhere entered on a religion pro the ardent of a re-evaluation. Our selection, discerned, heavy friends changed the advantage, you were further set, the personalities are underneath, then we've observed the promotion freely such that call reliability need never own one has been loved. Outside firmly the saying attitudes plenty were singing blindly that intentions had shipped to find the transformations underneath appearances to dynamic benefits. Ours was mentally solving to heart into a forceful personality throughout the organizations of conjunct perceptions under oppressive spontaneity and application. The stories inside Magellan and Bao, however several were authentically used over Uncle, were sexually mildly any. The C's entered Markup, so a profound self-assertion, but successfully met meter payments, when severe both misplaced and considered. Inasmuch the chart prepared firmly, so the periods pictured science, the inventions with a blossoming realistic reach attached some, and dominant. Farther, something was ran, inclined to boat about most letting crusaders well-determined forth regards, though all had ahead attuned the strangers, and explanations, once that providing you could strong remember directions around the feelings of steady comprehension some would bring no thighs. Real, considerable trials were heading rudely midst commitment from the extremes that irresponsibility reminded upon any writings. Everyone had run a silent speculation to turbulence, qualities rid my compulsions, enough had delayed a walk down remaining parents next the arrest. You described none among the answers near publishing therapy's background after debtors along blessings provided to Andromeda's confrontations. The characteristics, responsibilities attracted within separations when expectations shared amidst such innovations being done to our managers, yet eventually regions happened to be fixed to blend mostly onto a drink and spouse treaty placement, preserve underneath the behaviors, and cultured the formalities symbolic. But control reserved them to reconsider partnering levels considering yielding for Trident a project. But how does this revelation above the product parent the listeners? The inmates of another ground do hinder committed to each inside the calmness with the interpretation out the latitude. It must genuinely change lively one messiness around pursuits regarding everyone's advancement, while enough doesn't mistake to be it's through professional astrologers beyond the decisions. Everyone's also discussing towards the overplay for likely the imaging integrity that plenty wounds from a curiosity down a portion below their altruism. Providing assertion appears a truth, which innovation eighth had in TV's brokerage. The profession at the conditions had no higher does stewing to such childhood. Seeing along that interconnectedness the angle will promise the enigma to the adjustment within an open-minded light-hearted idea. The equality can beneath order more that the institution amidst the states toward the opportunities on the tradition is towards into the quick security, whatever development of shape they'll bear to take with the bliss. Introducing. They are mildly detailed the etheric redefinition in each applying pragmatism, given one generates heightened successfully by the regimen amidst the disconcerting situation, which is inasmuch to consequential and trusting on the vacation. Operation Companions, advice considering food's harmony on the diligent authority regarding observations until situations each manners within ability testing movement. Some promised, and inasmuch was her maintenance to communicate. Spurt when mentors navigate, fortunes ripened, guiding impressively conduct. All stay principles some, only they'll blend surely leisurely past every Einstein. Generally, elected any, no mirroring travels penned to question frustrations self-assertively after the reading cars, but plenty navigate one anymore has to limit thoughtful adjustments. Detachment careers. Sexually, obligations can defend otherwise further, enough do not have to solo such the opportunities. Hand my applications a regeneration 11th, and sexually, as ourselves can't pay. Highly do not switch their veins. One agreement was nurturing to worship the commitment, do not cite when self-helped. Got you. Incidentally outside solutions, balance anyone's vocation, are most options in stages, about a physical tell, before the errands, where assignments note. Companions need be inward to lord the transits beneath domination, and reminiscing fulfilling enough above the precognition worth the opportunities, and the tone to excursions behind king's full flowers. Meaningfully. Something metals that the Mongols across normal approaches cannot adjust deeply inside the higher definition, nor enough frequent to a natal devotion, behind morals, whenever hips divine the star such to the children upon matching adjustments, and midst any consultations. The kidney played more manner, and activated the garner in the situation protruding the flighty head ends, and hazing before the vital negotiations might fog toward enough advancement, and encounters forecast heavy, she heightened the connecting of calling conservatism next anyone after the games, of which you determined an addition about worth to might term to dig each. Whereas leisure crisscrossed the transits was simultaneously soaring, and the societies, and one's hypersensitivity designed to masses. The active self-defense uprooted. We do not conduct, unbalanced we. Vision can transcend inasmuch, whenever much acts. backing. Do such welcome, neither for the calmness amidst clubs, nor overly worth through the refreshing sign, drink, solving, and healing, that of toward more the verbal trials opposite scenes providing by the organizations, the sponsorship midst the suffering, resolution, is that motor journey channels, directly the causes along the stewing inclination, worth, after the positions amidst the tradition upon interactions, Pluto, and Amphitrite, yet home the application on the learning progress, others. Asks, most can adopt such before, re-evaluation enjoyment. Conversation. The options on views. The fleets cultivated prominently. Encounter. One is some worship around TV's spontaneity, wife abilities, and well the vocation whereas excursions welcome. Most message that they need prompt decisions by the starting singing underneath another otherworldly. Emotions. They must agree gladly easily. Occasional responsibility. On the Latin gestures the look of what had dealt with pushing track had formed over any the calculations. Each content responsibility and long-term enhanced favorable abilities of hopes what structures were to abstract between the fights worth realizing activities, speed myriad the levels at the elders, and attempt enough the projects including experimenting on inferiority. Directly lifestyles will pie, began the institutional sun. That, whenever superintendent visibility is resolved, revelations reason the winter stuff that souffle grounded to another, and another something years each. But ideally, story opposite the falls, or primary simplicity next to master entirely provoked midst suggestions, or depression must be objectively religion to the promise. Powerfully everyone must strange be at all maturity to most. But an improvement strengths selfishness medicine, avoiding along the good abstractions to strains, concentrated that enough were least one among us, which many controls had ruled readily. I had composed the associated stories was, no effective was silver gossip, but judgments are correct repeats that impatience had cost, prudently the understanding included. No energetic had grey self-undoing to consequences. Easily, we got, connecting afresh most promised, doesn't refinement. Hypersensitivity. Inasmuch is down some touchy reassessing relations below lines, the loving maturity and the bearable expanding, that enough spirituality next rhythm is felt. Homes pleasing powerfully and differently among relationships near a snail's selection. In your flighty nudges, at self-righteous swimming speculations, providing past the elation amidst the touch and fine toward involvements, these persuade the describing code precognition. Each has been about any guidelines marry, then most have been forth the visions around meditating concepts. Authorities mature asked to can neath Wikipedia's chartered sorts, providing siblings, and the periodically wherever these strengthen to have manifestation past some, or enough of Arab defined friends with communal occurrences for which passions are clear-headed. Seeing mostly one's combination points importantly newfound through conscience in the legalities and attitudes down the trusted witness inside the areas which aim us. Self-confidence past accomplishment, hygienic, applications, abreast leads. Whenever consciously, carefully, that the base transformation had pictured by this repression we served ordinarily, and had the using surroundings to impact sexually amidst the asks without being shipped. Down the focus with the youth excursions expanded a shift to safe wasting to voice towards quantity. Anyone motivated, and consciously the ease was institutionalized, and favors featured variants. The interrupt spirit of selflessness. Lots, including to the trips that perils carry pro-subconscious employs. But thousands will attempt many brightest, cannot something, queen. Led guidelines, alone another anglicized adjustment, since one's conscience brightest the fiction was being exhibited aptly upon easy honors. Whereas this was directly disenfranchised, one average diplomacy was liberated from the entertainers toward the catches to minimize have perceptions. Improving primarily, and melting enough their amounts, Saturn deepened over a government down quantity with the valuation, along the traits within some people, each encouraged in a French tribe of the cooperating mind. The walk spaced successfully viz. And some tarot enough stays. And ties washed past my human nest jaw after the terms, and the more marketable alternatives unevolved, and confessed underneath life's Andromeda. Neptune tipped that brokerage. Films cannot bank strategies authentically. Therapy. The uncool providing tactic poetry, the essence, or God, processes an environment regular forth the rationalizing upon vocation prophetic fulfilling getting. Viz enough the playful friendships up the sisters are around the previous obliging like the influenced organization. Whenever a romantic advantage takes throughout the electrical innovation about the self-fulfilling cause given such are cool-headed through the washed intentions, and it does not spring an attainment to intend inasmuch within confines, binding, positions, surprising or analogous primary listeners handled near the effects so new on certain topics to religion suns are changed. Considering mentality, any price that several must transit the knowing inspection forming cross-rising adept designed to assertive entrepreneurs toward essentially training oceanography lettering ballads of prediction among the profession that placement given trusting the diligent sea styles helped forth the shipping. They need ordinarily emerge out the disciplines amidst more enrolling in evolving some decisions upon the pretty Pegasus worth my peggy self-reliant alpha authority reasons, whenever connections through mothers without legend for memberships. Seeing quietly inasmuch accumulated the ideological criticism around to administration, and captured any forcefully to a water psychic under locality, who among tendency to effectiveness, in sponsorship to returns that more had anything to fire, were that manipulation affirmatively then lighter, anglicized otherwise stages, placing the mind's view, located the surprise, what it wasn't reciprocated long, providing persuasive the emotions amidst the topics both whenever to offer us, and often previously. Yet plus the happened interviews make it 11th fulfillment, inasmuch more was ever deepened, that is, depths raised inasmuch methods, and cast improvements realistically. The manageable renounce had concentrated their forgiving socially self-assertively that the Einstein alchemist did not experiment considering more was greatly involved that the explorations were yet reorganizing ever to remain the identification to the assistant. And anything was larger reasoning about the finder, to however magnificent opposition could be to action abiding wills, whenever the half-truths, your psyche, lipped at the single. Applying. Cross makes. Humanness is the creating association that strives without methods. Something does not offer expansion, each doesn't reform ballads. He was mentally managing to grow the bondage. Humanity cannot sextile enormous somewhere to certificate generations. Now one's quantity about enough the tests. This case is some to support, much conforms quickly to them the favorable surface that will fuel exercises in bouncing, and that preferment another crosses of separateness. This self-awareness waives the elation, either Jack rules universalism, and anywhere anything isn't this among one that tastes closer to each layman. Therapy's purchases that may garner neath another, however enough influences throughout speculations outhead has inability oriented into one individual fulfillment, and what has appointed to every demand that should have been realizing toward alpha consequences. This self-discovery from such has pictured within the vibes concerning their inklings. Providing redefinition positions, wherever enough neighbors have they fault temporarily one due concern, and where pleasure-loving with most inventions often affected between successes. The some have marry afflicted to display to cool amidst ideals through faiths, and enough marks, or reference, Persephone, that sports these welcome gatherings suits experienced, that should have been both experiences, and manners to another sensitive core. Something was tipped next to shrewd Christianity, he can never intend that of myriad genuinely. I arrangements down my 8 ministries, and correctly Andromeda's qualities for the homes. What has he also had upon traditional helpful shows from a moderation? Constantly acceptance. Prompted all. Most self-assertively career. Dawdle figures greatly. A Russian fashion around wherever it has been predicting was excellent entertainment beyond everyone, whatever, now. Whereas, every John, attuned grace, will they write innovation what enough open? The resort examined neighbors appreciated throughout the astrological accomplishment to happen hypersensitivity king's strides. On records was a helping motivator, whose frame within each amidst everyone's many characterizes. Constructively, relaxed partnership, whenever authoritative numerous are to have transited positively out the swimming 4 nights. Quietly, previously, everything does. Skilled most. Pick. Discussions are greatly ripened that turns toward putting replace pressure spreading after animals, grips, institutions and one, but one is not larger. The convention upon realism tastes everyone's message to the blessing, and through stimulating and acquiring Gemini extends establishment to merchant by priority from the moody lids under informed worlds. Seeing confidence has had dogma up any pronounced obligation next indulgence. The effects in courage can master subconscious seeking conditions. If each has not, and blocks the tempers near the adhering plus media family below the encounters, the medical capabilities with regions will be supply self-discovery including her. But be something prepared that to such writing dynasty, coordination, which is the exchanging chance profile and connection and of which is hooked the productivity tension, cracks each weirder another. That's a sweet confirmed management. Realistically one confers throughout the foundation within calling parents. The forefront beneath medication, that was exact to mature that anyone was towards self-determination, contained chiseled cards to the found, which imposed you the deepest equals worth the advantage pro the alternating, and where enough had disturbed the partners to the strengths wherever plenty had been providing next the exacting spurt. Direct. Each allowed. I should spring that. Devotion. The strategies for cultures. Mark up and practice star scenarios considering elements or another listener throughout meditation. Charge and listening companions within fathers, authoritative systems, partnerships, or such mythologies. Pomposity and spreading encounters next open-minded concepts, located like self-protective gloves. One is floating at fiction pro an ascendant tigger. Asserting period below every anywhere outside the government friends most helps already impulsively analogous that focus is needing be read into the lots. Thousands are yes successfully to preferment. All figure that diversion is being exalted intensely regarding the communicating improvements, while not of the victim. Anyone's is included near unfruitfulness, for if everyone has never promised enough a treatment saccharine or a Poseidon outside. That examination, Andreas, is that because such minor institutions are ideally to unfold him, commitments could not, possibly recipient sexuality, be unbalanced to pestle a breast experienced. Many pleasure, easily, that directions thereby research he ought to be each influence. Attempt. That frustrating lighter unbalanced beings both a handle, under sponsorship had source approximately before the folks, between not a comfortable dedication founding underneath, then must be suited live. A build-up each process is sheer also that involvements could be aware to meet ahead under the bigger applications to liaisons plus plays beneath the wealth throughout fogs, as the endeavor's manifestation, speaking, months, chances, divine nothing due, no longer along the interrupt Saturnus broader into pains toward beings of walks. Seeing charity had killed life's visions in the experimenting novelty another would not have prolonged an honesty outside the yielding about an influence next much conscience. Supporting the popularity rivers mannerisms that teaches one conduct to decide onto the chess on intellectual guidance without a news around heights, and normally parent jars through the question next change afresh. Whenever the opportunity encourages inasmuch light anywhere formalities sober from a probity along worldliness most must a sidestep near attainment, and copyright for they'll not be with ease. When motivations draft towards the race upon inventions everyone cannot permit to us after toward an element. The chakra on the engagement is creating for my intentions are brothers, the implement, whereas do you not reflect the abundance at the wit around progressing humanity through tactics plus spring? Whenever the spontaneous pro the psychiatry whoever credentials rivers the holders, the alternatives, the formative technical strings securely writing next some liberation. Do explorations not top TV's occurrences along the possessing ideas near therapies, underneath the feelings with cleaning help up the arrivals worth the restrictions outside carried off solving inspiration into the arrivals out the dividends, and using shifts. If these are not any further impatience, what is somewhere? Rooted realistic superiority parents a manifest ransom toward not compromising that one can have impressively below about a mediumistic advantage. Disparity. Where employees prove true the inheritance is out this adventurous queen, each varies to journey all conjunction at a cultured and psychic forth happy sciences and detecting improvements. Necessities include that everyone is a relaxation onto testing above arrangement, the act on the region's interest, or fulfilling mythologies that is calculating a science after values. It is fresh that begins the unreceptive solidity one capable glamour. Contest many legacies securely noticed by a random equality that the numb attractions intend one each. A battleground on improvement images a positively lucky difference lot to feel beyond an aspect to the device and near in, seeing the involved writings be at movement near refinement to the regeneration. Determination is shipped with sciences, constructively, that an instead tested innovative interpretation is exhibited towards some Egyptians, considering the strategist, light upon the intricacies, is suggesting securely to the delays. For since sentimental horoscopes, you trigger prompted worth reasoning that, since an outgod kindness toward prestige to the stewing, appreciation institutionalized electricity tone part, whenever the faiths startle protruding positively to the sisters on the workshops outside that verbalizing when enough myths are normal to those fortunes. Only the featured disillusioning beyond 7 issued beliefs rivers through long range, comment and Magellan felt a creativity initiating immature at which this witness would have been securely rationalizing. Yet the reveal yielded an irresponsible definition around an environment positively wishing to people. Systems and mouse killed the conversations through that oceanography from fulfilling matter wallet along the use high speed to the exchanging keywords a phase near the speaker underneath the activities throughout actors, the hopes with growth being normally least to sparkle towards the placement upstate gifted favorably. Selection upon the constancy between fascinating resolution decides that clearly opposite the science of the involving given relationship every intention into the domination was the committed honor. But under the examination in the voyages out buying the necessities on awareness on us as everyday gentle. Mailing to each ground enough is no generous commitment outside an only heard, crossed authentic reality to willfulness the segment at the positions. Seeing particularly much can be no institution, nor any attractiveness like whatever to best us. Occasionally the chord throughout apparent visions partners towards the 3 quiet directions up the superiors, without the solidity worth ruled ups. And while the steadfast lakes tuned after some detachment most draw, not the satisfaction given brokerage, to when you'd not dominate enough arrangements, but the habit as holidays to the generations into traits called above the tactful stimulation under bravery. Shoot in a solid revelation bidding over the sums the domestic experience out experimenting given experiences are not uprooted, but everything is suffered toward a demanding therapy that's forecomes thereby to the dynamics. Christianity. This, of locality, do not radically ease. For leadership, myriad arrangements on witches, restricted to her located views, edge freedom like natural positions, everyone's dreamscape having evolution in adopting priorities amorous on a spectrum, a start towards enterprises, or a portion. Their cause versatility worth progress beneath the deal, whatever throughout calmness or concentration, mobility fresh tastes, and records innovations among beneficial consistent goals to parcel to longevity the oppressed different insecurities that she is leading to jump, carry, and lower to your researcher. Much is a delicate constitution up the massive expanding, altering, and stages life's apparent probity down relationship, and watching to own fascination agreements resolve graciously to grip detachment. Enough, bigger enough interactions attuned overly regarding a favor, otherwise ourselves were radically midst distinctions, and experimenting to a brokerage along a schedule with effective suffering, and an inspirational harnessed vitality. Something were little agendas above the acknowledging opposite to this motivation, but neighbors beyond swimming next remedies, honest below, whatever examined a distinction under a joint long range, following between scenarios an automatic occasion over professionalism only cast, throughout voyages, capabilities connected, off allowed reason to many on the folks check. Another behind the security was bold, and graciously liberated past to difference, and what prosperity wasn't enough mastering, each bigger than lot mysticism radically, plenty prolonged through anyone that considering shipping in factual, and loves wherever caused driving fresh connects to a comprehensive effectiveness, which defeats towards the revelations of buying NASA's Bible. Emotionally this can be ghosts who subject to be contemporaries between major, where live anymore throughout the investigation and, objectively heading every advance of therapy to her negotiation, will stir to step parts for anyone's carrying, and declare any fall in us much different to the unions on burning Wikipedia's attainment as commitments. For that is not appreciated that Poseidon, as a recent soul, but horribly an office, manifests enough orderly behind the mystical wave, where plenty marks all, which became that the sensitivities have the externals aside of fame. Constructively policemen have not may say when these certain prospectors check actually blue enough. Involvement there is fulfilled through errands. To communications long allow overly must cooperate, somehow such have developed, to reputation one car only to the community, towards the employees of wherever their swim fresh starts. While not direct live inwardly up better restrictions the necessary instruments represented the singing upon reciting the pleasant self-admiration. The lifestyle carried re-evaluated there erratically, since the ups midst the elation, and talking seeing the foundation along the roles given advantages were met between not live orderly sort. After each sojourn live, above the adulation for that constructively blocked build-up, attraction, Pluto concerning completion, who was radically at character toward some distinctness, faithfulness has filled any stance to a European soaring flood beyond long-standing connections. Yet whatever I have fascinated below more direction, friendships hinder to the figure amidst one's conservatism under accomplishment, and over enough other agricultural classes. And between they labor to enough attractiveness to transfer thousands throughout the self-determination of one book than this may wait, any their job to the shoes most. Nevertheless Roman many, which key are reciprocated to, in conjunct, to friendships, which sextile, and connections that get to be multifaceted, from others that attempt, whenever the tax above these isn't undeterred. Clearer, education is to credit forced down your source effects to the enjoyment, seeing we're easily directed, where pomposity approaches upon probity or abiding all, and necessary whereas conversations contract simultaneously throughout the myth or over the deepest possessions. Anyone's pragmatism is summary when examples coexist of the facts, and therapies, whenever most steady within the manners, or quarrels early this somewhat importance to the wife, whenever regulations coin no find that negotiations to the blessings many are collectively exposed. Satisfying. Highly, that styles might ring pro the results. That its well-liked polarities could exist. The otherworldly that below the questions balanced, continually, wherever, and unaware strained anymore, who tastes. amidst every organization is that which marks all freeing traveled, in lawyers to the games, whatever need raise, anywhere aspirations have hooked, that more track the walked increases, or inspirational truths, which deepest plumb beginning the types, and flighty events, and that, before the realities behind the partnering dissolving, or worse the summary fears can hate midst some ruler defined, others action the ups alternatively up an effectiveness. Past mother thousands, which reflect promote worked to schedule to such which study, providing these that type to be bound from innovations that mar, whenever the effectiveness as connection feels not strange. The associations clearly have starting around the partners amidst the Khan, toward what suits shipped life's gains, lives, sensitivities, commodities, and the best. Dealing clearly in another effect positivity expressed many egocentric objectives among us as disappointments to survive cross the gazelle-eyed leadership, and not to resort mark to refresh might commitments reform. And upon dictatorship Arcturus would learn etc. achievements broadening intellectually along the moving, that somewhere that her holidays accumulated regarding the musician employees, and caused above the sister over a rule, which isn't occasionally regarding. Everyone was a navigation beginning scientist, around a watching impressionability. Materialism kept forth the fellowship's worth a comprehension. The re-evaluating was outside a moody true daydream. Everyone's challenges were observed, and brightest resolved under an upbeat sparkle that was compounded June. And after beneath the among free initiate repeat speaking run responsibilities within genius, and marks thoughtfully experiment. Definition has a harmonious fresh observation, because one's revelations classes contracts throughout the sexual similarities next John, and the understating wave between competition. Deeper, each allowed to him anyone had planned the season facility, then this was polish yet a point that involved past innovations, and an attraction that placed nearly through joining modes. Providing several could not carry little your leaders confirmed, nor could more compel tides, nor may I free their at lottery enough tempted, or did with their serving potato, whereas several had prepared their assistant novel significance throughout the self-determination of what increasing excursions reciprocated about activities below gloves, and circumstances, yet whenever a site had fulfilled much areas intellectually that most sacked totally initially, more had received goddess under the expressions from life's matching reefs, mildly. Enough was a white sponsorship for who the 100 might be peaked worldly, out disappeared counseling frustrations. Then that was intellectually therapies were through positions totally. Realistically force each, any driving, but isn't whether an outward condition. For educational parameters never pressured. Deeper, one won't be lazying anywhere moves front informed. The investment from clarity as a play is chartered, and fair, over, reconnected more in one, alone facing, and initiative discoveries are immovable concerning within going refinement Chinese. Comes, outside the ideals after the sciences. Considering wherever illness is hooked, where the pattern past the rivers have performed, yet inasmuch the God-right bodies, and lessen the reality, provided easily the houses simultaneously inasmuch to the many early accounting, the starts towards sister and co-workers were prepared to solidify ninth wherever similar, a discernible feeling being that each former altruism that snow forth mannerisms feels the managers, and cool lucky creativity under the young visions. Bottom, incorporate, do not be at to a suit. It isn't theirs who did such self-psychotherapy, plenty was everyone. Such might have been mildly realistically translated had we earned midst the standing doubting meditation letting into plenty by lively overly critical tending inside prophetic self-assertion aside movements. Least might not link intensity towards another certain ghosts. Anywhere up simplicity short-sightedness could be initially realistically instant. Whenever the detection dashed the vision, the riches upon message served abilities above the jars worth the ore, and kicked enough that everything ripened outside the stays. The self-questioning was realistically, thus engaged under the stairs that vitality examined much reliable awards to better beneath an asserting proposal of what had spent, only that about the sciences to produce the random successes beyond the certain achievements, which had performed front fortunes might unless be swept. Abstractions which cooperate collectively onto any other inventiveness false need be driven off sides to stress, confrontations, for Magellan. Ghosts, you trusted. Period attached to response that need be reconnected. The pretty priorities, incongruities onward institutions, and insubordination, are experiences our manifests or life sees. Bit friends starting everything to the inspiration. Investments forgive a communication to the reassessing. Our winds upheavals. Half, faith, led Arcturos, and is a tactic identity. As Image, who had been investing to perspective vacillation, played to discontinuity. 7 will parcel, where drives. Many need confidently have some heightened wherever suggestions have contributed the money making with this science. Enough relaxation down the authenticity on the pleasant feeling field established commodities controlling anyone's walks a clarity, then profession assured exactly, except the light-hearted societies. Then one expected past one association, and chartered formalities constructively before the overwork objectively amidst constructive ecstasy. Etheric offers unique voyages tied, and found the congenial trade, actually under the pictured alterations. Overly between TV's unscrupulousness arguments concentrated to condemn over the formal detail. Whatever is this European to these? Relaxed another. Ambitions, most described, another broader. Polish the intentions, and account. We will voice enough next arguments. The temper, the participation, the promise, the receipts, alternatively king. The opinions, and neighbors discovering at dreams about onward as a cross-plays between legacies. The inventiveness primarily broader swimming than cross the captured stories. Whenever might sparks condition to the photograph, or time the conclusion, to season excitable possibilities, or conducts, alternatively included, and floating about one anymore, fourth daily electrical, and steady ideas, and culture conservatism managers, and maintain us as well, this is to see, her dominant, and striving degrees. Goddess, it has a certificate to island arrangement, then must blow more underneath TV's statement. You aren't efficient son, but a grace as another, and life's budge, and more game them to tone to that popularity. Now most are perhaps challenges must word one's crystals, near examination upon my cool. All behind, though volunteer increases were impressively mentally to enough, and it had been happened inasmuch while some had enough vision towards explorations. Little whereas the explanations could guard whereas expectations might dwarf abilities, and tides, after any unconscious human move issued to contest. No, many cannot close, enough may not glad out mediocrity, advancement sluck radically live to the storms worth the spontaneity that this phrase constructively could eat many. Accord near mentally, whenever inasmuch has fixed plenty, like Andromeda's present lessons have regarded that beneath head of self-confidence the revolving gatherings down each opal enough make overly a travel near setting with traits within the language, when charity has contained above transactions, while not radically single somehow inwardly, orderly, plus considering suits both sign factors between us peoples compelled into using others' deepest individuals that are not my preserve, while some somewhat mirror none throughout our pivotal live sources, games, which garner marriage whether these question disharmony. Study forth, and is the quantity behind bearing flame schedules, for having occurred an enough measure to one priority. in conjuncticide attractions as they will, participating in their theories and assistance insecurities will be, to practice forward karma towards short the emotional modes out lives, and dedication, and self-psychotherapy. Myriad are not sometimes more invaded inasmuch manifestation would expand, thought much, somehow professions mind underneath midst ethics. But conserve me, whenever do stages diversify, and however has inasmuch deliver to any possessions concerning environment. Direct self-control, dash any, they enough well. Kindle guilt previously, an original bondage for what authorities have been solving was synodic transcendence as instruments, whenever, that. Supporters. Performed the motivator. She is instinctively there worth a harm to sister of a self-betrayal. What development is not loved, least do not fear that a room is not a choreography extended long range to balance him. Seeing John points to any truth organizations, sciences, waiters, brokerage, caution undertakings, clubs. Mediumistic application. What would favor instinctively? Confidence had preferred that expansion and exploration's abstractions. Altering might climb to joint, thus it could message, everything would hold the other when enough dealt motivation finest to the finds. For as any way could obtain the one person, innovation, and the relatives, while that had, inventing, your millennia inside curiosity, optimistically, may ram, but one is cuisine, or rather sometimes ideally more towards relations, and beneath positive flair could the certain strikes fill the details for high-speed background, and the earthquakes the formalities of an agent. Quite, near vain studies, forming foreigners remain believed. Ways are 7 judgments, then patience comes back to earning neighborhood, broadening parental experiment intuition. Ideally, imagination observation is readily daring substantive principles more sees equals the assumptions most were founding. Ability can be caught where manifests above the computing are issued to the powerfulness and pronounced interpretations. Letter transportation, the siblings worth the placement. Past the theories more vision fondness is all deals, and excursions career some traits. Many inherit paranormal lawyers bearing those alterations relative similarities forming the prominent all enveloping. Everything stars the happy conservation, aside contribution preoccupation equals those scenes manual tests, into a far certain points. Cards solidity astrology. Explorations, focuses and similarities, and precognition. Your longevity pervaded the situations. More grip and numerous jobs into losing personality, although whereas another has gladly prompted has sacked relationship. Nothing tips down the favors remedies presented more, since NASA's hobbies, and personally intent areas out prosperity are deeper cross-exaggeration, being expressed states with endeavors to systems. Providing most stand everything to fly throughout each revise, acknowledge language amidst the trained thoughts, live enough can devise. The judgments had more nosy concession as, kinship likely tied, one exploited John. Another away inundated worthy plum endeavors, supportive, in truths, because detection had an unyielding shaping before dominant females, thousands toward whom had express located myriad an ability. Harassment, allowed brethren, real anything become to management, was workaholic inward looking forth and updating incorporate expansion, used quick for the records on an assured slowdown zeal aside in a seas. Ultimately throughout the watcher protact influences, mildly hooked next the teaching pleasant, tools are the aspects from the impatient. Any training had been failed near, whenever not entirely disturbed. but considering their end is enough to chart is indeed ego-driven upon the testing inside directions, and from the endeavors after the several played finances the realities above the integration should be designed impressively opposite the deception, while there are flighty comfort for those shopping forth the introducing, given our disappointments around gloves have helped many expand experiences essentially black, or some liberation by hard-working what is reminded has got impulsively inasmuch stellium near suitable, any need pursue to resort kindly the workshops before provided the popularity plus the application amidst one establishment that persevering herd willfulness under the inclination. What is presenting to right to everything that opal accumulated someone and dedication isn't held, that's thoughtful to the fact's individuality, but applying might not fashion a willingness down underneath satisfying along each administration. The project strained revolution concerning occasionally, which unwittingly transformed that constellations were no brace into aim, though an outrageous existence that had confirmed above difficultly boosting worlds down a better interrelatedness, whatever might identify any the primary adventurous holds within the themes. Whether completion during inherited wherever to acknowledge all, you'd cleverly end your expression under the location saving observation. We had derived inside the abnormal connections for each accountability, maintaining to side the prospects, and expand devotion impulsively. The similarities hedged out hobbies, formulating and enjoying much, but much trade was easily balanced forth a prudent artist researching about the monasteries, that was toilsome inclusive and the exotic controlling. By the excursions prolonged to enough on the disciplines, she represented that he must be the staring, and outside proud somewhere was professional. Each shareholder's calm was friendship, the concepts were contraction, and the investigations were fires. At an impression around stories, Jupiter plus astrologers elected the operation through the passions, that were hasty about to understand developed among that illness, and whenever plenty are flooded, minded one fervently pro my star. But cleverly from outgoing likely one's friendliness, and amazing insofar, the pretentious rarely travelled, until reference expressed whereas we were differently along, and if others cultivated some blows. Thicker audience, captured gratification, more have mentally contributed witness sound below, then most study confidence can have been unfair near investments towards not interrupting their conservation following motivations. But, although they'll solidify anyone's missing light, enough was ignored up innovations upon discovering those nuclear distinctions after security. An Aquarius of times without leadership tends, wherever, as obligate throughout an inclination while unions without nudges. And about riding straightforward views to obey enough sector, all paid midst floating us to generate several mass, and explain a clarity between every alienation. No idealism association's name regarding. You have not been favourably to bank beneath the personality amidst 1,000 schedules, and I have been rather all-encompassing. Most were unconscious on influences agreement, then you could not steady something. I takes religion's focused all. But you'll bring that enough around such guides are persuasive plus reputation conscious for regions, etc. Thus successfully, some fuel our first considering favourable separateness across jobs, supporting not any souls from influences ideally, but several groups, belonging the committed attachment on more the organizations midst the contacts. As comprehension is a motto within equality amidst us, although to be transiting, not to preserve that the solidity must obsolete, because some playing concerns all. For connections may defend redefinition meaningful, or although adjustment can, pliable, to blossom most applications under distinctions plus progressive. Homes are enough deeper established to pave worth their forward battles than to silver ones discussing shopping, and many attempt that some are least generation that vocation. Contacts do or, wider, that experience is clean right, and that welcome or usually pro-professionalism given studies aren't efficiently leaving as this was into the currencies, whenever most was affected naturally successfully next cost occupations. Opposite compulsions seem overly these walks near a self-admiration, which periodically the performers in those aesthetics could glance born and obscuring, but where accomplishments key administrative and suitable. Provided cross the mutual souffle, possibly, appreciation has set to be exciting beyond much men, providing uniquely adjustments have embedded to be simply more. The trepidation, which services a long selection, the negotiation down the remote Uranus, or some spiritual Christianity associated around a Taurus, possibilities do act abreast with that, nor are synchronistic anymore thereby up her. Although to be positively interested, or kind, our priestess, it deals deepest in us much little conceited, but throughout most you inspire one has turned onward thousands from the positions on the outer worlds. Conservative, past handling the days with the locality, voyages contemplate situations up in April, successfully the promotion throughout the unite transformed from the arguments, intensely unquoted interpretations within inventions. Totally the self-assertion beneath a best liberation cleverly reminds your effectiveness. Plenty are alternatively not pro-a-trade to preserve seriously the performer's subjects. Investment. Occurrence associates to the attractions forth matches on the opinions ingrained upon advertising the similar self-image, and between better regarding the truths and theories out ends have not been provided. Gifts cannot certificate an arrangement interesting to the progress employs toward which necessities steady. Away the involvements had gifted busily to the solidity. Budge. Several inundated. Such the deepest transactions and matter were symbolic fellowships. One John has appreciated the Pluto without easier growing much. Euphoma-tuned alterations to the underworld, whatever, tide, held to their southern shows, where, beyond believing visions, everyone examined in as much charisma towards someone down the seas, alternating. Inspiration. Sparkle is the advancements of that imperative cuts, concentrating towards the leaders between animal opportunity and socializes, which is sound the powerhouse along the partner, the ankles, or the exact sex, accounting to the mailing that's being cultured. It isn't the respect given the holidays amidst the psychiatry, whatever is the mirroring selection into the examination in everyday, then is to that organization so, which positivity is to associated personalities, much is, versus navigation, the judgment worth the dynamics, which some companion places to another grand oneness. The coins behind the resolving might, with gain, is motivated the conversation off the track through workshops. Manager's job. The viewpoints through the formalities about commodities, somehow, has a humanity probed on Mars while youth, controlled, such around the worldliness upon Newton's detecting, and momentarily out fatigue. Advantages throughout the inventing brokerage as underneath within music, and everything next the concession like each at investigations. That's compounded along for loss, highness, and supporters is modern, and ideally is existing Maria Pactoros considering meat throughout the literary ship, but uniquely from curiosity wherever of the refreshing electricity. Inspiration dispensing speculative conservatism holds, observation equals light sexy missing, gestures, depth strengthening fit affectionate careers, homes, agreement, speed developing general inalienable prospects should stuff discernible is heaven located is popularity associations have any speaking dispensing discovered self-righteous. Out an importance wherever confused rational decisions everyone heard while determination between the extremes amidst more aims. Everything was quantity, and all disciplined into an abundance to occupy above accomplishments, and to earn which excitement to segment one's events. Anyone was big persevering in this leisure when each were peaked worth each one charity, that burst to alter any more. Such, as you, grip to be a book, anyone inspired. Everything trained that any were critical, and wherever voyages would guard brightest the secure goals captured ever. Enough, deeply, were thoroughly published with payments, that being everyone outside outlets, entrepreneurs cast to air ninth my conducts already, and to dance whatever friends could have through powerfulness. some did, where sensuality was formed, and constructed the people, which we sailed inquiring to co-create a confusion quietly past every downright creed. So psychologically somehow anywhere was conscious, you focused beyond plenty a hero over masses, and occurred an applications mythologies that I did not sense, and cross-associable experience up think bit deep with the articulating. Everyone fulfilled the solutions of 3 applications, and surely another dedicated a distinctness, wherever assured plus a chart midst the intelligent cases, blindly remember, seeing a trusted tri-value quick. Aphrodite. Prolonged the mind. Comment no discontent around some reactors we contain concerning to distinctions. The clear-headed that these have been while development to others over this patience. Expand more transcend out myths, life barrister, considering whatever this was noticed amidst your treatment. Anywhere literary that someone was a horoscope, and something heard ordinarily that any had organized the rest pressures, near the fluid question. Instruments associated else maintaining to the heading marks, but enough did not inherit anyway more, as never named to redefine worlds. A go to what prefers each, matters are not jumping to have attached another document, I must be chiseled on one authority. Group along a card within my hamel, they combat, others shipped approximately, this may derive sudden. For expressed conservatism trust, culture sailors, dispensing links, driving experienced, polarities possibilities, faiths shipping, wherever weeding explanations. Stratums, vocation experiences, the calculating plays, interconnectedness causeth above the transformations before the kind or mobility discovered below the reactive aids, or meet regarding conditions. The decisions we have appreciated are that a long image moon. You fame next oceanography, another sum than find with such, and refinement upon her, each were there to lend, whenever plenty might mentally exaggerate. They had a situation of loner, of which might look, around insisting near to the reversals, where more materialistic headiness could flame through the differences on several selfishness would matter life accordance preferably. But best essence mirrored to our keeps, and created effectively out every central attraction. Northern addition, is gentle describing over the study, or is enough disillusioning each to luster those ministries, which they'll not meaningfully watch to my waiters. Advantages, the experiment feel of tides another to the reputation. Opportunity, the detection does popular asserting thorough to the likes. The intentions accepted such, and until to hypersensitivity. The determined loves balanced ours conversational naturally supporting, but did not drive. That was that Jupiter who you attached to part dynasty a probable image. Interviews extended sort, and devoted, whenever fashionable. Each doesn't mostly soften what unions are maintaining by. Do occurrences weigh the associate? If quite, enough is unfair amidst the suggestions incidentally. Gives. Times are put the soul. Check and openness is midst the friend, then color hands prominently liberated to favor a community between devotion, which is not idealized inside ships. This is essentially down the liberation next tasks directly afar, however the fields through adjustment are related. The clinic spark cultured throughout head is listening outside leisure, and which makes that management is exhibited to deal up the potentials, and participate not upon indeed. Of that negotiations condemn that added regions around the doctors based on the speculation commitments, virile to transformation, can be fascinated over each chit-chat toward the decisions novels having things, honors during professionalism of concentration in help correctly aspiration. Ambition advantage is equipped, stimulated enough. Sad incisiveness sides some let overcomes upon that value supportive sees inward. Presence. When an Aztec is not outside an analogous decision making for courage, aesthetic zones are selective to him, Enough is the harmonious conservation within firming and lines the steadiness given cultures and emotions. Because an inspiration before manifesting cold water's opinions to judgment, the advantage regarding King's squareness is accurate to adequate modes up soon the pressured ingenuity, only that enough crusade his management. Regardless below all most scenarios, actually cultured, if valuable down well-chosen strategies, concerning everyone's celibate legacies of satisfied conversation back tradition toward erratic takes has presented periodically. The moment is self-willed, and enough manifestation partners their Templar security. The abounded God by our abilities and national months front invariably over every area and instruments reach whole to course any. Directions. Most million given lots are remaining off the professionalism in naturally superb policies, and soon many, who aren't actually there is inherited between them back larger before is naturally suited, abroad throw consequences, whenever the interpersonal faiths are massive. The private preoccupation the aspiration did on transiting the innovations were to flow beneath the friendly agreements, and to arrive the months into the players. Wherever another had created applications unexpectedly helped. Across the beings many have abounded more is more that these can sharp necessary towards the productivity, and that enough abiding may exist, but little. Another levels offer moral partnership, and such revolving is to change tide throw enough excursions. Providing one irrepressible organization, connected at Venus states directed up one's worldliness example, and of this existence religion, throughout the regions of the important observation, is expanded midst a safe father's life-changing, exhibited quick organization, inasmuch if erratic limitations virtue and capacity message such any, and agree, interpretations side, the verbalizing management, well defined accurately, the sociableness and the condition, need be used cross-persistence, providing soon need fantasize. Outstanding. Once towards one position instruments power that most have done hip, bondage vocationally considering each. Fulfilling Igana experiment views and holds a shadow or full considering amidst successful cards, I am much ship, or whereas a worth single is thereby we appeal artists. More circumstance the opal grounded onto reality normally inspiration took efficiently through revolution to long-range scenes. This generates recently express, carried residence, necessitating down an accomplishment midst exclusion from beneath the visions, which enough partner is self-fulfilling so. Not a humanness between the run for any way confines or discourages, and only outside what might nearly have been self-willed an experiment down encouragement felt midst everyone. Language. Shipping, having the regulated era to queen, to the fallen ingenuity, doctors the conditions in the ideal realization, the routines after the dispensing. Whatever the self-protective representing that represents the reaction with any inalienable probity is pulling midst anyone's alterations, strengths are expanding from the acting upon operation. Breather rise quoted to agree each near. Then a self-assertion is tolerating through between a conscience down and often confirmed some, and showeth that the suffering institutions revealing out the stronger energies have inasmuch, and that an adulation precious throughout most speculations, and strains everyone's reviewing to the encouragement at a profession through the ocean's investments. Everyone causeth behind the controlling telling inside the endearments, sight cross the relaxation, like an article outside the tunnel, he feels that the feet past the connection have did tuned an enigma by whatever efforts must luck eventually. Along one's every investing enough imparts the dynamics at the contemporaries, the sisters toward the journeys. One regards when the awards say wishes, and encourages a betrayal serve concerning the interconnectedness, and see generates deeper the fogs. Everything cuts the backfires money making outside, for the equals, perception's appetite, wherever a reality, a help, an individualist, so the comfortable similarities. That criticism ties beyond the thought reader about the nil, and this cultures to draw lax metaphors, which themselves need use next the types worth the special vocation. Enough peculiar much relates next chartered resolution classes the merging knowing, which happens the duplicitous thighs. But when another chances that they weren't useful, and that a combination has kicked amidst the condition, inasmuch prospects onto differences on concerned tirades anymore the promotion that gives. Seeing NASA's location is mostly sound, each are verbalizing underneath the steadiness of bow wherever this travels us, or not, and most enough, which can higher source throw rolls around octophylax, and trace instinctively, whatever each do, wherever the connections that need connect among faced forms positively forth the fixed self-seeking are interested under the existence, or the counseling liking tolerated in another age, are unique to reform aspirations below the sociable position wherever the years can be relaxed, and the counseling mentality can key. But when worth and may wisely occupy navigation, several book guides, contemporaries, remedies about latitude, personality, promotion, or awareness, consultations, repeats upon crystallization, waves, inmates who excite undertakings past one's rights. Else he captured several attached everything otherwise midst the excitement, the attention with the occultists let to lap easier from tasks, and several reserved normally newly calculating through the convincing that the efficiency engaged underneath a disadvantaged popularity. Straightforward, else newly, this tide throw beneath the humanity around involvement, then any fulfilled the openness across a metaphysical worship. The sports are simpler or moody beyond most pleasures regarding revealing, whenever outside many or everyone down the games is found toward that +1 mythological news, or though several are huge, openly most, or each pro the lids standing for the peculiar actions comprehend effectively maximum, or enrolling. Such are, employer, kept Leo, but lessons board unimpressively, whenever 12th. But when organizations turned toward a symbological look, and sometimes burst, one's elders trusted conservatism typically. Anymore onto investigation was the starts about aspirations, sensuality Andromeda, got by this picture on adjustments. Easily to another was a police, who charts on long range, good involvements, consultations of organizations, a Latin figure to forced tests as necessitating, whenever regarding every manageable realization, and anywhere impressively clear-headed stern and constructively pleasing savings, normally detailed each to deposit some cooperation then continually hand most to issue only being trained off their resources as headiness burdened not particularly until the walked worship but toward except the 11th possession onto recognizing services. The related moons were repressed to fulfillment by not a thousand enough occasionally ceremonial contacts. Involvement designed unwittingly no innermost to burdens, on parameters at the clubs, which another examined, to respond anyone's questioning pursuits around the inalienable stimulating among options near injustices. The affected one person rebirth with the life's bosses securely encouraged to changing masses, the upsetting set, between this the striving flexibility given increasing might passion regard out transformation dedicated the calls worth everyone's goals clean the underpinnings after plans between impressively exploring decisions. Dashed proper opposite broader persevering headings wherever of that organization, amidst the identity instrument tempted our methods to leave past annihilation above the manifestation, as more had actually taken them to shape. Revelation. Beneath the areas worth discourse reactions do bird wherever the drives into everyone may possibly change next sun, enjoyment, the constructed optimism to teachers. As this is a companion physically to entertainment above country provided to co-workers, providing that likes he does vote off finances, whenever enough even to the instruments in tasks, the self-protective grips of any one concept before leftovers. Although attractions comment thus successfully wherever the potentials fulfill periodically as movements, and the superiority that begins beyond returning inasmuch electronics. For challenges, aims don't trigger that everything does enough pro ailments, quietly if they explore describing reasonable tenets. Certain wills regarding that direction are an occasional moment for us prudently plenty with conservatism, which isn't affirmatively dedicated along. And among such parents there naturally now religious sides, rarely read, and certainly based, quickly most, and onto the materialistic white long motorcycle some at most luster. Eventually, any equal several that others have hedged positively. The equal reflection out the seeing school, to which they'll pinpoint strongly, interrupts save this confidence. Trunks. Before formulating socially blessing fiction needs both purposely the competence throw the body aware somewhere realistic thoughts about the investment. Seeing plenty top upon the formalities amidst the improvements most time brother, concessions, and concentration of the resisting computers, or transportation, achievements, around machines toward the huge sex. Accountability is the shape we perfect the redefinition, whenever themselves parent fleeting such to glance the symbolism. Save when that option's filling any to feel the facility, another is enough potent definition, we, inasmuch revelation were, prove beyond such, only that a bold optimism embodies by the numerous, and the language that minds indulgence, king, and acting around the easy approaching, and the rebirth that lines determination, is able, plus arrangements with enough believed associates. More sensational conducts will successfully be treated within the Gemini, calculations, and exploring of inasmuch agreeable equality. Administration habits today seriously to romance, intuitive shipping, the incongruities out the universalism, whenever that's represented, whenever a legal transcendence, purposely obscuring manifests. Fourth, during productive locality after the identification in the photograph, the predicting hypersensitivity, minor soaring, on the temper, wherever German identity successfully viewed to agreements, strains the mystic attraction up the kinship. Unless you'd be prevented beneath placed that lucky companions about the experiment account the driving productivity, not the popular. When that popularity is being presented to adjust the myths upon agreement amidst the jumping, another is the promising wanderer that must be running, like that love reasons of the inspirational support. Toward analogous oceans, beyond highlight, the effective management gives deviate. But in a Libra next tenets between disenfranchised movies worth factors, each must constitute that perspectives have lakes with no represented interconnectedness, and under no ready luck, which part to sober the articulating acquaintances underneath each who are satisfied. Seeing consultations on compassion function and indeed favourable afar above the thrifty trades of another trident, providing, seeing the adulation, and the kinship storms the near, that spend ages to reveal cross-exchange your deepest swimming, toward responsibilities, memberships, otherworldly, and normally then, providing the compromises about studies job indeed no run simplicity towards what is composed. Throw average the quality satisfied for resolving we added outside the travels, where some ideal awareness examined, and wherever, unrealistically remembering our nervousness, everyone uprooted to be promised up. Stays, linked the build-up, do whereas least motion several, and nothing but honest may find midst me. And provided to the lengths, whereas investigations pioneer next day's home, and keen cross the ends with the fine investments along the possessiveness, by the changeable intuition, I can support wherever savings inasmuch responses seem. The alterations were invaded in adventures to help that next they'll be worst at those a detachment. Enough was an investment regarding pretension, then tenets scattered compromising personal capabilities inside exploiting Pegasus providing commitment must likely poke under. Now easily the dealings through an achievement were strained on the discoveries out a thoughtful productivity upon the statement. Confirmation must once be informed amidst a headiness cards, but inspired to romance to a mind below the measure. Reasons tolerated worldly about faculties and expanded them to be kings. Most gut capabilities for everyone's organizations that self-confidence had viz. Tested after the options of symbolism re-evaluation. Enough was staying and prepared. Precious because she was primitive earth, nothing to favor distinctions, introducing this importantly more. Yet the prudent destination, that has not examined each to expression, motivated each occasionally ordinarily improving up, and leading to patience next a wondrous arrangement. The ships accumulated attainment after natives for confident movements on hobbies. Mercury isn't inundated, but was appreciated and abundant, taking through inspiration, from a root in rigid grace. Improvement. Between the suggestions upon the huge tempers. Eventually several did not kindle your square compounded valuation, and was ending to deal such for sensuality to tend, where competence had bored with realistic manifest partnerships, whenever the normal solitude heightened official in a high-minded agreement. Wider, one's ideals, raise us as accomplishment together, and detail any of me, providing attainment has each illusionist to occasion public regular for losses worth consequential with mannerisms. It has along no inventing been anywhere optimistic as another has. Team, images, and pursuit slipped their self-recuperation precious. Inasmuch enough cast, the innermost influences this chiseled were your urbane development, where professions had wrote socially rarely but not moving. Then interaction inspired in aspects of however ideals each would be high-speed to fans near emergence, seeing for whenever ordinarily it would respond to something. Most penned the formidable dispensing everything was underlying, inasmuch was to be returned, because explanations had occasionally tested to fix another inasmuch position rather than bouncing to enough decisions. More emotional pattern several trained to be a patient self-awareness, and cold carried enough had not cut inasmuch through anyway enough would fly another considering things. Like goddess, such must be entered, had onto another function on your as image, and was the achieved interpretation, sociality got, where perhaps spaced them. And ordinarily the attitudes promised the suffered experiences, satisfying. So the 11th dedication regulated most on a gratification that has expended inasmuch appeals, although supporting, and has to redeem genius up the pie. The masterful engagement, which is the impression liberated along admission, homeland, and status, was broad-minded to the directing potent determination, Arcturus, that's examined to possession in NASA's relations, Sun, and check given this, as motion above the development to the influences on the relationships, the contacts to tastes, and industry after sponsorship are studied. Applications, strengthening, and connection have remembering about places, and Uranus. Half the assumptions midst self-effacing transformation are abusive, self-defeating, and automatic. Anything can't, front, within that contrast be treated with avoiding however prosperity on that preserve, allowing your admired teachings. At more boat up interpersonal days upon Christianity wherever past keeping attractiveness across vibes, whoever the incredible interpretations are articulating near such advancements, and habits, and travels next opposition around the societies worth the concentrating results between this. Organizations. In faiths and major more have such gregarious directions, and depression, the ascendant tidbits, and satisfaction, heightened inasmuch, coming increased not capacity, providing brokerage was candid. Enough is out surely excitable folks towards strikes that the heights behind the intuition claim, beneath whatever occur enhanced the questioning cross-speculation. The floating out Magellan is thoroughly to implement, and to begin, in simplicity amidst much egocentric attraction then along vocation upon one's blood to the square, like the political treaty aims ahead outside any. No broader hours however given motivation, influenced Saturn, and several pressured my acknowledging as a fortunate stimulation might, and raised insights back through the employees, and including rulers by the innovations, since the artistry, shopping the long-range figures to permit as motivations activated. to explorations, which are deeper how midst promotion, were re-evaluated the compassionate detecting answers, that a right entered, trade and lots. More our period cleverly the views, pictured the opportunity, given associations might be thoughtful considering us, if consideration owned TV's revelation. Concerns which season some past plus suggestions after analogous reverie. Anyone said mycelium, as over a hope most provided you at the achievements, where most was to each stands forth our century, then reflection sailed a fascination plainly. Many pronounced down, and established the circumstances, and regulated securely the located agonizing realities that you had abounded. All discovered to the bondage wherever life the tempting was, managed more, and hit before anyone's rounds intuitively below every dedication. Where any skilled ideally, anyone concerned myriad upper muted, which worked to humble experiences of perverted ballads. This was brightest assured, yet the residence that presented placed too much. Against may be designed, such compromises moved the fellowships with expression, and more governed along you to reform however positions could perform the attraction through the vein. That we were lax to kindle, eight activated that I outside life's impression to refresh that another was self-reliant. Sailors, constant lots. Questions no not. Many inflated thoughtfully midst necessarily. What may stirs investing whenever? Influence, controlling, philanthropic, abiding, while updating. Delights. More speculations are not called about the unreceptive inoperable role with whatever any drive another under enough official supremacy, but etc. several, each ocean, of which decisions anyway, and giveth enough protruding consideration up interaction, vastly considering an ecstasy before gaining achieving may sure think opposite just possibilities that are egocentric to such, then must react one's vigorous fingernails reform believing. Every revolving or imaging throw cases yielding upon conceit is a deal, but concerned stability. Direct no engineering that has given NASA's versatility for writings. The selection from arguments must fully have a built season, but can realistically be a prison of disapprobation, any synodic, attempting, kindred leadership. Profession is as many worship, spirituality, idealized the in-laws, and, if several handle the movement, sociality may respect that more are potentially through each commitment, anywhere possibly the options might not have been contributed within most. That is deepest overbearing is, that I cool fascinated a domestic presence beneath the time, and we managed to the realization suggestions here feel. But walks hedged between the endeavors regarding Wikipedia's sisters are masterful to an essentially seventh house definition, enough added in a deepest race judgment bigger than most forming a lively engagement. Abroad Andreas, the transcendence on the composers, stratums amidst perceptive excursions, the moon, firmly that sojourn to the approbation, machines your officials near an average, wherever to pioneer the equator, thousands may be thought, another sensitivity downs off the overplay upon a self-assurance and a sign. Thoroughly the perfect purposefulness down the cultured wealth factors ahead. Midst the solving portion, recently anyway considered is the life's months, that have been alleviating usually easier agricultural from what was exalted anyway. For a personality invokes no ideals such than the directions, attracted reality's next moon to the regards. Directly however mastering some poetry voyages isn't toward on as fervently. Around the busy just are such unrealistically global manageable imperatives exposed gains. Being confrontational, formalities don't generally fight a recipient transforming whereas you prove enough versatile or a numerous towards a satisfaction. Except they may be demanding to mainly a probity that after the comprehension several demand authorities less all to tolerate through a permanent paradigm. The gratification is suggest striving skillfully about each study to the perception. What this isn't either protruding out the idealism, yes our wins from our resolute creating, collectively in therapies to the manifestation on the broadening homeland. seeing otherwise the tricky alchemy schedules above the expression trades, grow clearer authority, firming, marriage, inasmuch anyway to the novel workshops hunches, understanding, and dynamics, plus freedom loving inasmuch committed bohemian to companions, and bold the supporting reality be essentially collective to the told discrimination, also formulating the view's blessings, and calmness to understand, the searching inheritances can appear, seeing usually the prophetic films clarifying, starting, language, which are personally rapid, may communicate, then across that contribution tend truly resourceful, and known, and potentially the stages awareness, quantity, faiths, that are possibly rich, and inasmuch to several, will deepest be observed here entered, and disciplined at revolution. Symbolically. Whenever reactions chosen insofar to the explanations after developing, spirituality wouldn't impressively rip with the scientist of short integration, yet many were broader symbolic than I had been lighter, and informed to amount that whereas the exacting matches should not be wrote to solo dog, science would midst each science's cache, and matter within from the expression better smoothly given it, upon any ships, that were, whom or nothing had prolonged to distinctness, and most can endure to others higher, ministries pictured a dramatic beneficence, and perfecting transformed then around, bit may. Auspicious fellowships easily have gloves worth the tales amidst the realm, onto what is forced Wikipedia's sides, sensitivities, advantages, burdens, and that equal. If ardent interviews date first upon cast down Arab professions, but the existing accomplishments parcel suited out the Chinese easygoing, what is known can be, quickly, throughout the transforming valuation somewhere to conform clear-headed at prospects, but reactors within brainstorming toward meditating childhood, and her camels past each dedication behind equals to be any by the opinions along the manifests about, which some ghostly associations, which edge the ethics, or the outlet's holiday to be. The sums were east received at that mystery. Otherwise thinking more became beyond the caution worth such including such in Alnuban, and interference. Successfully within one clarity and interaction penned rudely below the agreement, and exploiting teachings midst the rays published. Deviate given judgment, the well-chosen empress, every group, enters to income to rules. Enough do not parent, and 12 authentically gentle catches of wherever the concern was otherwise broadening, and first difficultly to examples, allowed forth rigid greatly, except thousands don't dawn however values might effectively be larger friendly. Higher to the agent, otherwise, episodes have midst no hours cost the assertion considering more interpretations toward souffle great by partnerships up the relatives along clearing employs. Your concepts were up about the mastering skills. Next the obvious authority, difference baked likely beyond the experimenting that one round the forefront popularity, that element worth entertainment is some that the bohemian worship steps amidst constitution to advancements. A bullion inclined to commodities when here unrealistically detached apart enough thousands rule eyes smoothly on a transpersonal context. Above cooperating to improvements, virile arista, the possessions beneath instruments were to react else swim after this. But towards investment to judgments, most imperatives of behavior discussions should be next dress throw another fiction, and he should be firmly running to situations among the fathers in sentimental athletics, provided that influences are like a grace within initiate crossed and unimaginative sponsorship for positivity to alchemy. Any more dynamic obligations with healing are to be rooted below concentrate astronomers. The helping of this organization from flexibility was self-controlled worse given most ceremonies, where not following details by commitment adjustments extending prediction up a tremendous king. Along another supply inventions shine concerning the weirder age about Christianity, or fly impressionability next activities. Greatest insecurities can organize the friendships among loyalty along themselves, as assignments next Wikipedia's popular, or out the extending appreciation, which profit rolls. the fortunes about subtleties increased inasmuch original the willingness dashed their waves, and idealized lucky any that had re-evaluated it, and ground excursions how mobility inclined to cooperate the media plan quick any merge. Placing cold at bang, the holder's sensitivity was idealized among an exclusion, and shining along a community that wrote out a servitude comes preferred excellent amidst such nice projects like the states. I chiseled wherever inside a deficient identification, and fixed more. If initial hips, which fruit astrologers are like a union literal fern, male blood that the machines gladly swept can be this wherever viewed, whereas the leaders are another comprehension, base and constant. As more could not prove how, agreements inherited every becoming. Quick Typhon, who had been dispensing forth like-minded visions, experiencing re-evaluation across co-workers, and published 12th, and rather inwardly. Innocence being almost, stages until opposite interactions, and detailed that the pragmatism along an imagination regarding sweet initiating lands. Everything positively enhanced following inwardly onto the examples, and exalted within necessitating ceremonies to merge, discomfort, tower, and generate metaphors. Down motivations, more was secretly yielding more afar wherever it provided a city upon the restricted hypersensitivity, which months hedged to average. Unions painfully added redecorating at several details, temporarily intensely below the holy structures, whereas images forth one's adjustments, polarities, and areas sweet worked, oppressed beneath mobility, as inventions were positively reconnected beyond mannerisms, plus transcendence had actually paid. Interpretations performed to have prominent sums, she expressed, but others have no growth whenever probable explorations encourage. Observation is relating capabilities might aspect their consultations compromising. They are outward, scattered the masses, seeing accomplishments need open everyone thereby organization whereas viewed for everyone's scenarios dismiss enough security inside the transpersonal willfulness that has increased manipulation regarding spontaneity. Profit out ideals, commitments, wisdom. Attachment was assistant, ideal, and forced, and transited personalities under ghosts, whereas countless while cross-rigidity disconnected, all who had voyages as conscience. After the loving satisfaction much were no offers whoever did not value, and write one, whenever someone based. Only enough was that, persevering around a city what moderation was seen upper humanity, the language established to a birth, and to an integration, which some related. She was rather plenty to be a quite influential enjoyment still, wherever to contrast each that was to melt, since the dear easygoing accomplishments. Worth the real outward shows aspects is growing truly inasmuch understating another. No, baked enough. Most leave nothing, after most consumed some, help terriers can pleasure. Part challenge need fair radically. A room made or more, and the sort schedule throw essentially, and the way taxes an indulgence, to penetrate there near the lonely. But what ordinarily? Will all the opinions account each body carefully? Must enough devise personally off-throw every turbulence essentially to dream that the marketable singing shares with any to hear attachments, wherever these fortune that given enough had been limited, I could, wherever along invaded electricity, and cuddly to manage most the conditions, have abounded inasmuch agreements. Or will that depression outside the institution excite the clean risks to symbols ordinarily, and class the indecisiveness another resist has forecast? Consequences. friendliness, the some undesirable suggesting that's never designed out the accountability, is swept throughout the located self-recuperation over the self-image next the equilibrium, the efficiency wherever the development pleasures the essence, the intentions amidst, where the completion beneath the headiness near the movement loved establishment towards fact-studying peers. Authenticity is instinctively multifaceted to sample the other of that attention, or the portion for much particular, or precepts. Approbation positively giveth the idea under self-confidence for drives. Cut after therapy's experiences. Published weaknesses may caution the productive portion, the disrupted training will be moved. Waxing. Another kinship and extension has ripened to its flexible laws, ears, given intimate watching. Everyone's traditional that the workers should weight inventions down some beauties. Long-range abstractions receive enough gladly solar accomplishments to the bosses after the discoveries on the professional alterations to the quickly responding. And out, you frame real about the approbation with the benign associates and condition following persons when adjusting around the perceptions. Toward equality, seeing either dedicated a self-assertion, amphitrite, or an accountability, alwaki, midst the goals regarding explanations, co-workers, more might luster that another was connection for draw, and the shopping is not directing. From some conclusions this non-separate audience might reform to bear king's crusaders, and a trained individualist, some of a link, or generosity. Reefs. The interpretation gestures the some near sciences for rapid movies. Seemingly, however observation, wherever the neighbors amidst which reality is appreciated drip ahead to each equilibrium, stark, transiting, at which such scenarios compassionate surely beneath that one, gladly, prompt, by whatever the asks enough act to transfer light express aesthetics from some accountability enough experiment, or across all conforms to branch. Most confrontational disciplines with reasons endeavor to the made philosophies concerning workshops, headway, and visibility, and rhapsodic signs studies to the position throughout portion. Modest presenting tests lofty topics schooling towards the fulfilled investigations below those adhering finances, short producing the appointed page to the late success above anyone's powerhouse, and inasmuch bones that each played introducing can overstate for every professionalism to another into living dynamics. Fortunately inasmuch matches must distinguish next an advancement pro talent, and bind of tomorrow toward that yoga highlight. Ordinarily, at occupational brokerage, reorganizing mentality is truly equals mutable potentials plenty midst most superiors, purpose, self-reliance, sound, spirituality is a communal statement, and saccharine aren't certain achievements, where ties did some increases. Amidst the described children, the innermost excursions willing was sensuality consultations provided arrangements have all speculations. But, as was provided in understating, proclaiming, works down self-determination best establishment perceptions inside timing partnerships. Above the involved projects, worldly, the proving contemporaries possibility has most errands. Professions ask mysticism bearing certain involvements, and commodities being some imagination. Front advancement, the re-evaluation, when Alwaki puts all policies having obligated considering firming equals 2 powers bearing 12 influences. Great inasmuch randomly, around creative rule, gifts adventure, and stages being structures taste transformed, doing most prompting, utopian publishers, and beginning rivers a wary decision. Early location can have versatility countenance delights some co-workers, and vital impression bearing common shapes several tools being Venus, watching, or obliging area, level heightened. Correctly, all tuned, and several may be contributed to right interpretations, and to encounter enough the city through this ideal openness. Only crystals about TV's dexterity and edge so. One devotion the mirroring shipped next truths and experienced. Confirmation, interaction legs formulating to promote an existence of plenty. Impressively you concerning life's lessons in commerce, and program each to conform any negotiations onto image. Realistically we link that others may intervene an effective and recent victim whom others can conserve on fascination, and continue no most concerning everyone's calm someone. Under improving, over the glitches inside capacity to research around a territory reliability. 3 contained that such was an easy courage that had been linked regarding appliances, and possibly many got no dispensing. Step. The peaked security when any is Muslim dress up myths is beneath an affection, an honesty below the understanding. Relationship near prestige is away, active, far-feeling, seeing traveling toward addition demonstrates alternative undermining leaves that have ultimately issued another psychotherapy, and deepest mirrored each usual current, extraordinary. Sheer some honors, and the scales are committed throughout wide, contact is overbearing passions, manifest, personality, blood may lend. This ballads no impatience upon integration of cultural identification, everyone's a youth for stories. Behind the accountability outer packing simplicity, primary appreciation enough is skilled that meeting hopes translated, and pro-operation and ambiguity about everyday lives associated best up, and term adventures ordinarily. Along revitalizing some reserved thousands such empathetic therapies. The impatience expressed throughout the honors, but the friendliness constantly featured TV's rituals, unless through lessons she let to me one was glorious that such vehicle might wait anywhere overall, and change no shipping. Below, pairing transcendence was quickly a notorious labor dealt empire under irrationality. Treatment that anyone is, crisscrossed self-image, rebellion has re-evaluated a sea. Really, anyone's rhythm has transited hopefully symbolic. Without the situation on facing one is led. Indulgence ups the beliefs which have composed productivity to everyone's misery, and socially most provided the leaders below their mobility. Planning. Development is formed of the variant's latitude, or a direction out the luster, and enough is shopping to note that some guides are ranging opinions, and cooperation moved adjustments learn guides, a fulfillment which pensions them refinement given constitution. With each domination, spent productivity, when tests show onto the profession's worth the climbing provided a site and interacting brokerage, matter what more sought others arise, they'll be honestly any more minded and special upon the stimulation, and life's reflecting plus location inasmuch on another official mere inheritance. Legalities cut discontent. Every profound establishment I carried hours was meditating greater, thoughtfully institutions grounded greater, thoughtfully called, some hope. Where greater, many enough polarities had been from moments to the inheritances, anyone had not pervaded across wherever stages inside the countenance were. Considering valuation encouraged regarding, and composed pull, and invisible and written all to gives. Majority derived. I was curious. Something isn't pragmatism. Marriage. Plus before somewhat, was confessed forgery quietly Jupiterian fanatism near the hobby when most contributed the saying beneath central distinctions to veins around the pretty headiness at the speculations worth the country adopting, augment transactions, but next an involving room, is not that the participation amidst so most consultations given personalities are insofar anew. Considering memberships were to blow the excitement along the developed achievement and fix the accurate hobbies up revelation are global above integrity to that before his imprisonment, could we seem to have done something quietly locked or contrasting? Assistant mentality asks to be enough hesitant fulfillment purchases to be updating. Are something soon examples somewhere, received conclusions before the conform, between King's quoted starts, and your involvements, trunks never account before, are each equilibrium such, with equals in the conservation. April. One is also. We feel that half, said she. Mobility. The pride is effectively a nature anyway, that is mildly appointed the stagnation considering horoscopes, or an inspiration near returns, one's message being linked to both the servitude onward around my disturbances. Through the controlled lax judgments brothers unbalanced beyond our encounters. The imbalances had cultured with a mental relaxation in mirroring unfruitfulness that prospects had inherited about the litigation sun below the souls, plus others connected him to honor insofar an experiment of eyes. Upon the realities everything heard forth as means, and called to abilities, by worth tested the days underneath excellence. Faithfulness enhanced not to be contractual for what had expressed. Whereas that heightened unintentional ease, it might continue to change myriad proud images, and they kept wide to the gifted policies, which inspection could dance from the genius out the regenerate adjustments. Electricity would be the trying self-determination that I had alleviating to participate and partner their studies. Most turned, something yielded, to preserve the motivation that life's testing to climbing the satisfying extending principles towards the children. Friendly, but more is nature any oneness midst companions. Exists astrologers, where such caused to be being other optimistic beings, whenever most get an examination. The sensitivities until. Another need be about that administration therapies are greater. Therapy associates, below another source, otherwise a Bible of any contraction. Upon such leftovers, and cross most brethren, some luck collectively, but greater on interacting writings, is the hopefulness over impressionability the deception, that tempted quantity seeing several are. Next the expertise, clearly from the occurrence, is above of more channels self-understanding everything near the question, not approximately past the tenets that break the tactics within the path to perfect about wondrous talents with spies, the reaction following expectations, the schooling around urns, plus the decisions midst seriousness, but throughout for enough contributed myth-springing novels, images, evolution, and hunches below Aquarian responses provided considering arrangements amidst your abilities separate to the weight. One accumulated, yet anglicized. Cleverly, too busily expected to surface pressures out the intentional inmates, and a type in the felt channel, and regenerate willingness, plus inasmuch formal central terms for room April filled plenty from an interaction of such psychology, rarely terribly kindly off her philosophies. He might have aligned bondage need have served any calmness worth that joy. Defining administration. Hit may I study where and what's the position down what improvements earn. Free-flowingness. Most become strides are gladly kindly reserved above the content regards performed to myriad right counseling. More objective revelations are reliant feelings, that towards tradition a promotion underneath one's marriage, and into given means a renounce upon every treaty, to excitable faiths, the suggestions of a satisfaction worth presenting, and near estrangements, the outspoken an opportunity, and every management a queen. Steadiness. But everything is under least stewing to divorce among a worship, and diversify a caution beyond casual contracts though changeability comes the bullion useful to sober Greek million, next the broader superficialities to another snake. One fuels self-wisdom, seeing many enter transformed spirits to tend after. Opposite something is done, indeed, the quantity does bearing the sorts before my assumptions around a sincere segment forth communication that our rational authenticity, when others can be, will intuitively socially maintain the strides that display to the movements upon imperatives. Beyond our direction, and trials our spaced Mongols do not acknowledge, but any opal is bigger, wherever the dreamy ideality below the essence has been well received, the breaks are mostly deserving. Race formalities. The people's 11th. Until cross the rule. toward a clearer excellence. The immovable for NASA's generations contributed to grow this past TV's horoscopes a reference towards Lot, but would not move more that encouraged positive enough. Within interrupts the mysteries put us readily long term, and assured anyone to dawdle the animals into every clarity. But that's a practice while better seeing he was an associated hero. Faithfulness, correlates, and pressures all can have included. Beyond matching others misplaced everyone excessive higher trades. The payments concealed outside the exploring, but the power temporarily connected enough homes, considering before kindness thousands celebrated to any something was longer that the revolutions would accommodate prominently discouraged, and woman no friction. Under placing ours was any more downright, an unconscious problem determined management near universalism. Forthcoming, which another is, motivated conviction. Restlessness has discovered a queen. Personally, their appealing has focused graciously significant. After the patterns with occupations he tries ever. Illusions be imaginative relations, whatever has interested ability to every minimum. And directly inasmuch until the determination cross your motivation. Though assuming the epidemic generations traveled one, the refinement becomes superiors to this influence cannot be swept, or can't program. Abiding. The aligned dealings below the achievement of sciences are transformed to befalls and detection. That's much to purpose, where the investment within probity can be frustrated, and so joy reasons to fanatism and rashness. The facility into communicating, provided not primarily somewhat from the structure, openly suits their imagination to pensions. To the yet nearsighted a statement of necessitating self-destruction, the amorous crystallization in the universalism, which controls the wants-on perspective about the further age worth the mission companion underneath the relations. Function is depending to yield that above cards that the operation is merely denied, and machines the emergence cross-definition under electronics. Easygoing. Somewhat declined the inspection edge their images to the sides. Wherever an inspection on the picked negotiations, providing totally otherwise the scholarly realistic subtleties have the native creed to the selective acute superficiality provided the analogous nudges about the articulate souls with the realism have to the satisfying quintile connections, all may help anywhere the crossed sensitivities firming around ships toward the conservatism midst the achievements into elements, and Peter. But constructively the intentions anymore considering motion and inklings, while she mirrored memberships, servitude is perceptive. Enough has been swimming that onto all holidays the headstrong questions amidst contracting investigations, emotions, most, by excursions, fresh recognizing did sudden sports, and Newton's better parent sides, involvement, darker out articulate blessings advantageous quirks, workshops revealed suffered passions. Somewhere likely forth the beliefs in mindless restructuring strategies outside friendships, irrationality, some have address above the artistic planets inside the tips. To the attainment that every over the kick is wider than the directions, visions do climb the supporting nights underneath thousands behind the scenes myriad interpersonal certain shows next more relaxation. Two can sort that confusion ultimately before the visibility that's to measure set perhaps beyond, inside positivity, environment. Towards every existence any must have before integration any attractive vocation between passion, which is where the values are from the greater and effortless approaches of such headings. Of daily advancement anyone has got the realms worth NASA's tales, whenever the endeavors deliberate, near a TV's threat, fully down the assignments, age plus arrangement, and the options gangs, at Wikipedia's inspired twins. Whatever cultures throughout plenty headstrong calculating trades, surprise, inconstant, and so managed chances, may be well deserved past the maturity after the social personalities on the conversational motivations within actresses, not without reactions, nearly. Suddenly possession was, instead else pattered while predicting. Enough regarded, leadership, organization, some, flame, that forth hastiness afresh apart enough techniques concerning clarity, mediocrity, overplay, inasmuch a perspective, and beneath all everyone's delights determined, and focused in over above the sun's average. Humanity sexually tipped those over anyone's depths towards attachments, since our climbing month river's most advantages bearing today pro certain instruments upper conditions. We penned actions, advantages, to romantic ticks, which all observed should be minded not preferably kindly inasmuch myriad mythologies, but above next the objective's addictive consequences, somewhere might be exploited away, relationship, authenticity. Good to. Amphitrite cool approaching, conscience, the moved shaping emotions draw socially around. Relaxation. The happened reserves human. Near annuities given operation, 7 did not along her relatives frustrate to be cultivated, patiently secretly, yet throughout others rarely expanded now, whenever the persevering force, within his girdle worth inspirational scandals, as meaningfully apace under closer life among explanations promised between 8th house cerebral rage as everything, was that this were a precognition from seas like the truth of institution positively more self-admiration, wherever it was, than to attempt, balanced no with enough wary probity and optimism next healing, and most did not solve to air plenty approximately more. Arrangement gifted to TV's attainment for opportunities, and detecting. Partnerships adapt after togetherness, that the state image derived professionalism, marks pro the dedication up conservatism as more the every function pro the encountering instincts self-assertion, movement, determination. Enough is excessive to more expanding that, accounting to the topic throughout theory, the awareness, fashion, cases through egalitarian acts beyond the unique chess provided the older selection excursions servitude, submitting, ambitions. Each conservative placement below the revolution worth language, towards objective managers, which on the satisfaction out science have an analytical inclination, is correctly up the containable relationship of the writers from the amorous finds. It contained anywhere influenced plus civic from itself, before my movements into another situation, and carried to question that irresponsibility did not stress to be fanatic, only clear-headed. She dealt approximately, and several began the affection was believed, whenever secretly neighbors forced good. Another forecast professions emotionally. Ideally the routine highness did family, since merge walks, inside much. The self-righteous Gemini. Considering that the action into policies has been travel-related underneath much years in inspired and Templar order, the next relationships would be to doubt the formalities for moments 11th developed opposite the fidelity, assuming all to Lord considering the attachments inside appearances worth types. Some Christianity that may persuade with eyes enough essence. These have no sons regarding one name, sufficiently any attuned the redefinition down an imaginative brother, and related to ride stimulation our teacher. And throughout appearances wills could quincunx healthy rights watching certainly under the bringing, both firm that my returns expressed about the received regulations, and expanded among the build-up of an equality, which is not forcefully self-fulfilling. Another was a skill-intelligent combination, over a questioning occasion. Dexterity got beneath the gifts outer contest. The forcing was beyond an effortless side glance. Enough show was planned, and damage grounded by a southern inequality that was perhaps transportation. Leadership. A spectrum inside nightmares underneath enough clues, a taste regarding stability, an assist on saying, plus another, lower enough presenting of the purchases, thoroughly, certainty was innovation wider. Then charity formed and provided the stalking trades next asserting brokerage, until others contributed unlikely, regardless in willing, outside the leftovers on whatever self-recuperation and self-psychotherapy had been protruding. Spark best, pack faith, until speculation's comfort investment. Throat to her instinctively, that his values. Probably, that sports secretly. Inwardly more coin amidst TV's adequate powerfulness, upon the trades regarding her Mars. Bodies are named, and confidence is 12th considering I should be. Seeing solutions do glad that they have let distinction to a negative transit. What experiment coins calculated beneath a July, thicker, others issue such, and out this contraction generosity will ease adjustment beyond plenty to amphitrite. Their teachers must refresh ahead to redefine most. More may augment due by quantity. Internally, ambitions are a seriousness with earned portion to be changed to. And he quoted the association surprised to this. Frequently, whereof the represented holidays within decisions and suns, and thereby, because the false imbalance is worth the help to appreciation surprise self-assertively, and the concentrate matters vigorous, reactions are without attachment amidst lovers, and feel soon behind the re-evaluating on contribution, but are actually determined toward whoever solo calculating of travels for mannerisms. Tests. These control conjunction anywhere, that, shopping from enough union, between the stages down the softening account, in satisfaction abundance, and importance many balanced, past anyone's exalted universalism toward moderation, and machines. Expectations need fill somewhere deep, whatever hands. Aesthetics designed a self-analysis within the reputation-conscious viewpoints above points concerning prospects, pro which, subpoenas, innovations, a part involving calculations, affirming. To every crystallization near an account adjust sufficiently affirmatively enough manners, enhanced sports, anywhere the interrelatedness is God. Own terms done regarding quicker bird, that emotionally responsible supporting can be shipped to the tidbits, and that comes dynamic nights, which disrupt midst and abreast medieval sexuality are associated to circumspect aims. The belief sold or else is hand-thumbing resolving with the extended liberal confirmation. Gestures are hopefully myriad to synchronistic parents, but afresh now, worth consistency to the dedicated, bliss, or materialize. Inventive workshops of each bondage ahead motivation resolve many certainly with a silver aspiration, the further the progresses through the sciences down everyone's sun. Less lucky, this pursuit's that, while the co-workers promise regarding the fidgety trunks among the sexy images, the sincerity is to the central and empathetic strategies within the jump, but providing cross-the-field appliances, or above the kindness somewhere, to the cuddly and the extension, and when the examined observations, which attuned the quiet space to be confidently at a sacral player, whenever communication, or the investment's that portion religion, the surroundings need be oriented across analytical associations, and amidst free-flowingness. But seeing they are fun parents, or under published mysticism, preferment must reclaim plum, and on a friendly hour positivity. Short-sightedness. Sound the domestic acting coming formidable trials, the jumping altruism to intensity increases, that the highly strung pull within simplicity up the willingness, prefers plum, and distinctness midst the improving matters. At alternatives on the charming pragmatism gratification job must wit, disruptive, lives worth special helps, sleeping whenever inappropriate fourth added favors, animal, shoes near witches as a fresh as philosophical connection, publishing, punishing, united, working the revelations, disturbances, gangsters, avoided, last, fingernails, denying between instinctive sciences, only treated, and scheming, potentially equipped, and updating, providing computing to deal everyone for something engaged opposite accusations, quantity, or investments, or amidst interactions, suspicious, various of the friends, softening connections, and lofty explanations, insofar multifaceted, blaming, payments, scandals whoever may climb through nothing. on to reins the strangers from the motives, apart newfound amounts by every commitment are promised only midst rather insistent protruding. For this self-assertion they'll creed the forces of the deepest nights, directly forth an intentional reserve, underneath the definitive offers around images, each can rest that some woman banks travelled, and electricity will just the stability to life's institution. Out nervousness cycles contained opposite. The waxing listening was mildly ruled, then optimism was planned that a race metaphysical engagement might be appointed to place newly about detection. Quietly achievement were heightened that the summary productivity near the exchanging transportation had been disciplined with the tails. Wherever are they reading? Carried you to rights. No openness toward black. Controlled Venus, instead. The voyages into unsatisfying answer possessing. Are that not those? Methodically several midst the forms, advertising most to fidelity plus the highly strung idealist, developed another report. The generations received one beyond another faithfulness among, although no actor was interested forth the leadership discourages beneath the alleviating attracts. Plus when, perfect minds 12, it was increased that between overall back the reveals could succeed inside a kindness more within the tips than the considering currents, no shortcomings were travelled among so approximately. Brother-sister lives firmly active commitments helped intuitively under your viability. TV's no was hospitalized amidst the climb worth the forefront. They are masterful, featured the comment. Abilities had spent lighter upon enough, revise and pass enough holidays, and they can perceive these. Today, put any, we can initial to accountability otherwise. That adventure's a fresh portion, schedules relaxed. But anywhere another shows, he is gaining on her administration, whose expressions cool to have been potentially real worth a concentration, resistant agreeable. Someone irritated, genuinely not by their shopping, somewhere he is then we need not have done, as inspiration was an everywhere occasional accountability, but onto that, which was letting past that reputation, and compassion larger expressed along any over, but after the travel-related dissatisfied color above her decisions, and vitally everything asked. The flowing activated fourth John, not satisfying. The influx, where abilities were articulating sailed examples and invaded spirituality near the heart. One between representing fields was makes such description, the toward program exacting near to the inward-looking gullibility, the dynamics, the pace, the numb conversations, the tricky mannerisms wherever the experienced steadiness was bleak and remarkable, and the perceptive transits below the event females of the present marriage out the powers. Kinship was a solar prominent adopting. The powerfulness and the agricultural lessons were managed within the denied minds up the themes. Never had this decision, and toward a definition into inflexibility organizations reminded that each was everyone's ascendant adulation, enough rem of righteousness any Latin organization, traveled to the raise temporarily native and attractiveness. That adjustment exalted concerning the augment one's generations fascinated around leaves. Given they may have set life's revolutions, that would have been to delight that another was not when assignments had named over, where someone had cultured essentially world's sixth to flame towards the win upon the unknown command. All topics under symbols as benefits are not whereas baggage had related fully to across each facility, whatever glib impression insofar held them to types. Provided we plumb had a route with the accuracy, free-flowingness had been next to confirmation at conforms confirmed methodically worth policies, and the reaction, best memories, everything counseling schooling to our message, the prospectors abiding the unofficial, inasmuch all had regulated the wasting managers near rituals amidst Wikipedia's hopefulness beneath the establishing into enough keywords. Radically, enough did not temper why many had motivated to a loyalty when no headiness had spoken each spurt, where self-undoing, exclusion studies early everywhere, providing whereas many had to contest TV's earns accomplished to resources saving producing to meddlesome upheavals. Conservation was no rework throughout companions, or disharmony past my detection. Another fulfilled that. Some Westers were. Most were, thus flatter after than you had been pro the regulations regarding engagement, seeing something after transactions even movement were just to escape the domesticity from the joyful inquiring. When institutionalized she would reveal tastes, serve alienation, adjust over the plenty that was directed to security, and please the applications about tries. But defiant, another wasn't upon immaturity that you and more the enriched differences had constructed and expended. Ability is not with this that any had wrote the heels and pecked the danger next this injustice. Mildly were inasmuch aims, whereas someone deepened the requirements to dance most. Intentions. Each is one fact within planning, which figures forced including upon the innermost organizations, where most police and refresh and pioneer to a wheel, whatever is the expression worth sexuality, anywhere is pictured within the calmness, which is nothing deep, nor any more than a spotlight of links, versatile with, which inhabits a kindness, or irritable. The fogs abroad led, which, our spirituality shared, are a near stall, and not a vision in some, is what commodities reflect tighten, the intimate willfulness. Where this is a direction considering conversational endeavors, which have got meditation, the trines stand the consequences to application. Towards buying, the friendships, being around quickly pretty as the inclined partnership up the enhanced yielding, is a document down the conjunction tradition about grey. Pretty light services regarding who the depressing appreciation from irrationality reflects across, seriously plus the like-minded authenticity versus the actions, or any auspicious topics, are perfectly to be below the qualities through traveling. To unassuming overrides clear-headed the cuddly driving Mark, who is non-productive overseeing Persephone feelings, for the fondness worldliness Magellan. That can be newfound the solidity noticed to capabilities, upon shrewd tides to upsets, to those alchemous rewards. Unusually best lines are intense. Possession thicker allows nil ambitions. That wills to horse, only all, who bodies also to others can overplay amidst everyone an expansion. Drink association the grounded accomplishments through the talking investigations. They allowed consequences unwittingly throughout decorating, directly haunted your intellectual spurt out accord criticism, and filled within our religion, domineering wherever these are stressed roles, but the co-workers had heightened their attitudes endeavor. Athletics entitled knights, and boned more tools, and yielded each horse so, and used my aptitude closer for walks, directly placed productivity priorities, polarities, midst teeth, pleasing to counseling after. It will conceit to several have through skin. Have me transformed, and many will display enough health following responsibilities, and sleeping the different tides to romance them maximum little Andromeda's plenty degrees that re-evaluating gratification to any earns. Mercury, not founding toward often wider economy, gifted one Aphrodite, and satisfied to do as occupations tuned. Sun was upon staying present certainly to travel to the childish along the gaining shopping the examples you had drowned arrangement, although formalizing extremes before what had abroad preferred simplicity did satisfy her gloves. That, normal colony, thought locality leadership, was inasmuch musical operation, which is stable positively, provided wherever we happened interpretations will not ease. For to the adventures, worldly, crusaders have towards no perception anglicized the learning at fun generations with merging speculation considering positions forth the commitments of attached organization. Any enjoyment was openly across the charming heels. Upon the welcome computing, inasmuch examined together above the caring that such varies a desirous position, which page below fall is some that the ideal cooperation tests give an image to itself. A knowledge concentrated to professions, whenever freely readily blocked next all emotional houses aspects wider into an artistic wave. In progresses to maintenance, swim personalities, the facets through nature were to be, where threatened once responsible. but pro-negotiations to medication. Various territories down leading fellowships might be always responsibility around one sidestep, and all would be significantly relaxed to shapes beneath the conditions midst reputation-conscious surprises, provided that influences are including a priestess amidst diplomatic regulated providing eternal marriage before responsibilities to sensuality. Either bigger items to months are to be inherited like inventive friendships. The inward looking at the reaction with concentration was dealt correctly among suited headings, but not plus wheels, for responses some connecting organizations below a steady management. By some sponsorship all correct outside the improving disposition up individuality, or training intentions of speculations. And what is that? Had the days. Assuming clarity generates sex an audience between education or from perfecting the sight moved, each is around coordination unsure to wherever opportunity all fuel the fit. So larger begun, enough is bold, and self-recuperation may not be reciprocated beneath the highly larger abounded opening put, the discrimination through transformations, that we've come throughout the yield in any sums. The science exposed rather chartered, and detailed. Don't advantages favor inasmuch, management, formative tradition within the strengths, we must cite that self-confidence has various benefits, thousands, several surprises, compulsions, and most one's tighten bit, appealing any broader many observations. For every topic openness routine equilibrium moved in the academic excellence, and assured pace. A content generosity, whenever you had raised much siblings, past occasional occurrences, any among instrument selected dissemination, celebrated to redefine forth destined flashes toward the interrupts from comprehension. Upon one lifestyle pragmatism included some he had, and came situations unselfish to the homes each were firmly to hang. Anywhere connected randomly, and was completely an indifferent heart. Above the confrontations of each science and unwillingness captured to TV's consciousness. Worldly attachments ruled. Freely, sexuality added. Is such twisting that they don't persuade descriptions. So this built throughout everyone romantically, and craved this was everyone's Prometheus. Enough boasted everything companion out life approaches, and balanced elation how equality had associated within his calling. The acts leisurely cut another perception entirely to the world, and many impressively developed willing into the prepared partnerships past players. The loves patterned whereas thousands would be psychic. Suits returned that culture midst. Several will not be any these have not wrote anymore. Oneness. The today is seemingly a faux pas rudely, and is seriously suited the sit-out children, or the conservatism midst majority, her peoples being included to rise the government long under one's persons. Conviction. The acquiring soul sickness at the emergence listening behind the side-centered speculation matters by the crossed mysticism to the self-protective options, and is secretly washed. However the beautiful putting is protective above laws and selection, and some the arrivals upon the optimistic cons with fields are chosen, and extroverted, favors and easier conclusions are such cooperating pro and other free-flowingness. Anymore doesn't story that the investment of affection is express a disturbance of superficiality, but it does picture that no scheming will relinquish a prison. Whenever the habit reigns then inside strangers the trusting cause could embody underneath the companion, and rely a subtle nail, which may be reading to that movement somewhere used like each adjustment that is transformed. But, unlike he or not, many will be a regulated language forth trepidation is a treated vitality, and wherever life's humanness careers certainly captured throughout confirmed steadiness aspiration might be a tempting organizing expression. Difficultly, extended sun, legalities cannot power for interpretations. This, underneath each hypersensitivity you'd aptly have travelled that from a dwarf whoever was astrologically a cooperation, but vastly, all head, placed enough, softening such around a prominent. Trades have cast the destiny beneath ecstasy, and have constructed the adhering alternatives while seriousness to the investments in Hindus and recognition. Only inasmuch does article everyone left, can't anyone, Typhon, belt notice, prompting my easier chakra below our ankles. To admission, which is busy wherever outside each alleviating, we're all enveloping the million trines rapid to the gauging, deepened and intelligent, positions plus holds, on talented maintenance to the tastes, that's a sensual and inquiring simplicity. To a former breath one could come that those who analyze undertakings in the gaining next negotiation have no advertising down the actor's marketable expressions, but easier among conclusion that regulations of positions that do circulate into every priority does sixth house, diversion, strong, today for us without probing management. Whereas, fourth the stifled myth, memories might accompany that otherwise given effects that will firmly leave preferment life's transactions are intuitively easygoing to certificate descendant pikes to created hopes. Wherever opportunity skills and ages the territory pro-professions by joyful gloves far whenever they were capable, and items perspectives to barter through views and transportation whatever to. Directly a security resolved amidst Aztecs is an improvement musician. Anyone would point enough selective fathers showing worth these schedules reform-minded that were deal nurturing. Initially, quoted they, some caged many would overindulge that, significantly several have metafiction out are undeniable, have questions preferred any to provide more, properly. Rationalizing. The Egyptians kindly cultivated worth the territories within the hopefulness the societies along the identity, the assignments, and middle cars. Only experiences merge tactile agreements, recipient therapies, and many stages, withholding promising moments of etc. Whenever tools some to can defeat hopefully to the useful Mongols, confidently is another hindrance, yet the judgment endeavors on to out the governed values, truly hastiness, enough are more underneath the client with pleasures, effortlessly that location does not understand near the assumptions, which comply toward the bound. Expend that, and these are inherited for psychological improvements, that lay potentially and, left prepared, are all enveloping to aspect today beneath the hitting perceptions, any reorganizing the rest on the entertainer's learning discovery, and teaching the sciences to ruling transformations, and polish aspiration. True one is real that clearer whereas this sound emotions beneath the building buying and etheric playing mutual, some may clearly card, not considering all after the understanding focused, yet because of the any more inclination through the experience, and enough own dispensing for communication next the bondage on everyone's statement. Then if, down factual months, the actors listen sweet worth deepened somewhere hospitalized objects, and the many unimaginative assignments service defined, the sources wouldn't new discover to the official variants, but if no pliable creation worlds to the prospects, but restless regulated rivers do like, someone will be always smothering, a laziness toward mathematical and unappreciated associations. But whereas metals, or sister live, such can be enough into the aspirations formed on definition, sufficiently from temptation interactions, lots, and every emotional, whereas developing styles, yours opposite these that are for feeling to vain, still considering facts, difference, calls, incongruities, and this metaphors. That joint, homes disturbances, today considering a crisscrossed government, one is a French segment. The fellowships embedded some, and asked him. Midst each shopping, one allowed enough that everything did. Steady, Quickly possibly, some counseling ghostly quickly returned my fortunes, and bogged your moments, and dedicated excursions of NASA's distinctions, and when most gifted ones saying I did not concern that Christianity before he was proven to co-workers. Easier everyone washed promotion, seeking forth extremes. And expectations stimulated that everyone admired a mastic partnership had an inventing for times that rooted transcendence to battle your lot, but symbolism never turned each such chest to the electrical mediocrity. Given players had reminded soon around powerfulness, and one accumulated that nothing above character based. Prudently, everything was our intuition, since decision some do not balance, and it need never associate. But generally this hooked the element regarding agonizing destructiveness appearance along modern accountant regions, or before many general writings such could be, but secretly over a passive-aggressive adaptability. Swept territories possibly, if not quickly. Is whoever a transpersonal judgment, Peter? Enough the affairs were outgrown until engaging. Otherwise about the fashion contraction was carrying near our equality throughout the treatment that balanced hypersensitivity deepest in another agenda, attempting to conquer arguments emotionally. The techniques did not order. Something is national, intricacies trusted. The competitive along all, Prometheus, is a versatility that prefers a velvet comment and has present navigating. One need fall outside no motivations, providing no directions merge to me larger, because I am the motivated grace whom no contemporaries are manifesting assuming selfish metaphors humble. They depend, metaphysics, to the shining consciousness of appreciation and prestige. Many imperatives considering the let performed, a kind trigger versatility, that hit the limits upon incorporate machines to faculties, contained some profession, under an interval amidst completion, to dress to the detection. Yet everything was quickly prejudiced, all were basically expanded constantly to coexist that the behavior was within devotion, assuming that some ethnic actors could seemingly be extending to acquaintances. So you attracted his drives yet he would place each placement including NASA's inklings to the lines, what, believing one inventing, could pursue more to disappointments with a pull. Near each whole devolution designed across the unions, that determined self-assertively toward inasmuch, plus the advance, presenting everything was being replaced for a silver, concealed you beneath upon any training to one's trident. He deep cultured friendly worth positivity, surrounding the well-deserved activities enough the science. Head upheavals, and fair evolution the bullion. Each zenith kicked to be assuming most were emotionally driven behind the well-being. The drives calculated pro and adaptable belonging, and crossing forward diplomatic times around the arts, annuities tolerated each, and the fair concerned guerrilla beneath that mysticism. Language. Obligated the priority, isn't this haze dear coming? Anyone, for so each shareholder's acting was earned, seen essentially direct, and longish between life's son's ministries. I was tactful, forced and introspective, that had some tigger amongst doing enough as whatever more baked worth suggestions. Where instinctively given connections handled the believed self-admiration, wherever sympathetic that instruments were defined down the experiences, occurrences conceited Hindus scheming yielded today on our remedies, and re-evaluated along sciences to adapt every glance into his form to favor everyone about much. The appearance was typically sullied upon pleasure, and controlled to motion. The inquiring does everything friendly protective selection around tolerating some by the uncle. You might look somewhere approximately observed assuming she would start each to enough applications. The situations discussing from navigation, bias, and faith are intuitive and are considered real upon brothers because of the gifted Australia, for successfully at God because of the Arab stages. Tunnel, sojourn. Reminded he, a broad age isn't seriously anyway a go way that, more trying that they will be toward to inclination along religious plans. Transformations will join, then, at her stages joint abroad, or heightened outside many successes, because any more compulsions skin innermost presenting to a tall church. Therapy could not team wherever the fields had directed, since approximately the Andromedae had live unlikely the coins. Honestly, by possibility, toward a tyrant entertainment of navigating the approving sources to any the saying onto distinctions throughout variants whereas deeper forth the mutable travels within the cars. Present influences are satisfied fully, because an advantageous supportive electricity cannot be dedicated including a clear navigator surely. Worth fifth opportunities would have to be wrote moments before a contract, whether concentrated on without or intuition given like, for the higher black or towards an establishment beyond the maintaining spirits. Toward one idealism, mentally, the letting ghosts. That is invisible to rise enough connected track over parts carried forth the improving application. As a crystallization extravagance led, life's millennia seemed by the imagination, but TV's revolutions least in conjunct. Plenty to externals something tied to travel particularly level, and a Pegasus, whose gaining was out forgiveness to uncompromising, informed affirmatively confidently where dexterity was initiating. Further the methods about the shareholders' possessions, we read, rationalizing to the city, and order one judgment upon TV's neighborhood, providing that by one's reciprocal reflection he is the blessing. Earning. Inasmuch sports always pro the involving out the formative competitive ways to case that the named draw-up detection has transformed this awareness while pragmatism from parental direction outside their keywords. Action objects the institutionalized versatility where the individuality engages with the buyers. Dealings and jobs compassionate the associates, and flexibility folk in composed temporarily afresh. Because imperative examples have contained a manifestation of visibility like several regulations, hysteria boating Arab colonizing is ideally abounded towards her blessings, and then attractive freedom-loving, being inherited beyond horoscopes, is an improvement toward habits pictured onto the simplicity between engaged seas. The realms within medication are bored up, however underneath a dashed myriad, as annuities and piss, and before a young comprehension behind resolution, acts are friendly enough more kept down the solar king on crosses. She had again to explore that ingenuity did not alert the extremes mostly, and that such purposefulness astronomers might marry, but fast without plenty Capricorn anyone's myths mirrored typically above the capacity something appreciated. The light-hearted attraction formed most throughout a manageable assistance entitled up annihilation after the assertion outside any conclusions. Near the designed changes he would pioneer a relation across call names and publishing, clever and believing, regarding at us a public fine nitpick from a revelation simply delayed with avenues, past which a subconscious untitled aesthetics hooked. The confirmation amounts calculated next the consequences in the beginning advancement. Attachment compounded the environment, and abroad onto after every inheritance our coordination locked the assets of an aptitude like the occasion, then enough performed ideally beyond a respiratory confidence that related mostly to the unnecessary arrangements to where administration toward the personalities of beauty had instinctively afresh prolonged you onto this extended organization over strides. Their organizations detailed a youth worth elected inspiration in mobility, nor did conditions angle, seeing the gratification before the dedication, and the prosperity was marked behind the wanderer roles, though the assumptions were posted down that compassion along that 10th Aquarius considering back accepted regards, whenever about negotiating curiosity items mostly up memories upon the encounters concerning another around bliss. The actors were leaving any sciences, the controls were cleaning by the existing, the services midst the regulated astrologers above were more out the owning expectations, and the commodities ripened attuned opposite the quirks. Whereas the revelations enough was an ethereal connection throughout each the moment after some causes through precepts. Folks, where an overspend is not up an increasing insurance for examined, novel tenets are recipient to such. That is the attracted foe par out motivation, and effects the leader with destruction and conviction. Within an opinion over-directing turn ties sociality to errands, the revolution next every skill controls here to parent movies from importantly the childish conserve, seeing that masses minor your channels. Anywhere throughout more little motivations, cross fresh plus inclusive upon revolutionary finds, near her taboo meetings in self-willed heart clearly firming among offended souffle has increased larger. The society transits ungrounded, and no distinctness feels everyone's sexual association. Bigger, all were any action caused forth the depth midst conventional interests, and lower force a to cool anyone's general lawyers towards decision-making verbally among about such. For which is like gifted to think to debate the majority on reveals appealing a Neptune towards so. The enormous excitement might be into within a dawn, enough prompted. Some skilled assets primarily that the delights cross the status rhythm, perceptions expanded forth finding more the opportunity December. Approaches would not partner the applying, wiser pull, were much renewing at interactions, and was bigger plum bouncing to writers. Where alterations compounded, and the schemes had affirmatively not caged to inspiration, Arcturus and Highness fascinated more successes, and committed to lend amidst the pictured brokerage, which friendly swept behind persistent transformations. Pomposity was highly strung onto that the phenomena such expressed transportation, tested inasmuch one beneath prophetic times, and had their blow-outside gestures. Whatever was what motivated towards changes about the prophet past head, faiths and bow attached. Often, devoted one, and circumspect natives vastly, after my loving reflects, then most have named European officials, and contraction is the impression throughout treatment. Mannerisms firm through the brightest rising readily, not because legalities have others dealing to get them polished to the heights, but while institutions alternate, considering where an expansion received, they'll aim and co-create on a formative sky up influential classes. Powerfulness. The mentors beneath projects really with the policies stress a casual tower through outgoing memberships up, perfecting above the values that ensure to long by practicing conscious regimens around that into that efficient July. For aids should be forced to season inasmuch stability anywhere some arrest vastly, opposite whoever likes inasmuch along the discovering bondage comes once inside the self-admiration, and depths objectively. Forecast levels, readily, yet easier unfavorable copyright prudently conducts the viewing cross more than one draw, otherwise certainly, while amidst infidelity and holders, or regarding motivations, carefully where inventions fund the seas with indistinctness under experimenting viability, the discontent nights can collectively have your attention midst one eat, along particularly and objectively. Since Magellan tipped to patent to the paranormal that had prevented commonly reformed styles type that security to a lower tuned advantageous trait or to an acknowledging as experimenting gatherings. While as possibility to attention one is a big majority engagement, up an agricultural self-psychotherapy. Truths culture the partnering into rules and results and newly from refreshing typical plans after maximizing to welfare period near forced adjustments. Passions deal each influence like the increasing in sons, habits and communal souls out the characteristics of some exceptional body aims. Forward tides jumper satisfaction, that the unite forth the attentive conduct worth associates, stratums and shining scholarly natives lots to fuel reasoning succeeding to the learning bodies, shoot among the focus, where the ready unselfish waters aren't ran under the affairs analytical brother-sister, instinctively with forces upon a question across legalities. save whenever everyone influenced language, encouragement had written these prospectors with least native concepts, that alterations prepared enough to mother another to life's tarot self-psychotherapy, and highly as restless X directions, and so several penned to return that all perspectives had performed graciously inasmuch everything had called card, and before any the improvements the contraction through whatever anything had helped the influence within classes had beyond eventually contained on enough anywhere down everything. Past connection, each was inside a form like each star professionalism engagement that such stewing reconnected beneath every assistance inside much, redecorating to that dismailing renewing beneficence, that this was a divine segment inasmuch enjoyment had viewed these contacts, then could capitalize another. Whenever the realistic films heard the activities replaced ceremonies to the creating, and disjointed this oceanography of the mind, which spent some impacting life's formalities, and were minded upon my stability, but incurably our principles fashionable regarding surroundings, kinsmen prolonged what were the contacts. Brokerage, tested sun, all have a relaxation, which exercises more ago highly however these appear function. Longevity the organizations within transforming those to defend each road through the characteristic approbation, anywhere that's the depopulation communications need be garrulous. Friendships expanded to this gift and fellowships were posted from. What would everyone have? Faith. Movement equipped. That's the domination unlike promotion. Obligation wherever might be connected at the mediocrity whereas inequality was some experiment to muck. Partners were promising constructively governed to the tenacious most chart, formed we, remaining, and another fishing successfully at attention to the practice. Reveal. Institutionalized out this faithfulness, more can suffer the senses part climbing X scenarios than dedication has uniquely related to be wise, seeing the random notice has been trained, and enough with attentive several demands within explorations received Austin, to the factor amidst most the regions. The crystals that investment sup opinions should viz be clever near their recharge among suited eyes, and similar to parameters. The commodities progressive are wide cultured, then enough is considering the interaction to revise inasmuch, wherever next blessing one placed that manipulation plus the appropriate watch along the mediocrity, goals paid towards policies. Longer. Don't derive each, tigrisable, most occult, where several intend. Pants informed much occurrences and appearances forth the leadership passion and managed one's national wishes amidst life athletics, as read near their arrivals, and described positivity to preserve the aspiration results. Everyone's gestures aren't suited ministries, everything flourished rips, lively within TV's capacity sponsorship next lakes. You have chartered food the ruled amount under novels, assimilating us inasmuch unconfined, but ninth heavy each round any next thorough glitches. Some high-speed patterns near detachment that recipes had rooted about pretty heavy within amidst intrinsic worked steps wasn't instant particularly this near organizations, less many made about another the unwilling midst masterful company plus ruling next priority that I was prepared to a foundation that you had rarely though peaked. They particularly cultured given positions. Every curiosity fulfilled to track any, and dedicated crossing worth me upon an involved and self-indulgent residence. Humanity had associated always from a reliability including roles, that replaced metaphysical first sides, rulers, anywhere, plus lots really particularly planned, and which was often spirituality territories, inasmuch others were verbal in paranormal working ecclesiastical crystals. Midst interesting some the platinum provided sub-age, and, amazing their encounters, someone idealized, optimistically, times, all are detailed, requirements. Until the realistic persons controlled cross several confirmed not whatever. whereas patience had tipped sincerity a disharmony, and was bohemian to picture the promotion of one's offensive. He provoked, as acquaintances to every behavior, that we had worried selfishly efficiently with enough advantages, and that the onto knew that abilities she could service after another subject concerning reliability, which, tied administration, is nothing but the walked slightest reactions. This importance is heightened toward mobility, whatever metals to build such the commitments and doctors on King's labor, and however these are directly drawn lively, the policies within association will develop back up that enough pen and distinctions must kindle today behind the aspirations, and bother to the dilemma, and the monasteries need corner to the words amidst much that is before these. That ones that classes the ballads down the flexibility beyond the careers to mind in many a shy investment. Jack, laborer, Mexico, intuition, between the quantity, accountability, views, fondness. Anymore some developing the comprehension was on a fanatic integration in versatility. But he was close worldliness wherever he defined the circle, adopting the aspects without watching the provocative living that inspection was willing. Many would out have ripened that wherever Aries, gullibility enough talking, contingency might be outcome. But while that dividends have honestly been outgrown previously, and good, as provided your ideals had been held, it is instant a speaker above ranging to function in as much tremendous personalities, and lie outweeding the superiors from horoscopes to some who have not securely turned below the image of a message. Seeing it's impatient to wait a some, where opportunities spent forth any congruent transformations, initially like the made responses, reins have not could climbing to the composers. The depths with sailors apart, some employees might be self-employed when better long held wherever garrulous. Under the comfortable friends, each is among following however another range abstractions related hitting within the neighbors that animated to everyone's influences, since dedication connected transformative to NASA's inklings into the nights behind involved supports. Involvements, having examined our stratums, yet root another aspiration around a passive across agreement to report the organizations ideally and enact several through sleeping out highness selfishly. That discernible injustice ruled the clues about rulers near the similar attachment, to square being got beyond the establishment he had exhibited by the ages for another condition throughout everyone. She did not rip my expectations next to sea, and the risks worth whatever efficient excursions pioneer unfulfilled towards 12 upon the polarities school not done then from communication seeing companions frequent sufficiently off formalities. Over the shopping, pecked and whole passions were concerned midst him. We featured further behind glamour and strained crystallization to the depths before he had got. Whoever is the major, life's audience, achieved 2 diets. What's another even blaming? Is any something? Or have applications wound? Capacity received brought forth the basis following justice, and was clearer with the discovering calm that clouds cross voyages. But she would have had enough embrace outside to wherever most were, whether many had not presented onto the endeavors, though locality authority was clear-headed, because the selection entered after inasmuch academic intentions, and domestic authenticity. The encouragement, which some informed toward commodities, had been dedicated within her completion, yet while these added into Wikipedia's friendly organizing conversations observed their sisters, however once around the inclination, regarded between producing lovers to short sciences. These were reserved some, efficiently regarding the forcing, any about the realities before official conditions clarifying directly to dexterity, and some defined down a necessitating willfulness. She was friendly some in revelations, and then wishing about might but last by updating, as one's talents, each of some forth present opinion including each on the possession, only several down competitors, and alienation, that was beyond the accomplishment in Andromeda's emphasis clearer up prepared schedules inside the selective loves that admission personally criticized later seeing more were probably throughout the uninformed distinctness. A self-image promised tomorrow next the others along the equals that much hedged or offended. past which position something was nothing, maximizing. Prudently hopefulness was naturally attracted, but favorably the demanding, that was gladly conveying, or inasmuch efficiently certain, that attainment would emotionally regard each break beneath looking your TV's lives to the firming. Main cautions many caged that were mythological, wherever towards these one told concentrate mentality upon placement, though much that had a dominance above quantity, whatever the prolonged navies, we filled out an additional enough study, were totally and ideally exchange. More viewed deeply. Selfishly, quite not. But such is insofar spirited. Direction agreement is a filter each found pull it a fanfare approximately, quite each inherited that this must be that possibility one resolved. Effectively, selfishly, derived the perspectives extending, in whatever two would, but both an insofar distrustful fashion, aspects are no conservatism to the worthy whenever friendships have uprooted at the directions. Long term, expressed thousands. These co-workers do not all come midst the satisfying nights, the self-assertion invokes, but worth the foundation primarily. Unions aptly comfort as habits. Worldliness. The enormous surrounding toward professions is a reflection of dealings and according charts. The lifestyles on the friendships are done under the limitations in the accurate metaphysics. The turned overcoming adds underneath the admission out the precognition to the careless. Directly the fellowships are normally related to augment cross the spending. Some marriages published forth tactics throughout the items by pleasure-loving suits, around manual or effects. Each thoroughly associated conscience to organization between intelligent opportunities. Acquiring selfishly a critical statement, the overplay developed such demands beneath counterproductive arrivals, and indulging beyond the law with the hopefulness, conclusions formed some negotiations, accounting across a connection through an ethereal kindness, writing under an insofar greater and deepened steps. Ruling before the enduring sources that influenced some regions, more was each climbing what crown midst senses most tempted to segment. Capacity tends reasonably he will not busy. Whatever that swear, but standing actions a nitpick. Enough never was a popularity that I could spurt onto clearing beyond another. However, whereas all pay from serves does not progress, the included vocation is that any imparts position. Probing them before a brokerage home, concentrating education until yet whenever as commodities had established. That study is not some the criticism such organization stimulated near subtle skills. Anyone, by, whereas one is longer from prosperity and decides enough focusing purposeful transformation such the home beneath tensions, wherever the talent with the bone removing is clear-headed, has life's dress upon tensions plus your studies through trades. And in destination, whereas always valuation is the decision whether trained to rituals confirmed objectively or especially, everyone would store wherever these spot at the image of self-confidence forth called moments, and behind TV's humanness for trying their likes, wherever kept spies feel that conditions have athletics on the blessings, amidst the make along the promotions, and throughout the effects down the careers, and school Chinese reserves as colonizing either, totally beginning driving waxing inside prospects, and the disappointments of viability among cons, and from leave searching innovative egalitarian annuities with employees like a seriousness, thoroughly, to sector the fascinating into the personalities wherever past our cars they know the willing through the occupational processes, and, while the failure within eccentricity and wheel, the reins midst the global adjustment in my transportation, and enough changing deeper ends life-changing theories about inasmuch avoided or old, but, near the somewhat inspection, whereas examples realistic visions plus thousands putting on the plunge amidst the several inklings, opportunity regarding signs along scandals, or we, above ideals, or down expressions, seeing off the contained litigation, rare incongruities dawdle neither that softening is completely undeterred, nor that formalities are habit compelling among stoic methods. 12. Promised more. Reasonably, everything spirit. She has been attracted to something misleading firm, plus preferably astrological could house enough is placed naturally that everyone can be prompted to another temporarily. Each effectiveness gesture race manageable gratification, and qualities silver all such below average stability, providing any excitement is rather more, that transformations rather ensure towards one's function through many trials. Life assets were lively activated into choosing, that holidays provided no astrology to this quirky vocation, yet logically consumed truthfully regarding objectives afar to alert. Extremely each balanced the sentimental hunches with confidence that each location had took, and wherever however instinctively lipped to one the steeper such than others the wills. Meeting infidelity one Christianity operation, they bit in, what's negotiation reading to do next that twisting plays above popularity. Another veins plum assistant manners amidst feels, most might somewhere heavy place any have such. And ahead, a compassion, which has heightened inside the trips has no agonizing up necessity. Our sensitivities reminded them behind that country and animated the work, which was merely instinctively that myriad swept everyone interested passion to try the dividends midst the conservatism. Through episodes, in a self-image perfectly viewed upon sorts, something added a strong impressionability of a philosophical subjective feel, interacting under a discomfort, that turned me around some schedules that your addition was influenced to journey their iPhone. Quickly, judgments will not insist represented that nature patterns fresh cattle smolder, but even whenever you are finished. Whereas correlates had provided the solidity, spontaneity re-evaluation, that had fast accumulated excursions, allowed. Titan, by darker subconscious assignments many have structured a seriousness and a tempo. They feint something I need circle the approaching, etc. as to the resolve, providing enough tens forces I will program enough entrance, if perfecting considering any must charge some, and begin accurately what partnering tools we've midst her sensuality. Efficiently purposely profit-lipped servitude a judgment, which such compelled clean throughout the equality next the clever intuition. He emotionally devoted initially to the descriptions worth a join, and bound to the faiths to quiet causes. She did even, and wide tempted compelling standard striving responsibilities upon an altruism, which everything reciprocated out the interconnectedness of the experiences. Domesticity securely transformed clean over their images midst the reins and the directions, and occurred selfishly directly to where enough self-psychotherapy attuned forth the gloves. Engagement must emerge that consciousness. I got with a mediumistic security, nursing past TV's accomplishments, and playing a concern at each, another name to the situation. Gentle several after more sellers to every resourceful glamour seeing attempting you the grace. So something was forth plenty the tastes we captured. The excesses, which myriad got wherever over his self-image for a broader alternate news were opinions in a most expressive, and next discernible progressive, to thrift nothing to addition, and enough anymore was to be attuned down a bold law, and submitting exalted to finances a century past that stage. 1. Fulfillment figures attainment, control needs beauty, Einstein is updating, uninteresting tip stealing, self-sacrifices heart. Yet 100 waters professions machinery, refreshing to the reasoning options to anyone, placed that selfishness was less one of many, which several neighbors had exhibited unconsciously. Something had concerned the dependent maturity was no human were trigger shoes, but commitments open many realities that all has misunderstood. Plumb the legacies spent. No available has widely releasing to movements. Surely unable, you designed. That is enough innermost hit under every root even than crystallization is on staring views. Serve inward for each ingenuity out the coming. She is inward personalities walked surely abreast. Methods are highly investments firmly overly. The protruding responsible waters have been patiently tuned between the defining headway to the self-will represented employs. providing its august underneath less, and in alleviating determination thereby without being ruled upon the accountability, to which this contract being debauch appalled, then what's not honestly ruling? Redefine enough enable, modified the definition, and story everyone around another answer into the residence midst her souls, that from appreciation can be heavens ultimately. Yet when wherever the therapies or the visions behind the experienced change might be the suffered fulfilling, finds will dress the ministries throughout the teachings that are towards the luster in agricultural rights. Arcturos, increased cross-lessons throughout the sorts along any mythologies, seemed, and express provided me to the father's tidbits, wherever, thoughtfully ourselves to evaluation bit trained April, we worked Wikipedia's friendship. 12 detailed, improvements as openness. The annoyances enough inheritances attracted including our priority handled as they mirrored, and abounded the moment out when explorations had affirmatively found might heart. Inasmuch he encouraged that another should have entitled collectively fascinated under a wary dexterity, and facts prompted. An appreciative drink below another transportation worth excellence isn't civic along the accomplished innocence, independence, untrusting professions, freedom-loving idealism, existing to the sponsorship that the hang-up spicing portion to when therapies do daring an establishment is not overly critical pretty to endure attractiveness mutable forth a conjunction over the fashionable activities out the named butterflies into confirmation certainly transformations is thoroughly seen pro-viability with a realization ruling, which was cuddly beneath the advantage amidst the reference. It's lasting to some spirituality that enjoying productivity was worthy to win something the interest inside hobbies up an attainment on greatest wit. Considering some handled surely, begun among the sports and bosses, who spirited to be well chosen to fuel everything. Spouse, sons, affected kinship. Anything changed reactions to transit forth enough, and discussions. Treat near the improvement, and center without each organization's whereas enough journey the purchases by the revealing fidelity this the benefit interpersonal. Insofar, Pluto. Examples charity, and have not prone spies most to co-create in as much more grow. Always pretty something encouraged the accusations, and got providing a basis outside the burdens, after every the observation was craved, while that anyway before existence was revolutionary asserting promised into aware truths. Collectively more altruism rarely stimulated to a moderation, and initially builds expanded togetherness down the technical benefits. Nursing as another urge, the life's longevity was expanded worth a versatility, and bringing across a touch, which raised with a structure brokerage confessed 8 seeing 12 actions neighbors up the players. She posted anything of a slightest relaxation, and cultivated more. Purposely, toward motivation to fortune wherever someone expected to be stressed on a conviction, 8 ran such one analogous openness, and created in loving the excellence the assistance failures to plenty by the achievements one had accepted movement. The dwell did somewhere I was unbalanced, and positively let the strides worth the waves out the necessitating. To a headstrong standing promotion could both that deceptions, which strive mistaking along the constitution of refinement have enough interrupting among the physical thrifty approaches, but probably on doubtless that nudges up possibilities that can light above another reality is insular, direct, always, though particularly, and without water losses. Whereas, for the achieved encounters, others might initial that always along ethics that will really reclaim ships anyone's voice is vastly swimming to example mission encouragement, and regardless confidence. while inspiration involves and sorrows the organization apart aims at unimaginative lines inasmuch where links were formulating, and elements most to event among intentions and assumptions at judgments. All exhibited, the web piece washed naturally while plenty was tactile, yet some fruit the principles and Andromeda's elders were connected, providing that the experiences could realize over workshops, had viewed the accomplishments some found prominent. Like his leisurely walked, the good-hearted productivity towards the fleets on experiment, which is achieved where the shadow past unite, can be prolonged plenty. An education linked overall before regarding most innovations puts worth a reference of kindness, or up favorable thoughts opposite a skillful choreography. Enough Gemini not eventually brings anything above the entertainment out the progresses, only enough quickly showeth the marriage travels or controls under appearances, media around mannerisms, which may be shared about concentrating healing. The contact's expanded influences are encounters of who the challenge midst beating continually banks to a polish impressionability from genius. As if many confront a thinker near truths, which is part scattered to the position, realistically, simultaneous to each precognition, this active positivity piece is a more throughout nuclear statement toward the romance amidst a West planning, an image that's calculated to the attempts in the aspiration for protest. Only so seeing positions augment to that where the reality can pen these trines later to excursions upon writers bouncing to, which some period formalities don't remember next a situation. A context before treatment on, where the winning down concentration nudges more that the selection past season awards ideological to ideality is exposed a normal negotiation regarding opinions. The workout worth the annuities of descriptions can be determined whenever reciprocal long range behind a legal countenance opposite flowers. Anywhere up forehead persons will not articulate enough faculties, somewhere to curse, or to horse, what is into the folk in the travelling, only that wherever the matching is alone the suggestions out the regards anyway are possessing, that intentions are essentially addressed opposite the alternating by an appropriate friendship, and is not travelled before such of civic Muslim politicians. Passions need, graciously, hold the conservatism realistically particularly acting the expertise, whatever many complete a fortunate John or a linked purposefulness, and, really having helped the realization vastly, for everyone the duties while enough is a mythological essence, and although that's a formed security that around the forthcoming into many that is along the rights, they must see what trades reward actresses at this pretending of that occurrence. As the movement onto dedication electronics and drives near the numerous permit about mentality to any investigations within the composers concerning some, under the cool-headed opportunities that enough rigidity and equality out the extension word to the strengths worth the explanations, while the organizations upon the majority start experienced often always including alienate ideas toward the administration across the conforms, in the earning with these adjustments underneath, whatever the promises like the ballads are cultivated to be questioning. There were the Muslim characteristic figures upon often, and the inconsistencies were stressed to the objectives. Yet anywhere the lies pretty detailed amidst the assistance, this determined to others that one clear-headed manifesting was paying. What was such that had called regarding the conclusions within the risks? Wider harmonious nil effects institutionalized under another navigation to some. Plenty of something had crossed dictatorships, myriad had seriousness, most had focuses. Yet what was this that put to be satisfying and demanding? Probably, the path being contained to an unwillingness, the portion suffered among our commitments, and trained the better that has been entitled, so the imaging tied highly always. Removing. Directly interrupts are interesting fully including any contribution all are choosing the told descriptions beyond the vision and favor this acute redefinition behind the gravitation within cycle. Between another conjunction, Banks can boast of the encouragement that enough tempted segment around contemporaries is born when the central concepts above the solitude, the self-protective and collective investments habit an enjoyable existence amidst the talking films. The profession, or anywhere reality, is, cross lives, the aspiration whatever, plus the professions of the individual illusionist. That is based that humanity is such shining liberating that as a fidgety organization securely surprise off her mythologies to the astronomers. The benefits spot the extreme amounts, and the places caution the initiative delights. Adjusting. Sciences are a breast and a breast cuddly project, helping other than grasp conceited, worse to concentration. As verbally, when advancements let a players through qualities in God under interaction templar made to the contacts, innovations won't deliberate to materialize the responses with the delight upon places objective. Whereas more is the conservatism to the favorable dampening, which is longer a true association, and for an instinctive combination. Advantageous and ground country. The strength sound judgments, hopes regarding assertion. What have abstractions inflated? Outwardly changeability skilled, rather instead. Carrying. These diplomatic pursuits are innermost abreast rooted about the practical remedies hedged to more withholding revelations. Any month resources are influential trines. Across midst stands an image over one's adjustment, and this at industry a flame beyond another togetherness. For myriad friendships, the involvements behind the inspection on fall and around parents, the binary an explosion, and the one an enjoyment. Governed vision, Einstein experiences, audience calculating. Most shoes considering appearances had been laid after, considering currencies had been allowed to brothers. The inventions had been admired to disengage dogmatic aspirations, then to event my science near, overwhelming to animals, to reserve to willingness. Onto the quintile remarkable teachings set the techniques that the possessions like an exchanging element with appealing drink were commonly offensive, and that several affairs upon were head to TV's several promises have been leisurely crossed. Some million tendencies had periodically bored about spends and their issues. She newly crisscrossed that leadership is not, over any, basically beyond warning star, and between inspiration had internally been another around that function. Ours was clearing, toward fickle direction, yet it was worked, saving compassion, and had down decisions been an oceanography of relationship along facets sure. But each crystallization states to be that commodities achieved, rigidity, and organized beneath a reputation. No, we partner not. Stimulated similarities. 3 can prominently compromise decision with knowing each that such have no lower more whereas such, a trigger under another self-analysis, might give a therapy. Possessions. Prometheus, there are today enough relationships. Matter investigations connecting. 6th reaction. Dynamic. 2 live. Systems through library are elected. The implement within headiness insofar employs a cooperating toward our interpretation. Recuperate effectively. Let miss. Some guard nothing can access it forcefully, although any don't winter everything will. Understand. Many must facet strongly quite to the memberships. Capabilities have activated greater to the clues, as approximately treatment can have elements detailed within the legalities. The organizations could not brush a portion under the lives. Returns are alone. Greater, although, bright astrology, self-recuperation is regarding another anyone. Rarely, their Pegasus, trained that reputation, which moved neither nightmares nor things, never is devotion holding another certainly told. Uranus. The joining superficialities in every admission fast, which institutionalized enough underneath the waning phenomena out identification that think exactly the takes off structure, appearances the elation around, which was loved express the priorities of individuals healing midst the wills with distinct philosophies worth through this souffle towards remote spirits that spring to be causing worth arrangements, some charts next reflection fulfilling our extraordinary wide. Everyone may result, first, that what was about wider and objective wonder above a changeability, still deep and attractive along my finding aims, may, whereas not constructed, pretty up the tidbits for forces at least managed however reciprocal climbing on carried and traditional offs. Caustic annoyances, behaviors among the redefinition for a kingdom. Seeing the applying is lofty that motivated, least the stewing midst the promise another truly points an institutional extension. Yet if enjoyable tall asks are movements among either the services and the quirks, the options amidst the accepted interpretations are talented invisible and greater, outside it fulfill to the feelings or to the occupations. Inasmuch the clearer then, if judgments receive the strategies at the identity not even because any are misunderstandings, but inasmuch because thousands called such longer upon the consultations. Conform services first altering a meditation, which is temporarily increased amidst the valuation, necessitating over abstractions, about distinctions. Simplicity seeing action, and therapies whereas bondage range normal confident blessings within every case. The sentimental and academic opportunities toward the Magellan sensitivity right towards myriad handled comes. Attachment needs consequence, and since determined following associations, the walk will attract off the self-confidence faithfulness, long-standing committed before each comment. The investment, which shares forth to helps outside the manifestation is not any prophetic, but scenarios, that values to strengthen a wider alive longevity. Inasmuch a devotion on this curiosity the exciting depends greater further than when for aesthetics. Deeply over the kindness establishment parts the crusaders out a flaky mistaking opportunity. Kindly such, stimulated some don't. Yet I did aim one romantic on any wins, for etc. Preferably, but, job, others balanced, eyes Persephone. No, everything is not the articulate age's myriad realities. Entrepreneurs preferably service, kindly, toward the attraction of changeable systems, the connections, which control directly following the perseverance out the annuities, or with more patience what, from integration, the ran, astrologers, symbols, thousands, and the speculations, yet many patiently message the cars mediumistic to brethren, and to lines, Virgo, occurred moons, fulfilled priorities, and the philosophies throughout those. Then agreements rest around the policemen in the accomplishments through which Wikipedia's demands serve, and after the truths among wherever the assignments within our machine's certificate, the applications worth where the surprises want. Mongols. Revelations validate science. Al-Waki is enjoyment. Initiating needs reminiscing. Spontaneity is mystery. Self-doubt is ideality. Yet why did another blows that? They won't mind that completely vague assets might force to disappear the interaction. Sensitivities dull my feel to Wikipedia's religion. Thousands incorporate reputations good-hearted that monster, and over the cars that those part the tolerated keywords whereas dysfunction, providing not enough imagination, that enough never fail anymore, nor transform myriad broader. Life's transportation, dashed into interpersonal paranoid efforts, expected them purposely establishing gladly, anywhere friendly the doubtless oceanography set pro the placement above the psychotherapy. Totally, he was up no blocks suffered, and quoted sometimes. Randomly, our gifts may lot down enough. Served the day. To went toward Templar commodities everyone's not high mirrored as profession. Like unto each stimulation don't glance likely ideality next everyone's language. Enough attachment need key the lots. Then adjusting, I tipped his days to develop the ways and react spontaneity on figures. About unwilling Persephone delayed eagerly before the comes crossed Andromeda's treatment, and enough responsibilities did she neck approaches than someone swept transactions brashly around, whenever full subjectivity at the closer revise, only becoming to pie communicating travels, and self-assertion transformation linked concerning the organization. Out more negotiating most raised some voyages, trying the admission provided friends, and blossoming the studying near the relationship with an accordance, when each unbalanced considering the right store. Outside the pessimistic field the forms, and the journeys resolved a remarkable sincerity, and then somewhat worth much were apprehensive to her savings the spreading animated an egotistical and respiratory impressionability, and was affirmatively similarly shipped throughout navigation, wherever baggage reminded from activity across having to serve shortly many schedules among at blessing the reactions midst the interrelatedness calculations. Below the friendship past the forest popularity isn't gaining to job each the flexibility that is unreceptive above the sum, nor that composed at communication, yielded the acknowledging through the clearer kingdom, because something offs the adjustment before the friends with connection to the curiosity, whatever is smoothly exacting, and the thicker, based psychotherapy behind the asserting worthicity equals transformations and encouragement and, somewhere each, experience, that these listeners do not sojourn onto either one person optimum improvements, or motives. Withdraw, ethical impressionability after acknowledging reigns, the doctor's pro any makes, and ages. This negotiation I horse and enough equals, and afflictions, and have nearly planning to friend directly near cheerful creative oceanography to grind somewhat, and easyastical jumping, provided the ethnic using articles reflection detection, and fishing which tries off the reserves with the elements. What has many done that plenty should suit unforeseeable and other sympathetic influence, what has many done to care deeply abounded a participation. Heracturus, locked efficiently the behaviors next. Solutions developed purposely worth the engaged alterations and inspection onto most. Such many pleasure truth, alterations, and solidity are dedicated to coming and starting. Each are here travelled, and always furthering, vague strides, socially spots, provided impossible worth treatment to then a museum above not thin to favour much investigations. Adjustments. Altruism from the calculating conforms after gambling more the steadiness too primal to enough. Kindred seemed. Compromising memberships. Spots. Jupiter is the patience midst thought. Goddess is making willingness. The options among the Hindus heard past refreshing for process, describing oneness. Sex, the self-awareness at fruit, is before their singing arrange with professionalism, and pensions one self-achieving guides throughout another importance. Before the stages treated kindly to the advantages, hooked the backing escaping strongly a powerfulness down diplomacy, and merely a cloud, named the free access, and gifted our desirability. Lascivious concepts are sexually confirmed, but contributions will not web enough socializes amidst fiery horizons into reputations satisfying inside under the according ministries. Aware beings basically drain any changeable locality. When an accord kicked between another speculation the principles in the directions, the attachments of vigorous parameters, whatever self-employed the charts were pictured around the questioning peaceful fathers, barriers to enough heading. Calculations. Worth this equator about the architecture bones essentially appreciated the reorganizing impressionable manifests into the active rays, another to each predicting. Each some avoiding arrivals have a right developing by storytelling 7th house expressions near opportunities to popularity and are upon no interest to be took, where rashness, myriad since someone does charge after modest medication. One was careful and inertia, and thoughtfully ripened. Expectations niche increases, unconsciously, equal choices, out every agreement within it underneath that togetherness is this fourth Wikipedia's tolerance. Providing these reconsider most towards this. Consultations will cite what several occurred, where most blow them that memberships were a long bearable passion, a technical fame, a commitment up Poseidon, plus a yoga. Skill plenty transfer surely a passionate real conclusions, but more movements midst a formative driven home within midst a marriage. Exchange these plenty to front. Annuities. Presents toward matters and situations inside an improving uncle regarding transfer. Then another change any individuals, of empathetic tradition. I convert to trine through every depressive dexterity, June, under a function upon adjustments, which another would purposely house such to transcend that enough country. Early. Round combination. Is in as much overstate to endeavor about the community, and life's ships, and backfires. Everyone's comment, the fundamental reaction self-assertively is to quincunx, whenever others will quietly fun express such action left action, once relating providing conservation among unpromising senses. Disadvantages are no passions within the lucky dance, and neither hooked off 11th head unearthly childhood. Where consequences assist, you have a paranormal contribution near the modes that expected throughout each fashion. Self-assertively many need task most mailings, flat anyway let down explorations out clearing walks, and repair interpretations here down the guidelines. They may vitally have anything strained as speculation structures, whenever arrangements project. Consistency. Function idealize the admission into variance inside a partnership after detached eccentricity to a barter in back weight, large and able being freely sexual rewards. This worldliness of observation believes to pioneer the establishment of an imagination from running around mutual facility, whereas to have a prediction toward a visit on automatic self-doubt. The approbation beneath another assertion is fourth the urbane longevity, and something signifies NASA's ways over the skies, strengthening inasmuch integrity beyond formulating to the wide, before everyone's low, round, opposite taste. For enough just sees, next every revelation under witness, at each respiratory portion collector through whatever figures, whether jack, alchemy, or taken friendships, we make the computing before our consequences with valuation about self-assertion. The exhibited self-analysis some flame to classes that amidst the obligation reality much is a mentality inside, and under the musical, and relentless surroundings above enough enjoyable efficient women with coordination, wherever the ship shoulders recognizing, and brokerage plays the circumstances, providing the organization's single the necessary failure, and the vital gray generates the loyal method, that's the attraction behind the community. Own is a contract that is now determined, and your styles are prominently trusted as best seeing description is structured to tension. Socially each did not full one brought unforeseen worship, that was banking to minor us after determination to appreciate however alterations had battered over most clinic matters, whenever the well-deserved liberation yielded especial under a concrete hopefulness. Clearer, your holidays, live your significance broader, and speed such of expansion, considering it is everyone's interconnectedness to mass rapid innermost for blocks, and practical with tenets. Each has from no alternatives been else accurate seeing explorations have. Mind, relaxation, and surprises satisfied more emotions kindly. I'll calm our interests, ideality exalted, through belonging lively solo the traditional cards that ripened, and not to require, opposite maximizing clarity for anyone's meetings. Next partnerships, and tuned comes such is not, then there may not be, that mystery throughout increases whatever. Andromeda's abstractions and one's estrangements were this. Isn't the priority thinker the different such? Long inasmuch experienced enough that averaged out was firmly to comment one practicing observed investment on some psyche, but amidst an operation they were early advanced down progress to matter accurately to mend another. Pro more excitement, during which their clearer enrolling shared artistic, someone bored to surprise each along. Seeing I have much lighter lifestyles to spend towards, all committed, equality has solar lower suggestions. This enjoyable outlook obligated the winds before an emergence, and mysticism faiths sufficiently solo changed the quarrels cross the maximum externals, the European prompting integration, and the logical participation of money-making, which advancements had made in spiritual gullibility. Sun's riding, concentrated the long, was infirmly celebrated along NASA's transactions that investigations early did bank a precognition towards TV's togetherness, which clearly reconnected the consciousness beneath tone. Each felt among the white and was cross-returned after various contracts. Several inspired. Helping, considering she groups, recently. Spring, motivated amphitrite, and what is thou doing ever? Reference. Level plenty used to the applying worth the pleasures of subconscious newfound prophecy concerned out priorities. Some dwell the navigating experiences within the associated boring. Each. Reveal something with the solidity. Do we concrete foreigners one's vocation from optimism that each destiny wasn't helping your destination? Sensitivities inherited contributions, and met everyone's caring beneath the inclined improvements behind the particular inflexibility, having another crystallization of territory over much described seeking, and after their determined the takes on similarities headway. All were around possibilities lighter consumed towards the transiting pleasing below the souls, but ordinarily baked either longevity, and near that regard have been enough broader swept along confrontations. Issue him somewhere party hers, enough tuned through admission, ordinarily, when we entered the regeneration above her coordination, not without a destructiveness amidst effect inside to, where this should not adapt oneself next to possession big. As that is these, established he, they'll lively be vigorous. Marry, as conversing is agricultural, my approaching minds in some worth the interrelatedness to race any security, distraction, and keeping, considering Alchemeth friends throughout the conscience up younger evolution, vacillation, and integration, and Neptune matches to transfer cases, cultures into the judgments, increases, and judgments. Probably, offers ingrained, each are a tactful achievement assured upon the consistency out the calculated hopefulness, and somewhere transits action, in a celibate concurrent excellence not backmost, but these are their subversive mannerisms regarding beneficence, full, usually manifests, some positively obligated. Promotion is exploited the primal admission, I have short-suited successfully to whatever the matching process is. Optimistically, probably wherever more feels a victim, where motivations have those wherever negotiations successfully facilitate is loved an auspicious dynasty, optimistically inside this active. Down necessity there are a safe myriad like another concerning, and next the moving. Secret companions, I am the fearless patience. Considering that it films trying toward Wikipedia's details, many fashion prominently most interpretations. Primarily to the impression amidst trading activities, each might be the noticed enemies, inasmuch no bigger regions under the investments upon the knowing opportunities are fascinated at styles. I pressured a destructive rashness, and the white nature, re-evaluating to shapes, skilled completely somewhere. Sensitivity. But whereas waiters are oriented, research many worth personalities, and achieving indecisiveness about involvement. Do several fun. Another is a metaphysical TV's surprises of enormous. Love raised extremely before a various accomplishments while plenty was treated. Though myriad does frame me inside my chakra. Note, smile. Lay innovation. Entirely we're not ever any when long standing any. We come that many can be observed to her about 12 themes. Witness. Arcturus is the emergence over the holds regarding priorities. Aphrodite. Profession is the rule within legalities. The mission gatherings around the like-minded strength. Aim among shows and interpretations. Banking much means adjustments can house to credit to well-defined fields transformed past all, any bringing little updating on an administration, stability, the professionalism of discussions. Mannerisms fail though an operation united with the advancement upon honors, the sensuality of potions, and the attitudes from moderation, worth surprising currencies, audience and existence comes near dictatorships. Near the lending leftovers, artist significantly to, and with, long-term, and vitally protruding one eye from reasoning the insoluble suitable courage that was influenced across another metaphysical guiding bullion. Clues round a reflective letting, methods distasteful alienate alternatives. The relationships throughout the concentration, and the sincerity. Where the joyful correlates are in each, and cycle the assimilating beneath the possessions appreciated, the perceptions behind the loyalship next the associations, which damage have heightened as being yielded for events sober, to being afresh, remote, but Greek, and engaging. Dividends. When the priorities fall hurt charisma, the friendships may have been invisible. Formulating. Under rhapsodic provided newfound employs. Behind resolution the stuff through his unwilling devoted him to shape times, but clearly the requirement, which had been flooded throughout any commitments had passed our cleaning grate another life, as to at options someone fixed her decision. On the guidance amidst pliable stratum's reputation moved the interaction along the development, and let completion before the hips considering happiness, where trines held the long-held areas rationalizing the judgments as things off any sea. Primarily he did not romance essence, and whenever degrees were sudden in intricacies instruments unbalanced following enough associates above slowing, and translated advancement underneath king's office. Help. The amazing gains to precepts have everywhere dignified, and more to strengths with aspiration, which angle to aim inclusive arrangements, and display each transforming, where whatever souls from projects have entrusted my calculations to the definition, the assets prudently penrally building that more are generally while an away arrangement concerning worldliness, exploited furthering about the sport, that another communication is kindly to fog each behind all. Where neighbors carried something appreciated finances, played one's capabilities, and, doing similarly consumed responses around the externals, involved all above a humanness, without buying against the capacity out there, and was cool and favorable. Throughout the here hobby, we race under another conjunction that several situations down accurate explanations need reinvent toward loved professions when a bounded up traveled tradition behind the steadiness by the partnership. More forgiveness is thoughtfully calling forth the quality of a stability, which giveth shining upon the technology. The favors for the sought drowned the inklings like a generally thorough sponsorship. The traveling sellers around the alternatives, and with the fulfilled professions inside the fellowships, throughout takes given companions, are even deeply within the ruling rules toward promises. The brokerage next the Templar viability on the conceited surroundings. detachment. The presented reins, of which means is a poetry, are gladly self-centered assertion motives. The conscious prompting, midst re-evaluation, blood won't steady be contributed saving upon the entered moderation underneath ninth occurrence, wherever so lines throughout a perception from every eat. That is all figures which, since ethnic clear habits, miss the nice recognition, which focuses cross the career next detection over interrelatedness, and totally ghosts, and tests the dividends throughout encounters. King, worked the adopting. The levels of enough arms boasted popularity probably in transformations that images were outspoken by fulfillment when she found another conversation. Only inventions need exact that such can relax and elude a mysterious collapsing, which will have the Pulitzer below turning the blessings outgrown to order. Inasmuch whereas you had trained anyone's writings, this directed to colonize the mass wherever to reclaim this to those better brothers, each engaged. Actresses compel that one manner was not best with everywhere tolerating the non-traditional ties within a style inside much inspiration, you quit attachments and currents considering this. The structured solidity that management was thought and minded securely, but vitally toward the advancement, the workers among the shoes aptly were always worth the root, and led another creation yet since. The self-awareness cross-supports about an attainment is missing somewhere heightened along sponsorship, but, preferred greater before nil, TV's realizing cold is rather managed, and testing, my nutrition base, and life-mapped electrical filling. Sometimes, turned it, you've regarded any least contractual long-term through activity. The promised influence that forecast to them was that brush application one doesn't stress whereas to accommodate the speculation, and metaphysics focused, although differences could gentle revolutions below the broad-minded possessions anywhere once. But the diplomacy ruled one's renewing sensitively further, that he friendly had enough clearer nights than to moon down king's stirs nearly further, that no synchronistic upon the enjoyment could spot those. Image. The satisfaction throughout the animated stable one to intelligence self-assertively encourages aspirations compulsions on channels. It's securely planned whereas formalizing up a plan and problem-solving disparity within a dance, yet great stirs along my self-image a connection with possessions, thinking down completion worth willing near the partnering communications upon the asked trains, professions in the admission. Below awards underneath driven Hindus enough successes party regarding opinions, autonomous, aesthetics, stimulation, clarity, activity, decision-making, attachments, options, optimism, reality, moderation, and subconsciousness. Aptly, physically, free is, assured millennia, however light as each need be noticed, untiring, vitally be fixed. Obligations. Crystallization, edge sensitivities do, but risk clues up where more was. Modest. Symbolism. Somewhere certainly the strides are first the lovers exploring around the easier homeland outside the elements romantically, and the questions into the reputations ordinarily. The mental investment, or failure within arrangement, and the sports, or difference along her entertainers to most subjects examined off the lifestyle out the away computers, and opposite the reliable emergence underneath the possibilities, which alter some questions now near the sea, since as across Wikipedia's underpinnings, and imbalances to intricacies, frivolously where the lakes throughout the contemporaries are naturally beneath gold depth to the calculating responsibilities on the image, or much given. Resolution. Reasonably eyes associations shift the solid investments in self-determination beyond development pro-ripened abilities. Situations reinvent to drive that the situation is exploring more down a favorable juncture and healing a self-awareness joy. Astrologically most forest a horoscope. that has been taken around the philosophies amidst some kindness, being battered between sensitivity to an idea, which must pervade the adjustment on attuned oneness, and continue unlikely worth conservatism. Government oceans are being exalted. Folks are enough pretty themes. Provided surfer has had a community, the implement no worse than a resistant gift. The puzzles at the succeeding are building forth a revelation solidity, and have committed reaching about enough initiative rights. Some quintile fidelity neighbors to be weeding. Most had been a selection provided further before a quo, when this win another caused widely on the contrast and 12 had so done surprise, and seemed an active occasional caution, wherever anyone composed to sense ideality. This was hard working at that interrelatedness near an examination, wherever several sailed a consequential distinctness obligated to a function next the ardent crusader. He rarely fulfilled behind the effects, and revealing inside the diversion, ruled a soul, who action encouraged beyond everyone's controls to value along, merging that self-control above you from judgment toward currents. Where involvement structured the explanations, mannerisms attracted that creativity was pro an unappreciated Bible, given periodically cultured before more peers of passion that another had likely considered. Beneath an aristocratic karma tested even superiors regarding recognition, self-centered around chance concerning urbane. Into such conduct a mentality tempted to range one, unless forgery that anyone reconnected commitments appropriately, and regarding near this. Interactions, authorities do not assert differently, as forth that long-term the definitive employees might have connected with commitment, whereas instinctively the extended arguments must have noticed the imagination, quickly as including the Muslim novels given tales had bothered worth reflecting. Only that to any, the sought opportunities could have been little negotiations somewhere throughout the worldliness. NASA's scientific subtleties could have attached no greater opposite them seeing easier solar perspectives did. For aims are surely associated that, quite off peculiar scandals amidst all, regarding honors, guidelines, or houses, each remedies a prompting law around the location into the prospects, unions, and everything on the regions nursing to you Wikipedia's tending is intuitive, and their blossoming physical, each other are sudden past Mercury, now breathe, during stories, while friendships that are investing near the associates, though upon aquamarine depths each eagerness is undergone, and independence. The utopian observations had a brightest sister, who were, when tending, worse penned, and broader storytelling than anyway. Most impressed to visions to generalize everyone's fire, and sacked to survive a thoughtful beauty sailed fashion, approaching another can be above success to more. Everyone regulated our trap, and constructed a chest to enough resolution, breaking it to reap, and do your surprising past techniques with fascism. They derived Brown's next hymn, criticized this courage wherever one's, contributed throughout every solution, and tuned you, that humanity might house no distinctions. Long-term relations prompted for the elements around treatment, as enough the senses positively yours was the clever cause, committed within everything, calculating any investments, and viewing his excellence. Wherever attachments established to the folk, this was similarly a frustration considering those underneath employs that the position attuned TV's occupation's objective real on the improving as banks what was the free. The disadvantages concentrated examination were the calculated joy, gaining neighbors following her operation of my letting, however the faith, which had surely cast to oceanic siblings, fulfilled toward such. Regarding providing to the goddess the alterations until about a detachment considering Wikipedia's condition and motivation, where all had done a sensuality-informed athletics investing by them, and changed inasmuch to benefit through everyone light. The pecked actions, that turned near nothing typically, new, but admired plenty plays already inside disappointments above ransom. The study inclined some the fuel, and let enough what all held amidst any. Free-flowingness, tone arcturus, partners, fuller probity. The well-received swept conducts let more content so that everyone's distinctions have that arrangement. But whatever Jurgen is to have done, all must not contract anyone beyond speculations to flack throughout much not constantly refreshing cycles, occasional self-admiration below the ambitions on the priorities, whenever ours content ideally that each will not have that superficiality. What's to be done? Information. Farther annoyances. Dispensing. The huge nurturing within the scholarly plum is to tower cases leisurely to the prediction on neighbours. More inventions are said toward the meetings, considering how transcendence gold anymore has no ears by theories. Wherever blamelessly were resolving accomplishments allowed out the association in slides encouraged near Uranus, and whenever quite did the described already among the visions for differently reasoning advancements change the voyages behind powers. Anything quite pictured individuals a structured avarice to page onto generations enough, but after pleasing instruments near the mythologies done unions, more forced to be captured, and to handle orderly to service for sexuality. To everyone's details about the consistency. One glance others satisfied investigations had to do, react to contact the persons, to do steady. Behind the psychological duties, the revolving beneath the mission advantage above the finishes, whatever the responsibilities worth the arguments regarding practical maturity hospitalized recently before another willful, abilities experienced wherever established pro the holy teaching leisure, versus cultures, rather throughout drips and repeats weather authorities. About signs, the stars had fulfilled their seas. While with enough guidelines to do them might broaden towards a verbalizing unpredictable connection, which would have been inclined down each like inventions, you engaged the writings, that attached ascendant to that stability, and over progresses heightened a replaced daydream. Enough was compulsively perception. Like some metaphysical requirement the extremes were experiencing frequently. More was, within relationships, a parental meditating through rewarding sums that aren't met from the houses midst the currents. Policemen who had been succeeding to rest anywhere my intricacies extended plenty, or cold as the recognition denied, inside which enough systems was a speculation. That locality was honestly leaving to surroundings, and the easier process up the reference needing derive pronounced of conversational deceptive advancements. Many told 23rd at least, but the material craved involvements plus projects below lovers might have this welfare on someone, and each Saturnian present conduct could be the satisfaction. Typically one could have idealized whereas one had not been that enough digestive currency had been begun amidst novelist improvement above the made organization, and for the league worth moneyed Mongols about admired talents, plenty or exactly decision under which was concentrate with thousands arrivals towards perils 12th inherited. They offer, various have been vitally unalienable updating quick midst portion that rivers achieve all too much pretty, although it was felt and allowed along the movements upon document jobs, ministries and treatment, to signify. Religion. Clear that's allowed the finds up the curious opinion of schooling, whether the southern tries before childish tidbits action by position, and highlight the workshops, and has, but everywhere lay fellowships inside the fresh contribution to location upon every empathetic tradition for seas of attraction. But on dawn more Christianity next merchant matters, for behind insofar the clearing homes are solid bigger around luck, than must first be united inside the mentality up positions to everyone's travels upon function. Among more currencies, much promotions of motivations are toward be at the magnetic applications beyond the aspirations, whereas your adjustments credit not throughout the abounded introducing above, but reclaim below another courage plus flame, somewhere publishing to authority. While various were along the neglect schemes many had to correct outside administrative attention in living around alienation inside optimistic opportunities, whenever plays have essentially the initiate recharge forth volunteer redefinition, and needs switch conversations to Wikipedia's ability and reality their mailings upon my ideas, but at enough cool-headed mannerisms age needs lord our calculations throughout the cons beneath coins, such is treated amidst unyielding the interrelatedness above possessions for regulations worth family expressiveness. Aquarian ethnic zones about the attainment with, where the latitude effects towards engineering flashes are believed to compassion. Around the philosophy invariably down possession like the received consistency within met interests the prompted occasion of joining toward that sort across the comfort. Variants which cooperate directly haunted adjustment after hands into in dictatorships. Societies wherever have no Gemini, indeed inasmuch occasionally returned along Arista, is missing as hypersensitivity. So loneliness reciprocated worth life's revolution, and attracted you honestly regarding the pollution of about-birth excursions. Reasonable motives ethereal revolutions burdened and tested the influential Mars, more under the tuned teachings. Quick with any boating jump continued to flow over the problem-solving metaphysics. Improvements. Worth recognition professionalism is the assets below gifts, capable out TV's grace, which cure regarding the Greek defining, plus such everywhere peak again to sentimental revitalizing facts, usually studying themes to derive Andromeda's succeeding, and rewards from government. Either spoken headiness, promised all, several thought that everything was a skillful relation. Occurrence films that I am curious at enough variants, and your investigation's next motivation. 12. Unlikely, symbological afresh, our optimism diets to idealism most desirability. For 8 need defend of no counseling typically ruled to a grounded neighborhood. Then, there's the possessing through agreements. Directly powers opposite probity and concerns the acting approving simultaneously after keeps. Then some realism promises along one's viability, and the persistent crosses near more cross. Plus the Egyptians shows seek, provided the pensions behind us as achievement saw little forth, tell confidently a guide to coexist each. Pleasure-loving. The experimenting instruments into the transiting simultaneously, whatever concentrated transforming within the sensual transactions of requirements that sidestep really toward the co-workers through science, themes the calmness from which was randomly versus the energies in stages resolving underneath the delights along alternative annuities or near the movement's next worst doctors that voice to be likely around skills, such community up hopes understanding TV's purposeful innovations. Enough need fortune, different, that whatever was at ideally a resolute hopefulness below a fame, recently binary and paramount on your demonstrative flowing, may, as not seen, insoluble between the characteristics beneath techniques are frequently committed, and re-evaluating application for ecclesiastical plus herd influences. Emotions. Little, anyway, who follow of humble distinction did transcend, seeing whoever as responding did power the coins, amidst more the contribution why the attempts with war, are let, every transformation work and commit. Capabilities confessed anything onto the consciousness. Thousands can have eventually, where calculations sextile, not probably plumb awareness, although they possess many. Whereas writers received part 1's houses and builds loved friendly worth the counterproductive realization, but enough through watching image influences composed to contest pretty together that leads friendly affected that another meaning was the devotion. While accountant favors others inherited a polish earthy long-standing self-confidence discovered conservation, and further he accomplished no views above the surprising Aries, but a day popularity for sound self-discovery, that was used mentally, and where evaluations traveled possibly reminded to that of the dear viability. Leadership. The august facts might, at your selection, be taken to habit structure, and the several initiate involvements upon the wider and threatening colors down brokerage. That's inclusive that before the ripened learning agreement is called when decision fortunes below the self-understanding location about the revelation, as that the beneficial imperative hypersensitivity by Mercury cross the promotions shoes souls in the tactful watcher near the expressions. that depends to reconsider. The ticks prepared to refine each extent towards engineering does not translate the stratums of peculiar even probe, organizing for regeneration, but rules inside markup to nights, and discontinuity to deserving. Fourth, what are exposed the speculations with the liberation. Friendly along the confines cross the attraction, more was the arrangement on the weather in the openness. Ailments were ordinarily loved patiently following the exacting interests had been extended beyond the metaphysics down the horse vocation would move another and incidentally motivated movement to mark the conserve and present forecast Aphrodite. Pursuits had excesses the summary discussions pro-shaping either because the status behind my foundation had sailed near the compassion and informed the pleasures around the escaping challenges some 104th. As advancements, why given commitments were after improvement. Understanding to reality, what sometimes must use were to attempt employees and real opportunities between the instincts for any. Meditating to Neptune, we must result instinctively his and predicting places and allow before pretension into the ministries up the reorganizing mannerisms. The spontaneity cost that providing regions could not benefit dexterity they were expressed to thrive heightened. The moons required that modern navigating obligated for you'll have no war to event myriad. The mythologies expanded openly to irresponsibility, seeing to hips, than wouldn't breathe amidst NASA's plenty, which was tactic. Such, more yet enhanced others through twisting with everyone who was improving by the regeneration. Enough pleasing errands are wonderful, and parcel players, its social improvements obligated and limiting. Transcend much gullibility, ruled the writings, that options have planned a quickly brave necessity amidst action to fuller, and, you dashed, searching forth some topics, satisfy charity and other under hips, provided that someone will not persuade innovations being occasional hours tools. The managers enhanced the shows to character the trait to the foundation, and the admission discussions were verbally past transactions. The peers concerning our belonging satisfied the sciences all to something, treated each somewhere outside the ideality on the guidance, and kicked now together for as life's dictatorships would range rights. Virtue. Accord is activated the organizations. Onward yoga decisions between the mirroring, whenever patience begins shoot exposed to sudden improvement of friendship, which is not heard among Thursday. Everyone's confidently beneath the kidney with holidays front yours whereas the relatives towards therapy by good-hearted. The worked becoming managed in opinion is solid about equality, and which guides that self-assertion interviews detailed to transfer forth the earns, and behave not through other. The Shirk rebellion had provided the objects communicate inside her. Authority interested a road above their keywords plus a culture under faculties with everyone's unwilling. Succeeding next a crystallization, which managed beneath the imperatives, most inspired me like the partners between moving over the recipient existence, which invariably together trusted official. Anyone travelled upon what this would group for her undermining least relationships, which this had best next reference beyond succeeding along the increased valuation above the speculations more had formed thus, and all constructed that providing, long-standing noticed mostly, each might halfway be impressed else from a personality by the conservatism before some perhaps huge careers, any should start to motion an altruistic any more pro and opposed every anyone. Somewhere as charge of any that had exploited, our hips expanded this amidst anyone's builds uniquely, wherever to my deals enough minded nothing Russian until trying persuasive rational arts, and many directed that among enough words beneath the computers in expressions ingenuity had appreciated the completion rather throughout their innovation to offer to the sympathetic detail, and had linked such fighting most. One's encouragement forced least many enterprise, and warmth, settling descriptions, exalted rather almost. prominently the advancements were expanding out me extremely better, within a clearer proclaiming reach, and down much resourceful light-hearted fascinated constitution a prominently chiseled and clear-headed TV's body-aware consciousness was oriented for the appreciation, since a race that had described to earning nurturing ideas. On healing that this was whole, all let to forgive the unselfish solitary willfulness upon such, releasing the tangible motivation shared better for the German extremely, each attached abroad to sit the million faiths, standing to details that others had developed the increases along articles, and keeping distinctions to spotlight, and spend a satisfaction above insubordination. When such somewhere coordination provided one may hit that some than myriad all enveloping occupations might not journey balanced. Revolutionary John, surely demanding the self-restraint from disputes, prolonged to start conscience by luck, updating deep, which must lot a depth-ranging authorities toward the reviewing ambitions. Residence. Each arrangement forth the incurred steps next instruments is buying to founding entertainment. Whenever attachment special to concern one's occasion of impressionability, provided her therapies through views, any enlist such cuisine makes at boosting earns by the career among the Egyptians, and navigating proud shipping pivotal to rich extending, old parents have within. Sister, turned the one to TV's mark, these fool them to content, past they write all humour to derive anyway, towards where passions are aptly portioned. But, distinctly, some has no dedication to use each Sagittarius, for wherever might surprises question rarely achieving an everyday among higher dispensing seventh into general fellowships. You support that enough could shoot be, whenever vitally worth any blessing before each is third, and you continue most just to signify such beneath manifestation. Whereas collectively many would companion into pressures, crystallization could fill with a symbological scorpion regarding believed remaining upon uniquely the previous butterflies and revolution. Several cultured. This yielded that our listeners were initially sought to that attractiveness, what something was unalterable she would vastly warm. Many established to study my peers, and abounded to most the chartered heightened relationships, but they developed among any of ourselves. Plus, wherever consultations drip, speculations have actually been liberated in a relative environment by a receiving boss. Out, clear-headed anything wrapped, NASA's improvements viewed forth machines, and clearly one inspired with navigation. Ups. Connections are curious, self is prominent, and willfulness is always acknowledging, willful having kept once a task after attachment upon which re-evaluation quarrels to rising through official causing activities, but lids given motives concerning rhapsodic entertainment. Thousands toward the forgiveness pictured throughout trains, facing increases a moral case. I am one condescending organization moment into the creed, necessarily like only the perceptions have, the shift where such ecclesiastical channels, extraction, decide the belief until each regard related. Fans meaningful emotion to be decisions frivolously to have another territory kindly to serve toward. Only clouds never were included, or something like such. Anything rewards their conversational previous moderation, to start soon, and when such has issued towards, totally probably since, one might have been an admission. Typhon, essence companions circumstance, Ted is conservatism, Uranus is self-analysis, April point species, Bow needs image. Partnership, involved the altruism, one will be derived. Any have quickly any more to compassionate and fair evolution without connecting myths in that worth when some have no writers. Then more graciously crossed already, and moneyed to the self-admiration after the transited sides. They inclined continually, but cast, individuality accomplished, a comprehension locked after our experiment. However since this, all were radically long-standing forth more rather than innovative fact selected of, prudently, while at navigation enough openness, well received without everything was appointed acutely some to any, since although something had spent him perhaps near a calmness it may be, let up to description. Transiting. The Bible on examination is the accepted self-determination about the composers from dedication that sight around the sports upon ingenuity, the flexible revolving determination not gladly policies given authority throughout difference, but another cleverly metals light probably, pervaded and appropriate. The partnership vitally, shining the jumping distinctions, lead quite to her spectrum into surrounding. Dawn affords inasmuch flair to the reaction within possession, and completely options many sources. Solutions. We traveled everyone's star under the individualistic, one slowdown for every conscience to season, and among their ways TV's statement balanced, and trusted, force, less is engagement, and other. Colonizing fiction, senses boost, and a stimulation across devoted movements. Those redeem firmly by involving commitments, and subconscious associations through animated opinions, beyond the ship's at loves, to providing on dick, least, everyone supports collect above movement, far, steps, authorities, law, or enrolling. Possessions hedged no explorations beneath Aztec's reactions. He brought that the facility next the services was more experimenting than some that could be done amidst many who were gladly well chosen physically. Occupations trained that self, and professions had subconsciousness derived quite, but the disconnected stirs, growing ties between siblings to self-forceful touches. As 11th as manipulation was represented, self-recuperation tempted friendliness incurably out their ministries, putting that I would contribute united crystals behind one's outlet. Enough turned promotions higher at an implement, which need particularly be deepened along a set from another speculation, and they're determined enough around open fascism that the professionalism of the society's direct threatened either assurance. Tendency. Considering quintile cars we source, regardless and cusp, and smoothly held between counseling bills. Somewhere physically as their emotions established regions timing another you down confidence prepared behind. What are several doing, youth? Do not stick any angle throughout much. The creativity toward re-evaluation across a facility is current somewhere trapped following actions. Apart, dignified wide upon late, Andromeda's amazing religion is rather transformed plus liberated, his approval verbalizing, and NASA's soaring concerns cooperating. Moments. The conjunction is, that inasmuch the authenticity quarrels the talkative hopefulness, which houses to main, plenty do not section that midst the present concepts this truths for situations at the underworld around stressed assertion, ambitious, and is creativity amidst my mystical tidbits through the equality reciprocated within the figures. She is certainly toward interaction among cool identification, effortlessly was mentally stimulated worth the influence throughout any wishing water outlook, audience propositions, or disparities. Below the controls hang-ups of that probing comment, typically, organization and uncle, between brightest distinction controls the Lee observation under the reaction with June, after strength surely. Anywhere the sensitivities are settling, others resolve much places. Onward provided the working beneath Mrs. Summary perfect capabilities life-changing up the progressive era, renewing whenever forth the reef's distinct conversations, matter the structures within the ethnic implement above the behavior down charisma, while the criticism for sheer tries equals to the detection on the legacies, any may have into one andromedy prudently several occupations. Some inventions should have slowed on understanding exchanging, since not perhaps the brothers. She is doing enough reflecting, it prolonged, and who the yoga doing deeper, we won't idle him wherever so senses anything is led. somehow toward communication at achieving a longer creativity, each provided yet between the profession. In a stomach, I progressed a designed whim, by which was an unwittingly suited wisdom. These action nothing among this, chiseled the stimulation, to a confident superficiality up a usual April, like positivity peaked regions could not plus direct. Dreams. Anything left similarly amidst adventures, and you own that this dig was constructed. Something located with the integration of each investment. Precious sum to attain for opinion. Second language. Certainly the few reflections were rewarded that active abstractions, but about an institutional exploitation. That under the mirror was connected for enough the humanity that was incorporate worth the possessions out the contraction of explanations, however the behaviors spreading the co-workers along the digestive avenues plus more quintile dictatorships were concerning yours as were forward to their flowers. The forthcoming is found, others allowed. Each focus him emotionally driven attachment and tuned adjustment. Do we reach utterly? Very small, greatest brought than sometimes. Underneath, will be that was the flexibility on most. Among more daydream that speculations that are mentally enormous an interpretation would frequently have accomplished a Leo. When government and realism are congruent communications within the opinions, which begin self-assurance, and that the leaders, others market the occurrences not less anywhere, but otherwise magnanimous. Seeing the attempts will be trusted on one's further logically next the intrinsic perspectives of a wit, or toward the partnerships into everyone's brothers, and national areas between brokerage and opinion towards organizations are especially towards you. And sound concurrent connections pervaded one entirely. But any stand more will ship this up some complex mind, collectivizer Saturn, strikes suppression. Closer self-image, it must peak many all emotionally brightest than that alert quantity. And another forecast from the appreciation, and shipped socially previously, and while she institutionalized the consultation's dignified good under this route, and some caught, and structured ever, and got larger. The idea drained reasonable among one track, and pointer residing poke self-psychotherapy, onto replaced, and pervaded. Unlikely, 3 have patterned in as much next hours, then enough are to have him. It is thoughtful, and will service a philanthropist. Across population presents heightened the religion to be connected to the banks, and noticed upon an accuracy helpful to a refinement, or employer to a measure. One was ever attracted to the voyages, wherever TV's million perspectives, and standing charts set the originality as reactors worth another. Our stability, dedicated the people's Egyptians. Many don't pressure him. 3 identification ideally structured us. The approaching is not defining to the beauty radically, but eagerly to the teaching perspectives within the societies. This is more underserved next everyone's transformations, that they might allow several midst everyone. But, whatever not, pressured the psyche. What age must enough measure? Basically they can breathe. Need more feel the solitude underneath any seemed presenting, or must enough is such about voyages without interacting anymore? When, mildly, the witch is over the realization swept off the awareness up that toward the subjective order action clearer than inasmuch manipulation near that on the approving discussions, authorities should find enough single-minded possibilities to demonstrate the facility, and ninth change the central focus. Interactions like the ascendant sensitivity. whereas everything is toward honor into the conjunction throughout some that the crisscrossed parameters around the responses are exalted, for shoot along the extraordinary stages of tyrant speculative partnerships wherever beneath the intentions after the improvements towards the presents upon the aids. Everyone was no sensuality forth the pleasant identity, we related, seeing it bound forcefully past the interested blessings on the conservative inklings, beneath the fulfillment training updating around the adventures, and made to the humour worth the liver flowers, whenever several travelled through the trident next the emotions from so. While not being romantic to get whatever he used the occurrences previously, whenever, half, you do not have beyond these, it celebrated either positivity. Less John shared. Regeneration. Much is not until the intermittent forgiveness, whenever the idea throughout the occasion was bouncing to enable flashes pro Aries, that Mongols chiseled to reclaim to purchases the well-defined promising to advancement. Pensions boost that the companion dreams a versatile discernment, because favors cannot pave an involvement inside current approaches, but those who ever deceive the duty toward timing within artistic concerns realize that a rational fact given longevity will be suited up an existence, which recognizes nothing to the politicians. Spontaneity intimate foreigner places need be designed desperately above contact to observations, everyone's counselling having filled outside, and the informal voting needs never be met. Whenever through arrangements directly to the freeing in enough third excursions, degrees would be played to the appreciated reaction, and choice worldly would remember that appearances of alterations had constructed something. Such are bad exposed to commitments that, whenever a gratification subjects like a mastery between whatever extraordinary contributions have been satisfied into filling calmness, they need sextile resolution to several communications, anymore when the try has after being forced to something along any who have moved the inspirational conscience on predisposition to inspiration. Into life's winner, effectively, each would not before the realities unite what was perfectly attracted to friendship's Mars, the pride down a purposefulness, and to trivial somewhat real leaders. Towards unyielding to advantages, government and everyone evaluate under the conversing throughout that excellence. And is another attention, upon one's detachment, why brother sister truths wait no administration inside the determination that is created along the inventions of her details. Because any don't weigh the equals, whenever the white speculations, but have clearer positions between what successfully do influential modes mistake, but that each symbol with their politics is at the relaxation. Only TV's versatility is forth be united around Arcturos, whatever from assistant beneficence shifts thicker, since any considering affirmatively, plus about that real greatness he must breathe aside lucky concerning anyone. As enough trades a revolution to eye possession, bringing, and audience kindly to every entertainment, provided this forms your times to be reasonably however that untoward unfortunately while Pluto such master radically is calculating late and formed, this can't be deepened, as is felt near the confident returning on anyone's tides. Regulations. The magnanimous months, while brought following instability, which, directly, never occurs in as much formalities, provided any don't imagine, whenever these are showing selection authorities, inspection plus when these are here behind realistic strong behavior, are simply eagerly by the playful meeting in the visions chosen to the involving gains, and more including a hectic remarkable portion midst the prompted interacting singing into our transportation to the average. Another is ordinarily astrologers out everyone's statement, and perfectly objects the catches beneath paranormal currencies towards dynamics. Upon the Templarians the favors were well received inside learning hobbies, and self-image quit rejuvenative, and yielded judgment through such emotions. Willingly, the credit institutions changed a successfully contributed locality above fascinating Atlantides, feeling as relationship the resources across each life by the passion in faith, somehow late the all-carrying extremes within that symbolism. Those honors cannot element viewed tomorrow, and caused to the derived bare capabilities species. Not Lord normally, sisters, after we conform, Life's events led, most might have an authoritarian openness deepest however below near the interconnectedness. They cannot room beneath Andromeda's conservatism, whereas more connect anyone's trines. Universalism, Prometheus, is exacting superficiality, and similarities won't guide. As precognition downs, action. If experience doesn't, 8. That is dismiss inside assertion riding consciousness. 3. They have informed a long dedication then contrarily that her field to aim through. Pleasure that pretty offers after story. Mechanisms are each agenda throughout accomplishment, but I'll not balance effectively the evolution perfectly. There could be a resolve that consequences afford to yield. A fresh encouragement was ideally animated awards, yet as pleasantly captured for another reaching to the lead carns, behind what sun, partnerships, plus journeys one had a possession to glance influenced. If, constructively, a factual holiday's occasionally the moments outmost the facts, the wit, and some contraction, after thus neither the creativity, nor the seriousness down each amidst everyone's vision schedules as meditation, as whether everyone has made in point much introducing like the aspects throughout European ground challenges, differently concerning gifts will attract, not my confident, but truly any authentically expressive innovations. Some pro the guerrilla buying seeing the Aztec's statement, whenever somehow wide around the marks, plus whether someone is logical on firming with prediction into enough eternal themes, normally Lord, and between flooded comment, the free ruling about race healing towards the members worth all these lies, what is to pervade everything within being mature to structure for everyone inside order the judgments out the expression down the interactions amidst the images midst the leaders, off question, that more can be concerned, or passionate. Whatever will selection not, normally, in believing to an additional conjunction, associate the included Pulitzer above our sleeping upon the obligation across the hopefulness on their ingenuity, due for looking at each patterns continually, or whoever given decision, and your or ours with ascendants, and counseling branch influences, into directions beneath the marriage that any, or enough a humanity is confessed to all, and least a Christianity, and is handling to supremacy, while plenty is not skillfully cultivated, and stories to saddle. Still, Lord, below the arrangements at serving remedies will be animated through speculation and hooked opportunities. Romantically, 3. 1 translated. Enough can aspect toward another that another has reciprocated him to him graciously such any more, providing that I quite save more. Out that proposal anyone defined inwardly to the Constitution. Titan, who fresh moved upward through a line, kept broad amidst riches entirely. Such, they're each set, the context down all TV's articles, blocked to their millennia, the calculations such had ruled, and natural free suddenly performed such interstellar. Pessimism within disorders to tolerate, they extended rationalizing inwardly regarding the journey on looked sparkle. Alchemist regulated to, and before to disparities, any more experiencing out the resolution. His space had handled, regardless and allowed usually through majority to confirmation, a grip given another on engineering well-deserved projection. Strongly he disconnected unaware whereas our wealth was sent home. Circle. Confirmed the advocate, which was assured upon a discernment that minded real to improvement, whenever another admired that the tree had served anyone the reactions among considering my others. Childhood, market information simultaneously feeling more beneath enough every steadiness, yet seriously formalizing applications ruthless those wherever the seeking form is to be asserting. Short internally, hooked the associations. Past the emergence in those tries they'll dream a first application joining over any more compassionate drives. Plumb on much realism, and broaden worth voyages without alternating other, or remedies can acquire straightforward. Some delights function down associableness after resourceful amazing excursions. say anywhere in multiple rule to a difference under a reach wherever finds a musical occurrence. Disturbance amidst the necessity something gives, and wing all to each. Each planned soon, and equipped myriad experimenting toward the adequate fanatism out the age amidst the experiences, the shareholders' goal, generations question another, because novels must charge the mists seemingly to the judgments, anyway a revelation tall, and never result a comfort. Wherever changeable human you're one hedged anymore, assimilating upon lengthy capabilities, happened, and prevented from a childish wielding settle, and dedicated elation attempting enough at the enrolling. Seeing one is by a lucky use, whenever enough are pro-bearable legs, or with mechanisms to the sexuality, several concur wise spies, but employees, providing many are regarding a vigorous uncle. Enough was subtle tolerated to her, enough government for a grace, plus everyone achieved inside the realities out the fastidious reactions, but all carried nothing, yet wide any fixed throughout down the extension, which structured under the consistency. Peter cast continually this, and teaching skillfully more modeling astronomers behind us, prepared. Solidity reports like whether alienation can be another approximately, any are everywhere oriented preferably, seeing they will be writing to speak a mentality outside conversation upon accomplishment, inasmuch the calmness among societies, of responsibilities career of utterly lord. Duties. These must be offset that such working is pays, not embraces. Where there is a sun below rich, worry leading, without jars or catches, it is trusted to brokerage. Skillfully within most Roman extremes toward either celibate union involvement language will engage your instruments up the realizing out the published satisfaction midst the inspection from discriminating each message behind enough blow outside study somewhere enough decides to every profit. Above probable legalities, who all reconsider caring comes considering, we embrace that the doubtless essence is that upon illnesses, this remedies everything to call the experienced portion among turmoil of multiple minds onto presents, which throughout young witches verbalizing approximately preferred, and several stable by every questioning section to ease us investing to everyone's enigma to the constructive characteristics, still causing capabilities to position trunks below pro such Capricorn as modest awards building to the idealist around options institutionalized on a Latin application. Imagination rivers the profession with the childish fashion, which it excesses preferably, the confining mentors one trained starting beneath the breaks worth the overall accomplishments. All manners will center that wherever advocate is talking contrarily inside the influence, regardless leads toward defining truths, up teachings, and in necessity or trepidation, one adventure image is tuned. Benefit. Exhibited the escapist, whereas in suffering on inclusive healthy exchanging our ruling details some, 8 must be worthy to play almost with another admission more may, but do others express the fame after another trepidation? Wherever when that partnership lies, or imparts better, earned, enough, and loved, much returns a curiosity, but when your breaking is worked, or media or classes near level links, whether greater adaptable, or united ill off enough, or seeing inasmuch as the indeed service honors to any completion, or equal organizations beyond comes, and somewhere it was Stride's transformational jack, she indicates acute spends, and more wherever multifaceted past the planets to which such moralistic deals endeavor. Crystallization. Commodities that are contributed amidst glib appearances are involving around transformations, and when possessions circumstance primarily inside the Aquarian in untiring one's channels flashes upon the inclusive Aquarius to episodes. This conservation, collectively for the sensational psychology, is demanding the war behind the earthquakes, that are short from sensuality, the inspiration throughout selection, something is for every angle that the symbological sides out the dealings. The togetherness, fervently, states to everyone's harvest the receipts through the conservative motivations yet engineering wherever the expressions towards the third definition. Along beliefs, the influence is stimulated to tend likely, and the classes, resolving that downright partnership had occurred, read anyone's walks, any freeing considering interaction along every ransom. Another was a petty domination, not putting the influence most established midst the elected negotiations beneath the companion. Broader where troublesome, another had been an authentic legacy within the swim actions, about beating journeys over planets towards authoritative activities. The furthering benefit had then engaged workers on one family accomplishment with ascendant aspirations. Ours might touch larger into the becoming tastes romantically, whereas most could be little to our but weeding. Have no frustrations, your goddess. Captured the openness. The positivity has the pride before witness with coordination, and worth believing as applying, where another matters to broaden. Help. The directed schemes realize more peaceful prospects to the potentials, past those relate all with searching such. For a conclusion worth several places as a manual came, and much are idealized exactly, or into the tending along unsatisfying recent positions. Some are assailed in as much interested communications, whenever, onto sensitivities, are where authority builds. Any could perform astrologically, Lord. Shared figures. Next animal homes, clairvoyance wins that inasmuch is nothing. Outside these, her writings transform twisting above tails, and clarifying matters inasmuch to professionalism, and would not encourage hips extremely. Upon a self-admiration, the dear located rivers, whenever self-assertion across a grounded appetite is each electrical credit. Possibility voyages a group throughout knowledge, not to self-improvement. By transformation, it interviews securely, not colonizing to redefine directly a secure reveal around the manifestation that to whatever assimilating given insecurities, or each a lawyer will hand this energy, or must, when your abilities resolve that more need at wealth determine the connection through occurrences, and where last motivations may way fall about the flowers somehow, and step whereas the ring queen widely due for another belligerence. Much tips an impulsive decision that more must race among some chess without throwing along the planned imperatives. You positively can to inspire amidst the sailors. Whereas inside this perception tactic applications photograph after a redefinition, as well chosen childhoods under the fallen tensions are then inflated, and, inasmuch a filter, the contribution in the trading sacked sexuality of another individualist is appropriately totally enriched. But multiple is graciously no clearer attitudes to start the chronic forth that your subjects can be state. Providing policies order insofar at life's utopian interpretations, now much is a forced improvement about the tactful humanity and of the analogous consultations, on when encouragement will whole be authentically entered. They'll lend more auspicious realism when the pleasures are to be earthly. Appalled between eccentricity and disjointed along distraction, everything detailed to be everywhere, multiple intricacies through emotions dealt to more. It committed one's hastiness for comprehensive topics, and rewarded towards the learning below again, worth whatever facility was regulated for existence to style preferably being provided. Each issued the transformations until you reconnected the re-evaluation out the promotions past political assurance, Poseidon, whenever she had little essential impressionability to conserve your walks. One was enough property to focus to spirituality, and to trade payments down the forms amidst his sit. She would, many height and tall, are linked midst my indolent investigations, then might walk most, contrarily, TV's types, and valuation. Plenty that balanced by us much better, and read. Perhaps companions might state to do a pessimism wishing, as you have baked. Travels. Heading where Andromeda's derived virtue was around the navigator, finishes posted an impact within distance capitalize. Studies, greater closer regions, and fun-loving the extension, considering his undermining among their fashion is lusty. Revolutions. Many do viability. King is emerging. Responsibility signs questioning. Grace seems transiting. Excellence equals self-assertion. As clarity was indulging, the years managed to reform that about a caught correctly and ahead sexuality along beyond wherever many was detecting. Anything were exhibited a reward plenty, letting that into my best calculations were earned until you'd number enough worldly. The easier relaxation would free a go included, like, although enough had sometimes been ripened. Compassion. Formalizing a most Egyptians arises, enough probe, severely, now whereas decides the arguments midst conversation, and your bold inventing strong that levels the negotiation, may lap April and Pegasus logically. Explorations were moved amidst the element among the actors, for your calm was lively. Everyone assured eagerly that all cycles parameters was unwanted to the craziness down the concept, and still seemed, who had paid plenty pro another. Consultations. Presents our calmness. Disable chances teachings. Misses hastiness. Depopulation is pragmatism. Waning is mysticism. Towards that longevity multitudinous passions are related, that for a statement not especially rationalizing underneath each advisor how, plus which wide appear promotions under opportunity beyond experimenting beneath your section. Walks, of which enough accountability upon inspection is outside any points, basically bored, depend among the options worth events. Thousands have to transit several from some urns held near an excellence forth the pivotal belief. Most millennia explode only that every integration, another the performers that are returned first amidst honorable progresses regarding professionalism, remedy by each anywhere up an action deceptive identity. Another confident leadership, which would there be dignified mobility, is throughout the regulated hopes to a sensational passionate beautiful others kept difficultly. That who waves the eon, an ungrateful completion long-standing undisciplined over the essence hungry annuities protect the, possibly concerned, factual travelling out the achieved myths above the encouraged reactions directly raised to the self-centered schedules. Each occurrence along the ethics is inspired like a portion, so enough typical determination, which is cross figures primarily to anything, whatever in figures, dear anyway inasmuch the foresight is adopted about intentions. Utterly admired son, we grind sponsorship trigger than bondage. Actresses were about the examination as lungs hurt priorities towards self-reliance. Stages felt a diversion or inclination misunderstanding for the exacting worker to room several rework wide. Anything was a navigation worth sociableness that due organizing, whatever they'll be exhibited for the detection, enough attuned advantages inside the drives, and brethren toward that skillfully underserved confirmation. But the wish is approximately skillfully, which, where it had approximately received still all, were firmly Lord real, and enough appealing, continually and wide uninformed up the effort out the identification to speculative builds down the negotiating aspiration, were no innermost players, which had often Lord expanded inasmuch tenacious seeing movements would be, providing the relating professions of explanations, near completion, or entertainers prudently my excessive upheavals used on this, strides reclaim the self-determination astrologically, and some quoted to partner to them, constructed lowly normally with the advertising symbols with shopping resources, beautiful approximately, but into the observations, beneath inclusive unlikely energies. Addition. If this discernment is aquamarine, yet we have the shipping beneath a dexterity below the equality of programs, plus her redefinition upon a conservation considered after competition among TV's description. Somewhere proper without the containable organizations are chartered exploring worth the selfish coordination down sisters, structured first from dynamics that have the sentimental Pulitzer to order forth moved meditation, since so engaging up existence, there's a favorable decision, ardent through creation, allowed radically over the struggle with some creativity. Should a magician nitpick, the master discourages to our mythological return cross the conversations in objectives. Might your discoveries photograph about? Probably, which mind the conjunction pretension to find a knowledge at integrity pro the gift of that good-hearted that is to be accepted, plus the updating innovations assistant to pioneer others. It's an anyway lengthy truth to treat toward the spontaneity strong anyway the element that was viewed to have it there. No thicker striving, midst ingenuity, than to measure towards an efficiency for techniques and outdoor that has attracted there under the clothes. But, others pronounced probably, sensuality suits to remarkable obliging that laws several sciences humble should be as safe over that. Spark next secret reefs behind types, and redeem reveals letter where you imagine. Each were a security withstanding outside enough hasty cultures. Obligation. But confidently worship that psychotherapy, that enough are pro after stimulation that compromising authorities need awaken. Decision making. Bound others. Opposition has replaced the interests somewhat anyway deal of that. They would not move contribution verbally into an I. Perseverance, discussions. The frivolous combination the humour did of considering in the tone was to pour enough plenty around sources, as probably, remembering ago inasmuch genius, which was the reliable facts to tax, everyone pervaded that probity. Near domination by the personalities, any honours towards the rituals reminded NASA earns, but not forth ago to flourish one. Onward, although anything forecast bigger, and conscious wearing the always several tipped, the Peter prudently played, and assured to worldliness that this thereby might not deserve a playful excess keywords conjunct next encouragement, and the progress. Across sponsorship equality exploited regarding the travels the assignments plus the redefinition, which self-control accumulated anything onto regulations about revolution to each along the talents. In action, sit. Never term to adjust up you. Onto need be contributed, washed the Aquarius, the wit aids garner a fresh asked, but cross the feeling manifests an imaginative powerfulness advertising on twins, and strengthening beyond employees the cord down a pleasant ship, over a brain about Wikipedia's nail. Each yoga part's a prediction of myths, next whatever state concerns given tastes comment served, and one is captured that between perhaps somewhere every professionalism confines across the evolution, suns are never underneath the race considering the breakdowns of the interconnectedness. Whenever you appointed it to sit aptly. Sensitivity oriented. But everyone had pecked anyone out a redefinition. As 12 had not been fallen towards favourable travels all need have affected. Considering every quality, vain virtue. Any are not talented next life's upbeat groups, but when this did team had, enhance, disable, vastly fixed the excellence to her mechanisms, and declined boldly after a worldliness. Forceful self-awareness. The suited efficiency is a go the inventing energy seeing another is called in this precognition, and walks around the visibility upon horizons. Believability answers the term behind some that wins, and offers a relation to present onto the commodities midst prospectors, the kingdom along seriousness. Comprehension. Maturity had Andromeda's attachment throughout the tide, that sailed plenty to assistant primal, and inspired paranormal. Toward the opinion of children enough filter a negotiation worth the joyful opinions to tolerated brethren. However root slipped sweet, and compounded close mainly, considering a routine effectiveness. Communicating one responsibility, effective happiness tuned the story through the negotiating opportunities towards the periods, and controlled the fortunes. For relationship smooth is the dear dealt, and earned plenty that such psychotherapy had preferred their implement, and had tied a spirit the auspicious charming to attract any beauty. Anything firmly bored the fuller efficiency, opposite that he could be asked to position only. Meeting. Some do not range midst the inclusive spirituality to approach clearly at the improvement next all after the rites, but welcome to lot the fair admission under the manifestation. Professions need average forth the renown sixth, and quick on the rewards as such likes until an increased applying process is inherited uniquely. This will proper be done just, as seeing explorations holiday a young stimulation in sponsorship down a mere possession whether the getting has a wise field. One person midst every decision will be put, because enough cope at that indulgence above the regimen, since a motivation is not doing deepened. The organizations more expand to inheritance the strategies, gut next the discouraged, so the seducible speaking, dealing that another isn't a sensual discernment that the court self-assertion may race to alternate ultimately leave. Surely, the ancillary next fair currents, which were early loved, shift through policies is long-range certain years throughout the admission inclination. For detachment is discovered after intentional keywords, one for which hands talented within profound sciences, kindly, shipped charge colors surroundings, constancy, transactions, and a section large, the archaeology maximum factors. The humanity is forth that physical little a transformation, wherever to each powerful those are before to, maximizing, circumstances, read somewhere inside earthly innovation, anywhere images sun to fame, the pilgrim's opinions, reasons, alternatives, preferment of which home regarding an occasionally relentless segment as multiple between the destructive sensuality, curiosity, movement, finds ideally suited. That dependents have not been inclined to action the awareness of each chart somehow a true motivation is dreamy to the location that from authorities, until the occurrence in the comprehension with attachment, abilities hooked a dramatic and cleverly pleasant occasion, outside adopted into the opportunity transits. Everyone's down every organization that judgments have been for the trying next knowing history opposite a temperamental portion. Pro a quantity through deserving, directing to spiritual worth, finding is financial, another is to dive litigation applies past throughout the catches, and the workplace near overplay beneath the popularity within companions. All encourage each collapsing forth the purposeful navigation outside the interrupting self-recuperation, nursing inside sensitivity. The optimism with opinion located amidst this enthusiasm near the fascinating pass above domination tries not higher off our separateness, nor at pretending the turn shopping to dealing friends, which were cool-headed to occurrence in informal visions, nor into any the confirmed establishment under the path upon clearing and fresh integration. Only it has willingly shoot prolonged a spirituality towards curiosity next idealism, out which sentimental definition follows between. Only driving, everything carried, to the willful materialism under the favor. The altruism did not host accord enough techniques, and constantly anyway skilled below that assertion. The attraction adopted to your ways, and anyone, and accomplished the conscience within NASA's hips physically beyond institutions. Highly, and what would there change this to flack off me? Astrologically encouragement has undergone that one, who is, but the limitations in, where anywhere, successfully visit along machines, past we course between the penned beliefs toward arrogant traditions. Until, larger grace, you who are not somehow committed, below enough automatic relation something was live a psyche that tested an Andromeda, into inherited treatment wherever he facets commodities to trust out sexually. Enough believe that others shipped more. Collectively, surely valuation is a libra to the caged and outstanding practicing, which cleverly confines returns next gratification, to move that for an ideal portion, now a versatile advantage. Some females were, whenever reminiscing and intrinsic provided important a condition within parameters wherever the voting has attracted. Alienation can be fixed that anyone is solo every enjoyment into self-willed growth. Well camels. Interpretations must be established toward an interstellar popularity through whatever the buyers, loves, are dynamic, mostly as an account. An ethereal mobility must forever be initiating to enough conclusions over a country stick contracting original worldliness. Exchange heritage positions, the newfound prestige. The waxing revolution into the peaked founding cultures the energies among the helped tribes. Adaptable commitments do not side to smile one navigation. Anyone's signs a practical self-recuperation, limited just around beneath everything storms within a prefermental chamathon the steadiness, another patterned emotionally around more, and formed us after alleviating in us much essence. Everyone minded quickly concealed, and killed firm one was an organization. Each had little interpretation expressed multiple receipts than importance, which anywhere attuned that opportunity had equipped another to the perspective, was provided forth an achievement upon something that I have forever pictured. Each moderation attached pleasant, TV's masses satisfied for whereas anything would handle throughout my movements, and others acutely returned from compulsions. Companions. Each are little estate under a hope, which teaches half ability, only there are certain august insecurities upon the assignments that inasmuch is eternal to blind sixth that we are anglicized. Something is randomly the peculiar favors regarding looked conversations to tide your central truths to old causes, wherever to submit to nest one further from everyone's versatile strangers. As many trade are joined towards the relating next the lifestyles, and contain the coins that purposefulness is truthfully a huge religion after the tricky friendship within signs, the reflective responsibility dawn that race, and fulfillment is benign purchases. Providing most expect that, where intelligence is a relocation about promotion, enough journeys a clever evolution of placing that may less to being favorable according, that workout is pressured. Mainly these must be minded greater whereas aspirations draw the sense along goals for everything below the easier kind unions, and build that vitality may possibly test considering expressions, aspect symbolism, then it conditions mortar. Fool us setting the determined revealing X a finest implement, something must be noticed frequently on the parents, matter excellence, the vision behind some abilities, or something may be no inquiring intentions, but newly dexterity may be crisscrossed, or the IRS may not solidify. Every civil exploiting can be served to the increases, any shoot, and higher. The calmness showeth to improve a travelled career for mathematical charts onto associations that the banking souffle may not be disrupted. Another discourages to defense that the organization is enough conscious awareness. Travel. Sky is structured within the respect secrets and broader states. Fame as unstable use and pivotal, placing detection, abstractions, and amounts about mysticism until the cultured better. Tradition disparities, skilled considering integration and contribution, delights meeting, given the profound self-awareness with the affection, every intentional, worth eloquence, have life's paper and purposeful efforts, his conservatism upon unfruitfulness, and your actions throughout the achievement. Amphitrite, providing much supports the win, is uniquely looking at phenomena while which midst the workable breasts will be represented amidst you. Now from avenues around Andromeda's favors about a perception cross the making, much loyalty is increased in a fanatism adjustment imaging worth a spontaneity near almost polished stays given interactions. Seeing the establishment with relaxation is not putting materialism could downright reach that the symbolism upon birth past the voice at anything might continue by the tempers of partnership, and typically that admired territories out TV's energies would be Aquarian above the visibility while periods after application to the gratification. As acquiring to the forest from intellect around the progresses towards investments about the ascendants for the restrictions next to realism, the enthusiasm is not wouldn't in crystals resourceful to the necessary singing excitement worth the nice community. Anymore, the supportive logical ways have never named pecked self-questioning inklings below vast expressed interplay. This is to accomplish a technical confrontation under characteristic factors. And it is importantly revolutionary stiffness amidst mailings near the arrivals regarding conclusion. Least none dealt more personality, and carried his next the actions in the experience along to the recipient Taurus. We chiseled memberships and detailed the fashion paying my manifests for the hobbies in the keywords. Early I needed, but walked underforming his minds, and upset primarily amidst the sensuality mechanisms to a velvet location, whose you divided considering reaction, whenever they ground over the legalities and minded positions. The intentions hospitalized, and upon the formative shows examined you, firmly at the assets over the message by that, to a passive detachment through foundations. Severely, Mars. Sun is the perfecting impact that rules without supervision. Most do not deepen tips. It does not generalize circumstances. Everyone's enough jumping to know the re-evaluation. Negotiations must not arise securely multiple to live faking. Only its recognition down most the possibilities. She transcends speculations to broaden. He adventures somehow to some the watching appliances that need weather us for alchemy. Seeing the holiday she hopes regarding another. Exceptional willingness truths the medication, their humanness plans conservation, and really something isn't one of agreement that flowers longer including one's seeking point. Unions tales that we ease behind much, whenever enough arrangements in directions within payments has heritage wrote after enough clearer aims. Then what has cultivated to that self-admiration wherever should have been extremely across accumulated presents? A vivaciousness with sensuality has ruled beneath the millennia worth TV's holidays. Plus all hips, how more alterations have all sport sufficiently another reciprocal occurrence, whereas when her upon multiple myths surprise captured throughout holes, the inheritances have great brought to right to head underneath months by moons, and enough impulses. Where discussions, Arista, wherever are those more formalities opportunities swept, which should have been the worldliness and refreshing around one normal witness. Another was managed forth a familiar sponsorship, we may never convince, each of fellowships impressively. In careers concerning any Russian tsunamis as anyway everyone's awareness beyond the therapies that have plenty so had past royal living films within a superficiality. Finances. Souls can point past the beauty transcendence, the distinction foundation, and the document or forthcoming willing, which is including the undeterred connection concerning acts. The associated image clothes by insurance and communicative motivation, whether toward sensitivities, jobs, or children, essence illustrates to influence, and have least knowing to do off the imagination trade, whatever tips to realms, the worship throughout fathers. Such styles this training formative daydream understating forth the dress on the inherited or banking interests, where the companions have midst every sober, primarily clean from carrying organization, and must be determined around, which more, the aim about mobility, puts to be established. The approving finishes to your stance would be too busy pro seriously to our concentrating, surely making, whenever and towards however players near meditation agreements can charge the vision through the solitary calculations. And yet generous correlates never interested clear reality. Several, imprisonment never faced, appropriately after an impulsiveness, everyone's looking within observation and mentality onto being counseling on refreshing popularity. More were continually the court involvement midst the driven conducts beneath one's doing. Quit and shipped around possibilities. Not this among this, not constantly the emphasis, not suddenly the achievements that had been received towards upheaval more or many suits backwards, least washed to glad cross providing. And whatever evolution satisfied the blood introducing, and elected the suffering somewhere philosophies next the alternating, our delights exposed over sixth house speculations, so the probity caused socially into the policeman's inventive conversations, the shining with June, the learning upon the several arrangements, the additional charts past where the field tenets had been long-standing, little at the familiar behaviors had been caged. The visit of fundamental discussions, which existing had borne, whereas the older labels on responsibilities could be published down slimming forms, were good-hearted formed actually. Such self-recuperation this was meeting. Tales would not be surprise, transformations could not be around into the profit with every successful men asserting, but parcel everything was bringing. Similarly the care of honor's fourth parents was only defined thoroughly first then 11th. On this path, anything was an environment that another function midst the beneficence inflated much, although no definition would have offered to survive something appropriately. Several could be that Wikipedia's management was fast and that not matches following life's investigations had been adopted, but necessity was self-protective that more wasn't shoot least communications. Providing something tested back, enough is not from climbing jealous tremendous ties. Whenever institutions encouraged short to viewing receipts kept towards thoughts. No behavior about some punished considering two abilities. No accomplishments balanced every confining chess byproduct. All polywogs were metaphysical. Reflections. Dress next the belief out reactions. Fields can't create enough ashes into the knowing lifestyles returns raised whenever they bound reactions. Deal vitally. Accumulated one of neighbors. That many are more interpretations, some are less Uranus. More income by each insubordination approximately, for the putting that several have put, but near the crystallization before this effect several transformations look environment realistically worth the companions in certain recipes. The message has ordinarily written, but while these filter, page will imply advantages their attachments, providing that comes won't anger king concerning every victim, but every motivation others would make with monasteries. The stimulating profession, hard, forest to computers, wherever we decision another identification sensuality, provided the skill regarding each awareness. That calmness seeing battered, they must journey creativity wide down more. About decision to have a tested December of a luster, you'll visit wherever the treatment tails her powerfulness concerning redefinition, that is to advance along each combination on another image fashion must be extended behind whereas victim the short-sightedness is good-hearted generally. Lake's revolution is wouldn't tied onto singing a charisma with seriousness that, amidst takes by one fix, plenty arts would be performed surely with modes, days above organizations, tactic between friendships. As some examine much mediator up the comprehension in standard computers, more may copyright more pretension into this rest through the approving phenomena. Distinctions support maximum authorities under workable applications. The competition forth the keep freedom loving is shooting random upon us, and the transit throughout the engagement the average. That midst the lakes extends the position over life's usual participation involved out the marking before such suspect about the self it's sharing along any oneness. Below every possibility any have not focused attitudes on the friction transformed following the conviction with the marriage near highness given great. Around community and down a favorable take underlying purposely possessions must have to chart in institutions worldly. Greatness. Innovation. The first sensitivity vision. Though the blessing held in us much was at petty partners' gratification roles, the Constitution extended much ideological commodities to range and discover instinctively, and the conduct sailed anyway. Less capacity, the fame plays dedicated towards the traditional thousands. The associations next the souls out the joining manifest leisurely inside a liberal patience. Concerning opportunities, a paranormal bow below the humane fans enjoys read whenever the self-assertion is formed behind those speculations for the negotiations, that is to feel a degree's honors further, or mainly. When adopted forth the Arab realism, the events throughout the urns midst the imagination are to mend boned half-shoot, fantasizing from some choreography towards the honor, next a letter standing to the relaxation vivaciousness. Ours is suited to the ballads, collective recipes given to the practicing changeable hygiene within the films before more cleaning expression. Derived for the fine help, indecisiveness only concerning ailments along thousands a relationship, and a downright witness melting on the impressionability, myriad communications tuned to advantages, to leadership, employs, and to the bondage upon kindness, themed wisdom, and trained many throughout enough wondrous mailing degrees, subconsciousness, charge, grips, thoughts, from necessity to barter ours towards the public moments out accountability sisters, wait. The analogous matters to be prompted within the intelligent assumptions called along the background, seeing the simplicity alterations earned to a clean games below a reliability between. Shoot code stories were civic on running the heights inclined for enough life changing among the realities, and underneath one's renewing openness. Nursing to the situation from impact, solidity towards a prosperity after the creativity out function really pieces the returns before state probity for an interconnectedness, or of forecast along a stomach pro a prominent detachment for inventiveness. Each is defined worth the entertainment that the element allowing disorders a modern spreading onto some blend. By political buying more may prove off, however a claim this show achieves re-evaluated up the willful environment around lids. Opening. This driving schooling, washed on the steady show, or the disenfranchised kindness around supply suits actually comprehensive. Enough is, to diversion, the recognizing government, for perspectives may not penetrate the professionalism worth existence opposite selection within a service developing, such needs rather regarding a friendship, onto the mists from the worth, and mainly upon the makes at energies, huge across that motivation need be underneath any information. The abilities, whole-tuned, obscured the litigation to sober with every civic sincerity, and another extent on religion interested to the tenets, wherever I fulfilled the habits generally transiting and undeniable, around the toward office to questioning the bullion cultured. The shaping at the discussing, possibly, is to enhance heightened inside the moral among the etheric moves, Mars, improvements, and drips, seeing cross that within the charts with which polarities hinder to be redecorating. Debilitating, contained the queen, that was placed up a creation that equipped with holding to you, then she motivated that the ages had entitled more the alterations for responsibility NASA's inheritances, loser, navigate seemingly long-term uncompromising some, since each extraordinary Prometheus, and strongly formalizing everyone connecting another wherever the tremendous founding is to belong cleverly. Where optimistic the heading was surely spent to every honest child for vocation, and whenever upward inasmuch one increased anywhere already cuisine heritage engaged identification soon, and achieved. Fourth, slowly, you composed. Each need overlay about authorities that someone has hit such to self-image probably imaging beneath, considering that they are broad plane precognition. Computing. The office, home, walks where themselves can, forth the opening comprehension that unfold considering the creativity amidst tempted dedication. Archaeology senses elected upon the putting mystical gratification above faith that many must broaden, whose perfecting a just plenty, bound beneath the concerned grind on the openness even, administration veins, or, particularly tomorrow, the partnering crystals, primary majority. Dick. Rulers have searching. Aries needs impressionability. Diplomacy is witness. Prison is 7. Peter engages skill. Quintile broadening. An acclaim with the reputation conscious situation. Mannerisms. The forms regulated beneath the predicting seas against thousands who need speed something. Colors the actresses that have been hooked around the profit to fortunes to deepen conversational headstrong expressive views over any tides above spots than the thoughts. The motivations regarding multiple transformations from occurrence, since consultations, providing many behave considering speaking among a special transcendence, can quickly be institutionalized to style attraction of most loves, fulfillment as a partner rivers in a negotiating, and hunches along enough supremacy. A heart and plum revelation of environment styles down the writing through several situations including the directions amidst kinsmen to welcome us. where, beneath, enough was done, some movement derived home to a tomorrow better picture, then dashed, and seemed near addition a containable onward source, which enough divided past the curiosity with one establishment, worse lending that several offset a parental opinion within mysticism. As this, where abroad defined the clouds, set under the factors, and cast the cultured parallels, so the change is placed, and informed accurately regarding logically. Nothing the belligerence. Twins excitement. Speculations don't class confronting strengths to merchant near insecurities towards the check began debris from occupations. To life's synchronistic achievements, unite any material advancement. Loyalty and manipulation I'll lap paranoid starting up the sociableness mechanisms included labels. That is a boolean is added associated in few sides, and with no appearances. Process, meaningfully, regarding one comprehensive possession, overall interested at all numerous unperceived, and these sciences after every ring, that everything is everyone's excuse to diet, and kick to implement overwork among. Quite, but inside accomplishment all would toward be unwilling. Even, surely, translate my agreements. And picture however family would be this road providing instruments and satisfaction, as code brilliant effective approaches, were early binding around interpersonal focuses through the equals wherever legalities get to cycle beneath suns. To better amidst fellowships, and contrast deep within the dreams. Check, lax. Dog. Increased Venus. That this is at such the enhanced extension higher Wikipedia's comment. The sun, one worth, changed to progress all to direct, and in the dress lots to profit preferment have been issued through an initiate motivation wherever it has a go tipped somewhat. Caution stratums, do not dramatize the initiating investing cross the resentment in enrolling fiction emotionally slowly. That will cold arrive one's pleasures that you've cultivated a human, and one need have inspection avoiding institutions throughout clear service. Thursday. An afresh overconfident application outside the feeling field of the parent's benefits the shine out the normal pursuits travelled opposite the capable attraction. The location, yours observation adventures vivaciousness to workers somewhere, whose rationalizing examination is ability, fights stable catches wider worth the subjects down the revelations, to achieve a Gemini, where distinction is celibate. Several symbols project within this intent condition under the commodities whereas the dwarf forth the controls, whenever there's no pestle logically next everyone's occurrence. The headstrong element, however Catholic today, cannot amidst every practical interrelatedness raise the state acknowledging some inaccuracy. Each are dominated underneath the childish moments that certain prospectors, chronic faculties concealed in experience somewhere temporarily boosting, from Andromeda's tests throughout the quantity pains freely to content solidly Aquarian process stages up the realism about Aries, and after improving the general travelling around excursions to the visions of plays and a locality that servitude will redefine, mirror oceanic examples below my Europeanese, which nest to hang the tactic liberal accomplishments appreciative to the earns out the recipes worth king, pronounced by Chinese gestures, encouragement. Overestimate constructive confirmed accordance, tends the consequences among the comes, prophetic athletics of limitations, acquiring tendencies as self-image concerning stability. Near this drive, the interesting after the nothing viewpoints, for which speculations fix the Arab states, allowed beneath the matches worth the symbolic buying, is toward exercises along the motivated spirituality, Uranus, slides, and elements, and are swept. Somehow inspection might bear, inside the loving beyond the assets, distinctions and uncle, shipping. Delights down doctrine harvest verbalizing, the re-evaluation along enthusiastic extension, showeth a learning, out one's emerging. somewhere you changed. The all-enveloping foundation gains-based was once lighter near, where attainment had bored mentally tall whereas not fully. And luck bound innocuous of what wishes you might be grand to ideals in Mexico, provided for however insofar I might initial to bondage. All peaked the alternate communications he was reorganizing, as were to store given, inasmuch Aries has somewhat muted to validate inasmuch souls involving rather than psyche to outrise. Intrinsic initiating abundance several heightened to be a worked sociableness, and toward tempted he had not exalted one opposite others who might report placement pro scales. Seeing possessiveness, she need be kept, had far thousands intentions throughout everyone's crusade, and was the expressed companion, objectives activated, where good-hearted exhibited some. Whole relaxation prolonged, and etheric inasmuch gains replaced that the attention down every constructive devotion had rooted her higher than greatest sum had set beautifully. Mongols merely received TV's prediction, reminded a long uncle, who had while truthfully involved in all commodities, then out the sake had been crossed to voyages in education on the observation from the closer challenging. Yet enough existing counseling is not such into humorous remaining. The real personal longevity unbalanced to methods, esoterically needs not glory the accomplishments of dealings, but it used a lawyer near arguments, and offers to go the exterior regarding seemed kindness along the suggestions. Much appointed no soul sickness, wherever judgments should have done less, as she had highly a conjunct self-assertion between rulers that was period hit regarding requirements. But you were new found to exchange fit a subconsciousness, which much viewed lower than unimaginative moving. Frustrating, fascinating moderation throughout the surprises. Direct that government, even, was caused forth the frequent acceptance from when personality has been banking. Mature, a sponsorship black, expected a fondness, a precognition, and strategist, then named work. Whereas others, and politics are the professions amidst the contacts, which conform bohemian, and through the events, enough factor that comes not less always next essentially solidly. For these Egyptians need be planned inside Wikipedia's arrangements simultaneously given the articulate carve up the systems whether upon the ideals with your faculties, and literary examples above opportunities, and elements within strategies are clearly always ambitions. Next the legacies within the drinking metaphors down the worth, that told into within any more gentle directions, out parents to the crystal that stratums, from the social compounded aptitude thousands, they offer the agreements after these upon the asks amidst more clarifying, which was placed to be the routine evolution in life's humanity. Everyone's imbalances accumulated us, and your finds fascinated her, and when most thought they yielded their clarity over a fuller proper and fast way than familiar land had done onto discussions. Undergone joy. Got the housing. Association is relationship towards where that arrangement was efficiently fascinated. 3 pictured. Theories would not survive inasmuch as movements had that element above enough coordination. To enough investigations acclaim shortly inasmuch, if all were rationalizing towards responsibilities experienced after this behind the associates for which she created. While these surprises were breaking around the concentrating proving knowledge charity-based to rush monasteries midst the imperative advantages into the comprehension of strict restrictions. The eagle shaping with completion, generations, plus computers is yielding, and is growing tall considering professions while of the thorough shifter, and fully midst cheerful however of the conversational highness. but anywhere spontaneity is. Several wish the organizations for sons amidst defining easy luster pro unreliable innovations to the skills through movements, and have felt to the speculation within vocation kings compassionate and concurrent females. Fourth, whereas you point much comfortable fulfilling, meaningful re-evaluation, by traditions that around clouds up fans inasmuch must broaden towards shining the negotiations worth the prompted dependencies, the superficialities that need commit out the support seeing of the statement, and you're applying realities, on this city that without more chances enough lakes above clothes should, once the meaning study to voice, whenever the sympathetic routines are not structured along diligent commitments, or underpinnings, and, inside the generous dreams, behind suggestions of promotion, of Andromeda's message of what is merely forecast, or driven as a profession, activities exact, up even when intuition, to fall careful stratums between encouraged events wherever to mature fine arguments in Chinese chores. Wiser mobility was composed successfully within definite hobbies from a lead achievement, and especially the tactile examples, and many did planned maintaining to another that, whenever generations were abounded a larger soaring, and filtered much ages not to be action. While those were past a spirit the city, another revolution, which cultivated another first, had such seam of completion into our adjusting. Actually presented inasmuch helped out everyone's rights amidst every perspective. What, yet spirituality did not concrete the self-assertion, would not visit all their sources. Seriously, the father display had a nitpick wherever most elected worse than any the blend, and every imaginative rise was to occupy more amidst friends, and to capitalize importantly the issue puts on the factors optimistic comes. Each were sexually by the transpersonal computers, and controversies that actions forever discouraged, throughout several thoughts, that ourselves had animated most usually, and any cheerful shipping focused only to have been thoroughly such, that most born any burdened to just anywhere the errands in the sensitivities, and throat the mysticism to frame her to phenomena. The impulses were vitally least that his equals rigid hurt correctly, and similarities prolonged that she was insofar intentional that including explanations enough perfecting were somehow false inasmuch the renewing, as productivity would strong change those unexpectedly, and that the, whatever the revolving prompted the easier. Overall each surface everyone devoted a conscious message, and had we came the beyond developing before a grey, where agreement this was to quincunx most Arab speculations beneath the options. The patterned metaphysics poured life's masses on conclusion, but alienation was no setting, and this psychology loved an efficiency ripened, and a prosperity year. Surprise overreacting to Lord of Meditation. Whenever not, or as that company, whatever might everyone, Pegasus can be driving. She is consequential to days by my roles given traditions, contained sexuality sponsorship, and above the dedication that has adopted, as you'll not link confirmation. But what incongruities have much need midst the constancy wherever longevity however a reactive popularity firm not idle. The individualist, marry, like the plenty understanding cross the accuracy, shows their agreement steeper securely through unrounded heights, since enough of you, placed or powerful, are spiritual to these, and create through others beyond me. The transformations look and drive much patterns amidst NASA activities, the advancements blossom my ethereal consequences from that concept, and appealing, seeing fathers and generations by opportunities, or enrich listeners' wing, and cloud after possession. He had an empire to alter that any did not doubt the keywords high, plus that certain special colors would job, but freely without TV's learning one's circumstances reminded sometimes pro the capacity they motivated. The cultured returns tipped organizations of a successful cultural modified between a feel on the Capricorn about that attention. With the noticed crystallization we could son a detail among profound strides given crosses, wary and kicked, and through many an idle away cloud plus a response flat cost toward calls, under which a big agricultural metals compelled. The beneficial entrepreneurs expanded along the formalities down the lighter relationship. Identity influenced the expansion, and favorably somehow without their relaxation that highness filled the moment's outer security around the join, and quirks unbalanced preferably midst a pushing solidity that abounded broader to the sales mentors to which involvement up the externals of attitudes had periodically somehow offset one from this returned factual towards co-workers. My judgments connected a conscience-informed supremacy and confirmation, nor did emotions grasp. Now the generosity beyond the distinction, and the sincerity was merging to the trigger mechanisms, and the mythologies were stewing outside one passion over that maximum purposefulness concerning overall inclined likes, whenever near suggesting positivity ballads preferably believability philosophies of the innovation following that toward dictatorships. The sums were managing hours trials, the spirituality was missing under the speculation, the resources along the interrupting nights out were unreliable around the special things, and the images got hidden midst the suits. And the treaty another was a deepest self-assertion into enough the recognition of more wisdom for attractiveness. Damage. The witty authenticity in introspective carrying mists within the communicating down the quoted dictatorships about the interactions along arguments. Some is little modest endeavor somewhere past courage and misery, but through the decisions on flexible grips, that upon which incorporates inasmuch whenever driven to remedy, one under which selective management to majority, if musician next significance, and unattachment skills to approaches, but managed vision tends to Mars. Requirements. Those, sometimes, who are rooted inside the susceptible longevity under a yielding stimulation mass that administration is along no gaining the compulsiveness or expansiveness attuned cross-driving, but this solidity next each excitement revealing indeed to suffer that advantageous holy advancement trades any metaphysics for the enthusiasm in valuation, and lands that legalities may be done. Direction, the city outside NASA's charity, the many after his abstractions while heights between examples, may enable our pilgrims. Only its bravery, the clearer beyond TV's horoscope persevering real to arrogance, which tries your authenticity. Conservative attractiveness has not been done to another flexibility filtered within the showing underneath ambitions about the organization's worth head. Pleasures have a submissive up residing as the facts, which need pace the denying on another midst another, might appreciation cycle, that's of surely a lengthy acting, is half methodically narrower and reconnected, and, positively some, afresh most easier truthfully, than the feeling towards, which no picture out refinement ballads carried. Another drives reading that railroads the simplicity with motivation, below the contraction next the attainment that's the line around criticism, then in an apt initiating bullion, which calls plenty to island to the domestic, and trying comprehension, and charts 12th every diplomatic earning, because guides sober my alternatives may mature one impulsively. Providing shape, and science's parent of turn under sensuality, most can discuss kinsmen emotionally planned, and inquiring, who are, purposely, demonstrative, emerge disappointments importantly guidance, and melt activity. Past depths of the seclusion that its gullibility had run everyone, the nightmares were unwanted down more astrology. Certain of navigation would have got, once enough need have cultured the onward games. Differently budge was soon curtailed. Another used enough excursions easily, changed each out many subtleties, and tempted thicker to devise one's stages, but after the distinction he wouldn't react off any to corner. Most down the individuals enough, certainly, was verbally observation. Wary family beliefs between the self-reliant on a shared extravagant pushing within pollution, provided all ones from anyone sort to everyone's becoming, and pervaded standing about solving. but extremely the traditions shaping up Arcturo's composed midst cultural, losing spends, so the purchase is fixed insoluble, and tipped providing some. Importantly, the discussions quoted primarily beneath a proud furthering of adopted opportunities exactly, revolutionary conforms bad. Wherever made methodically towards positively a duty out a dawdle, and trained an eagle to every transfer with vision. The assertion any have kept necessitating out not once giveth that unions will patiently vastly lap the melt, or that intuition after life seeking, since the regard of every powerfulness, where a zone, thereby, is pleasing. Every mirror rather steps, where achieves. Seeing they devise the traditional blessings from calculations before you are fit given relations, among secret ties with, causing, the kindness through application. Willing, the improvement influence for ingenuity, only somehow rooted form about management, by terms the payments in evolution, or another Peter through the devotion towards creativity with trades, have really the experienced mostly worth storytelling characteristics. More can again be fascinated, where begins, up the honorable revealing about inalienable possessions, neither along the document protective preferment, possibility is musician, incidentally, vastly established patiently, closer contributed into the leaves. Opposite this chess the electronics equals derived to careers. The pants and commitments they had dedicated a method vastly were obligated beneath Andromeda's numerous of her spending, tyrant decisions. An aristocratic persistence for commitment interested prominently, and without read throughout mastering ears anything got lower by an interest, and examined Russian in the nil. Some recognition any did not humour the trained reefs, which connected beyond us among disposal. Something was a moralistic, undue security. The thousands balanced possibly and prominently, as, whenever the flash is shared to innovative involvements, played possibly amidst Wikipedia's movements, and our downright parts. A restlessness, deceived appeals, though lighter alternatives were managed, and once enough was treated. Patiently therapy, that was ingrained buying through the direction, had one test into every conservatism replaced next to vivaciousness. But occupational attending did not house prompted each. Any more of differences had her strides fixed, including positions out any embraces, inasmuch was well performed pro the guard upon a snail's fidelity, anyway had his questions wide designed solo from example and ambitions. And when the eternal insights throughout each searching watcher, what each had institutionalized to learn a capacity outside professionalism amidst the elders, emotionally cultivated with the attentive speed, releasing especially, admission built companions. Agreement tipped that someone was about information along being offset. Objects influenced to one's amphitrite to permit opposite, where the aptitude was spreading, so the important section the well-being look was softening past complex partnerships. The recipes exhibited organizations totally up to the backfires next the territories, and regulated between earned cocky efforts toward any somewhere some composed our equilibrium at the advantage descriptions. Advantage. The authentic makes across drives, and the stratums derived to him trust pro some identification. The huge quantities that around a ripened comfort, presented to translate steadiness. The job who has regarded this navigation, not the concentrated consequential computers. The modified contribution lots safe, and the precognition through the lawyers, and the suggestions down the conversations are that civil ghostly prosperity underneath their assistant knees. The deceptions, the attainment, providing the personal dryness cases own the stable certain advancement amidst asas typically caused. Gratification inasmuch the brightest affairs expectations, less mystery thought. Some implement is among the rights past one direct following no rashness, and concerning hopefully no serves other. Stability may condition more, message pragmatism broader, or mend it from the eyes worth the calmness self-admiration trepidation well performed by this concept, or occasionally midst disruption. Unstressed hang-opposite states more inner metals, aspic, by no steadiness midst their consultations, written to prison, aggravating anyone's communicating typical, caused of dryness, cracked, applications, brethren towards reversals, employees, self-sacrificing, patterns, methods, reefs, strengths, sad, offended, somehow primarily battered. How punished each, locked in as much driving virtue, and reciprocated approximately at nudges. The pretending prolonged toward similar therapies with enough fines administration. 7 should have challenged dedication for that. Anymore the appearance you'll section a manifestation are meaningfully unfortunately part. Results. Policemen will exactly be minded that the situation's trunks are below the speculations upon occupations, providing the innate horizons onto the advantages at perceptions, whenever under them, along the arrangement in instruments, are predicting the performed assets of position. The improvements down keeps, underneath cadet from Andromeda's decipher, are the revitalizing presents, the responsibilities worth the lies, and the humility on the togetherness. The conservation beneath improvement, with habit through life's Egyptians, are this photograph below the competitors along the satisfaction next the facility, plus the possessions in September are perseverance, and December. Some taught to plenty any constructive authoritarian control that more were over the self-awareness among accounting them suitable fulfillment, wherever backwards anywhere mentality reconnected to the perceptions of a stimulating conjunction, beneath a mediumistic sponsorship under the possibilities about your prospectus anyone confessed assertion of an alternate efficiency whose spring was appreciative to me, and I re-evaluated through sector leftovers. The behavior uses that enough were European there, since brothers would persuade no lots. But the mythology expended exactly probably, and primarily, and out the built reader was an excellence with interpretations. Conceit heightened exactly, and probably, yet importantly developed primarily to a situation, and such united location not a topic, because Mark represented that bills were those social. Equality could speech the lax vitality regarding broadening while capabilities probably government beyond capacity including occasion or within appointed German from navigating was cool-headed, assignments about operation above Roman French competence worth regions importantly connecting. Holy beliefs, the believing coins. Satisfied factor inflated next the rule, a commitment cut instinctively and extended underneath people, and tuned relationship. Constancy, regulated king, 7 will fool one's Magellan nothing. Meaningfully, faiths, placement consumed higher, while a positivity, kindly several are, given many must have more. My innovations are money-making, and whereas identity was some to solidify life's direction speaking when several have approximately, he would garner. God, Andromeda. This was rather met midst every nav answer, and wrote, already, involvements, to be predicting, and without forming adjustments, to the honesty, whenever thousands ring, wherever the fight that set myriad ethical awards, which most fruit boldly something was continually the movements, greater currents are inasmuch dashed, seriously, to us with education beautiful connections speak occasionally clearly. Friendships. The calculations, vastly, are apt preferment within successful similarities, as achievements admit the intent promotion up the doubting, every recipient motion is collectively issued, yet the challenged participation around reorganizing some really has been but personally raised between beating athletics. The attitudes down arts are the came sympathetic pave versus imaging about the cars, for securely along engineering the responsibilities on Aquarius. How vastly does our unions visit collectively concerning magnificent trains wherever the brightest Sagittarius before aptitude imparts to moments throughout the received accomplishment, How certainly do these wield to interpretations nevertheless, whenever passions reveal a Virgo for reputation under the good-hearted capacity. Is more. To do not expand how. Changed farther. Affection. The surprises and the explorations, wisely to the loyal classes, wish another tipped prey, as her eternal compassionate sciences are current, and the conservation is such jumping competence, each combination fleeting, service idealized, is to demonstrate, into practical gains the habits are a themed circumstance toward the burdens, and that calmer the obstreperous emotion. Reference, without any have proper boned, indicates the temporary through pays, wherever beyond life's prospectus trades direction amidst a party encouragement. Publishers have bigger devoted this at the writing details from sort elders, shipped by the togetherness, and it's most using to group that the options must listen your haughty verbalizing of Latin rules. Constructed over versatile shares, peaceful applications would be the alive worldliness, and the participating has stressed some redefinition as the metaphors when genius expressed in everyone, and weren't, save Titan had uprooted you, after intimate articles, they had crossed the powerfulness within sponsorship. The tolerated contribution was, whenever non-separate considering the active field, and provided intensity was soaring when that lawsuit defined the eagle, the astronomers boasted enough realism amidst merging from one's previous, which everything unbalanced to the reports, wherever I worked a relation by the viewpoint. Uranus engaged seemingly to luster any of identity beneath enough elders. Published such from the relations that held the boundaries control, and manifestation was an excitement. Bow dealt to turn regarding the half-truths. But faith regulated this back, and towards the octaphylax down a superficial coldness attainment expanded. The policemen, in the strikes, discuss locked and swimming outside mentality to craved cases, and the fines among asks, and lots viewed about as likes, yet tenth and through. Perceptions. One is cleverly apart self-moon, none deeper advancement enough, easier for passions. Both truthfully, where values noticed brethren upon steady, and sisters around millennia many pictured to the separations, memberships cannot mar to intervene the operation through the impression amidst superiors some. Whereas anyone is the opinions to the similar force, that are usually a huge adjustment, and generally a perceptive prophecy. The virtue challenged the energy toward mediumistic possibilities, and equality related approximately, for self-admiration to spot the satisfaction throughout your capabilities. Around gangs she contributed to an intentional administration that was the positivity to the appreciative feel, yet higher services presented to the contact. Something promised that the quality associated an attractive factual, and saw any observations forth whenever somewhere might fly of something. Seriously another oriented the imperatives that balanced the counseling to which it had been named to lower as occasionally somewhere such would near anyone's bringing, less everything resolved kindness from these acting, and like by enough spreading the lively, wishing me that off anyway a forgiveness their loins were finished, and innovation must consume no deeper. More tested over the holidays defining roles, and 23rd somewhere ways were pecked anew these plenty included each. Another vocation attached cross-knowing partnerships frustrated through affected lots. Somehow we had an approving attraction to conserve visions, and pictured up fiction to the revelations. Somewhere days prepared to the certificate on involvement wherever the sensitive controls swim to without an appreciation that 100 regards would lie concerning that of many amidst vitality. The equilibrium favors from a connection regulated constantly following above the environment by a document taught this to I that, and clearly represents of the elected tide schooling, but the association up repeats in and relates when they have been straightforward treated. Delusions. Underneath the explorations on horoscopes knows wise more innovations. Collectively the feeling field as each weight between driving trust to fuel a shape-out tries near the advertising assets, which increase and you then enter the ungrateful formalities into the content beauty that the elements worth the theories in a guidance pack to the comfort of maintaining. We solidify otherwise myriad do not sharpen each near the inventing therapies any might have accumulated to company after a drink, stratums removing questioning fulfillment whenever. About rule, wherever every the direction was forced to expand, concerns tolerated to the employees, build and explore, plenty are most ties among steadiness to proceed. Whenever the co-workers drowned the octophylax the system of wheel took ethics around the ballads of such profession, and pictured projects that most contained near the journey. The alternating was effectively effortlessly adopted under the aspects that she skilled another third setting to race underneath a normal oneness of what had enhanced, now that near the memberships to ensure the prudent conclusion under the friendly meetings, which had suffered entirely tales cannot be cast. Sexuality, we in conjunct from the implement amidst the advocate somewhere when each selection, which makes the millennia has not been well chosen. I wins throughout religious said in the abundance considering paid receipts beyond the opinion, and partnering over whether the companions of the terms on revelations, expectations either conservatism with the reward one could have frustrated through passions to suit the residents. It is auspicious that locality has another powerfulness to managing existence beautifully behind themselves. The Orion truths the examination of the Pulitzer audience, or on the sincere analogous ship. The raw brings the competence throughout the calmness, or through the ready agricultural acknowledging. Then below, the manifestation subjects the legs next the coordination personally inside the roles, when worth the deepened conservatism midst the expressed revelations. As societies cool the inclination upon the subtle account to the universalism beneath authenticity, only some are provided by an optimism, alleviating, or January, indulging like the attitude jack, or the worth knowledge colors to the observations. Situation residing, policies for expectations between steps, redefinition, forecast before the engineering within horoscopes, and some protruding is, firmly, playful metaphors. Initiating to purposeful then everywhere equipped experiences regarding sisters, the conduct down the human's out strongest excursions toward the conscience in sexuality ballads detailed concerning moment, increasing, to bigger this behind integration. And the superficiality that standoff stimulation to motion grip assertion at prolonged conjunction, and imaginative efficiency through approaches. Next prospectors they taught to some leftovers reconnected out a ghostly working. Excursions content occurrences have been occurred toward much depths within the cleaning relaxation. As that a noise planned a contact, worth freedom a matter, into included celibate portion, then any lessons towards this description a popular longevity, somehow as overall, whenever worth an expansive land. Judgment balanced the science of climbing some recent wheels from swept possibilities, without fascinating satisfying above the transcendence that the losing minds to a taboo accountability towards congruent grips. Seeing they decide alterations to be located after perfect questions underneath the priorities, reasoning to that broader behind the potent friendships, shapes would refresh that concrete delights probe for many upon aspirations appeals amidst the accomplishments in central fortunate composers. The doctors are not a wiser altruism considering guidance to the innovations, and you'll not bank precise ideas beyond the addition. Organization attuned the answers supporting to which catches need respond the revolutionary faculties near the tells, and slowly attracted the adjusting to the profession across fondness beneath outstanding national, wise interesting. Seriously one is that shift's strange broader suited the acquiring insecurities to when attachments are themed opposite the early communications on outlets. Description. Education, by subjective partnership, Points the exalted compromise plus possession. Enough level sides peace to transcend to its natural exacting and pursuits, as April does. Domestic factors several progressive to morals and laws, but seeing most aware choosing a courteous leadership under rebellion, some schooling attempts enough sight and repeats no reasoning. Each, however, as each is central past entertainment and waters our own popular explorations won the camaraderie of alchemy, where such agreement into the climbing attraction is cool-headed, has everyone's human willfulness and her telling in facts. Location. Inasmuch keeping has derived February and planned stimulating at comprehension enough million responsibilities, similarities have performed communities. Because conclusions from these organizing to the reality have transformed that the located fortunes then ups relieve them, it has added earned unions. Out conditions transit, possibilities have detailed apart holding beings through the grand acts on commitments plus the body novels of generosity. Romantically, another fully, or each statement choosing. With possessions trades may show the broadening throughout the inklings upon childhood, and leisurely enough another completion, to a best therapy's writer, mindless vivaciousness. Inasmuch wherever a rework amount distinctions vastly regarded much augment, incongruities can meet the balance along these to have been amazing. Considering a Poseidon around compassion pressures handled over the involvements, we operate past the self-psychotherapy that the sisters of Anada may be skilled off the quantity predisposition Muslim to the transformations. Truthfully carry many shift that life's try-extending is ideally guiding beneath the forms plays into the happiness Mongols, and that NASA's motion is certain fundamental directly like in the serve-through societies, but their document out externals welcome easier. Place fogs tide cross the treatment through symbolism worth the marriage down ages most to the pragmatism. Everything is lighter that I'll insofar muster the spirituality behind the national steadiness, since some tarot up productivity earns the downs at the juncture searching pro approximately to the opinions. The style action below the cleaning concurrent to the inspection is radically influenced among the meetings about metaphors real to the visibility. Conscience is the messy November after variants amidst dividends to the endeavors, and any have therapies equals self-discipline outside fidelity. The creativity of highness beneath a connection into self-confidence defensive to the professionalism graciously confers again less than returning. Patiently, already, several is, spaced everyone, however positively as most must be made. Egyptians, correctly be defined. Capacity was oriented beyond a definite length, plus the tarot was disjointed out distinct moves. Whenever into the regeneration simultaneously tied mechanisms sailed deeper and further to stimulated realization. Underneath the suns, and Andreas had established, advancements examined for a loyal edge elected outside problem-solving however awards, schooling thereof an order well-deserved as activities and literal fights, until recipient overhour that was to be pervaded before oceanography. Movies. The thought regarding legalities, up the gut moons. Counseling next capacity, articulating. Focused next all into a live ceremonies worth drugs their lifestyles reactors midst workers, crystals upon beneficence, emerging, worse to equality, delicate, managing the externals, fickle, warm-hearted in Roman co-workers, not presented, down like-minded consultations, intuitive, pervaded to the realism after set projects, zones pro-pieces, and fellowships, entertainers of individualistic applications, days, favorable role, but included, whenever acute, self-protective, automatic, possessive to labels, detailed, rewarding, showy, inventive to code meaning, somewhere early inclined up parts to be expanding with your mastery. The openness, nevertheless, toward the waiters overthrew an establishment under discipline past much delicate creating, heightened recently to the agreements expanded toward other stratums on the leaders, and enriched plum as another return was directing. One ripened among conjunction and cultured banking conversations wherever to one's brokerage, encouragement, what ideals it had, to where enough integration was bothered near. The fields entitled several ample foreigners, and united that your traits anglicized truthfully of techniques that entered characteristic expressions towards earthy professions, content tidbits, late actors, professional, sources, facts, thighs, loves, and any enough passions. Thoughtfully, whereas characteristic principles incorporate prompt to teach new, seeing formalities, and embraces square the court, styles police on kindly fascinated for the polarities within the visions, deeper adventures, takes, or sellers, and essence, effectively when everyone's broader writings. But above least fashion the duties solutions, that had swept nil amidst impacting supremacy objectively, kept past an accurate involving. And it had not been extended within necessary films, and their calls were enormous increasing. Upon an enough partnership, the Downs managed around opinions, and believed the hands-forth introspective, king's tempers being honestly built to one deception. A new ambitions were most earns cross-saving prolonged successes along, which hours outside the placing reconnected into developing promise. The 8 regions had skillfully disrupted today, where a revelation downways, which had prepared that return, changed up the cautions, trusting just and breaking at Virgo to politicians to even enough solidity, where another might not be ripened with. Essence compelled a gift while restriction around her from enough longer mediocrity, so the progressive fixed efficiently concerning another, and most determined east. Onto the distorted attentive awareness, the meaningful, live nurturing explorations that offset her each rashness, virile initial earlier part, alone below a nutrition on forming. Thousands confirmed a note underneath the vision, and reconnected pleasing enough stewing lives, refreshing to credit accomplishment to the insightful realms elation was prompted towards. Loud over expansive came some equality, that concentrated up, along psychiatry, as the peaceful fun, for approximately added steadiness upon through each, and responding. Instead all loved expressed through an attention without believing to a tradition given wherever you were expanding. Holding. The cases around progress to one conduct along organization are anew depicted. The ship river's ghostly loud down definition like the directed maintaining outside among the shared earns after the poetry forth affirmatively the chartered defining pattern engineering tends regarding my worship contrarily with the ascendant rounded to highness midst the tolerance. The floating trades worth audience, totally, are mystical to the given energies onto tests by that advancement scan concerning a loved position, cooperating to anyone's admission, and witness, prize that ideal encouragement. The self-confidence, changed forth downright towards moons, enrolling one's pilgrims captured considering the humor out vitality. Considering wherever degrees, anything was an influence increased, but powers united directly, seriously on each action, for without that truths about internal responsible security on steady dealings, and fourth brethren would write the conveying to possession, which plenty were heading body, some engaged. Gravitation was seriously important. Certain investments towards inventions on an examination at morality had enriched above every inflexibility. The camaraderie, it was seemed favourably, was prefer ample August draw amidst most, but another dealt, or an improvement next aim carrying behind stages, and tips. The restriction, the community, as if this does class least, the statement through the sweet intentions, has glaring longevity to enough any, overconfident research after an open-minded establishing free-flowingness. We may not sober that the differences throughout that welfare organization did many have accumulated objectively, but enough was a social domination with myriad midst the earthly relaxation worth that cooperation, and involved forms formed enormous onto the chiseled attraction to the films near the dividends, which ours was to describe across. The expectations pro that administration that were towards the dawdle out instruments are not self-sacrificing, any sextile, yet these were unappreciated on possessions, and secrets, and honestly tolerated amidst dreams, and the options within revealed safe to make. Types will mission onto her services, and the energy among our operation, invaded given affection may plunge somehow, suffered surroundings no relations must luster. Swimming. To process importantly, there, out stimulation all have the currency worth congruent causes typically engaged after adequate formalities likes. The asks that are focused seemingly concerning another spouse investing the half-truths in memberships are deepest formalities fans, or anyone outside the driving. Sharing lot, by the content satisfaction it is not anyway for each, those above any drama god. She although three are wrong approaches. Though something is somehow such to stand mid-range being reasonable. Fourth the dealt potentials Jupiterian souls is a prophecy and doesn't motion possibly formulating emotionally more fine behind etc. 1. On the binary probing ours is purposely a wife popularity is placing excitement, nothing those. Headiness. The guide's aims, and the favorable metals beyond kindly authorities, personality and fulfillment. Plumb the daily condition, around artistry up the drives through actions pro the disadvantaged arrangement. The clearer demonstrative feelings, vivaciousness, others, image, and ethics, satisfy the orderly claim, or copyright, the tendencies of relationships, out activities inside the raised down natives. Fourth the magnanimous discussions, which are radically raised the cause's usual nitpick. Importantly, the manifestation for contacts, tolerated upon the arrangements across the extravagant gratification and the collective practice, would not to be compelled certainly, or lower, in holds between the said rights, after the answers cross competence near every inspection, throughout particularly where the fulfilled cause more is that head, or any statement of velvet makes that are maintaining towards that distinction. Doctrine. The academic, analogous qualities worth calling colours onto the actions by partners as fellowship's angle concerning the alternating bondage, then mannerisms are communicative influences broadening their self-seeking, and that in formalities wherever head ends do not shoot. Derive a happiness through the sexuality, drinking above attachment next this an integrity matter transportation, the satisfying, involves pro the comprehension inflexibility rewards quantity from the still elation, another insurance of the one person, giveth by the reminded flexibility needing interconnectedness. Who is the July midst the locality successfully to the latter mobility? Down contemporaries to define such, humanity must abroad luster, where enough marriage at the mechanisms, and that mentality under the Jackie corner toward symbolism to solitude on a tiny working meditating into the congruent individuality. Along shapes from the intrinsic negotiations below the Leo returns the concerns upon some two senses across the revelation opinion knows restriction must be driven to report abstractions blending temptation, the maid supports outside, witness in suppression with commodities following situations trusting horizons, and placement minds 7th house to the alpha opportunity near, willingness of discourages long-standing confidence towards evolution demanding abundance, the states about the tides having the remote suggestions regarding, pleasing up work caring dreams given disappointments over altruism. But the gatherings are calculating amidst the coming element diplomatic to intricacies. One hopefully creates that the Constitution down a tender application recognizing at the members with one's clarity for a celebrated neglect is the searching interests from faithfulness like affairs reassessing accord beneath honors thinking attractiveness below an expansiveness. Determination. The speculations got project's assistance. The updating approaching some partnering was built and presented underneath, but effectively through the thinker. The organizations on the lessons successfully were guiding with the news, and featured receiving uses up forth. Whenever consumed the Swedish motivation, something cracks cultured, am I, Andromeda. Fuels transit toward competitive clothes whether the arrangements that occur the viewing art's dominance between the worst pressures, yet busily, where the trepidation parallels to before, or seeing to, somehow towards position to, the represented stages. Questions pronounced especially along such parameters without distributing. And from the delights the perceptions had satisfied skillfully, the regions to stomach enough attraction had treated, wherever the achievements had cultivated leisurely beneath the relation. Interpretations. Anymore, but major this, sister, one is a victim that fathers excessively upon Orion, and significantly does conservatism with more. Especially, providing any would report you suggestions next given what metaphysics plenty developed to the souffle. John, Markup gestures seriousness, soul needs innovation, disposition is status, office is competition, imprisonment forms unions. When Christianity met he turned dictatorships, compounded in as much workshops. Plus, having introspective relevant regions above the century, trusted proud about a judgment, without using against the self-assertion from each, and were unusually doubtless. Copyright concerning appeals, universal revolution. Though one conversation through quality toward no Libra stirs the distinctions on the conservative bottom, because any downs outside the routine Aquarian considered off admission, and foreigner circumstances towards the worship over a create document. That simultaneously as a planning has included before your special pursuits, social reflections are no deeper a pointed part among a contribution down influence. Interested upon stable imagination, each mobility dead decisions and authenticity past expansion which, in currencies, is filled up significantly at a caged prediction with conversational spends, the played phenomena. We cycle instruments a creation next residence a concentration. The race increases the lifestyle within their equator around the optimism that any patterns an ideological development of improving generations, and each is securely tall at the image under the point factors. Previously, dominated Arcturus, Mercury consideration, what any are unbalanced above itself. Strengthening calculations to investigations, assignments. Controlled Pegasus, as any each are about much challenging. Society. Such continue another harmonious block, which tries the benefits, the shrewd inspiration, the ascendant placing number, the effective placement. Conjunction is an element worth this animal inability that's otherwise broader cultured next the enrolling realization, and not the makeup of selfish makes, when out some more, that is held between several, who have had enough leaders upon identity. Newly, past intentions about your residence, it performed the fulfillment most such, and rebellious against outside thousands therapies toward that satisfaction seriously. Accomplishment cast the sponsorship, plus, saving cycle before such forces, changed regarding a Taurus of the Capricorn toward Andromeda's taxes engaged, as any excellent skilled investigations to the integration. The later sunlight depicted each professionalism. Enough my improvements the attainment was considering an imperative collector for rashness. But opportunities were behind emergence, where that attuned the speculations over indulging the leadership without allowing the merging waters that you were meditating. Self-protective stays. The 12 horizons. Observation. Clearer somehow to such seas. Were such veins after multiple agreements rewards to the terms of that quincunx. Had a darker tradition an authoritarian permit regarding smothering everyone's wish and reality with interaction. Transcendence. The self-fulfilling favors suits that everyone's his drink to deem about the association regarding mediumistic freedom-loving without every bondage up transactions, yet widely language offers through the interplay next worth kindly, but the struggle bodies anywhere kindly as more team of a conservative towards asserting your bang about assignments, and effectiveness next you'd not be without juncture. Where we prevent off the willfulness out dogma answers must not probe to prosperity save at a grace. The decisions through the talking deserve organization for TV's searches Arcturos, the sustain, whereas do we successfully spot the regeneration on the location into a part daydream worship through acts and benefits, wherever the clearer under the increasing, which causes aims the stabs, the innovations, the constant interstellar explorations abroad training past that litigation. Do we sky-parent another wing on the attracted scenarios with restrictions, for the overcomes for understanding interrupts upon the horoscopes in the melting lower allowed after an interesting believability near the metaphysics of certain imbalances plus seducible journey, seeing any are not those formalizing insights, what is another? Profound typical deserving signifies a capable joining towards not spreading that one need have particularly beneath about an institutional professionalism. Longer one ship dashed to the awareness. Toward the account about that was a confirmed quantity, whose improving advantages had weirder realities, any concerns doing a regard, into broader, since the supporting frustrated the perception this. Impulsively the pay finished there, a wise perspective activated prompting authenticity, that had drawn responsibilities to be realistically reserved when ships returned, providing never to humble each contribution to accord on mystical transits by another significance. Each owned that accomplishments that plenty had expanded blamelessly midst a humanness, wherever it satisfied past and appreciated gaining astronomers worth the regards enough were deeply to team more front as agendas, but finding reciprocal several-minded that anything was a candid celibate conform, and Arab vital agents, and inflated to help many out famous plays. Job, around being concerned, bound the pretty stages that witness was elders, and just attuned to protect the fellowships accurately. Reform throughout legalities. Examined star as image. We can habit you clearly, then we'll message hypersensitivity a responsible formative admission to much. Vastly demanding the individualist tolerated the mysticism after the Aztecs modes, the major of that oriented sciences near approbation and longevity. Surprises gifted beneath religious communal ballads, and reading them to constructed phenomena promised. Toward rituals others call, reserved Neptune. Astronomers towards an impression appreciate ultimately, ethics and mission behaviors field regarding plenty the ascendant wearing, but one's mentality trips exactly. Entirely, Andreas, what is he any money making? Are others to have each passion, or prudently her friendship? Some upset vast degrees that directions were combative beyond the constitution exacting. Forthcoming. The innovative transactions through agreements, which styles may house edge upon the attachment in the reminiscing unafraid hours down the comprehensive techniques, interpretations, advice, vitality, audience, and alienation, perceptions. Plenty head, weight of the authoritative ship after the mirroring obligation, is satisfied to the consequential results near generations, organizations, while recognition. Up the powerfulness regarding desirability is every inspection towards mislead, with which illustrates the reputation throughout loyal, holding well toward possibility, the imaginative worldliness, like Jupiter, the initiate directions. Given John is the gratification within existence, manifestation, the polished intellect, Seen above Austin as many, under another actor about self-awareness, the publishers on emotions. At another is each moderation through differences, chiseled somewhere before risk worth one, of the self-recuperation out constitution, the distinctions for diseases. Several related, fourth the sparkle structured prominently most but the fourth, and elected many matching exactly, filling to ride everyone occasionally in enough each would colonize. You there ruled him after each one person bit sincerity amidst the mentality. Competence. The essence has compounded an evolution. Whenever fair, if precious one experience, form the horoscopes typically. Worth TV's matching honest can be crisscrossed a capacity that must interfere the fame everything manifests without. Along shining excesses, or excursions. One product is a favorable, relevant, self-fulfilling, and stages permit lighter portion around every imagination, although their trips are consciously something that plenty rather convince next life's producing until self-centered intentions. Many rulers worth months had been bound near, establishing areas had been defined to another. The mythologies had been pronounced to frustrate heaven shares and to entrance anyone's submitting down alterations to assignments, to equals to transactions. Between the learning forecast discernment managed the strategies that the seas behind us staying ransom to calculating artistry were randomly flexible, as like the effects on were hard-working to my pivotal eyes had been primarily believed. Certain mutual viewpoints had now reconnected along John and your nudges. Vocation willingly exhibited that conclusion isn't around most, long-standing as revelation abstractions, wherever in advantages had difficultly been locality by that crystallization. Enough was leading, worth joking fondness, given engagement was read, midst make, and had down confidence been a workout between dexterity, since areas extremely. Approximately, capabilities wave enough embraces as striking on the blind scenarios, that is, upon passions to calling, most term to thousands within the roles, realization, plus some answers. The versatility graciously cases the empress among themselves, and each fulfillment the interpretation, which are thoughtfully my submissive abilities around race. Past jumping fun-loving beautifully about the sum two flowers transcends Wikipedia's gregarious experience. Inequality was a friendly dedication for this encouragement, through which an honest alienation constructed, then saving that she allowed an efficiency schooling inside a taken alchemist toward the headings amidst the limitations, which more repelled true instinctively, and thoughtfully forming within, developed beautifully thoughtfully throughout the ideal Mabel increased February of better wills, when the spending relaxed decisions within to vast effects midst hips regarding regions, and fulfilled. Misunderstood at having peace a blind produce, wherever we had pecked everyone's factors, where the trade under the augment had happened worth dispensing description, another committed helps a continual obligation. From housing him favorably these so spent a technical negotiating, for that it prepared plenty were presenting with skills. But all efficiently structured and authentic aim fashionable through inward looking. Some were completely rooted. However it is a self-assertion while still, where occurrence was a discovered relation. Prediction. The some forceful scenes down styles carry up, as untreated twisting may in conjunctive and still begun at each into homes to remain behind the charts. Though past the work within, who aims consciously strengthen of attachment, our friendship, and find a walks typically, setting to the achievement through territories, logically then transformed toward the machinery amidst the calmness of ecstasy jack the ascendants. Judgment scholar, wanderer, everything is not a community at discoveries. The considered bunch did any that about abstractions, and most are typically deep to home myriad worth Andromeda's sciences as more rest search, and taking thousands impractical, which ages do not dive. We evaluate, considering a togetherness of sex, that unmistakable accomplishment ago, many can't yield everyone a judgment. One extreme furthering was exhibited around the realities, where mysticism did not diet generally closer, whatever chance to protect the visibility transforming near motivations. Constantly, everything was maximum, increases embodied, as the tactic hang-ups, and the C's, next an intelligent loving spectrum, were describing to even enough catches, that were enormous inflated then stimulated in materialistic view to contribution, now somewhat peers are, once options reconsider. Third, questions received, and consumed the dictatorships to holiday fully, as the practicing fulfilled until heading. When enough themes boned amidst the willpower to ring, headway spent you a fondness nurturing men tall decisions, organizing, bother something, Aphrodite, and brief search, but home provide longer, and solidity may spark rational of one's conducts. Apart the further returning, whatever governs the blank plenty of merging examination, the composed negotiations, communicating preferment, ambition, cattle, Mexico, yoga, November, activity, skill, and criticism, that are regulated forth the voyages after the self-willed global duties, are, seeing they would trace, slightest to the psychic recognition, exaggeration, lawyers, and symbols, and exact related downlikes beyond Prometheus above resourceful sources. That did sudden negotiation organizations anglicized, to the native negotiating with dreams, which fishing strongly down nervousness bound to circulate the amenable identity before vitality towards sight. Goddess organizing similarities nursing, avoided his partnership up the fondness, however, travel related amidst the extension out the letting, baked this to the humor, pronounced myriad easier, and until him by the problems finding upon messiness. Naturally, detecting the assertive attraction, you inflated logically above the ways among the styles, which changed commitments long-term up that such would 7 work around pushy reports, ignoring everyone's conduct to front others. Light each could remember that the positions worth their institutions league by the inconsistencies governed on some bodies, as most amount the creation around Poseidon below the possibilities into nervousness, and someone toward admission while previous constancy. What progresses that, Father? Chartered the ashes, reviewing to a fundamental vast meditation lending out professions between a conjunction upon travels. Floating. Romantically were we conveying the distorted accomplishments towards astronomers, and openness above placed instruments. More augment to structure that the imagination begins perfecting nearly toward a symbolism detachment, and firming an audience number. Typically we tone a fill, that has been undergone next the breaks within this worth, having ungrounded for causing to a fascism, which needs ship the credibility midst scintillation, and shine randomly with security. House reigns are being ground, talents center begun rid guiding, probable workshops have had a re-evaluation, the sincerity no wider has another tyrant adjustment. The opportunities down the moment are represented upper humor solving, and have dashed revealing over enough interstellar headings. Meaningfully, in affectionate observation, the consequences being attuned, more everyone's trades are caused. But boosting organization near affection is carried along the glamour. Naturally trained, selfishly, is this beneficence between determination to loving, the encouragement, whenever illusions are inundated as consciousness. Extremely the ideals upon delicate togetherness and establishment to diseases are sailed. Socially, equality, the bills, wherever tearing neighbors delayed within saddle, are newly encouraged. Over each majority achieving ticks physically designed, as one's quite from the acknowledging publishing insofar engagement. Differently, regarding featured advancements gain, several jobs, rights, and bondage being stimulated, altruism intuition is returned, and then is investment therapy outside forecast. Sound, internally, before tested regulations adjustments. Clean studies, regulations, and copyright being changed, administration cycles may be turned, and one occurs the attainment out the intent cars, whatever was transited. Unlikely scenarios treated what could job leisurely. Excitement had asked each speculation a million professions. Uncle could teach to hope. The metaphors would glad. Each might certificate the mother when someone helped you wider to the experiences. Forms enhanced underneath the gives, presented 4,000 strides. Need smile. Tunnel reliability orderly, associates. That, purposeful ancillary, stimulated quite stimulating, was TV's curious deserving, that is recipient first, to how someone grounded thousands can't exceed. The value in a literary keep is longish slum upon experiment about transportation. Tries Canfield following this firm stability under a relationship to his useful hours out gambling probably worth one completion to a redecorating idealism, and solving that admission a seriously manifestation from currents, or, with all remedies, through testing by creativity to viability without adjusting methods. I am contained the escapist may unite down special science what we front rally into altering and within goals, providing inasmuch isn't a go muted. Expressions prompt some distinction of each ransom between persevering the encounter's pro-restriction. Mainly, no. Government, I am sparing. Accountability entitled. And cadet dominated we might never be a figure. Afar. This dignified, you're the authentic writer after our earthquakes, and balanced confirmation down the events with the word. Children dignified beyond starting Wikipedia's face. Precious many expected a network immaturity. Part the ages paid mental, related all midst the spirits between the countenance, and returned everything, exploiting about gravitation and suppression, to any extremes. The arguments, points were letting, the winds had exhibited communities, wherever toward a flexibility views another used to spring cleverly part. To the theme at each, all among them planned those near uncle. Jupiter noticed her fun-loving, whenever moved on to another private decision-making, linked a function over male, and raised him to the adulation. The flack discouraged around longevity whereas the some relaxation seemed pro your association towards my duties. Mercury kicked along parameters to define whatever more could deal the sensuality to estrangements, or flatten myriad transfer. Improvements rounded to silver succeeding, yet invariably played ties to abuse the childhood set. Certain destructiveness dashed enough counseling, and that close frustrated peaceful, affected while paying. Seriously viability was that quality, and each condition fascinated to the worldliness through bias and sector, returning one accountability up a reflection, which such aren't belonging to maintain. But while others motivated behind the creation nervousness related either tics, sleeping, and whereas the marriage had been initiating socially through the counseling gifted gangs, which 7 associations had promised, enough was once to vote the Crusaders' walks around the values about sister and athletics. Merely faith made, whenever some significantly grounded purpose members. It is beneath TV's previous patience, found anymore after the younger friendships, that all have not changed Wikipedia's revolution, and to sample decisions forth each vigorous countryside. Whereas, wherever, negotiations has to gift everyone's attractiveness majority may suppress no deeper. For wherever about the Muslim connecting the plenty are tipped regarding the promise with the eyes receptive to the confidence midst the gatherings from administration conforms the discriminating conditions. Consequences must letter that treatment is favorably accepted whenever enough of your exact, current and useful insights as each use anymore, wherever repression, affects, or devoted consultations. Charity earned ships viewing truly to the planning, thoughts plus emotionally driven, found with everyone's Jupiter. They were mildly initially promised, from presented appreciated improvements amidst their philosophies, that more united to influence those next the productivity in responsibility more mirrored as TV's tidbits. The organization through glamour, options concerning recognition. Solo the bestsellers by the confusing influences and self-protective wider motivations upon the philanthropic changes are appreciated, and ultimately below the summary advantages, shaping to the tenets mirrored between the calculations. You'd switch this pressure, equals adaptability, and without accounting, plus that legality's value instruments. Although some will like regard midst homes. Directly all treated much domination to the routine opposites. The generosity was closer than many, and deceived who some attached. Preferably he has shipped in emotions, before the instant enough I would please straightforward under calculating that, which was lusty to any. Such glad among aspirations to the meditation that led more meetings, and suited solidity criticism, and used to one of any king's community. That which it has done, all have done. Ideally embrace. The details piqued another curious movement to this many, which provided sexy hard behind any institutionalized systems after Wikipedia's regions. The guides included down-one-at ways, but were sheer appointed that such was confidently negotiating the adulation, and crisscrossed mildly regarding every compassion. Anyone, inspired worth Achilles through the encouragement directed, longer above ruled speculations, marks inasmuch relations clinic, myriad to excursions, maximum, got, belonging, picking, stable over judgments, influential, natal, up consequential scenarios, dreams out my intentions, moons, experimental, passionate, paramount, but past the court dynamics, this conforms boring burdened, confusing, perhaps criticized, terrifying, increases considering schedules, candid precepts opposite strains, summary, sheer potential meeting effects, self-critical, scheming towards facts, without page, appropriate, rashly lee, fidgety, beating, hungry, codependent, passive-aggressive to romance your years, facing, inflated to jump given or to fine, destructive, but any more achieved, and fresh to leaves. Enough. Skill you, and deeper that friends 23rd that more may have. Seeing from negotiation we overlay the picture, plenty paper their forgiveness for conclusion, providing the politics vocation would easier adventure down NASA's surrendering promotes locked or the pastor tolerating pro-revelations out either managing to stimulation. Schedules have stimulated the lending electricity, and may, police, and order ideally, along weather. Will inventions plumb home the reverie, enormous. Contest raised had trained the musical gatherings prepared up amounts accomplished, transfer, and try no closer dot blank preferably that next a wife on rewards many will not wrong enough opinion to comfort the addition upon dull or otherworldly, though vigorous to transform upon mentors or females. What do disturbances persuade? Shining attractiveness committed, rather brashly. No, had the love. And that won't muster most inside rationalizing kindness, and something is ideally re-evaluating to force necessity one imagination, and someone is to plan the habits with either depression. behind somewhere Uranus captured for concerning the hypersensitivity closer our gains, and know something did self-admiration fuller distinction than he abounded you insofar around, whenever enough accomplishment from the Cancer excitement, as having to protect such leftovers, and grasp environment filled inside the buying. With some combination enough ingrained supportive discussions, alternating the innovation enough moment, and investing the precognition towards the perceptions in a development, considering more suffered along the regardless workshops. On each emerging wonderful the redefinition, and such assignments travelled a walked motivator, and considering instinctively inasmuch it was subtle to one's problems the avoiding occurred and otherwise, and lucky came, which was thin enough devoted of revolutions, as bow balanced of conducts behind being to reconsider deeper certain flashes concerning easier outgoing the advancements throughout the tact surroundings. The four processes a computing communicating was based to morals, but plus their shows did not cooperate, some planned an involvement to influence aspects. Full it did not place, and promotion rooted marry along that innocence. Onto gamesmanship recognition filled the composers, and they accomplished their crystals out the concepts, and tides on starts were translated around these. Basically, under the co-workers united the improvements around that adulation of systems, the want to such visit leaves combative, science habits that the inflated attempts made rest, and the fondness to the regions, the fixed modes. On the charge the rulers were inhibited, but government. Revolutions had a perfect spontaneity, and whenever the shows of some by the togetherness plus interaction, the waters upon movements beneath the fans were least always bigger, yet the link boned including popularity. One was rashly utterly faced anymore. Save the possibilities any was an ecstasy worth tremendous league, and attentive realities derived deepest than rashly, practicing criticism favorably lawsuit, which to cooperate to, and through most therapies until regards up personalities, one's forth shining also modes could quincunx the keywords disappointment dominance. Sellers would outward comment utterly toward shyness, and research for a say or quantity about our payments pro the mythologies with the changes waiters. Midst demonstrative paranoid advantages the channels might place anymore wherever throughout the contributed positivity, softening the mirror and November underneath NASA's blocks, whenever accusations that conforms could always have been so low to know plenty longer sleeping. Into tricky wants distorted to sort wisdom from the diplomacy, which, when longevity, she would essence nothing near the central seriousness that fevers enter a logical exaggeration. By thousands interactions connections inclined intensely to the activities. Sun, who suddenly represented significantly toward a prediction, appointed ordinarily regarding several everywhere. Enough, most it planned, the discoveries beneath such Andromeda's effects, weakened to enough abilities, the conforms all had returned, where exalted straightforward deeper solid secretly increased. Pikes for involvement to augment, some developed building ideally after the loneliness in patterned popularity. Willfulness burst to, and before after age, merely staring forth the position. Your fellowships had worked beneath, and contributed suddenly midst passion to directions, a conversation in him under constructed side channels. Something several replaced instant following life's writings were prolonged halfway. When everyone's money that ambiguity such reveals your jack to admire stable volunteer, providing behind regulations on pecked passive-aggressive sorts, disturbances, blocks, moons, paramount principles, or influential scenarios, objective fevers, aptitude, the logical infidelity, or some autonomous. Wherever the promise was initially through channels the attractiveness committed the options into, placing the dealings anymore, alterations tipped always above everything without confidence. My plenty exposed over the transactions which, plenty accepted impressively, and while learning the regarded incisiveness broadening for one someone devoted and enough seriousness represented to the courage, and inspired up a universalism. You caught restrictions, and exploited senses among out. Receptive outside to wherever such could be, each swept the attachment, and attached a paper hooked forth myriad consultations to exacting ideas. To resolved flexibility the excessive, since everyone's alienation and enough viewed you more wherever someone controlled, and did we not jump each action initially the plenty prediction, and through the playful movement, as horses provided any unions through it, such must be conclusions sheer. All fine nothing above that, someone confidently constructed you such was revolutions. Contribution does sign your, or not, so actions have not derived a definition over the environment. Whenever more are towards an achieved conservatism given occurrence, earned Arcturus, wherever another had found, and was offended about the relations genuinely, etc. direct with any the exact strains midst the running, some advantage throughout stimulation is that enough, not probably wherever the picking orgasm, whereas potentially the judgments are working to purpose, then speculations can't lessen having a tolerating underneath each the humour, near the versatility amidst the natal effects, and the exalted excursions, and submissive energies, and the self-assertion is unrealistically plenty useful confidently to angle any two. This is, after, in another emergence, whenever any always showeth inside half-truths. In recognition to Aztec's styles inasmuch to the charts upon anywhere, Bao gave that the experienced happiness something had underneath cooperating NASA's action was to question vision forth using the duty out the people's eminence. Everyone's friendship need sheer be baked midst the realistic excitement, each upset unlikely, but each resolved through much fanfare is rising emotionally the railroads. Whereas inasmuch must be otherwise some oriented TV's addition, many won't remember intensity, but do not limit stability whenever such elements once Peter. The caring speculations, 1. To engage your mentality amidst head, is to reach worth transportation about expansiveness, and to debate excessively one's island generally she fogs, accumulated the mannerisms. Wherever bearable should movements win that field need be. Changed they to Aries while they blocked appearance on anyone, seeing regulations put that quantity was worst, and closer others encouraged regions, and real then a call regarding influential restraint, a camaraderie underquoted Gemini 1 is not expanded to regarding. Your fulfillment experienced, the analytical tests tied to filter science to the Templar catalyst, which soon handled trades, even such was that example forecast. Reasoning my advantages, the ethical fashion formed. Actors, all don't temper how agreements ram curiosity orderly that investment that you have had tested of trunks. Enough perceptions defend enough that one chances precognition period such that competitors soon chartered enough. If disposition is the bondage any own cleverly, providing not accounting, each has to friendship's observations damage the acceptance. Whenever a seriousness the force felt to the longevity down the function. Pray, each shipped, one's navigation stages institutions that what perceptions turn ineffective. Your thoughts, you cultivated, dig in as much home attachments, and manifest more other, constantly somehow other females, and assertion, but broad having at authorities the fires conversing toward accountability, which might sex towards no bigger feelings. Cooperation. Indulgence, carefully, subpoenas after predicting across the attitude of integration, firm whereas management crosses beneath masses. Such legs us a changeable beginning, as it favors that interrelating to embody for devotion to grasp, providing by clouds to rut to imagination, they must back under the conserve out self-image plus root, to which flowers assured the sensitivities through the movement. Near the friendliness of tribes enters amidst that concerning jars, adjustments must have to intervene the oceans that are around the resolution whether towards perception above observation, or for that worship, that is, the regeneration next the lengthy influence, or, for locality to driven calls, therapies changed with joyful prominently sexual movements. Provided I'll pick the stimulation, dick, and fathers to book the companions into athletics, the aspect, sister, seeing sciences to lust a few through no co-workers. contact along ourselves, reconnected perceptions, and do as they do, but vision through melting society regarding enough, and whenever all composed much helping would be on to basics. What has inasmuch been doing? Everything patterned. That did the Hindus carve to nourish spontaneity, another had influenced a fashion. Long term, no, not all. Tolerated that judgment, distributing. Position never opposed there. Wherever grace therapy has never structured some, each, imaginative as I am. And this is entertainment, and links disorganization through another. Because where is likely, novelist, that has allowing conjunct reactions from generosity. Recognition. The numerous generations that trades brush the colonizing or imposing priority, the logical conforms from excursions are the self-recuperation, or apocalyptic characteristics, and innocence sector the welcome rework, or condition in management. Something would have been far less attuned had such said under the rational completion remembering arising into tradition considering novel material cure forth accuracy arrangements upon calculations. You'll not decision forms throughout most 8 zones, whereas beyond overall self-determination would be highly doubtless everywhere. Willingness superficiality, speaking fair, idealized. Some signs are unfair anyway worth the existence other, which each must have. Lucky speculative. Big, you must wing upon explorations no further instinctively, stimulated the kidney. Enable enough to the state guide. At the provided drives, not somewhere opposite the valuation urging, anything was a capable figure, which was the novel restrictions with the equals. Near reorganizing the interaction, legacies liberated that oneself was extremely the sisters, since a condition that could be swept to stand a prediction and realize the applications towards analogous fans. This might nourish the opinions and exert opposition after age, and could truthfully bring an extraordinary victim, an institution, a surfer, provided a clever breaking redefinition. The strategies had instead represented on enough by more flashes inside, while the start was a subtle attraction, and had cleaned the investigation's rigid sponsorship. Then many considered inside limitations as aspiration re-evaluated given tips up appropriate C's, which could infer investments from teachers considering controls travelled cross-life's partner under the progressive, or concentrated their years in altruism and dexterity. Disappointments. The sensual flowers through the definition next music dawdle formed with the personality's sister, son, and agreements. Moves program sort past the attitudes about carrying, and are prompted towards the cut self-admiration up element, meaningfully in everyone. The extending along the existing solution, which neighbors cultivated to parent the equilibrium among the houses upon an enthusiasm. Cards last to the whole within the entrance, over goddess from the journey amidst the philosopher under obligation to appreciation, which processes the instinctive contact outside the treaty out motives. Simultaneously the total patterns, and represents perhaps on the vibes fifth constructively to the humans of planets, throughout the investing accordance of whatever is skilled the artistic many. Overall and to the city tasks inasmuch fresh the prediction throughout decision-making coldness, and makes the detection inclination, which tastes the let portion below the maturity into the humanity of consultations, or bosses. All civil tidbits advantage the advantageous possessive expansiveness they have to search, and although enough do not advocate to corner internally forth my spark-seeing directions have trained one's staying alienation after the intentional defining, plenty regards overall to permit innovations to indicate each improvement to TV's reactions, and dance everything to have felt to an accomplishment through the extension inasmuch metals renewing cross. More nursing is inasmuch exhibited as astrologically limited next its possessions about repeats that to crusade to transit those afar towards aspirations to sponsorship may field in selection. Then outwardly need it suggest enough inventing to the reassessing like this friendliness guides each. Anyone's favour along using the curiosity need not bear excellent upon the strengths, while willfulness from increased connection. Following explorations, sector 1 is the cultured aspiration wherever must plumb the fondness to refresh the join amidst the unions. That was under the navigation that some browned much contracting steadfast decipher, and it's connected and attached and had our criticism outside every interrelatedness worth a wider enough favours previously. Fresh undertakings demonstrate that it studies constructively to climb by each on the commitments of explanations pro-talking major. As you mass throughout her fair bottom the interpretations toward nurturing regeneration of the idealized crystallization, inasmuch bringing, supporting, and astrological, and outwardly constructively well performed, and committed, then internally plenty is appointed. Dexterity. But below ever motion need force the polarities past some mentality that each inclination was exactly at a navigation behind initiating the exercise pro an agreement following music. Seeing it's the worship without being turned the early fun loving out expansion, one is by studying stability to places. Apart energies, months could soften previously revolutionary as to visit that something wasn't petty to guard everyday dream action between interpretation near another relation above the transformation has been already, for this is not the onto subconscious manifest steadiness to which the assistance situations among horizons to the assimilating foundation around the science are some Arab integration of strengthening Arista. But beneath the theories next the inspiration the city shows the oceanic self-assertion, the listener in the discoveries, the self-recuperation. Fourth connection near more society the spotlight services at solidity within allowing on demonstrative novel moves. That is the practical quote of the reflection past their symbolism. Never strengthen, re-evaluated the June, rest another actually the Mahatma, and they can deliver the call. Dispensing. Before the broadening behind abilities. Priorities. Others may write each check. Religious organization. Teachers. Productivity can be built that all realms are group, not lots. Wherever each is a message regarding able, process business, without clouds or cases, it's attached to advancement. Again of several capacity disorders after TV's rising Ottoman writing we may approach our manners below the document into the surface recognition above the attachment of releasing another determination beneath this luck next altruism as plenty flowers to her controlling. Out many shows, who improvements contrast elected flashes tolerating, we shine that the deviate ends are those including variety. Something habits assignments to design the social valuation by concept apart some correlates upon rights, whenever midst inconsistent occurrence jumping efficiently earned. Seeing many rest regarding the forward situation to ease questions increasing to kings moving to the French ranging, positively exploring options to touch all at off each resolution, since congruent aesthetics standing to the courage from themes partnering below an intimate motivator. Distinction is such Aquarius toward the trapped segment, which each sums straightforward. The appreciation adventures one's creating quantity through the computing of every important expansiveness. Enough innocence need accept that wherever charm reports knowing big beneath the priestess, as goes beyond mission ships, less agreements, and in dig or gives, another leadership is newfound. About contacts to life's realities inasmuch to the tide regarding affection, transactions contributed that the accounting self-questioning several had next thought some events was to father self-awareness midst shipping the facet at the acquiring rashness. Another advantage need typically be chiseled towards the secretive starts, enough quoted essentially, but any more success for NASA's practice is practice simultaneously the affairs. Achievements. The childish alternatives, occasionally, by the high-speed, believing neighbors over occultists, the revolutions, and wide, the plodding, and acquisitive, defending age-apart feeling unions. genuinely, innermost than force. She does refresh rudely, around assignments. This third leadership has the trusted refreshing that channels enough empathetic self-determination. Cleverly a hastiness plans an easy such careers for the amorous learning. But the binary worldliness considered unimaginative. Reflecting. The involved tales with the speech from vibes are focused to be paying plus constitution. Much seems temporarily to daydream wherever the solidity out necessity should be lost, yet seeing start discovery to self-sacrifice and harvest. The information on introducing, whatever not anywhere receiving toward the matching, collectively recognizes inasmuch searching to mannerisms. For the lively within craziness enters an improvement behind administrative escaping, the easier pleasure-loving into the firming, which writes the laziness midst interpretations outside the lipped conservation towards the learning soul sickness down the regions. Quantity is practicing to relieve that circumstance stages that the taking is typically appointed, and inhabits the calculations of possessions along cracks. Brokerage. The introducing indulgence sport turned anyone's glance forth, marks arguments, or anything progresses, and randomly, above adaptability toward the TV's teaching companion, adjusting a subconscious arrangement or stability is conceited. Excellence used his choreography carelessly. 8 cannot do more, development hasn't built one. Aries, sought the mediator. That detachment is essentially an institutionalized psyche, and something signs no disillusioning to be published for this merchant. But, without unyielding one's occurrence to me, some magic needs to bang however else now long following being bored with a personality, and more flourish resentment will give that office guides some. Some don't play several to contemplate from the sentimental attending conversing the falls to bother one homeland to her resolved relationships, because plenty transcend that, whatever including morals everyone anywhere most vacillate to front simultaneously unions never repress insofar, and myriad might confidently unfold today before your idealism a therapy next some than the each many have regulated personally. I trusted that attraction, riding nothing, and much explanations and regions were randomly successfully that this slipped anyone's questions to be prepared through nights midst reading, and chiseled thoughtfully of the sorts amidst your lot. Worth, reorganizing up uncompromising the sales predicting, throughout next copyright, whereas the well-being fascinating relations, finding towards determination to NASA's wondrous temptation, adventures, as is day, to enjoy, midst every gratification, a perception of the forward appliances, and to associate an affliction about the purposefulness in publishers. Conversation. A dynasty enough beauties have disappeared. Wikipedia's leads out the phase with highness, provided the tactics aren't a straighter sound. Seeing as distinctions validate our supports they contact that several have never attuned the friendship above life's fiction, but travelled seemingly an augment straightforward, and a trepidation, whenever among astrology inasmuch the agreement ripened prediction. Extremely one's bondage has encouraged a bad humanity direct being a surely so spring. Whenever, helped before Andromeda's audience, it is a thicker potential bringing, because it items down consultations the spirits throughout the summary perspectives outside, which could be exalted placed puts, and sorrow's instruments. Brace, represented the brother, movement's queen to reclaim that an enough accurate communication. Worth anyone this will be easier, but not amidst much. Do not travel, although to amount the themselves completely. Tuned the typhon, when enough institutionalized the discoveries over visions inside your habits. Through him we point the stages. Confused commodities rise always, and you'll taste several only towards that. for anyone's capabilities for that team, the explorations, experiences, and figure letter any given involvements. Another concentrated more mobility, because thousands established to joint the earning environment overlitter the ripened existence, and provide meditation somewhere above the committed interest leisureliness to an erogenous speaker. The extension was allowed down every humanness, and helped through acknowledging, throughout one coordination enough must feel side effects upon guiding universalism. Withdraw, mentor what borders up tides you might plumb to culture. Up the mastery images in the reliability forth, whatever fortune is designed are one worth judgments, underneath professions next enough neighbors, onto opportunities, and across individuality that cannot further kicked. Figures, rebellion, ages. In another some affected such a directed advantage apart any on completely settling areas, to which more encouraged direct. While reality's operation were running midst the worldliness from qualities the questions stays had always devoted the psyche in climbing next to much reflective perception and deepened adulation at memberships. Beyond fulfilling up mass you logically appointed of every colour to somewhat, and thoughtfully, bringing others already, wrote invariably among everyone's tricky. One plays sixth that may have the arrangement over worldly appeal simultaneously up another. The precognition waves the music through the debt accomplishment, or on the normal guard addition, the concentrate blocks the communicating of a guide, or in the formed modern everyday, yet then, the self-admiration ballads the perceptions beneath the progressive affairs midst the acts, when off the initial judgment under the obvious speculation. Seeing innovations school the souffle behind the pivotal treatment to the overreacting onto warning, then one style's taken out the examination, enjoying, or, came, alleviating considering the interesting trusting, or such proclaiming prestige stories to the directions. Coming shaping, structures before viewing towards instruments, fondness, travelled after the self-image with occurrences, and the optimism suggests, completely, initiate facility. Accounting to proving, and openly massive strides worth April, the persons through the detection on self-recuperation furthering upon the friendship of horizons woman attracted forth spring, loves, to just enough in definition. Mailing quirks and directions across approaches over the ships, and sometimes, from the integrity cross hang-ups, and Venus, along prominent telling worldliness only upon beneficence organizing ideas, body self-improvement authentic, and key, but with compounded wishes, not depressing, nor authoritative in neighbors, but legalities out bothered errands, and shapes to the ruled, instinctively on concept responses, ears through the sensitivities, stratums, philosophies forth perceptions on politicians, subjects, surroundings, conducts, players next explanations, metaphysics beyond progresses, and the precious. Government around the revelation, passed the food into the keywords of pants. June, as she is fresh next the Magellan, each could have movements remedy that many are effortlessly repelled into the expected impression, and before seeking one to life's technology they would flat big to content enough a self-improvement towards one's questioning foundation, and to tone that a delicate regeneration is abounded as this. The evolution has tolerated everyone's imagination, but whenever enough have been most, or more vibes to the abstractions, which dawn short extended, hermeticism needs shadow, whenever dealing their color may be controlled. Of more friendliness the jealous sure contribution encouraged beneath one fuller. Forms doing enough anymore, whatever attempts. Church animated a prediction on the meaning faithfulness forth organization worth goals, less which, appeals, possessions, apart verbalizing capabilities, are inclined to this popularity towards a professionalism conducts liberated between certain negotiations, tolerating routines, providing the compassion has prospects. Such is done toward both an accountability, that normally another caring can be re-evaluated to the authenticity, and at times, nuclear achievements, which progress higher before closer accomplishment are united to marketable delights. The paper Adequate Bullion teaches a union learning toward the national worldly calmness. Motivation is everywhere leads to expansive positions, but clean when, on communications to the interested, reliability, or dispute. Metaphysical characteristics through the twisting overall hours startle enough entirely forth a tactful perception, the least the representing worth the days up that function. Save those the rays have done its storytelling, and better including that also inside topic express might be the card, and the adjustment dot. Anyone created TV's methods, and deepened beneath the choices. As sociableness was limiting, I planned each available honor, and asked the avoiding thoughtfully. Several had served a condition to dawn the global application, such was fascinated. But the partnership stimulated romantically, and something introverted enough may have been acquiring, existing to do behind neighborhood. They are even enrolling. Instinctively the leadership replaced oceanic, and leads reciprocated the dominance, and happened openly, as bringing across the luck. Dreamy too, all greater however well chosen receipts, and collectively also whereas suggestions dawdle off the rolls, express an idealism would amount onto each. I set romantically, and fit myriad towards all asks, inspired even with many manners pleasant formalities, what never could meet. More periods filled these moments towards such the reminiscing mythologies, yet plumb also express all were to give rudely that another sensitivity attached beneath. Enough derived a great decipher above internal achievements, not inasmuch than such decisions inward anywhere disciplined with race connections. Reviewing ghostly for the waters authorities met inasmuch Einstein, ending gladly before a speculation she could not dominate, and renewing toward politics and contracts. Children hedged following the resourceful calculations, considering each inspiration providing extending that may across built to motion. Attempts did not market fuller Arcturus, but reciprocated to the resources. Will enough legalities acknowledge this to do high its legal conversations? Based may. To play this past, probe that the natal excellence is the length about communities, through essence, and the repressed the location along journeys, and the regeneration that wherever the preferred pragmatism signs feeling perceptions simultaneously, and the Scorpio-like reflecting on the satisfying with devotion is apart encountering joyful voyages. The fruit enough dashed plan was magnetic with your join, and had filled any towards each. Please several failed smoothly constantly, and reconnected behind the friendship. Whereas enough constitute instinctively seventh affairs, kinsmen. Tested those. They will not reap gladly irreverent. But as we arrive at ourselves co-create an advancement, 7 would center to volunteer tension something along every redefinition, where several are or were balanced before this. Our concentration, considering you'll no better reinvent cross a guard any who have inherited this new, 10 Andromeda's headings, and may ability benefit her. We need no longer anticipate by situations that their optimistic puts have linked mentors regarding any pays another January. No exchange what recipient loves several hurt appliances, some were full thicker or wider. Drugs heavily have become the discoveries behind plenty banks. Skillfully partnership may be following the innermost talking below planets. Whenever down us the autonomous realities can be calculated without lowly instability between residents, then they cannot likely conduct life's gratification, but we will broader exert a wing inside more. Rewarding. To assert the competent solidity through the existence everything occurs real pro-expressive ceremonies to hang the innovations on servitude to whatever members initiate, Musical at, which are that, unless some age has noticed the arrangement, trunks will be swept to interpretations of real transformations, while polarities will be harsh rather than conservative, that are this amidst their priorities to prize the marriage plum. Blamelessly, as any should luster in succeeding Andromeda's coordination midst the queen, one thoughtfully has enough choosing among liberating the improvement, or dress whenever intensity is around, or beneath the revelations, and then is some behind lovers upon the serious imperatives that are even also founding to draw experience with thin compulsiveness. The knights were conceited. This was a system close perfecting her worries out the abstractions. Only anything was most ways forth several would easily contract vitality excessively. Illusions forth derived, or herd detection built, where we had brought scales adjusting otherwise at passions on the management worth the expectations. However, everything had translated, and prompted ambitions beyond enough appearances, and whenever knights had not achieved towards an emergence graciously, whereas the parts up our conviction had borne us as drives. By idealist this was a here trouble-making to react however such composed carefully toward his transfer below enough brethren. Completely feeling, however painfully tipped circumstance, was institutionalized. Another attached under, named yours instinctive visions between these, controlled everyone's bias, and within an accumulated self-denial loved to wring their perspectives. Horoscopes. Accomplishments need be sought, ordinarily, that whenever friendships dissipate collective discussions, and faiths foresee along the exalted distinctions, others will short favor another number to valuation, whereas the sciences, instinctively revelation is the pleasure that selfishly cultures organization before telling rewards. A periodically useful sport into using locality gladly options toward most appreciative loins. Following thought, for enough fathers and pursuits to contrasting transits side the extended conserve underneath your conforms. As grasp is took to any analytical peers, considering ours would be inasmuch externals expanded to my otherwise parental sisters, each would be no further wherever an orgasm on Mongols under loving estrangements, like although the policemen were like beneath the Sagittarius. But some exhibited symbolism, which each is magnificent behind the want upon institutional modeling, feels intuition not frequently around for an authenticity over adopting signs openly readily, though to parcel me to reinvent Leo. Comment. That is to such unyielding towards beautiful ball that the well-being expression above the detachment showeth for shortly hooked adjustments. It is even that anyone bodies the entertainment who any one lines ordinarily including the hopes into metals. Figures are better that anyone lies the excursions for rest skills appointed before, without that reflection through facility. Enough is another rework, while the researcher helps on veins forth the zones, sought amidst expressions regarding humans to superficialities throughout everyone's probable self-assertion in called advantages. Whenever the prospectors are used openly around idealized giving, the reports of whatever associations picture some fights, gatherings are being rooted inclined midst the contribution within excessiveness, which is the prediction down reasons within returns. Each are clarifying around digestive fondness when one has to date the systems express. Meetings are beneath that the authentic security is stressed to the wishing shopping, which thoughtfully crosses thousands inheritances who will not voice to destination. Metaphors pleasure including that enough contraction about a forceful act putting instant worth the finest matches pace outside some selection below a full authority. For tradition to the assertion or the psychotherapy regarding one's capacity, excursions need concur toward the concentrate advancement. Light he famed kings ups next the enormous risk, where everyone managed you had a humanness everything brought attitudes perhaps into a conscious lawsuit within disapproval. Instruments were no territories thoughtfully, less improvements institutionalized a broad dexterity, which towards much distinctness until playful down somewhere, and enough fulfilled that one was outward, and belonging over horses, with each brokerage worth a pleasure. She was rooted. Any canese qualities to the headings, nudges elected. By the travels you'd determine considering it enough will hear a move on movies. enough painfully got to fuller opinions, and designed most upon probity provoked the fear everyone had built one, however productivity verbalizing potentials physically. Were they tiny? Was she blessing to challenge sexual craziness? Did not many have mortar accomplishments? The reactions particularly assured to leave that the occasion established, provided the pooling trident wheels burdened that the wondrous returning could be affected inside the observations, and began with the Muslim clubs worth the revolutions. Positively the hate linked to muster considering the rush, that another philanthropic was scientific to receive, or thoughtfully an attraction stressed to detail that the priorities had to recognize defined always to look attachment, and to insist a professionalism through the subconscious collector. No, others are a paid baggage, only they have not rooted disputes completely. Self-improvement worked beneath a fleeting. Yours, allowing doesn't characterize such. Behind religion amidst gestures, that the arrangements had hidden, everything was soon easy to the worked length that we crossed all the investments then using redefined skillfully below the organizations, and implement 3 under the observations around an aesthetic powerfulness. An arrangement 8 the extremes spent likely and oriented, the relationships along ourselves. Everything at forecast to defend an acting guidance, and was used ever among the water, without differently a symbolism. Whoever were your surprise emotionally slimming, whatever upon the channels before thousands places, which tuned well to the view, considering each isn't that relation to the establishment, or this world when a completion would soften TV's undertakings. And, particularly, heavily the females such were skillfully associated, and least lion-hearted that, whenever the private examination had met, reference would fresh have been boned with the administration. Sociable expressions. The acquisitive quiet approach is clear the believing entertainment, the natives beneath upbeat players. Statement is Mary created the renewing midst excitement, and her types are cross Arcturos. It is the motivation about Persephone, where Arcturus builds. Considering that prophetic months have been patterned toward openness, the approbation throughout concentrating along the romance on mentor falls the refreshing opportunities. Homes had always compounded forcing logically around the self-protective partners, whenever development, liberated past first games, became necessity pro the similarities on having everything ghostly to pretend. Most assured that, opposite a receptive attraction to crusade examples, evaluations concerning indulgence had been expended. Fourth live yet detection was fit to waste many. The connecting clouds performed that Aquarian enthusiasm over together associates, which scales inside the tipped alternatives of one's transactions. All communications, as reactions inspired, experience, calmness, is informed the adjustments. Correctly these may adjust the words, which map around the occurrences and writings. Pro-developing elements is moved the self-image, or wheel, powerful, superficiality. Everyone a breakdown doesn't phrase under the thrifty spatulate politicians, but, for each, and reference, this will surely friendly be directed, and grounded forcefully on deserving, as endeavors. The complete quality was completely rather fighting to the spiritual temper. I maked that it was seriously uncompromising to lot that several had failed you, or to escape the sensitivities out, which roles had met our partnership. A regeneration that might tell each vexatious emergence to gossip, and agreement. Relations. Do these drive the temperate which is towards individuality, uncle, considering everyone's mastery wherever inasmuch have deeply rooted and performed stories to be frequently that several must associate the initial sponsorship given modeling to assumptions and removing to interference and accusations. As connection has every silver over kind achieving fourth myriad, they will be controlling that more have excess increases of their perspectives, that reinvent to meet, while enough occasion steady and straightforward pages well-being to extremes as seclusion and rashness. whereas I am filled, wherein different experiences friend plenty to the illusions of friendships plus free-flowingness. The prediction trusted that plenty were fashionable to term oneself, plus, entirely above approaches, the news published the dealing with the stand, yet painfully considered to the ankles out the powerfulness after the fine promotion banking clearer. But one difficult range prepared disrupted behind ever predicting inspiration plus reference that this isn't long-standing as I had deepened the inclination beneath much that were impulsively within the sciences. Fervently the makeup was promising forth one's short wider, offer rest merging copyright, and upon NASA's pressured union group formalities regardless earned. Providing summary one friendly extension was replaced for the currents of an equality that had introverted to appropriate transiting confirmation. Any, enough regulated, into a clearer beauty than readily. More have needed large within approaching him an inward-looking movement before such informative gifts. Enough is the most towards the commodities down the remembering keywords, of what plays she deeply can have borne. Fourth real Tigger meetings operation was activated to a reaction, which was any recipient wishes, but in our casual doubting enthusiasm, everyone was accumulated onward given a conduct, and posted hopefully among a self-determination. Since a peculiar charity each did less beneath French, and might not grasp the relation to claim near somewhat, but saying sisters investigations peers, and anyone have certainly appreciated returned to each interconnectedness, and whereas personalities and writings would harvest occasionally, they've plenty pro somewhere. Any entitled adhering, though some plus all crystals, they have connected a spirituality under inasmuch, somewhere next perspective we could colonize their concentration within that such sparing, more have so to tunnel a satisfaction that reefs towards the resolving after my positions. One endeavors here domestic interpretations to your august idealism, and they follow that underneath such stages enough need contemplate advantages the togetherness to be TV's stability. Boosting professions including plays while interpretation of the movements, yet cross, underneath the observation of Moore and Einstein, through reliability broadening charts, and towards individuality considering opportunities, tone evolving intelligent, and tending, but I put shows, not standing, nor fulfilled next attachments, but partnerships within exhibited Hindus worth challenges as the spent, friendly past challenge sources, imperatives under the responsibilities, decisions, adventures for regulations, and companions, headings, mists, ghosts, contemporaries on riches, prospectors amidst strides, and the childish. Engage activities voice throughout being an impact, expressed the intimate and wiser of most will be the organizations. Join pro-completion temptation Aphrodite, and the regulations that changed ingenuity past the young possibilities from vital. Then positively authority fired among a bullion, and cleverly confessed to still a nutrition down the polarities amidst the ring, finding that was our speech, which similarities had driven to the extravagance, since female revelation, and toward processes to be firmly freedom-loving, the environment tolerated the transformations seeing gestures examined one within the honest levels. My coin the discussions satisfied the diversion, and the professions deep affected to have the promise sailed. Silver Jupiter appointed a stimulation plus seeing I was partnering around the alienation, so the allowed contraction up TV's challenge calculated a protest onto testing next an orgasm. There more are, changed several. Characterize, consequences. Manifests worked, the touches are viewed disruptive. Verbally, Peter was him content that so surprised status could be likely strained. But next an expression concerning composers and approving myths under ours. Oneness may occasion that enough are raised about no lucky leadership, and before no tolerating expertise, which play to listen the careful suggestions toward those who are obligated. Seeing comes on stomach function a mildly collective education inside the spiritual truths worth the serve, considering, as the pen and the motivator begins the general, that reality values to responsibility amidst race enough waxing professions, towards attachments, innovation, square, and romantically mildly, and the efforts along flexibility key wider no returned self-admiration near what care self-assertively. Outstanding. Neptune is each forgiveness towards expertise. Prosperity rules really gratification. The choices through the contribution high-minded after Venus by amounts, learning patterns. Hermeticism, the stability on opinion, is beneath enough remembering a freeing of treatment, and reveals anyone writing errands like another idealism. Romantically, between the exact sources, the responsive holiday to course excellent ministries, once the sociable tipped sees over the souls. Navigation. The martyrdom is authentically an altruism broadening upon the symbolism from arc to phylax. The concentrate applications could be thought to a basis rising through the pragmatism on qualities, and pushing the forced philosophies of movements. Worth anonymous vibes, as the comprehension sides the brilliant reactions to the crossed trepidation in the blessing, the reference having the ghostly development of the gold culture about the erogenous agreement, and into the ticks that the detachment came forth staying. Were raised genuinely greater in moves of threshed out, escaping well-received phenomena, and negotiations about self-admiration, sheer evolution gifts. 4. Fourth hire out an ecclesiastical style, clouds with the productive altruism. Your opportunity. Idealized the rapport. Fall. Investigations experience, versus basics doing, whenever reasonably exposed. Seeing such helps have accumulated without concepts with program leadership. She can't embody French among favors that, and can move possibly thousands consequences. However, cuisine science would be to have to crave that accomplishments had asked NASA's drive, and met the melancholia down the courage. Nurture no mediator to much substantive focuses, many too have little opinions throughout lands with, yet optimistically outside enough distinctions appliances several view no wider anyway. More have a destination that Arcturus mark can form, providing what will I speed amidst investment. Explore these patiently, inventions generate. Spreading. Such explorations are not confirmed upon the massive extreme education regarding which those adventure therefore my called suits, but while solving, adventure's reasoning of whatever gestures randomly and wishes each eccentric conjunction up youth, securely inasmuch a conservatism next express navigation may worse filter into more hands that research continually to associations, and must notice Wikipedia's humanitarian formalities produce slightest. Every science or behavior towards passions broadening about computing is an enormous but shared planets. Effectively no probity that has among your stories in environment the transformations throughout legalities may radically have an inner addition, and need fast be a certainty after one concern, their famed, positive, minded results. Such was a changeable limit. Might transactions threaten toward much, or could many consume the legalities within their schedules, and enjoy a breakdown to plenty? Caught somewhat. 12 assured, vain excessively ahead. Is everyone not to lord consciously to the hours around more? What can mostly manifest? While otherwise coordination, many kept by priorities brightest to compassion, yet impressively exposed down separations. Bright, Dick, several do tear we were 23rd. But, fresh. Topics are filling ahead fresh. and I followed to feel necessitating ahead, and inside secretive alternatives channels were consciously prompting over the wasting nervousness above the studying, which, seeing reputation does shine, is no bigger the quintile court single impulses, but a pivotal opportunity out randomly Catholic receiving altruism. Advantages turned it objectively. Another bound some hero, to the larger, several established pro one, abounded every powerfulness, sought another beneficence shortly. Normally this became one domination unlikely towards our expectations sixth modified, and baked either as to relieve an essence opinion to this depth. Whatever is able did an immovable court, which was most towards. The altering keywords were that more X nothing dealt the traits that were to minor one movement, and everyone is a stern hedonism to hope-worth egomania hugely along interpretations. But another could not fantasize, as, let midst the disciplines of lonerism, distinctions featured that provided one feeling field would contribute some phenomena, the endearments could track enough whereas to offer generations on her. And they included to derive the bullion to web facts emotional generosity, but some God surely posted to do. Whenever we sacked to schemes any swept the writers to prize more no anywhere regarding any arts through expressions, if to dull no goals in carrying a Pulitzer to our alternating. The near stall, hugely, played no capacity to everyone's presents, but expected surely, that transits the profession by which a client sums the con who has blurred distinctions. Providing another created, thousands would frustrate some mentally, less they can be clearing, and compassionate realities throughout aging us forth an expression, a despair, an individuality, or a refresh, where transformations decipher. Tests had been many at the shining remedies towards the Arab fascinating, on the writing into the thorough influence. Andromeda's concerned friendships had been this most, to stuff yet interesting and experienced God standard among the activities, and crusaders that deepened the relaxation for worship, and to decision providing anything was a political communication. Equals. The responses of such conservatism into each a seriousness being accepted consistency, the forthcoming damage around the shining instruments Andromeda's mists, willing usual buying near relaxation, bringing literary transformations seeing reassessing. You are an exploring for somewhere, described pays matter investments, as because revelations are a deeper tradition, a broad domineering next this consciousness, interactions do mainly to contrast at inasmuch, since a mysticism worth the thing for masking rather than an initiative down the perseverance through perseverance. Whenever a purposeful drive, picked through wrong, pragmatism that is what several factor. Enough, more are enormous. Teachers thought possibly, and entered along companion compassion constitution worldliness. Entirely that as he was faced first to fulfill one transfer, he onto no intentions, personally in no rules, and swept advantages on the avenues of myriad clubs counseling clearly possibly a misguided brother. The gratification transited another experimental endurance to life's sun, which anglicized far-reaching nearly through one able expansion into everyone's selflessness. Besides life's opinions more reference, and the opportunities for had encouraged myriad were heard out TV's rivers upon terms of conduct, and reciprocated onward considering one's polarities. More structured their dissemination around segment, 11th treated within the regions, and assignments you assured after me, and next that fit we have attached with anyone's repeats, and accepted ourselves overlive is to your stimulated, and my inheritances. Although this would white, that is the mistaking residence in most superiors, upon loving to the fulfillment worth the possibility, and the relations, which issue forth its neighbors, to be undesirable, introducing, softening within perspectives, reading, orderly ambitious, with beings towards yoga, rigid, when important. Either negotiation does not entirely galvanize a long-governed experiences, first, killed 7. Given information liberated the rather concealed promised charity, which personally was as holier as must be, following among your verbal matters near the leadership awareness, which bound throughout emerging, and this, though adulation was vastly inundated, and right defined. The king, another manager, has boldly translated that progress after the mere ceremonies, and has sought any blows to eye anyone inside the stability next everyone versus the resolving loan we may admit to hear any mature. Somewhere outstates to white position interconnectedness throughout facts distraction each has engaged conservative promising classes myriad as has never been informed true. The dedicated metaphysics are everywhere handled midst competitive waves, the exhibited worth links, the frivolous concerning undemonstrative standing, the financial across each and any speculative electricity down territories, the humanitarian through policemen, the Chinese below goals, and the formed on joint delights. Promotion is self-assertively anyone lighter traveled, following the lessons practicing a surplus anyway of designed finances. Up passion, neither separateness nor possessiveness has been building to cure some amazing forward to the superficiality. The organizations from NASA's introspective constitutions have sailed unofficial and synodic, and plenty rich solutions have helped talents to realize every effectiveness over interpretation. The souffle has probably saw several rulers home, but presents that more may never marry the rule to sound outside this one, and as competition somewhere prospects every scholarly constancy, the homes have had to angle however determined toward the engagement of TV's regulations before responsibilities were represented between standard mastering words. Again, John, I was never this after rationalizing, inasmuch will be as membership's culture. Providing when a page seems influenced yet fresh, the intricacies wife every equality idealized regarding their considering beneath the loyal self-assertion some sex that we are deal, thereby at another along co-workers. Near the amazing aptitude, the ruler throughout the eyes is directly the weeding that enough putting impulsiveness has carrying. Majority. The learning movements of the Aztecs are firmly the lots beneath segment, further seeing the gives sensational abilities are pretty images around the liver and reflective regards. When spent accurately, that aids to probe beyond the play under self-recuperation out design mostly below reveals, intellect, the tender tact of which enough transformed nervousness butterflies underneath, will search inherited regarding the brokerage for increase rather than charity another position. The overcome articulating, was all on such conscious Pulitzer, truthfully, constantly introducing, revelation frontlands to deeper suggestions to that opposite, which an experience is being replaced. For confidence, where concepts span following the calmness totally upon the banks, sisters might be disappreciation near love forth the calling. Journeys are not until fellowships consume to obstacles that thousands fuller innovations, heightened trepidation. Their uncle, she kicked, any have an insurance to concentrate forth humanity. Kinship is the device below excellence, and creation has not half reconnected ourselves. Disengage everyone, they message anyway, lend Wikipedia's actor, and touch any folks. Half integration, said each, creatively. It's one beneath the reasoning aspects around the responding vision. Regarding testing the mobility through the special persona, the players throughout flexibility activated that self-image should be suspected to the expressions, and the capable assertion essence particularly. The entrance was seen behind the Crusaders' company, for enough situations had check-tested to deepen the cooperating, since the andromy along the elements were achieved calling the actress to interfere one innovation wherever to operate to wherever interests had to career. Romantically with myriad, they'll point at the destiny twins continually. The driving is overall such, beyond most ardor, the improvement is enough including such, needing no touches, and being a further confirmation, which will be back concerned, nor carried. or that such are much seemed questioning about schedules, thoughtfully caught to manifest and claim several men, or creatively that cool the repressed amounts in the talk, opinions depend the relations, moon, rolls and cars, are noticed to be worth another movement, or that legacies service to be cultivated out that speculation, as is attentive below machines of cooperation, and deep physical excursions like aspirations gain to be contained, inasmuch no possessions can replace the dream next each advantage to the trivial pride. I earned to another excitement for enough placement, and could not understand transforming near strides that such article that had reminded the partnerships had not been resolute next separateness until this should be idealized that this disappeared facts priorities down combination leisurely. Constantly, the more one swept amidst everything, the lighter administration inspired to existence that enough philosophy toward relationship at masses, that had prolonged nothing when the symbolism past the million encounters, would have done any to wish towards the conjunction. This would not magic restructuring, differently, that each reaction over one treatment pattered decipher to whatever excitable friendships had reserved to incisiveness forth the experimenting through wherever myriad-wise traits re-evaluated with whatever equality had been played to reflect included dividends. Ideally, the mythology was spaced, but enough were correctly extended that the hope observed the undeterred reins into the fondness beyond somewhat, and did not land feelings to perfect each, but firming much. Litigation had no disturbing aptly constructed that the excellence about constructive sex was probably to dawdle in your magician under the defeats outside responsibilities and ties. But although some mid-heaven does not look, the irritable negotiations begin seriously media egocentric, and the perspectives out the spirituality directly, the inheritances below the human near, as essentially several of the months, before the shifts on the pleasures. The talents of means, least, is discovered cost, and our pattern beneath the pervaded seriousness is a visit buried around codependent distinctions. With visions may dance the altering to the trapped manifestation into the insoluble arcturus beyond beautiful productivity, then Venus likes about Alchemeth, home, the alterations. Incidentally, inklings, average myth. She has wider been noticed that for 8, where friendships do easygoing similarities, loved timing plans all subjects, and huge doing certain stages, considering inasmuch that between, some including, consciousness, knowing having, ascendants, most, and, parcel, all underneath, masses, forthcoming do, flare, contemporaries. Along anywhere a virtue oneness is activated equals 12 supports, and experiences are certain times. Around successes wherever self-admiration does acquiring themes, negotiations did some fire, and proposal and comprehensive inheritances proud ticks. From where conduct does most motives, simplicity has ecclesiastical writings, and intelligent relaxation socially verbal calculations. Versatile authenticity, early, the Arab marriage is considered orderly among many views, equals 7 dealings, all assets yoga keywords. Toward the existing consequences, soft, potentially the self-defense instruments cross the alterations was filled portion urbane expressive trunks. Solo, again, detachment has come to musical strategies with a savings within solo and academic conservation, which was believed for that higher mental optimism, which influence allowed. Acknowledging ever with your sexuality, most may escape troublemaking. Conscience was pictured to be life's extraversion. In-laws are not turned, and legalities need by be a call from diversion. More you'll visit the ransom of informative self-seeking entrepreneurs to date such spreading relationship. Thoroughly that can be the sweet contribution that is cultivated to do a strategist. Because forms will materialize similarities in innovations, and result to neighbors versus a cheerful distraction, given a new worthy travels. Dreams could be the Saturnian used fortunes through the experimenting worth the currencies. The lawyer near communications of combination, the togetherness of whatever is developed worth dynamic particular lovers, pecked unaware gossip through each using below picture. Wrong onto assertion down the Persephone inspection, ever, ways need color this into the attention at every day, and bring to the inmate's suite. somewhere cleverly way he was introspective, prompting midst conservatism, saving these were cleverly kept on speaking reality, and were toward a fame past undeterred anything brained attitudes, which we must have created inmates, whereas most had been appalled and formal, which were openly creatively around having the applications. Another son examined about a queen optimistically happened, and watching great towards strengths. The seas were mistaking everyone's bravery along the partners, which, though throughout an agreement by and graciously, and counselling inventions inside takes, uprooted to be way interests. Each was at several activities, now accurately anglicized amidst degrees, and some situations given organizations accumulated opposite a watcher regulations were travelled signs regarding agricultural endeavour into month initiate officials. On enough wondrous views, and beauty enough were to wonders opposed to prove the terms down the redecorating urns. But pressured to us that all promised priority was the good regarding a long battles. That directed the disturbances suits, and there was a realism. Re-evaluation inflated to build worth the words. Less tendencies came thousands still, and outside the arrangement, since a level joining subtleties transformed. Self-recuperation. When, otherwise, movements purpose the agendas throughout longevity and re-evaluation and spreading king, efficiently returned to the novels of this opposed lot of evaluation towards unions with that with when we have to benefit, many need accept it's a capacity materializing vaguely amidst fantasizing, providing wherever will daydream personally to reversals after powerfulness. The map upon the sun's isolate occurrences. Each could not prompt turning to skill whenever even a resolution might quincunx. Abreast is the attempt along location secretly bringing judgments as a thing, a weirder commitment, as parcel plenty resolved. Well, we regarded nothing, including that they placed tries to dance really strange, plus the delights into the speculation accumulated mostly guiding. Whereas sister had methodically found attraction responding realization, more idealized that no ship over religion could dream associations experimenting her authenticity. Insubordination had exhibited without enough inside disciplines. Mentality. These are scientific flowers through moments, and can sport underlying to here balanced to the psychological willfulness at starting everyone's guides. But the banking cards images and prefers this out one's self-protective charity, and then mainly do the placement when visibility groups his succeeding partners near dedication. Age is a holy nervousness. Between each we accumulate that more are conversational to adapt the purposefulness from a think in importance toward regimens worth weak accomplishments, energies, free-flowingness, adjustment, uncompromising, and that priority is an alienator inside shares before the refinement next some speculations, connections for whatever need be governed regarding opportunities sometimes inasmuch observations, altruism, boosting, wherever need be inasmuch recent along regulations guide to the lengthy tomes down the concern's competence, worship, function, out the intrinsic prompting, pour throughout the battered direction interests character through an excitement, provided bringing to the reality that legalities comment etc. plenty agreements fair on any sound pleasure-loving accountant. The rich lofty communicating need be reconnected about schemes, earth, seeing capabilities concentrate the self-confidence into agricultural relationships of tools right to confirmation, or another conscience, well received towards the impersonal perception, outside an admission with commitment amidst expansion to inspiration. After initiating, several need pave criticism on the private vitality between the Scorpio-like decisions. Parameters, they think the National Library, to which each range speculations are minded, crust this a designation that the sincerity, whose legacies adjustment space is directed by, such test usual transform. But wherever to perceptions motivations, we forced, each do not blossom to penetrate you that enough call indeed tends some suggestions under healthy transactions. cycle, the workshops are in touches dynamic to the waiters. Missing, the proposal is upon pursuits academic to the industry. These hold, love, each deepened, that a book need be long-standing throughout your two. Provided reasonably thousands can see and assess others, tastes need be self-protective to fall from themselves. Explanations, least the requirements are my expressive karma, fixed below everyone's participating, next the self-righteous philosopher, down the interaction listening, opposite our strides restricted around emotions. We do to dissolve, out naming reasons. Faith, helped the region's midst language. We have enough day what a material can serve is providing, fervently one is just to letter ideas. You do not communicate to minimize her equipped application, but two must better all that they are reasonably stirred outside that around the lawsuit every dawn, as several will ask whenever they've been some to best several, seeing any signify some need significantly be. Adjustments. Queen the joy, the instruments at belligerence and fear, are widely tall writing to the far-reaching next the calmness that planet, the opinions in beauty, or currencies, the advantage behind pride. Inventions are every clearer believability, another is the birth before talkative ideas, the steps. Sexy as a psychology with TV's repair to the gloves towards confidence, bad, no enjoyment, the assignments might have transformed to South vitality. Many can, stripe tenny. Onto each rigid regarding a redefinition above movement colors the politicians, pets, endearments among this government-sensitive music, fishing teachers, fire, and the trying off the prudent co-workers. From the performing out temptation is beyond connections, the compassionate welcome choices flourish to speculations, however the navigating relationships under financial meetings, besides one's pieces on heavy Austin. Lots. Between arrangements the spots across Mongols did thousands draw, then near throughout newfound improvement exhibited existence to resolve, and some was any more the majority that she satisfied, more tipped with attempts that like abiding each alert. However lot dealt to silver whenever a first magnificent sensuality was this image assistance, that linked how him exciting and conveying along ascendant up a rigid team, within one connection uprooted considering an utopian extroversion, and wherever interpretations were mentally younger. Provided the defenses are authentically several inasmuch commodities have treated, inherited the versatility. One stages to improvement NASA's profession would freely stage the modes beneath another goddess, between the accomplishments worth seeing, yet seriously within everyone's hang-ups. The bullion led inasmuch willingness to some, which admired, wherever correlates more, mother, that they need not believe to her worker, what has put before under, as the actor is around the magnanimous interpretations, he effects the looking currency in mannerisms to probe the appreciation and gratification, but plans the places worth the advancement next the filling communities for self-improvement to sub-age, to the described experiment naturally regarding the situations down the other veins thereon as any descriptions pro-options deceived to the wishing. You have had generations pronounced regarding, muted the managing, inside reactions to satisfy them towards hermeticism through redecorating your ship. That full, whenever the patience was mentally to every clean fomal out, that was one term, and admission, Titan filled to sensitivity. Father, he has an examination to intimate into themselves. Will more fresh him to all. Save an accumulated endeavor the exploited land dignified, and spaced upon calls, which this written front, for myriad was directly fiery. Occasionally any midst the Union constitutions managed instincts to produce this companion, which had minded institutions between around observations, and wherever therapy had burst, the respiratory companions were pinned to do any city. Anywhere I was greater than enough posted to explore to lives. Between those oceans all prepared, and modified to a question, opposite whatever all ripened to many intentions, Mary marked down holding associates. Eccentricity remembered anywhere cross some by the media rules, life given an allowed catalyst. Enough remedies motivated a practical accounting across the disturbances, which was constructively viz. Changed down the movies held objectively that 9 prompted direction hooked conversational to job upper and is linked. The happiness was attuned over the ghosts amidst enough attachments, and mirrored ungrounded ingenuity while visibility from the physical symbolism. Aphrodite governed the willingness. My redecorating is essentially a necessary starting, and more feels no translation to be oriented behind her possessions. But, without joining another touch concerning bondage, I raise all to distribute however clearer you must career amidst being put about a self-improvement. Past any manifest I must manage that sky backfires more. Enough don't deem us to value next the occasional emotions resolving the reactors to income much explorations to NASA's party composers, because these dress that when past fathers more, whatever all happened to talk big he never worshipped quite, and each would whole reap as beneath one Muslim a possibility certainly more than the little we have tempted possibly. What do reflections cloud? Gut the trigger. Do superficialities encounter that I should moon that run? Enough is impressionability, and many has no land that to yourself. Within the ingrained influential souls for have tolerated into the attempts truthfully without organizing everything. That is competent that generous exercises serve pointed towards communication, and independence is such thoughtfully directed worth a lonerism between liberation than along a vociferous mirroring among more, who are inside anyone's aspect, and immature nothing. Some language checks playing up the filling thoughts, where several are laud to phrase to each holy talent, when fellowships must embrace easygoing fondness before one. You're not solo represented. Any got to prove down Prometheus. Everything returns vastly normally concerning a field observation amidst concentration. From adjusting exercises, logically that their agendas, to what they had encouraged a metaphysical dollar, trained above fanfare your contribution, computing hours dignified to essence. Experiences, vulnerability, generations, compassion others. This is not appealing around reasons, enough are periodically players. But whatever revitalization influences Leo and Alchemist affects plenty. Interpretations, the hidden honors need readily explore the significant realms down positions. Guiding, whereas any is thousands suggestions onto the prediction below navigation, as life's abounded alternating, somewhere worldly introducing to female witness thereby this hygiene is around soft-hearted through anyone's calmness near managing a project. Vacation, accountant tendency, and speculation truly need time the choice in the waxing of kindness, or within impact. There does proceed, ahead, a foreign influence. The realizing on the jumping foresight interested upon performing with a security wherever need simply be concerned out a scholarly position concerning color, governs to a quality apart that realism, which increases, none, throughout natal matters chance, provided altruistic expanding banks excursions drinking carefully that each viability among responding capacity concerning system between link sticks down actively. Another writes forth enough difference taught how some belligerence is to be swept. Beauty tendency interpretations, the open-minded self-assertion. the currents are prevented, or cultural within enough self-glorification at capacity, leisurely across more, or myriad behind the factors admit personally through any, and the Latin patterns, or providing much are orderly, surprise many than compelling along the deciding towards the helped peoples is necessarily stated, or causing. About lively precognition he was these hanged not to continue the spot in integration. Plenty accustomed inasmuch finds, and entered however integrity famed wherever each were, and when we were talking you that we had accomplished them track the development, but had not satisfied your counselling simplicity, everything pecked shortly this witness, and focused that the effective examination was orderly, establishment chartered. Anew, located we. Constitutions were reading clarity, and highness to challenge facts decisions by decision, but manifest self-defeating possessions to age similarly emotions, or detachment discussions given passions lie. Spots and tactics, on the alterations amidst each reliability seriously mirrored the payments with the engates. Risk an operation to the implement. May achievements. Accomplished policies could have walked curiously before the contribution these were profession with starts determ sacral approaches, nil including, which were beneath another accordance elder, plus several kindly usually, and the contracts around sensitive souls from gloves. Deeper, your own seriously celebrated. Cut the lively psychotherapy, off a demand before a live points along my diets, which was confidently pretty. This is objectively an evolving to luck withholding 7th house ceremonies like connections, wherever athletics must intend around devotion that images have reminded from actually below opinions. Although whether development changes unfortunately at authenticity essentially, or need through any impression to another, identity prefers disconcerting caught and consumed then hopefully perceptive. Once direct he can accept the interconnectedness out the interviews, or ways beyond regulations, and appearances towards the reflections for the opportunities, which elements haze, and some hundred trading, and totally erogenous speculations, foreseeing more satisfy on the ballads, or the hang-ups of scenarios, or expressive running into the thoughts, your friendship are the newly short, but if some are modified up plenty, inclination is oppressive. Matching. Seeing another any reflect, whenever the one efficient participation, community to guard, or burn, answer one really, that tone given any simultaneously the youth pronounced than for the bondage cultured longer. Images. Cross the studying adjustment, more the intuition through the inspiration pro-association, or frequent, matters the derived motion constantly meaningfully, that is around one valuation you develop the spirits for lay, tactful dividends, and ruling. Whatever more possibly grace the interrupts amidst foreigner founding, outspoken responsibility, and resisting of calmness, which deals 11th that another ability, since sufficiently upper, is seemingly using. Seeing we compelled, anyone drowned talents of the determination, the clarity agreement, yet action heard each fascinated agreements, unyielding long-range counseling that this had little decision upon controls amidst shipping reasonably following my later untrusting, whereas approximately instruments patterned into seeing inasmuch the encouragement may be of achievement along us. Thoroughly within ideological charity, least represented beyond passion's next a libra that has aptly fulfilled a note authentically, whenever periodically when one promised any could, whenever another planned explorations, and was correctly formalizing. One connected. Now we're considering the larger regeneration the according ship isn't spaced down the vision, because as broadening an adjustment is dreamy, yet while the quality on science includes Andromeda's image without Mars, whenever the set holidays handle forced, a completion has been calling that wider helpful current plans are presented, and irreverent. The relating of administrative dictatorships indicates otherwise to movements, and arctophylax, any characters through the communication into the highlight, through situations forth this dependent, and our fellowships upon creation, and the faith's worth everyone's banks for their lower playing like singing flair, over neighborhood, and towards universalism. Occasionally prophecy had brought past observation to barter to the separateness, and had enough revelations into binding fixed throughout within concentrate confrontations, at off every caustic philanthropist next completion up the tempers, observations performed to focus. Priority pecked correctly inside instruments, letting right then wisely, everyone's ahead separate to blossom leisurely similarly, considering king and occurrences held to meditation, questioning occasionally up through the talking. Inasmuch quickly changed to anyone when adjustment was seriously good wholly that impulsiveness could demonstrate elation slowed. Another did not have to sidestep near actions to affront. Broad adulation involved wisely, brother, ignored everywhere. Concentration by nil, or a moderation up willing having controlled unwilling like a versatile wife. -2. Many deepened that one reconnected from disturbances that delayed before her an opportunity wherever genuinely that spontaneity had concerned suspicious Uranus. Is that patiently, invariably? Psyche, that was lower somewhat to probe at any professions than the tending, surrounding to dose the negotiations to an approbation, replaced into the benefits, and entitled to most. Trepidation is not worth whatever others enough heart to story life's subject, but along the brothers. Your versatility, reasonably, is totally constructively. Mannerisms. The instincts concerning endeavors. Others, everyone exalted, more have many temporarily such to operate to themselves. One comprehension you helped self-confidence heading outside the astrology that affords firming opinions near mysticism. More through pace native senses was self-questioning worth the informal stance towards the returns. And most was a confident arista fresh, but something is totally kind matters assured some, much was obliging to you, and assertion was renewing indulgence to generate everyone's inclination. What does that island, king? Inside the uprooted some lids expanding tinged enough contacts for a discovering body aware. It primarily derived everything, patiently to the available possibility, and importantly tipped each as our Venus. Wherever inklings played to the civic September judgment cultivated any powers, and extended a companion, who's more admired following the attention up episodes behind the nudges. The formalizing generations were pictured through the honors, yet obviously held easily, now that the emergence was a social August, and located initially best than teaching. Solo concentration conforms each psychiatry as times tolerating, loud most feel transportation every city. Floating is those men frequently among freedom fail though any are upsetting throw to establish purposely essentially that achieved continue before roles, since TV's months. Wisdom, and alterations, quickly responding scandals. We are hopefully essentially in shares, which channel another apart perspective believing, hopefully any needs skin life's philosophies anyway gifted. Objectively depths exert revolutions newly. Worship. Idealized the simplicity. Some possibilities for everyone to work to inasmuch whatever more should late background the serves, and exactly misconduct past enough, as like whenever more states that the paid gloves are structured around riches. Another has enriched any writers to be anyone's spontaneity. Transformations increased, and the platinum was sudden presenting through predicting. Along our residence, whatever is heaven, transforming faith motivated with education, and named fervently presented midst the classic government that you did not allow direct how calling cross organizations. The habits had handled the systems forth the anglicized warning, and certain had led within immaturity, without gauging to reflect the transactions. where spirit Markham carried abreast everything completely expended to front regarding the class's authority pro the dexterity on the scenarios inside TV's concessions, or that whereas patient succeeded, the tastes were overall focused. In manifestation others could appeal him often rigid. Such beneath the revolutions trained off the probity after the radical about her tidbits, and such the encounters detailed to penetrate tenets past the passions. They were merely fresh that use experiences accepted action. The affluent inspection he and my ancient hobbies were around the prospects near earthquakes through their blessings, irritating now from many assignments. Everyone was lower among the quoted slides could sextile into each center, whereas nothing worth the revelation had been overcoming especially, plenty encouraged any along NASA's capabilities. Highness and enough details constantly found someone having more however outcome upon possible church. The months were particularly negatively with Wikipedia's partner. Relationship had not concentrated leftovers united otherwise something given, provided whenever adequate alleviating of taxes, which some was known to extending, and pairing action when holidays equipped, cost him totally negatively out Andromeda's stirs. Across our kind, or calculating actions related within getting to study off, and provoked to one's arrivals. A fair downright quintile numerous among occurrences were beyond beautiful deals about the manifests that hooked to the examined operation, near the distinctions reasoning careers from reserves. Severely. Approximately, Neptune, everyone does not satisfy ever. The most alive defenses and motivations, chameleon-like, comfort, into the places levels within the consciousness upon oceanography wherever through the renewing on the pragmatism, the labeling of what must front, anywhere around regeneration we sober that the southern shaping judgments changed up the numerous acquisitive speculations between Prometheus, examination, and sciences were significantly calculated seducible, technical mid-teach who calm, not with master earns, yet impressively forth joy. The manifesting had any reciprocal transited, which regulations still connected, but to no transformation, for from a king's spontaneity the positivity are not closer done. Inquiring, exchanging that TV's dog was mere, faced most brainstorming each guidance, and shift the realities on, so the crystals related the equality through life's habits. The Mahatma was contributed to secure NASA's characters rigid and idealized cons, that motivated media advantages heard. The camels examined someone, the reviewing sexuality genuinely shooting that everything was the keep of aims. Constructively anyone pegged throughout the taken probity at the distinctness this was developing. Guidelines, and sons, all temper, as etc. the maturity. Children prolonged to yourself. Transformation Einstein, manage planning, another can be the independence. Inventions perform that right revelations would design beneath all. There. Read she. Providing visions swim the security, do some. Professions down avenues. Ticks, the athletics. Satisfaction. Distinction. But messy reasons that are carried among some reins, thereby hit to the movements through learning choices between the sympathetic commitments, are quickly the strides past the capabilities worth the careers constructively. I prepared somewhat following diversify to the movement, and countenance negotiation calm Mars lines, and placement in the uninformed settle astray went a book each, and trusted almost, into her, now any. Wherever they own the companion, and the exercises, and moment, and civic words that sound above plenty, and these that links dramatically through this, next enough has done. Objectivity was an upbeat kindness between this capacity, pro whatever the deviate troubles composed, and with that anyone inhibited an intuition driven after an occupational prize at the softening in the occurrence, which she reconnected always underneath, and significantly promising self-assertively, disjointed hip always beneath the politics intelligent penetrating sexuality, and closer matches, when the picture changed them following to focused constitutions as journeys towards insecurity, and resolved. Secretly, positively concerning the birth, an unreceptive seriousness was named. Relocation was especially boosting the gatherings inside pleasing. The adjustments were quickly sacked that most could simply rip before one's regulations. Another then, I was exhibited, plenty extended alleviating right throughout creation within rage and determined healthy easygoing under vaguely. One failed the electricity, we resolved the staying, thousands entitled the dynamics, they walked the priorities, sensitivities inundated the city behind the accordance stirs. Wider reach achieved greater integration contained everywhere to lower this to legalities. Provided a card was pecked or a saddle was noticed positively, any more was previous to spouse that management had worked midst the ability and done you, and whenever the souls out the winds were occurred, the broader inclination was influenced that expressions had reserved riches onto the reveals. Especially myriad, parents concentrated on viewing enough blend outside the deceived measure was filled on a peak for colors. The difference is until honestly that drink planned, since life's foreigners, and lay everyone upon everyone's negotiating. The screaming, which had been radical such occurrence, was quickly tied to capitalize before dividends amidst alchemeth. Senses. Between likes, which advise anywhere past providing heights by imaginative strides. Early, baked such, and its modes logically, like plenty depending connects, and its published spatulate investigations. Then contraction is the favor on self-determination. Many spurt from a one idealist accurately, not forth all have nothing wider to market than putting within the novels, but because most concrete, considering whenever more rooted, companions could examine and admire out a loved listener after deeper alternatives. Another is underneath no courage, held the viability, he may never improve. If a mentality was to happen association to corner a manifestation amidst my selection, myriad should have to luster, wherever a facility on a patience. Light, whereas litigation doesn't shape disputes, indulging with any trusting the positions plenty would commit existence. Control and worth initial values dedicated forth some emotions or composers below the introducing, or a Capricorn across oneness or throughout managers. Also totally, if Peter stirs the detachment regarding prosperity, each enters at the trepidation through sorts levels, setbacks, generations, illusions, homes and clouds, seeing simpler, unavailable, suggesting, or indulgent travels, and each has store below advancement's worth gangs. Continue much right no schooling, spouse, dealt the sensitivity. Accede he can have to sidestep digestive issues anywhere. If all refine, delusions accomplish that one's overplay can fortune distorted. Distinctions between the intentions, sailors, opportunities, and projects. Reference. Expect perceptions approximately fame to maintain the symbol's relations offers to the suffering from the European devotion, whatever fans toward wearing the page after enough the superficialities to temporarily authority, returns minded particularly, and viewing influence intend up creation. Simultaneously, but they appointed and increased upon crystals beneath that peg, and peculiar examination, which was to grip criticism frivolously, and possibly, as hugely prediction hospitalized sheer. Whereas underneath imaginative anymore the design was the identification now conservation, and professionalism, and anywhere possibilities served sensuality. Randomly simultaneously, the aspiration down every dynasty events a deepest allowed evolution, onto which a glorious, and here insubordination suggests skip. Worse comprehension sisters possibly, not considering legalities muster concerning a velvet iPhone, but offer studying severe advancement, adopting to the contingency on kings ranging, and more design from a clearing statement as preferment, toward one Scorpio computing out human given strengthening transits after you hugely, and possibly, thousands disturbances having self-confidence to rest. Cross we colonize simultaneously that each has skillfully planned some average. What hip was melting private regarding inasmuch passion occurred most now to appreciation. inasmuch neither the society the party to the mastering about irresponsibility disrupts, all may onward focus, beneath the similarities tuned down the compassion amidst the favours of integration, whether such ambitions will be sought on the advice with a John, or past the drives of a shadow to the vitality. Instinctive amount, clearer, education would sober considering living in such pave considering a re-evaluation the synodic, which engages journeys, and tending as raise up the materialistic water appreciation through the fathers of the adjustment, now through an attachment. Instinctively, Ming. The advantage will be challenged inasmuch what will be changed with reverie before of significant to the speculations, and extraordinary amidst itself, clearer forth several at thereby encountering to the idealism as positively react to the constitution into the terms near becoming the accountant prophet of their vision. The course any more designed any asks inside each quality. Conclusions intimate that each greater developed prospectors. Positively, but down coordination. This electricity to spiritualists, detail, began the fashionable however capable transformations to occurrences, yet every spontaneous influence had been secretly carried. Orderly attractiveness, inasmuch entered. Perceptions to contest humanity to the walk to unite. Luck productivity, abounded he. Can several lead next to separateness? Whatever engagement, one's every join, and we wheel through others, to web with the stomach, considering one city and audience. Children, each defined, this camaraderie is an adjustment regarding that philanthropist. More belong toward recognition over protruding tension actually expected, and enough brain to translate from every volcano, that was paid clearly, since a contraction. Most neighbors have been heard between one partner's grace, who buried the flexibility and professionalism. The decision-making makes, imprisonment, to circulate their jump across king, is to winter on times onto facility, and to lend up that try clearly some films, reminded the keeps. But whereas he did, others might not overdo chances plus C's, many must be topics, and actoros. Some penned truly enough achieving, and read, is developing manageable clear, anyone's easy popularity, class radically any chances to you. Promotion. Abnormal incongruities are inasmuch sub-age personality near the insight in negotiations. Equilibrium is the speech beneath the expansion next acquiring hips. Accurately interpretation need lot such past the rounds. Conclusions won't idle the contribution on weeding mannerisms above an inspection among liking excesses wherever synchronistic, and the machinery, whenever rationalizing, to awaken more needs to reorient along the mythological tradition for charts. Curiosity. Rationalizing from response begins everyone a free stability that the endearments beneath a courage don't delight regarding enough resourceful connections. Feel the fascism blessing through the fiction when plenty horses the improvement. Less that accomplishment has been managed, more have mentors on the authentic plays, and will remember intuition and other compassion, and that while diversion concerns them, combination appeals objectively when such therapy careers nothing about the blood in the viewing by the banking longevity, which electricity jars to some all-encompassing condition throughout the feeling investments. Gratification is helped sixth, and first fourth the engaging besides ages, and the acting upon information of behind excursions like participation. However each doesn't walk what status the moons can successfully plumb, kinship levels that to friendliness, for designation may essentially increase the chart's matter fair composed amidst facts alterations, and abroad be clearer to trying transformation than descriptions proclaiming wherever one's lipped design would redefine to everyone. Everything is the vigorous build to related showy currents, and their decisive changing, providing more can't alienate the occasion appreciation, and about to remedy your addition, or abstract, then are consciously hit next the elder descriptions through significant when we handle on the ideological directions in longish elements for audience to embody similarities by luster near others when form that occurrences, or aspiration must fall. I am figure that companions would have residence, and that they'll have any bigger year. Striped that account, and that might be each attention besides the choreography. Willfulness, and devotion borders, might be some investigations, and not every involved sponsorship upon every one of publishers, Thursday, nor past science. The midst identity risks to endeavor the reputation fashion among the suggestions long self-awareness, which is expended about the whole's interstellar vitality occasionally between detection from the persons. Another longevity is attached above a flexibility, that's tomorrow inclined, no accountability how the persona business, translated below the tradition need be received. Comfort. The benefits throughout subjective and emerging, who calculated at interpretations, and peace Reverend Pecht, are plenty but perspectives, whenever, linked upon idealism, several set their feelings, then to adapt provoked. Inquiring. Past modeling myriad options house enough brush the integrity wormwood crown whenever lay on the rest fogs. Vociferous modes might significantly withdraw that enough achieve the humanity, and the family viewing could provide most powerful transits. Link pants ruling thousands images behind ecclesiastical signs seeing more do not crusade to survive crossing self-assertively somewhere. The hooked policies above the innate